The young Ling Chen awakened an ordinary talent, known as potential insight, and formed a contract with an unassuming gray cat. Through perseverance and his unique gift, he steadily rose on the path of beast mastery, vowing to ascend from insignificance to greatness, unraveling the ultimate secrets of the external world. Chapter 1. The Winds of Jiang City, blowing on the day of awakening. In the miniature realm of the Imperial Spirit World, Jiang City is but an inconspicuous corner. This small city, nestled against the verdant Qingwan mountain range, consists of a patchwork of gray-tiled houses and sprawling fields. As the morning mist lingers, one can glimpse farmers with bamboo baskets venturing into the woods, and catch sight of a youth clad in shorts wielding a wooden sword in a clearing. An ordinary individual without the awakened beast mastery talent, training his physique in the most primal manner, yearning to join the guard team in the future or two, bolster his self-defense in times of beast tides. Yet today, the atmosphere in Jiang City is markedly different. At the entrance of Jiang City No. 1 Middle School, a throng of boys and girls clad in pristine cloth attire gathers, accompanied by anxious parents clutching fabric bags. Among the crowd, a somewhat slender boy quietly clenches his fists, revealing shallow scratches on his wrist, remnants of a mishap while chopping wood for his father the previous day. He dared not let his mother see, fearing her admonitions of with awakening approaching, "Take care not to injure yourself." The boy is named Ling Chen, having just turned 12 today. In the miniature realm of the Imperial Spirit World, 12 marks a critical threshold. Children who fail to awaken their beast mastery space by this age are destined to lead ordinary lives, either tending to a meager plot of family land, apprenticing in a workshop, or serving as menial workers in the city guard a lifetime, confined within the small universe of Jiang City, perhaps never even glimpsing the depths of the Qingwan mountain range. Conversely, those who successfully awaken can become beast masters, forging contracts with beast companions, unlocking soul power, and ascending from the first rank to the 9th. Each step signifying greater strength, increased resources, and even the chance to encounter legendary relics. Elders speak of these relics as harboring the secrets of the external world, though no one has ever truly verified their existence. Ling Chen, do you think we can awaken? Nudged a plump boy beside him. Zhao Lei, clutching a piece of candy. My dad said if I awaken, he'll buy me an ironback beetle as my initial beast companion. That thing has a tough shell and is fierce in battle. Ling Chen glanced at him before turning his gaze toward the tallest tower of the school, which bore a black iron plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Temple of Beast Masters. Though merely a branch hall in Jiang City, it was enough to inspire awe among all the children. He inhaled gently, his voice not loud yet resolute. "I do not know if I can, but I must." Zhao Lei seemed taken aback, scratching his head. "Why? Being an ordinary person is quite good. My mother says living a peaceful life is the most comfortable. Because I wish to see the world beyond the Qingwan mountain range," Ling Chen said, looking down at his palm, calloused from yesterday's wood chopping. "When my father was young, he once traveled with a merchant caravan to a neighboring city that he said the beast masters there could contract wind, elemental birds, and soar through the skies. He also mentioned that ancient texts record that a 9th-rank beast master can move mountains and fill seas and fight alongside legendary dragonite beasts. I do not want to spend my entire life merely staring at the sky of Jiang City. I aspire to become the strongest beast master and discover whether those legends are true." Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden clang of a gong resonated from the school entrance, silencing the crowd. Emerging from the school were several figures clad in gray robes, led by a stern-looking middle-aged man adorned with a silver badge, the insignia of a 2nd-rank beastmaster and the awakening mentor of Jiang City No. 1 Middle School, surnamed Zhou. 12-year-old children, line up in order. Parents, please wait outside. Mentor Zhou's voice, though not loud, commanded a presence that hushed the bustling crowd. Remember, awakening is both destiny and opportunity. Success means stepping onto the path of beast mastery. Failure does not warrant despair. There remains a place for you, as ordinary individuals. Jiang City needs you as well. The line slowly advanced, and Ling Chen followed the flow into the school. As he passed by the stone lion at the entrance, he couldn't help but stroke its paw, habit forged during childhood visits with his father, who claimed that such gestures could bring a modicum of luck. Upon entering the campus, the cobblestone path was flanked by towering phoenix trees, their leaves whispering in the breeze. Along the way, he spotted numerous bulletin boards displaying information on the ranks of beast masters and illustrations of various beast companions. the fiery flame wolf, the vine-clad green vine flower spirit, and the armored ironback beetle, precisely the creature Zhao Lei desired. Most prominent was a colossal poster depicting a man clad in a golden robe, accompanied by a colossal scaled beast. The caption read, "Ninth rank Beast Master, Lin Chen, guardian of the world for 3 centuries, a paragon for our generation." Ling Chen halted, fixated on the poster for an extended moment. He knew the legend of Lin Chen, said to reside in the central city of the world, holy capital, the mightiest being in the miniature realm, and the sole individual with a potential connection to the secrets of the external world. "Hurry up, don't block the way." Someone behind him nudged, jolting Ling Chen back to reality. He hastened to rejoin the line, silently engraving Lin Chen deeper into his heart. The awakening ceremony took place in the grand auditorium of the school. In the center stood a massive circular stone platform, intricately carved with patterns, surrounded by 12 black stones, each flickering with a faint white light. These were the awakening stones, crafted from special materials to guide the latent beast mastery factors within the youths, unlocking their beast mastery spaces. Mentor Zhou stood beside the stone platform, observing the children as they entered in succession, calmly explaining, "Soon, you will each approach the awakening stone. Place your hand upon it and concentrate. If the stone glows with white light, and you sense the emergence of a space within you, that signifies a successful awakening, marking you as a first-rank beast master. Should the stone remain unresponsive, or if you feel no space, it indicates a failure to awaken. One by one, the children approached, some trembling with anxiety, others flushed with excitement. Next, Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and briskly approached the awakening stone, placing his hand upon it. Seconds passed, yet the stone remained dormant. His face drained of color, his eyes reddened as he lowered his head and walked away, passing Ling Chen with a quivering voice. I didn't awaken." Ling Chen patted his shoulder in silence, though his own heart raced with apprehension. If Zhao Lei could not succeed, would he fare any better? Next, Ling Chen. Upon hearing his name, Ling Chen's heart leaped. He inhaled deeply, stepping toward the stone platform. All eyes turned to him, some filled with hope, others with sympathy, and many with disdain, for he was merely a child from an ordinary family, and few believed he possessed any extraordinary talent. He extended his hand, placing it on the awakening stone. A chilling sensation coursed through him as he closed his eyes, focusing intently, as Mentor Zhou had instructed, to sense the latent beast mastery factor within him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The awakening stone remained unresponsive. Whispers surrounded him, as voices began to murmur quietly. It appears to be yet another ordinary individual. "I told you, children without connections find it exceedingly difficult to awaken." A cold sweat beaded on Ling Chen's forehead. He clenched his teeth, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "I cannot give up. I aspire to become a beast master. I long to explore the world beyond." At that moment, he suddenly sensed a faint warmth emanating from within, as if something within him had stirred awake. Immediately thereafter, a resonant hum filled his mind, conjuring an image of a diminutive space, roughly the size of a fist, dark and obscure, yet palpably present. Simultaneously, the awakening stone in his grasp erupted into a dazzling white light, brighter than that of all his peers before him. "Awakening successful!" Instructor Zhou exclaimed, a note of astonishment in his voice. "First-tier Beast Master, the beast space has been successfully opened." The murmurs around him transformed instantly into gasps of awe, and Zhao Lei looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ling Chen, you did it!" Ling Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the blindingly brilliant awakening stone in his hand, while simultaneously feeling the presence of that small space in his mind. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He had achieved it, that he had taken the first step towards becoming the most formidable beast master. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Ahead lay the awakening of his talents, the forging of contracts with beast companions, and countless challenges awaiting him. He tightened his fist, silently vowing, "Lin Chen, one day, I shall catch up to your footsteps." Chapter 2. Potential Insight, an Underrated Talent. As the radiant white light of the awakening stone gradually faded, Ling Chen withdrew his hand, his fingertips still tinged with a lingering warmth, the residual essence of soul power, marking the inception of his journey as a beast master. Mentor Zhou approached, holding a palm-sized crystal orb, and presented it to Ling Chen. "Now, let us test your talent. Place your hand upon it and concentrate. The crystal will reveal the type of your aptitude." Talent, after all, is the second life of a beast master. In the microcosm of the imperial spirit world, talents are diverse and extraordinary, ranging from common elemental affinity and power sharing, the ability to share a portion of strength with one's beast companion, to the rare skills of rapid recovery, enhancing healing speed for injured beasts. Extrasensory perception, detecting fluctuations in surrounding soul energy, and even the legendary rare evolution guidance, facilitating special evolutions in beasts. The potency of one's talent directly dictates the upper limits of a beast master's potential. A beast master endowed with a rare talent can ascend even from humble beginnings, while one possessing an ordinary talent, regardless of the strength of their initial beast, may find it arduous to progress far. Curiosity and envy sparkled in the eyes of the surrounding children, for awakening itself was a challenge. And achieving a formidable talent was even more so. Ling Chen inhaled deeply and placed his hand upon the crystal orb. Initially, it flickered with a faint white light before gradually stabilizing, revealing a line of pale blue script. Potential insight allows for vague perception of a beast's potential level and evolution direction. Clarity of perception enhances with the beast master's level. Potential insight. Mentor Zhou furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the inscription on the orb. This talent is indeed uncommon, yet it cannot be deemed powerful. The whispers of the onlookers resumed. Potential insight? It sounds rather useless. What good is sensing potential? Can it fight? Indeed, it pales in comparison to power sharing, which can directly bolster a beast's strength. I heard a girl in the adjacent class awaken flame affinity. Contracting a fire-type beast boosts her skills by 30%. That's impressive. Zhao Lei approached, whispering, Ling Chen, this talent doesn't seem very promising. Ling Chen gazed at the text on the orb, momentarily taken aback. He had heard of various talents before, but had never encountered potential insight. It neither enhanced strength nor accelerated recovery, nor did it assist beasts in comprehending skills. It appeared indeed to lack utility. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Awakening was already a stroke of fortune. How could he dare to be overly demanding? Moreover, this talent, though seemingly ordinary at present, might possess hidden advantages. As his father had said, even the most mundane tool can yield significant results when wielded adeptly. Seeing his tranquil demeanor, Mentor Zhou nodded. Though your talent may be ordinary, your mindset is commendable. Remember, a beast master's strength is not solely defined by talent. Effort and choices bear greater significance. Now, proceed to the adjacent room to select your initial beast companion. The initial beast companion is the first and most crucial ally for a beast master. The selection provided by Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, although limited in quantity, offers a diverse array of choices: a swift and powerful small leopard from the fierce beast category, a sturdy ironback beetle from the insect category, a green vine sprout from the plant category, capable of ranged attacks and healing, and several elemental sparks. Though weak, they possess considerable potential. As the children entered to make their selections, they emerged either elated, having chosen their desired beast, or dejected, having picked one they did not favor. When it was Ling Chen's turn, he stepped into the room, which housed a dozen cages, each containing a small beast. The elder mentor in charge of distribution, Mr. Wang, with graying hair and a warm smile, addressed him. Child, see which one you fancy. For your first selection, it is advisable to choose a beginner-friendly option, such as the iron-backed beetle, known for its high defense and resilience, or the green vine sprout for its healing abilities. Both are low maintenance. Ling Chen nodded and approached the first cage, where a black small leopard bared its teeth, its eyes glinting with wildness. As he stretched out his hand to touch the cage, a faint sensation surged through his mind. It was potential insight awakening. Potential level, medium. Evolution direction, thunder-patterned leopard, requires lightning core. Shadow leopard, requires shadow grass. A vague stream of information materialized in his mind, while not entirely clear. He could distinctly sense that this small leopard's potential was not exceptional. He moved to the next cage, which housed an iron-backed beetle, lying still within. Potential level low. Evolution direction, none, limited by racial cap. It became apparent that while this iron-backed beetle boasted high defense, it harbored no potential for evolution. No wonder Mr. Wang had deemed it suitable for novices. After all, survival, rather than strength, was paramount for beginners. Continuing onward, he examined the green vine sprout, potential level, medium-low, and the small spark, potential level, medium. With each observation, corresponding information flooded his mind. Despite their various advantages, none of these beasts exhibited remarkable potential, nor did their evolutionary paths offer substantial promise. Not to your liking? Mr. Wang inquired, approaching. These were meticulously selected by the school. They are quite commendable for a first-tier beastmaster. No, I'd like to look some more, Ling Chen replied, shaking his head as his gaze roamed the room. Just then, His attention fell upon a small cage in the corner. The cage appeared old, lined with straw, and curled within was a diminutive creature resembling a stray cat. Its fur a dull gray, emaciated to the point of resembling nothing but bones. One eye was squinted, as if injured, trembling with fright. How did this cat end up here? Ling Chen approached, and as he neared the cage, potential insight surged violently in his mind, more intensely than with any previous beast. Potential level. Unable to assess. Evolution direction. Requires special conditions. Special perception. A faint resonance exists with the hostess soul. Unable to assess potential? A special resonance? Ling Chen was taken aback. All the previous beasts he had examined, while vague in potential level and evolutionary direction, had provided some semblance of understanding. Yet this little cat could not even be evaluated for potential. Moreover, he could distinctly feel an invisible thread connecting his soul to this small cat, a sensation both wondrous and reminiscent of encountering a long-lost kin. This cat, Mr. Wang also approached, letting out a sigh. It was discovered while cleaning the school's back mountain yesterday. It seems like an ordinary stray cat, devoid of any special abilities. I intended to send it to the cafeteria, but forgot. You should not select it. It lacks even the basic skills aside from being cute, utterly useless. Just then, a few children who had completed their selections passed by, overhearing Mr. Wang's words and bursting into laughter. Ha! Choosing a cat as a beast companion? Surely you wish to keep it as a pet. Indeed, this cat is as thin as a skeleton. It couldn't catch a mouse. Choosing it would be less effective than selecting a rabbit. Ling Chen, don't be foolish. Go for the small leopard. I just checked, it's fierce. Ling Chen ignored their mockery, his gaze fixated on the small cat. It seemed to sense his attention, gradually lifting its head and opening its squinted eye, revealing a blue gaze reminiscent of the sky, free of fear, imbued with curiosity. This is it. A resolute thought surged within Ling Chen, unwavering in its conviction. He turned to Mentor Wang and said earnestly, Mentor Wang, I choose this cat. Mentor Wang was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? You chose this cat? Child, think again. This cat is utterly useless, not even worthy of being a novice beast companion. I have made up my mind. Ling Chen interrupted him softly, yet with unwavering determination, I choose it. The surrounding children were astonished, and then erupted into laughter. Are you out of your mind? Choosing a stray cat as a beast companion. It's over. With such mediocre talent, picking such a useless beast companion will ensure he remains at the bottom among beast masters. Ling Chen ignored their jeers, opening the cage and cautiously extending his hand. The kitten hesitated for a moment, then gently rubbed against his fingertips, its fluffy fur radiating warmth. He cradled the kitten in his arms. It nestled against him, perfectly still. Thank you, Ling Chen whispered to the kitten and then turned to exit the room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on him, and the kitten let out a soft mew, as if in response. Ling Chen was aware that everyone doubted his choice and his abilities. Yet, he remained indifferent. His aspiration was to become the strongest beast master, a path fraught with challenges. Even with ordinary talent and a seemingly weak beast companion, he would persevere, advancing step by step through his own efforts. He glanced down at the kitten in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. From now on, we are partners. I will strengthen you, and I will strengthen myself. The kitten seemed to comprehend his words, nuzzling against his chin. Chapter 3, Gray. Cradling the kitten, Ling Chen exited the awakening room without pausing, heading directly towards the school gate. Zhao Lei was waiting for him there, and upon seeing the kitten in his arms, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Chen, you really chose that cat? Yes. Ling Chen nodded, tightening his embrace around the kitten. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Lei exclaimed anxiously. Those people just said that this cat couldn't even catch a mouse. How will you train it? How will it fight? It is not useless. Ling Chen's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable conviction. He looked down at the kitten, his fingertips gently brushing through its tangled gray fur, feeling the warmth of its skin beneath. This little creature was painfully thin, its fur unable to conceal its bones. Zhao Lei wanted to say more, but was silenced by Ling Chen's gaze. It was a seriousness he had never seen before, as if he had identified a treasure that he would never relinquish, regardless of the world's opposition. Fine, it's your decision. Zhao Lei sighed, scratching his head. But you must think carefully. If this kitten holds you back during training or battles, don't come to regret it. I will not regret it. Ling Chen, holding the kitten, turned towards home. On the streets of Jiangsheng, pedestrians bustled about. There were women carrying vegetable baskets, craftsmen laden with tools, and several youths clad in beast master robes strutting along, accompanied by armored beetles or small leopards, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Whenever someone spotted the kitten in Ling Chen's arms, they displayed expressions of confusion or derision. Isn't that the child who awakened successfully today? Why choose a stray cat as a beast companion? Surely, They must have damaged their brain during the awakening. What can that cat do? Catch mice? What a pity. After finally awakening, they've chosen such a waste. There's no future for them. These remarks pierced Ling Chen's ears like needles, yet he did not falter, merely tightening his hold on the kitten. It seemed to sense his tension, gently nudging his neck with its head, the soft touch alleviating some of his agitation. He recalled the information provided by potential insight during the awakening, potential level. A faint resonance with the host's soul. This was far from an ordinary stray cat. It may be weak now, but as long as it possesses potential and the ability to evolve, it would undoubtedly grow stronger. And perhaps his potential insight was the key to unlocking this kitten's secrets. After walking for about half an hour, he finally arrived home. It was a modest dwelling with gray tiles, featuring an ancient locust tree in the yard, beneath which lay a chopping block, still bearing remnants of what he had chopped the day before, hastily abandoned to attend today's awakening ceremony. Xiaochen, you're back. His mother's voice resonated from within the house, followed by a middle-aged woman in a coarse apron emerging. It was Ling Chen's mother, Ling Chen. Seeing the kitten in Ling Chen's arms, she paused momentarily. Is this your initial beast companion? Yes, mother, Ling Chen nodded, stepping into the yard and gently placing the kitten on the ground. The kitten, feeling timid, immediately curled up at his feet, pressing against his pant leg, cautiously surveying its surroundings. At that moment, a tall man emerged from the house. It was Ling Chen's father, Lin Jianjun, his hands smeared with machine oil, clearly just returned from the workshop. A blacksmith by trade, he crafted farming tools and weapons, possessing considerable skill, yet earning a meager income. Awakened successfully? Lin Jianjun's voice was somewhat hoarse, but carried a trace of barely concealed anticipation. He understood all too well what it meant for an ordinary family to have a beast master. Yes, father, I have awakened. I am a first-level beast master. Ling Chen raised his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. His talent was potential insight, allowing him to perceive the potential and evolutionary direction of beast companions. Potential insight? Lin Jianjun furrowed his brow. Although he was not a beast master, he had heard of many talents, yet this was unfamiliar to him. Is it a strong talent? Ling Chen hesitated before shaking his head. Not particularly. The school's mentor said it is quite ordinary. And my chosen initial beast companion is it. He pointed to the kitten at his feet. Lin Jianjun and Li Lan exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. Xiaochen, why did you choose a cat? Li Lan knelt down to pet the kitten, but was met with its retreat. Were there no other beast companions at school? Perhaps an armored beetle or a small leopard. There were, but I feel it is different. Ling Chen squatted down, gently stroking the kitten's head. This time, the kitten did not shy away but instead closed its eyes in contentment. My talent tells me it has high potential, even if it is not apparent now. Moreover, I share a peculiar resonance with it, as if we have known each other for ages. Lin Jianjun remained silent for a long time, gazing into his son's determined eyes, suddenly reminded of his own youthful aspirations to become a beast master, dreams unfulfilled as he remained a blacksmith for life. He understood the intensity of the desire to grow stronger. Very well, I believe in you. Lin Jianjun patted Ling Chen's shoulder, his voice grave. Since you have chosen it, treat it well. A beast master and their companion are lifelong partners. One must not abandon them lightly. Yes, Ling Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes bright with resolve. Li Lan sighed as she stood up. All right then, since it is Xiaochen's choice, we shall support it. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare some food for you, and I'll make sure to get something for this little one as well. It looks so thin. It must not have eaten in days. With that, Li Lan turned and entered the kitchen, soon emerging with a bowl of rice soup, placing it before the kitten. The kitten hesitated, sniffed curiously, then began to drink eagerly, clearly famished. Watching the kitten devour its meal, a wave of warmth surged within Ling Chen. He knew that from this day forth, he was no longer alone. He had found his first companion, one that needed his protection and nurturing. It's time to give you a name. Ling Chen crouched down, admiring the small kitten's gray fur. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You are entirely gray. Let us call you Hui Hui, shall we?" The kitten seemed to comprehend his words, lifting its head and letting out a soft meow, infused with a hint of acknowledgement. From now on, you shall be known as Hui Hui. Ling Chen chuckled, extending his hand to gently clasp Hui Hui's paw. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a subtle stirring within his mind's beast mastery space. A faint soul energy flowed from his body, coursing through his fingertips and into Hui Hui. Simultaneously, a weak white light enveloped Hui Hui, and a clear link formed in his mind, a bond of contract. Has the contract succeeded? Ling Chen was taken aback. He had not yet followed the school's prescribed method for forming a contract, and yet it had completed automatically. He recalled the special resonance noted in his potential insight, a faint echo with the host's soul. It turned out that this resonance could facilitate an automatic contract completion. Lin Jianjun and Li Lan also witnessed this scene, their expressions one of astonishment. Is this the successful formation of a contract? Leland questioned, incredulous. I heard that establishing a contract with a beast companion requires a soul energy connection and the beast's willingness. How could it happen so swiftly? It may be due to the resonance between Xiao Chun and this cat, Lin Jianjun pondered thoughtfully. I've heard from the elders that certain special beast companions resonate with specific beast masters. In such cases, the contract can be easily formed, and the bond will be even deeper. Ling Chen gazed at Hui Hui, his heart brimming with joy. He could distinctly sense Hui Hui's emotions, gratitude, reliance, and a subtle yet palpable anticipation. Hui Hui, let us strive together from this day forth, Ling Chen whispered. Hui Hui meowed again, nuzzling his palm. The setting sun filtered through the branches of an ancient locust tree, casting elongated shadows of the boy and the cat across the courtyard. Ling Chen understood that his journey as a beast master had truly begun at that moment, and his first companion, Hui Hui, would accompany him along this path laden with challenges. His ambition was to become the strongest beast master, and now, his foremost task was to empower Hui Hui. Even if Hui Hui was currently frail, and despite the skepticism of others, he would never yield. Chapter 4, The Emergence of Bonds. A new member of the household. The contract is indeed established. Leland leaned closer, observing Hui Hui rubbing affectionately against Ling Chen's palm. A gentle smile graced her face. This little fellow is quite astute, recognizing who its master is. Lin Jianjun approached, crouching to scrutinize Hui Hui closely, though his brow furrowed slightly. I just observed. This cat lacks obvious beast companion traits. There are no elemental fluctuations, no special scales, and its claws are not significantly sharper than an ordinary cat's. Xiaochun, are you certain your talent assessment was correct? Father, I am not mistaken, Ling Chen replied, placing his fingertip lightly on Hui Hui's head, concentrating to activate potential insight. This time, the information in his mind was clearer than before. Potential level. Requires further contact to unlock. Evolution direction. Will manifest upon synchronization with the host's soul energy. Current condition, weak, malnourished. Soul energy affinity, extremely high. Extremely high soul energy affinity? Ling Chen paused momentarily, then realized that this indicated Hui Hui's capacity for absorbing and utilizing soul energy might surpass that of ordinary beast companions. However, its current frailty rendered this potential unexpressed. He shared this discovery with his parents, and Lin Jianjun's brow relaxed somewhat. A high soul energy affinity is indeed good news. It will enhance efficiency in absorbing soul energy crystals during training. However, he shifted his gaze to Ling Chen. You know our family situation. We cannot afford to buy you high-quality resources. You must make do with what you have for now. Father, I understand. Ling Chen shook his head resolutely. I can earn it myself. There are many low-tier soul beasts in the back mountain, and I can hunt them to obtain crystals to replenish Hui Hui's soul energy, and also save money to buy training supplies. No way. Leland immediately objected. The back mountain is too perilous. It harbors numerous first-tier soul beasts like the venomous tooth rat and the gale rabbit. You've just awakened, and Hui Hui is so weak. What if something happens? Mother, I won't venture too deep, Ling Chen quickly explained. I'll stick to the outskirts and familiarize myself with the area alongside the village S-Guard team. Once Hui Hui is stronger, I will attempt to hunt soul beasts. Lin Jianjun pondered for a moment before nodding. If you wish to go, you must agree to 2 conditions. First, you are only permitted to operate on the outskirts and must not cross the boundary marked by the Qingmu forest. Second, each time you go, you must inform either me or your mother and take the short knife I made for you. Although you are a beast master, you must not neglect your self-defense. Thank you, father. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. At dinner, Leland specially prepared a bowl of rice soup mixed with minced meat for Hui Hui, adding a pinch of ground low-tier soul energy crystal powder, something Lin Jianjun had received as payment while crafting weapons for another beast master, which he had hesitated to use until now. Hui Hui seemed to relish this special concoction, slurping it down eagerly, and after finishing, it licked its lips and nuzzled against Leland's hand, eliciting her laughter. This little one certainly knows how to charm. After the meal, Ling Chen tidied his small room, which contained only a bed, a desk, and a cabinet. The walls were adorned with images of various beast companions cut from old books, majestic flame wolves, graceful wind birds, and the poster of the 9th-tier beast master Lin Kanglan, which he cherished the most. He rummaged through the cabinet for an old wooden box, spreading the scraps of cloth inside beneath the table to create a simple nest for Hui Hui. Hui Hui, from now on, this shall be your home. He gently placed Hui Hui into the nest, and it circled twice before curling up, closing its eyes, quickly succumbing to slumber after a day filled with experiences. Watching Hui Hui sleep peacefully, Ling Chen settled at the edge of his bed and began to explore his beast mastery space. He focused intently, and the fist-sized space in his mind gradually unfolded, revealing a dark expanse where a faint soul energy pulsed. A first-tier beast mastery space can only contract one beast companion and cannot store much else, Ling Chen murmured to himself. It seems I must elevate my level quickly. Once I reach the second tier, the beast mastery space will expand, allowing for additional contracts and a qualitative shift in soul energy. He recalled the words of his school mentor. The elevation of a beast master's level requires absorbing soul energy crystals or soul energy herbs, in addition to synchronizing soul energy training with their beast companion. Only when the soul energy frequencies of both the beast master and the companion achieve a certain resonance can the level restriction be transcended. Tomorrow, he would report to school, and he was filled with anticipation about what the junior high beast cultivation class would teach. He picked up an old book from the table, Basic Knowledge for Beast Masters, which his father had procured from the second-hand market. Its cover was already yellowed with age. He opened the book and began to read intently, discovering various types of beast companions, their elemental relationships, and fundamental methods of soul energy utilization. As he read, he occasionally glanced at Hui Hui, silently planning in his mind. Since Hui Hui is an unknown type and its attributes cannot yet be determined, he would start with basic training, first helping it regain strength, then teaching it to control its soul energy, and gradually introducing skills. Time slipped by unnoticed until his mother's voice called from outside, "Xiao Chun, it's time to sleep. You have school tomorrow." "Understood, mother," Ling Chen replied, closing the book and extinguishing the oil lamp. The room was enveloped in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the little gray cat nestled in its cozy corner, illuminating its diminutive silhouette. Ling Chen lay on his bed, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He recalled the tension of his awakening earlier that day, the resolute decision to choose the gray cat, the unwavering support of his parents, and the mesmerizing sapphire-like brilliance of its eyes. "Gray, what manner of beast companion are you?" He silently pondered, as if sensing his contemplations. The slumbering gray cat stirred slightly, uttering a soft meow, before settling back into tranquility. Ling Chen smiled and closed his eyes. He understood that the road ahead was long, fraught with numerous challenges and obstacles. Other students possessed formidable initial beast companions, greater talents, and abundant resources, while he had merely an apparently ordinary gift and a feeble gray cat. Yet, he felt no fear, for he aspired to be the most powerful beast master, and now he had his first partner. As long as he did not surrender, as long as he and Gray worked diligently together, he was certain that they would grow stronger step by step, emerging from the small confines of Jiangcheng to explore the world beyond the Qinghuan Mountains, in pursuit of his dream of becoming the mightiest beastmaster. As the night deepened, the room was cloaked in silence. The rhythmic sounds of one boy and one cat breathing harmoniously intertwined, akin to a silent vow. At the break of dawn the following morning, as the first light of day began to filter in, Ling Chen awoke. Upon sitting up, he noticed that Gray was already awake, perched at the edge of his bed, gazing at him with those sapphire-like eyes, its tail gently swaying. "Awake, are we?" Ling Chen chuckled, extending his hand. Gray promptly leaped into his palm, nuzzling against his fingers. After freshening up, he shared breakfast with his parents, then embraced Gray, slung on his backpack, and prepared to head to school for registration. "Be careful on your way, and remember to heed your teachers," Li Lan admonished, handing him a cloth bag containing 2 steamed buns and a small packet of soul power crystal powder. "Eat the buns if you get hungry at noon, and don't forget to mix the powder into Gray's food." "Understood, mother," Ling Chen replied, accepting the bag and turning toward the door. Lin Jianjun escorted him to the entrance, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Study well, and don't bring shame to our family. Remember, the dignity of a beastmaster is earned through the strength of oneself and one's beast companion." "Indeed," Ling Chen nodded earnestly, cradling Gray as he strode confidently toward Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. The morning sun bathed him in warmth and brightness. Gray let out a gentle meow, as if cheering him on. A smile graced Ling Chen's lips. His middle school journey, the path of a beastmaster, was about to officially commence. Chapter 5, Class Division and Initial Lessons, the outline of the Beastmaster world. The entrance of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School buzzed with even more excitement than the previous day. As Ling Chen arrived, he was enveloped by the clamor of the crowd, primarily composed of 12-year-old awakeners clutching a variety of initial beast companions, gathered in clusters, animatedly discussing their beasts and talents. A portion of the group consisted of those who had not awakened, their backpacks slung over their shoulders, faces marked with disappointment as they quietly made their way toward the ordinary classes. "Ling Chen, over here," a familiar voice called from nearby. Ling Chen looked up to see Zhao Lei standing beneath a parasol tree, flanked by a few classmates who had also not awakened. Upon spotting Ling Chen, Zhao Lei waved, though his expression bore little cheer. "You made it. Zhao Lei approached, glancing at the gray cat in Ling Chen's arms. He surveyed the surrounding awakeners holding ironback beetles and small leopards, and quietly remarked, "We're about to be divided into classes. Those who have awakened will go to the Beastmaster class, while we who haven't will head to the ordinary class. After this, we may not be able to attend classes together anymore." Ling Chen felt a pang of sorrow. He and Zhao Lei had grown up together, climbing trees, catching fish in the river, and now, due to the divide of awakening, they were destined to tread separate paths. "It's all right," Ling Chen reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Even if we're not in the same class, we can still hang out after school. Besides, the ordinary class has much to offer. My father always says that even as an ordinary person, acquiring knowledge can lead to a good life." Zhao Lei nodded, managing a faint smile. "True. You study hard in the Beastmaster class, and when you become a remarkable Beastmaster, don't forget your old classmate. I certainly want tea." Just then, the class bell rang. A mentor clad in a gray robe ascended the platform at the school gate, holding a roster aloft. "All 12-year-old awakeners, assemble on the playground. Unawakened students, proceed directly to your respective ordinary classrooms." The crowd swiftly divided into two groups. Zhao Lei and the other unawakened children turned toward the teaching building. After a few steps, Zhao Lei glanced back at Ling Chen, waving his hand. "Good luck." Ling Chen waved back, watching as Zhao Lei's figure vanished into the entrance of the teaching building. He then cradled Gray and followed the other awakeners toward the playground. The playground was expansive, its center paved with bluestone slabs, surrounded by a circle of pine trees. The awakeners lined up according to height, numbering over 30. Among the 12-year-old children in Jiangqing, this was the total of those who had awakened, less than 1/10 of the entire cohort. The mentor who had called out earlier stood at the front of the line. Introducing himself, "My name is Zhang Hao, and I am your Beastmaster class homeroom teacher, as well as your instructor for the first lesson in Beastmaster cultivation." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the various beast companions cradled in the awakener's arms before finally settling on Ling Chen's gray cat. His brow furrowed for a moment, yet he said nothing further. "Now, I will call your names. When your name is called, step forward to receive your Beastmaster token, and then follow me to the Beastmaster classroom." Zhang Hao began to read from the list. As each awakener's name was called, they approached to collect a palm-sized black wooden token, inscribed with their name and the designation of first-tier Beastmaster. This served as identification for Beastmasters and as proof for accessing the school's Beastmaster arena. When it was Ling Chen's turn, Zhang Hao glanced at the gray cat in his arms and finally spoke. "Your initial beast companion is this cat?" "Yes, Teacher Zhang," Ling Chen confirmed with a nod. "Do you know what you will study in the Beastmaster class over the next 2 years?" Zhang Hao inquired. "Yes," Ling Chen replied. "The first year focuses on building a bond and nurturing feelings with the beast companion, while the second year teaches the beast to follow basic commands." Zhang Hao nodded, handing him the Beastmaster token. "You are correct, but there is one more point to note. These 2 years are a critical foundation period for you. The growth of your beast companion is inseparable from the efforts of the Beastmaster. Although your beast may appear ordinary, with proper nurturing, it may not necessarily remain weak. Remember, do not be deceived by temporary perceptions of strength or weakness. The path of a Beastmaster is long." Ling Chen felt warmth in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." After collecting their Beastmaster tokens, the 30 or so awakeners followed Zhang Hao to the Beastmaster classroom. Unlike the ordinary classes, the Beastmaster classroom was spacious, devoid of desks, and instead furnished with circles of mats. The walls were adorned with various images of beast companions and explanations of Beastmaster ranks, while a few cages in the corner housed some low-tier beast companions intended for instructional purposes. "Find a spot to sit and place your beast companions beside you," Zhang Hao instructed, indicating for everyone to settle down. He then approached the front of the classroom, stating, "Today marks your first lesson in Beastmaster cultivation. We shall begin by understanding the beast companion system of this world." He pointed to the images on the wall and commenced his explanation. There is a vast array of beast companions, primarily categorized into 8 major types: animal, sacred, plant, elemental, undead, dragon, mysterious, and the most unique, the null type. First, let us discuss the animal type. Zhang Hao indicated a painting depicting a wolf, for instance. Many of you have chosen small leopards, as well as the commonly found flame wolf and mighty bear, all of which belong to the animal category. Their characteristics are formidable offensive capabilities, swift speed, and proficiency in close combat. However, their weaknesses lie in relatively feeble defenses, and most lack ranged attack abilities. Next, we have the holy type, which he indicated by pointing to a painting depicting angels, such as cherubs and seraphim. These entities excel in high-ranged output or are adept at purifying negative states, possessing a significant advantage over undead types. Yet, the majority of holy beasts possess exceptionally high intelligence, making it challenging to forge a contract with them. Following this is the plant type, represented by an illustration of a vine-like plant, such as green vine sprouts and man-eating flowers. Their strengths lie in their prowess for ranged attacks and support. For instance, green vine sprouts can ensnare enemies with their tendrils and secrete healing sap. Conversely, they suffer from slow mobility and a fear of flames and frost. The elemental type is particularly unique, Zhang Hao's voice rising slightly as he mentioned small flames, droplets of water, and little wind birds, composed purely of elemental essence. They excel at manipulating their corresponding elemental forces. For example, small flames can unleash fireballs, while droplets of water can launch water arrows. Elemental beasts generally possess high potential, yet they demand significant soul power from their beast masters, and there exists a strict cycle of mutual restraint among the elements. At this point, Zhang Hao produced a blackboard. Using chalk to illustrate a chart, the elemental cycle of mutual restraint is fundamental knowledge that every beast master must memorize. Fire counters metal, wood counters earth, water counters fire. Metal counters wood, and earth counters water. There are also some special elements, such as light and dark, time and space, wind and electricity, which counter one another and can restrain most other elements, though they are exceedingly rare. Continuing with the remaining types, Zhang Hao spoke of the undead type, exemplified by skeleton soldiers and zombies. They are impervious to pain and excel in group attacks, yet most possess an evil affinity, making them quite rare in our Jiang city, with considerable risks involved in their training. The dragon type, legendary beasts such as colossal dragons and dragon beasts, are immensely powerful and possess limitless potential. Yet few in the world can forge a contract with them. They can only be glimpsed in ancient texts. The mysterious type, represented by divination birds and invisible mice, possesses highly unique abilities, such as divination and invisibility, but their numbers are exceedingly scant, and their powers are difficult to control. Lastly, the non-attribute type comprises beasts without a defined element. Their characteristics include an absence of distinct strengths or weaknesses, with potential ranging widely. Most are of little utility, yet a rare few harbor extraordinary abilities. As Zhang Hao spoke of the non-attribute type, his gaze briefly flickered to the gray creature cradled in Ling Chen's arms. Pausing momentarily before continuing, the strength of a beast is not solely determined by its type, but also by its potential and species levels. Potential is categorized into 7 tiers: low, medium, high, very high, top tier, transcendent, and unknown. The higher the potential, the greater the capacity for evolution and advancement. Species levels are divided into 7 ranks: mortal, spirit, king, emperor, saint, celestial, and divine. For instance, the ironback beetle is mortal, the little cheetah is spirit, and the flame wolf is king. The higher the rank, the stronger the initial abilities and the greater the upper limit post-evolution. The awakened students listened intently, some taking notes while others gazed at their beasts, displaying expressions of excitement or concern. Those with ironback beetles, mortal, low potential, clearly exhibited regret, while those with little cheetahs, spirit, medium potential, or little flames, spirit, medium potential, or expressions of pride. Ling Chen was also absorbed, taking notes while casting sidelong glances at the gray creature in his embrace. The gray creature lay across his lap, eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Hao's lecture, occasionally nuzzling his hand to convey a sense of reassurance. That concludes today's theoretical knowledge, Zhang Hao declared, closing his notebook. Next, we will transition to the practical segment. Your first task is to establish a preliminary bond with your beasts. He pointed to a shelf in the corner of the classroom, where small bottles containing a light blue liquid were displayed. This is soul power nutrient liquid, which will aid your beasts in swiftly recovering their stamina and strengthen the soul link between you and your beast. Each of you should take a bottle, feed it to your beast, then close your eyes, concentrate, and attempt to communicate emotionally with your beast. There is no need for words. Simply convey your thoughts and emotions to it. The awakened students rose in unison, queuing to collect the soul power nutrient liquid. When it was Ling Chen's turn, Zhang Hao handed him a bottle, whispering, "Your beast appears quite weak. It wouldn't hurt to give it a bit more." Remember, emotional communication is key to establishing a bond. Only by allowing your beast to sense your sincerity will it truly trust you. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang," Ling Chen replied, returning to his seat. He unscrewed the cap, releasing a faint, fragrant aroma. Upon catching a whiff, the gray creature immediately lifted its head, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the bottle. Ling Chen poured some of the nutrient liquid into the cap and offered it to the gray creature. It leaned forward, licking it up eagerly, quickly finishing the entire contents. After consuming the nutrient liquid, a faint blue glow enveloped the gray creature's body, and it appeared noticeably more spirited. It nuzzled Ling Chen's palm and emitted a soft meow, conveying its happiness. Ling Chen closed his eyes, following Teacher Zhang's instructions, focusing intently to transmit his thoughts to the gray creature. Thank you for choosing me, Gray. I will take good care of you and strive to grow stronger together. He distinctly felt the contract link in his mind subtly shift. As the gray creature's emotions flowed back through the link, trust, reliance, and a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, his beast space vibrated slightly, the soul power within seeming to thicken. While the gray creature glimmered with a faint white light, although subtle, he could clearly sense its vitality strengthening. Is this the effect of deepening the bond? Ling Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the gray creature in delight. Zhang Hao happened to walk by at that moment, nodding approvingly at the scene. Well done. You've established a bond with your beast quite quickly. It seems that although the cat you chose appears ordinary, it has a high compatibility with you. The surrounding classmates took notice of the commotion. Some glanced over with curiosity, only to dismiss it when they saw that the gray creature was merely an ordinary cat. Turning back to continue their own emotional communications with their beasts. Ling Chen, however, remained unfazed. He understood that while Gray might be weak at present, as long as they continued to deepen their bond and diligently train, it would undoubtedly grow stronger. He looked down at the gray creature, which raised its head to meet his gaze with its sapphire-like eyes, its tail gently swaying. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting a warm and bright glow upon the pair. A smile graced Ling Chen's lips. His journey in beast mastery, the cultivation of their bond, officially commenced at this very moment. Chapter 6, The First Battle. As the bell for the beast cultivation class rang, Instructor Zhou stepped onto the podium holding a wooden token inscribed with the words Battle Drill, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere in the classroom. From today onward, we will officially embark on practical combat training in beast mastery. Instructor Zhou's gaze swept across the class. The growth of a beast master is inextricably linked to practical battle experience. Only through combat can one identify the shortcomings of their beasts and refine the synergy between you and them. Today's task is quite simple. Form pairs and engage in one-on-one battles. I will score your performance. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted throughout the classroom. Most students were eagerly rubbing their hands together in anticipation, while the gray creature in Ling Chen's arms seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and cautiously shrank into his sleeve. Now, we will pair off according to seating order. The first pair is Zhang Hao versus Ling Chen. As Instructor Zhou's voice fell, a slightly plump boy immediately stood up. It was Zhang Hao, the same individual who had previously mocked Ling Chen for choosing Gray in the awakening room. With a sense of pride, he patted the cage beside him, and a small cheetah, adorned in a coat of pale yellow fur, emerged. This was the very creature that Ling Chen had once relinquished. At this moment, the little cheetah had grown considerably more robust compared to 2 weeks prior, its limbs exhibiting defined muscle contours, its gaze imbued with a feral fierceness. Ling Chen, I never expected us to meet so soon, Zhang Hao declared as he stepped into the central dueling area of the classroom, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. My little cheetah belongs to the animal system, boasting remarkable speed and formidable attack power. I hope your little cat isn't too frightened to show itself. The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, Zhang Hao's cheetah is a mid-tier potential beast pet, having consumed a considerable amount of soul energy crystals over the past fortnight. It must be quite powerful. Ling Chen's gray only knows a single clawing skill. How can it compete? I bet on Zhang Hao winning, and it won't even take 10 moves. Ling Chen paid no heed to the chatter, gently stroking Gray's head, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Gray, do not fear. We may not necessarily lose. Even if we do, it matters not. As long as we give our all. Gray seemed to understand his words, peeking out from his sleeve, although its sapphire-like eyes still bore a hint of anxiety. They were predominantly filled with trust in its master. Ling Chen cradled Gray and walked to the opposite side of the dueling area, gently placing it on the ground. Go. Gray, do not be afraid. Gray meowed softly, cautiously making its way to the center of the dueling area. Its size was notably smaller than that of the cheetah, its gray fur appearing somewhat inconspicuous under the sunlight, starkly contrasting with the imposing presence of the cheetah. The duel begins. Instructor Zhou announced with authority. Zhang Hao immediately commanded his cheetah, use pounce. Upon receiving the command, the cheetah propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, resembling an arrow loosed from a bow. Its speed leaving behind merely a faint yellow afterimage. Its claws shimmered with a faint light of soul energy, indicating the enhancement of its power, should it connect. Gray would undoubtedly sustain injury. Gray dodge. Ling Chen's heart leapt into his throat as he shouted. Though nervous, Gray reacted swiftly. Utilizing its diminutive size, it leapt to the side just in time to evade the cheetah's assault. The cheetah, having missed its target, skidded to a halt, leaving shallow marks on the ground, and readied itself for a second attack. Not bad. It managed to evade, Zhang Hao remarked, raising an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. But do you think this will secure victory? Cheetah, use Claw Strike. The cheetah launched another assault, this time circling behind Gray and aiming its sharp claws at the little creature's back. Gray, turn around, Ling Chen shouted, thinking quickly. Gray immediately spun around, extending its small claws in an attempt to block the attack. Yet, its claws were far too feeble, lacking any soul energy enhancement. Upon collision with the cheetah's claws, it was instantly repelled, stumbling back 2 steps and letting out a pained meow. Gray, Ling Chen's heart clenched, yearning to rush forward, but he was restrained by Instructor Zhou. A duel is a duel. Interference is not permitted, Zhou's calm voice resonated. This is a trial Gray must endure, as must you. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to intervene, and continued to direct Gray. Gray, remain calm. Use Claw. This was the only skill Gray possessed, relying solely on instinct without any soul energy enhancement. Gray, upon receiving the command, mustered its courage and charged toward the cheetah, extending its little claws toward its leg. However, the cheetah's speed was overwhelming. With a light leap, it evaded Gray's attack and swiftly swiped its tail at the little creature. Gray was struck, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground, covered in dust. Haha, is this the beast you chose? It can't even touch my cheetah. Zhang Hao guffawed triumphantly. Ling Chen, you should concede to spare your little cat from injury. The classmates chimed in agreement. Yes, Ling Chen, concede. If this continues, Gray will be hurt. This is not even a fair match. Conceding is not shameful. Ling Chen gazed at Gray, who lay on the ground, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that Gray had given its all, yet its strength was simply too inadequate, possessing only a single clawing skill, rendering it unable to contend with the cheetah. Gray rose from the ground, shaking its head and gazing once more at the cheetah, the earlier tension in its eyes replaced with a flicker of determination. It meowed softly, as if conveying to Ling Chen that it was still ready to fight. Well done, Gray. A warm surge filled Ling Chen's heart. He took a deep breath, finding his composure. We shall not concede. Let us continue the fight. He realized that they could not afford to confront the cheetah head-on. They needed to seek an opportunity. However, the cheetah's speed was too great, and its ferocity prevented Gray from coming close. In a matter of minutes, Gray had endured multiple attacks from the cheetah. Though it had not sustained severe injuries, several shallow scratches adorned its body, and its breathing had become somewhat labored. It was evident that if this continued, Gray would eventually succumb to the cheetah's onslaught. Ling Chen felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he clenched his fists, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He knew that to secure victory, he needed to identify the cheetah's weakness. Yet, the cheetah's swiftness rendered its movements nearly imperceptible, making it all the more challenging to discern any vulnerabilities. At that moment, he recalled his father's words. Every beast has its weakness. Even the most formidable of creatures cannot be flawless. With careful observation, one can always uncover their flaws. Yes, observation. Ling Chen forced himself to remain calm, meticulously analyzing the cheetah's movements, its every leap, every strike, every turn. Gradually, he discerned a detail. After each pounce, the cheetah exhibited a brief moment of hesitation when turning, and its waist appeared somewhat rigid. Could it be that the cheetah's waist was compromised? Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. He resolved to take a gamble. Gray, heed my command. When the cheetah pounces again, sidestep and close in, targeting its waist with your claws. Gray appeared hesitant, but ultimately nodded, preparing itself. Zhang Hao, noticing Ling Chen's refusal to concede, wore an impatient expression. Since he refused to give up, I shall not hold back. Cheetah, pounce, and end this battle. The cheetah, upon receiving the command, launched itself at Gray once more, its speed even more formidable than before, the glow of soul energy on its claws intensifying. Now's the time. Gray, go, Ling Chen shouted. Gray inhaled deeply, sidestepping, and then charged toward the cheetah, extending its tiny claws toward the exposed waist. This time, the cheetah did indeed falter in its turn, its waist unwittingly laid bare before Gray. Though Gray's claws were slight, they landed accurately on the cheetah's waist. Ow! The cheetah let out a pained cry, its body losing balance and crashing to the ground. Zhang Hao's smile froze instantly. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the fallen cheetah. How is this possible? How could my cheetah be caught by your little cat? Ling Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that he had made the right wager. The cheetah's waist was indeed its vulnerability. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting advantage, and the cheetah would soon recover. He had to seize this moment to conclude the battle. Gray, take this opportunity and strike again at its waist. Ling Chen commanded emphatically. Upon receiving the command, Hui Hui darted towards the small cheetah, extending its tiny paws to grasp at its waist once more. Just as the small cheetah attempted to rise, it was struck by Hui Hui, emitting a pained cry and curling up on the ground, unable to rise again. Little cheetah, Zhang Hao exclaimed anxiously, wanting to rush forward. Yet he was restrained by Instructor Zhou. The battle is over. Ling Chen wins. Instructor Zhou's voice rang out, tinged with surprise and admiration. I did not anticipate that you would discern the little cheetah's weakness. Quite impressive indeed. The surrounding classmates were equally astonished. Those who had mocked Ling Chen moments ago now fell silent, their expressions filled with incredulity. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson as he gazed at the fallen small cheetah, then looked at Ling Chen and Hui Hui. His lips moved slightly, but no words escaped. Ling Chen hurried to Hui Hui's side, cradling it gently and caressing the scratches on its body. Hui Hui, are you all right? You've worked hard. Hui Hui mewed softly, nuzzling against his palm as if to convey that it was unscathed. Ling Chen looked at Hui Hui in his arms, his heart swelling with gratitude. Had it not been for Hui Hui's perseverance and its willingness to trust him, he would not have triumphed in this battle. He knew that this victory was a result of their combined efforts. Moreover, this was merely the inaugural battle on his journey as a beast master. A multitude of challenges awaited him and Hui Hui in the future. Chapter 7. Zhang Hao. The battle concluded. Instructor Zhou approached, retrieving a pale white crystal core from his pocket and handing it to Ling Chen. This is a first-tier soul power crystal core, awarded to you as a reward for winning the battle. Crush it and mix it with food for Hui Hui. It will aid in restoring its stamina and slightly enhance its soul power. Of course, this is your prize, and you may choose to sell it if you wish. That is your right. However, as your mentor, I hope you will utilize all available resources for your own improvement, as strength is paramount. Thank you, Instructor Zhou. Ling Chen's eyes brightened, eagerly accepting the crystal core. This was a first-tier core, worth 5 copper soul coins in the market, a precious resource for him at this moment. Zhang Hao also approached, cradling the small cheetah, a look of frustration and reluctance on his face. I lost, but don't get too smug. Next time, I will surely defeat you. He glanced at Hui Hui and Ling Chen's arms, and added, your cat is indeed quite formidable. Ling Chen smiled, refraining from retorting. He understood that this victory relied more on luck and observation. In terms of sheer strength, Hui Hui and the small cheetah still had a considerable gap to bridge. Next time, I will be stronger, Ling Chen declared earnestly. Zhang Hao paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. All right, let us have a rematch next time. The surrounding classmates gathered around, chattering excitedly. Who would have thought Ling Chen would defeat Zhang Hao? Just moments ago, when he had that cat pounce on the cheetah's waist, I thought he had lost his mind. Turns out he had already identified its weakness. This cat looks unassuming, yet it's astonishing. It faced the small cheetah numerous times without flinching. Goodness, what kind of wild cat can take on a cheetah, even if they are both novice beast masters? Wait. It should still be a wild cat, still rather weak. I believe it's more about Ling Chen's skillful command and a bit of luck. What a shame. If not for this cat, he might have achieved great things. Hearing these discussions ignited Ling Chen's desire to grow stronger. He glanced down at Hui Hui, who seemed to sense the chatter, its tail swaying gently as it nestled closer to him, displaying a worried demeanor. Ling Chen, noticing this, gently stroked the little cat's back to offer comfort and encouragement. Instructor Zhou clapped his hands, signaling for silence. All right, the first battle has concluded. Let us proceed with the next round of group matches. Remember, the purpose of practical combat is not merely to win or lose, but to cultivate your coordination and cooperation with your beasts, thereby enhancing yourselves. Both beast masters and their companions must grow through repeated battles. In the subsequent matches, Ling Chen chose not to participate again, instead sitting in a corner with Hui Hui and studying the first-tier soul power crystal core. The core was pale white, with smooth edges and a hard texture, akin to jade, egg-sized, and emanating faint waves of soul power, warm to the touch. Hui Hui, this crystal core can help you regain your strength and enhance your soul power, Ling Chen murmured. Later, I will crush it and mix it with your food. Hui Hui mewed in response, nuzzling his palm as if to acknowledge his words. Ling Chen recalled the earlier battle, silently resolving to observe Hui Hui's growth more closely and to diligently study the knowledge of beast mastery. Only by mastering more techniques and methods could he safeguard Hui Hui in future battles and strengthen himself. The subsequent matches of others clearly did not shine as brightly as the earlier showdown between Ling Chen and Zhang Hao. The clumsy commands of novice beast masters, along with some beast companions who completely disregarded commands or lacked understanding, contributed to a series of mishaps. Yet, Ling Chen was oblivious to these occurrences. Having taken out his textbook from his backpack, he settled in the corner, opened it, and focused on the chapter regarding analysis of beast weaknesses. Sunlight streamed onto the pages, illuminating both him and Hui Hui, and as the pages rustled, the duo nestled together, exuding a sense of warmth and tranquility. Ling Chen understood that this victory was merely a beginning. His journey as a beast master was still long, with many challenges ahead for him and Hui Hui. Yet he felt confident. As long as they persevered and grew together, they would surely overcome all obstacles and ascend to greater heights. The spirit of youth is never daunted by peril. As the class bell chimed, Ling Chen carefully placed the first-tier soul power crystal core into his backpack, then cradling Hui Hui. He exited the school alongside his classmates. Ling Chen, wait for me, came Zhang Hao's voice from behind. Ling Chen paused, turning to see Zhang Hao, face flushed, hastily approaching while cradling the small cheetah. Is something the matter? Ling Chen inquired. Zhang Hao scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment upon his face. Earlier, I apologize. I should not have mocked you and Hui Hui. After a brief pause, he continued. Also, thank you for showing mercy and not allowing Hui Hui to continue attacking the small cheetah's waist. Ling Chen was taken aback for a moment before smiling in response. I merely wished to prevent the beast from sustaining severe injuries. It was just a battle, and there was no need for it to be life or death. Besides, we are classmates, are we not? Absolutely. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. We can train together from now on. My small cheetah is swift, and your Hui Hui has keen observation skills. We can learn from one another. Ling Chen was somewhat surprised and pleased by Zhang Hao's approach. Yet inwardly he thought that Hui Hui was still too weak and needed further training. He nodded in agreement. Sure, no problem. Wonderful. Zhang Hao exclaimed excitedly. How about we meet at the training grounds after school tomorrow? Seeing the enthusiasm and youthful spirit in Zhang Hao's demeanor, Ling Chen agreed. All right. Watching Zhang Hao depart with the small cheetah, a smile crept across Ling Chen's face. He had not anticipated that a single battle would not only yield a reward, but also lead to the acquisition of a friend. He looked down at Hui Hui in his arms and softly said, Hui Hui, look, he gained another friend. In the future, during training, we will have company. So we must strive harder, otherwise, we may be looked down upon. Hui Hui mewed softly, its tail swaying gently, as if in agreement with Ling Chen's words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden afterglow spread across the streets of the riverside city, enveloping both Ling Chen and Hui Hui in its warm embrace. Ling Chen cradled Hui Hui in his arms, steadily making his way home, his steps firm and his gaze imbued with determination and hope. Meanwhile, the lion statue at the school gate, which Ling Chen had touched, inadvertently radiated a shimmering brilliance. Chapter 8, Class. The following morning, as dawn's light began to filter through, Ling Chen awoke. Hui Hui, unlike an ordinary kitten, had risen even earlier, gently nuzzling his chin with its small head and emitting soft, mewing sounds. Its tail brushing lightly against his arm. Awake already? Ling Chen chuckled, ruffling the fur atop Hui Hui's head, his fingertips distinctly noting how the little creature's coat had grown even smoother since he began feeding its soul energy crystal powder daily. After completing his morning routine, he retrieved a Tier 1 soul energy crystal from his backpack, gently shattering it with a small hammer left by his father, grinding it into fine powder, and mixing a portion into the minced meat and fish he had prepared for Hui Hui. Eat up, and once you're finished, we'll head to school for training. Ling Chen nudged the bowl towards Hui Hui, observing as it devoured its meal with gusto, while he himself nibbled on a steamed bun. After breakfast, he stepped out promptly, holding Hui Hui in his arms. On the way, he encountered Zhang Hao, who was also shouldering a backpack, cradling a small cheetah, and carrying a cloth bag. From a distance, he waved and called out, Ling Chen, over here. You're early. Ling Chen quickened his pace, approaching Zhang Hao, who had several wooden targets and a roll of bandages peeking from his bag. What are these for? Ling Chen inquired. These are for training speed and attack power. Zhang Hao replied, patting his bag. I specially found some wooden targets from home that can withstand attacks from Tier 2 spirit beasts. We can have our pets practice their skills on them. He then shook a small vial in his hand. This is an ointment for external injuries my dad gave me. I'm giving this to you in case your pet gets hurt during training. Despite Zhang Hao's family running a beast training ground, Ling Chen felt a warm sensation in his heart at the thoughtfulness of his companion. He hadn't expected that the very opponent he had faced yesterday would go to such lengths to prepare training supplies, even offering to share with him. The two walked side by side towards the school, engrossed in discussions about beast taming knowledge. Although Zhang Hao had a carefree demeanor, he possessed considerable understanding of animal-type spirit beasts, articulating everything from tackling techniques to methods for enhancing speed with expertise. While Ling Chen shared insights he had gleaned from fundamentals of beast taming, such as analyzing spirit beast weaknesses and synchronizing soul energy training, they were thoroughly enjoying their conversation. Upon arriving at school, with more than half an hour until class began, they headed straight for the training ground. Zhang Hao secured the wooden target to the ground and commanded his small cheetah, Cheetah, strike the target's center. The cheetah, responding to the command, launched itself towards the target, its claws imbued with a faint trace of soul energy, leaving a shallow mark at the center. Impressive. Much stronger than yesterday. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction before turning to Ling Chen. Your turn, Ling Chen. Shall we let Hui Hui give it a try? Ling Chen placed Hui Hui gently on the ground before another wooden target. Hui Hui, use your claws to strike the target's center. With a mule, Hui Hui scampered to the target, extending its claws in an attempt to strike. Unfortunately, its strength was insufficient, leaving only a faint white mark that barely registered as a trace. Don't worry, take your time, Ling Chen reassured, kneeling to stroke Hui Hui's head. Let us focus on building strength. With daily practice, progress is inevitable. Recalling the soul energy guidance technique he had read about, he concentrated, channeling a faint stream of soul energy through their bond to Hui Hui, attempting to concentrate the energy in its claws for another attempt. Hui Hui seemed to sense the soul energy, summoning its own as its little claws shimmered with a soft white glow. It lunged once more at the wooden target, this time leaving a distinct scratch mark at the center. It worked. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Hao approached, astonished. This method is effective. I didn't realize Hui Hui could guide soul energy. Why didn't you use this during our battle? I was too nervous and forgot about this technique. Ling Chen replied with a smile, concealing the fact that this was his first successful attempt at guiding soul energy. He decided it was best to keep this achievement quiet, as Hui Hui was rather extraordinary. Simultaneously, he made a mental note to integrate soul energy guidance and skill training in future sessions, which would undoubtedly accelerate Hui Hui's growth. The class bell chimed, prompting the two to hastily gather their pets and rush to the classroom. The first lesson of the morning was on types and attributes of spirit beasts, taught by Mentor Wang. He hung a massive chart of spirit beast attributes on the blackboard. Pointing at the icons as he explained, let us review. Spirit beasts are classified into 8 major categories: elemental, animal, plant, holy, undead, null, dragon, and mysterious. The attribute relationships among these categories are generally consistent. However, today we will discuss exceptions. We refer to the restrained attributes as child and the restraining attributes as mother. When the child is excessively strong, a counter-restraining effect may occur, while if the mother is overly powerful, the restraining relationship is doubled, termed as double restraining, with the multiplier dependent on the spirit beast in question. Mentor Wang elaborated extensively, providing numerous examples. For instance, Zhang Hao's cheetah belongs to the animal category, known for its speed and strong attack power, typically effective against earth-type beasts. However, it would be restrained by wood-type spirit beasts, such as the thorn demon, as the parasitic seeds would expedite the absorption of its energy, while the vines would hinder its speed. As for Ling Chen's Hui Hui, it is currently of an indeterminate category, possibly a common spirit beast. Or perhaps it possesses hidden attributes, or is a special beast yet to reveal its nature. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen instinctively reached for Hui Hui in his arms. The information from potential insight resurfacing in his mind. Attributes. Unlockable through talent evolution. He became even more convinced that Hui Hui was no ordinary stray cat. Its secrets would simply require time to unveil. The afternoon class focused on the fundamental application of soul energy, taught by Mentor Zhou. He instructed the students on how to absorb the ambient soul energy of the world through meditation to elevate their own soul energy levels, as well as how to channel soul energy to enhance their pets' meridians, facilitating their absorption of the surrounding soul energy for cultivation. It was said that over time, this could slightly improve their inherent qualities. The soul energy of a beast tamer and that of their spirit beast are mutually reinforcing. The stronger your soul energy, the more support you can provide to your spirit beast, and conversely, the more robust your spirit beast's soul energy, the more it can nurture your own growth. However, since soul energy is derived from meridians, the stronger your soul energy, the more robust your meridians become. Therefore, the amount of soul energy required to advance through each of the 9 tiers increases, rendering progression more challenging, albeit with a corresponding enhancement in power. After explaining, Mentor Zhou proceeded to demonstrate how to channel soul energy through a spirit beast. Observe closely, he instructed. Concentrate the soul energy at your fingertips and gently brush it over the spirit beast's body, following the direction of its fur. This will aid in unblocking the soul energy pathways and enhance absorption efficiency. The students eagerly imitated his actions, and Ling Chen attempted to concentrate soul energy at his fingertips, lightly gliding over Hui Hui's body. Hui Hui closed its eyes in delight, emitting a contented purr, while a soft white glow enveloped it, a clear sign that its soul energy was being activated. Excellent work, Ling Chen, Mentor Zhou remarked as he approached, commending him. Your control over soul energy is quite stable, and your affinity with spirit beasts is commendable. Keep it up. Ling Chen felt a surge of happiness and dedicated himself to practicing more diligently. After school, he and Zhang Hao returned to the training ground, applying the knowledge they had gained in the morning to refine their pet's soul energy and skill training. Zhang Hao instructed his cheetah on how to incorporate soul energy into its strikes for enhanced attack power, while Ling Chen guided Hui Hui on how to control its soul energy to strengthen its clawing skills. As the sun set, The two finally concluded their training. The cheetah's claw strikes had begun to leave deep marks on the wooden targets, while Hui Hui could effortlessly tear through the outer layer of the target. What a fruitful day! Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming with excitement. I never anticipated that the soul power grooming would be so effective. Little Cheetah was evidently much more spirited during today as training than yesterday. Indeed, knowledge is truly invaluable, Ling Chen replied with profound understanding. Previously, he had merely focused on rigorous training, oblivious to the myriad techniques and methods available. Now, he comprehended that to become the most formidable beast master, one must not only exert effort, but also possess a foundation of knowledge. The two agreed to continue their training together the following day, each cradling their beast companions as they made their way home. On the way, Hui Hui nestled in Ling Chen's arms had already succumbed to slumber, its tiny paws emanating a faint glow, as though practicing its claw skills in a dream. Ling Chen gazed down at it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon returning home, Lilan had already prepared dinner. Spotting Ling Chen and Hui Hui, she hurried over, inquiring, was today's training exhausting? Wash your hands and come to eat. I've made meat porridge for Hui Hui as well. Ling Chen nodded with a smile, his heart swelling with warmth. He knew that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, his home would always be his most steadfast support. After dinner, instead of resting immediately, he retrieved fundamental knowledge for beast masters and resumed his diligent reading. Under the soft glow of the lamp, his silhouette and Hui Hui's little nest were cozily intertwined. The ordinary rhythm of daily life, now imbued with purpose and companionship, transformed into something extraordinary. Growth, too, quietly unfolded amidst the relentless efforts and perseverance of each passing day. Chapter 9. Weekend Assessment. As the final class of Friday afternoon concluded, the entrance of Jiangxing No. 1 High School erupted into lively chatter. Ling Chen, cradling Hui Hui, bid farewell to Zhang Hao and briskly made his way home. This week's training and studies had reaped bountiful rewards. He had not only mastered the technique of soul power grooming, but had also collaboratively devised a strength training regimen suitable for Hui Hui. He looked forward to solidifying these gains over the weekend. Just as he reached his doorstep, he noticed Lin Jianjun standing beneath the old locust tree in the yard, wielding a meticulously polished short knife, with a specially crafted wooden target positioned nearby. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Jianjun turned, his gaze scrutinizing Hui Hui in Ling Chen's embrace. How did your week at school go? Has Hui Hui made any progress in strength? Ling Chen felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing his father was ready to assess the results. He gently set Hui Hui down and replied earnestly, I learned about the attributes of beast companions, the fundamentals of soul power application, and practiced soul power guidance along with skill coordination. Hui Hui can now concentrate its soul power in its claws for a claw attack, which is significantly stronger than before. Oh. Lin Jianjun raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the wooden target. Let us see if Hui Hui can break this target. This target was thicker than those at school, its surface adorned with fine wood grain, evidently prepared by Lin Jianjun with intention. Ling Chen crouched down and patted Hui Hui's head. Hui Hui, do not be afraid. Just hit the target's center like you practiced at school. With a soft meow, Hui Hui trotted to the target, its eyes fixated on the bullseye. Taking a deep breath, its small paws shimmered with a faint white light, a sign of concentrated soul power. Suddenly, it leaped forward, its claws fiercely striking the center of the target. A light crack sounded as the target not only bore a distinct claw mark, but also developed a fine fissure. Lin Jianjun's eyes sparkled, a rare smile breaking across his face. Impressive. In just half a month, to have trained an ordinary kitten to this extent speaks volumes of your dedication. He paused, then inquired, and what about yourself? Has your soul power improved? As a first-tier beast master, how many times can you guide skills? What level are you now? I meditate daily as instructed by my mentor. My soul power has increased by approximately 30% since awakening. I am now at level 2 of the first tier, able to guide Hui's claw skill 5 times in succession before my soul power runs low. Ling Chen answered truthfully. Well, that is a commendable effort. And your soul power training is progressing steadily, Lin Jianjun mused, acknowledging that neither of them possessed exceptional talent, thus he could not set expectations too high. He nodded, stepping closer and patting Ling Chen's shoulder. But remember, the strength of a beast master lies not only in their beasts and soul power, but also in their resolve. You aspire to be the strongest beast master, a lofty goal indeed, but along the way, you will encounter many individuals with greater talent and resources. While you can catch up through hard work now, what will happen in the future? When faced with setbacks, will you still be able to persevere? This question struck Ling Chen like a heavy hammer, resonating within his heart. He glanced down at Hui Hui, who was nuzzling against his pant leg, and recalled the steadfastness he had felt in the awakening room, as well as his determination during the battle with Zhang Hao. His gaze instantly transformed, brimming with unwavering resolve. Father, I must see the world beyond. No matter the obstacles I face, I will not give up. I wish to become a powerful protector for you and Hui. This determination will remain unchanged. Lin Jianjun regarded the light in his son's eyes, remaining silent for a moment before responding slowly. Very well, I believe in you. However, determination alone is insufficient. Action is paramount. This weekend, do not be idle. Spend the day familiarizing yourself with the environment on the outskirts of the back mountain, taking Hui out for some hunting. In the evening, we will train in the yard, and I will serve as your examiner. Thank you, father. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had longed to explore the back mountain, where low-tier soul beasts would be perfect for practical training. Early Saturday morning, before dawn, Ling Chen was awakened by Lin Jianjun. He quickly washed up and fed Hui some firehorn sheep meat mixed with crystal powder. The adult firehorn sheep, merely a first-tier creature, was manageable for 3 or 4 adults to take down. Still not extinct, it thrived due to its unceasing reproductive capacity, producing 7 or 8 offspring per litter. Along with Hunter's Mercy, Ling Chen then equipped himself with a short knife and a cloth bag, following his father towards the Qingshan mountain range. In the woods surrounding the back mountain, the mist had yet to dissipate, and the air was rich with the fragrance of earth and foliage. As they walked, Lin Jianjun cautioned, the outskirts of the back mountain are home to first-tier soul beasts like the venomous tooth rat and gale rabbit. The teeth of the venomous tooth rat are toxic, while the gale rabbit is exceptionally swift. Exercise caution. Today, we will observe and familiarize ourselves with the terrain, noting the markers of Qingshan Forest. You must not venture beyond that. Ling Chen nodded earnestly, his eyes keenly observing the surroundings. Hui, nestled in his embrace, became alert as well, its ears perked high and occasionally emitting low meows, seemingly warning him of the presence of soul beasts nearby. The two traversed the woods for the better part of the morning. Lin Jianjun pointed to a pine tree marked with the character Qing, stating, "This is the marker for Qingshan Forest. Venturing further in would be perilous given your current strength. It would be tantamount to courting death." He also taught Ling Chen how to discern the types of soul beasts through their footprints and droppings, as well as how to retreat swiftly when danger approached. By the time they concluded this tutorial, evening had already fallen, and Ling Chen had yet to begin hunting, leaving him no choice but to return the next day. Upon returning home that evening, Li Lan had already prepared dinner. After the meal, Ling Chen wasted no time resting. He immediately took Hui into the yard to commence training. Lin Jianjun settled onto a small stool nearby, occasionally pointing out Ling Chen's mistakes. Your soul power guidance is too hasty. You're pouring soul power into Hui's claws before it's ready, which not only wastes energy, but could also harm it. Let Hui run around the target to practice speed, and don't forget to observe its breathing rhythm to avoid overexertion. Under his father's guidance, Ling Chen adjusted his training methods. He no longer solely pursued the strength of the claw strikes, but allowed Hui to engage in speed training, running laps around the yard while gently guiding its breathing with soul power. Hui seemed to adapt well to this training, growing increasingly swift, its small form leaving behind grayish afterimages as it dashed about the yard. Excellent. Your speed has improved significantly since this morning. Lin Jianjun nodded approvingly, suddenly calling out, "Watch out. I'm going to throw something. Let Hui dodge." With that, he picked up a small stone and hurled it towards the running Hui. "Hui, dodge." Ling Chen shouted urgently. Hui reacted with lightning speed, leaping sideways to easily evade the stone. Yet, at the very instant it touched the ground, Lin Jianjun hurled a second stone, this time with a more cunning angle, aimed precisely at the side of Hui. Hui's pupils constricted, and its body suddenly erupted with a faint gray luminescence. Its already swift speed was instantaneously augmented, darting past like a gray shadow. Not only did it evade the stone, but it also surged forward a couple of steps, coming to a steady halt in front of Ling Chen, panting heavily, its sapphire-like eyes brimming with exhilaration. At that moment, a clear sensation suddenly resonated in Ling Chen's mind. A prompt from Potential Insight detected that the beast companion has triggered its potential under extreme conditions, successfully comprehending a new skill. Speed Burst. Skill effect. Increases movement speed by 50, reduces sound emitted while moving, lasting for 10 seconds, cooldown time of 30 seconds. A new skill. Ling Chen was both astonished and elated, swiftly scooping Hui into his arms, checking its condition. Hui, have you learned a new skill? It's called Speed Burst, allowing you to run faster and more quietly. Hui seemed to comprehend, nuzzling against his chin and emitting a proud meow. Lin Jianjun also rose to his feet, stepping closer, his gaze filled with approval. Not bad, to comprehend a new skill under the pressure of real combat. This little cat's potential is indeed remarkable. It is certainly not an ordinary feline. It seems your initial choice was the right one. Gaining his father's approval, Ling Chen's heart swelled with joy, sweeter than honey. He embraced Hui, circling around the yard in exuberance, exclaiming, "Hui Wei, with speed burst, our speed deficiency is diminished." Hui Wei meowed in response, its tail held high, seemingly echoing his sentiments. As the moon hung overhead, the training in the yard finally came to an end. Li Lan brought out a late-night snack and placed it on the stone table in the yard, looking at the jubilant Ling Chen and the lively Hui Wei. She smiled and said, "Look at how happy you are, but don't get too proud. The road ahead is still long." "I know, mother." Ling Chen sat down and served Hui Hui a bowl of fire-braised mutton. "I want to be arrogant. I will continue to strive to make Hui Hui stronger and to strengthen myself." Lin Jianjun took a sip of wine, observing his son's resolute gaze. A smile of contentment graced his lips. He understood that his son had embarked on a path filled with challenges, yet brimming with hope. And this seemingly ordinary gray cat might very well be the greatest ally on his son's journey to the pinnacle. After dinner, Ling Chen sat beneath the ancient locust tree in the yard, cradling Hui Hui, gazing up at the stars above. Hui Hui lay in his embrace, already asleep, its tiny paws occasionally twitching as if practicing speed burst in its dreams. Ling Chen gently stroked Hui Hui's fur, his heart overflowing with anticipation. He knew that mastering speed burst was merely a new beginning. Next, he needed to ensure Hui Hui adeptly commanded this skill, while also continuing to seek methods to enhance their strength. As night deepened, the yard fell silent, with only the rhythmic breathing of the boy and his cat, intertwined with the occasional distant chirping of insects, forming a unique nocturne. Chapter 10, The First Hunt. As the Sunday morning sun pierced the thin mist of the Qinghuan Mountains, Ling Chen, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a short knife secured at his waist, stood at the entrance of the outer area of the back mountain, cradling the spirited Hui Hui. Lin Jianjun stood by his side, holding a crudely drawn map of the back mountain, imparting one final reminder. Remember, only move within the marked areas. And if you encounter a soul beast you cannot defeat, run immediately. Do not be reckless. The beast-repelling powder and healing ointment are packed. Stay calm in emergencies. Rely on your intellect rather than sheer force. Understood, father. Ling Chen nodded vigorously, carefully accepting the map. Aside from the emergency supplies prepared by his father, his backpack also contained small pieces of jerky he had specially set aside for Hui Hui, a reward for training and after a successful hunt, which he had requested his mother to save the previous day. Hui Hui seemed to sense that today's destination was different, squirming restlessly in his arms, its sapphire eyes curiously surveying the surrounding woods, ears perked upright, missing not even the slightest rustle of the wind. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Ling Chen gently patted its head, following his father's teachings to locate the carved blue mark on the tree at the entrance, indicating the boundary of the Qingmu forest, which was also the limit of his activities for the day. Once assured of the direction, he embraced Hui Hui and stepped lightly into the woods. The trees in the outer area of the back mountain were not overly dense. However, the vegetation was scattered, with the ground covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Ling Chen slowed his pace, crouching down, meticulously observing his surroundings as his father had instructed, checking the tree trunks for claw marks, the ground for fresh footprints, and the underbrush for any signs of movement. Hui Hui, nestled in his arms, became unusually quiet, only its nose twitching occasionally as if detecting the scent of soul beasts. After walking for about 15 minutes, a sudden rustling emerged from the thicket ahead. Ling Chen immediately halted, gently placing Hui Hui on the ground and signaling for silence. Hui Hui understood, creeping along the ground towards the underbrush. "It's a gale rabbit." Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He had seen depictions of this soul beast on the map. It was larger than an ordinary rabbit, with pointed ears adorned with light blue fur and muscular hind legs, known for its incredible speed. It was one of the most common types among first-tier soul beasts and an ideal target for novice hunters. In the thicket, a gray-brown gale rabbit was nibbling on grass, completely unaware of the impending danger. Hui Hui crouched low to the ground, its body slightly arched, tail swaying gently, a sign of preparing to pounce. Hui Hui, wait until it lifts its head, then use speed burst to circle behind it. Don't let it escape. Ling Chen whispered, relaying the command through their bond. He knew the gale rabbit's weakness lay in its abdomen, and when it fled, it would only move forward or sideways, rarely paying attention to what lay behind. Hui Hui let out a soft meow in acknowledgement. Just as the gale rabbit finished its clump of grass and lifted its head to change locations, Hui Hui suddenly unleashed speed burst. A pale gray light enveloped its form, and its already petite figure became even more agile, leaving almost no trace as it silently circled behind the gale rabbit. By the time the gale rabbit sensed the disturbance, it was too late. Hui Hui's claws, infused with concentrated soul power, struck fiercely at its abdomen. With a sharp yelp, the gale rabbit stumbled forward, attempting to escape. However, Hui had anticipated this, quickly using the speed advantage of Speed Burst to circle back to its side. Claws once more raking across its leg. The Gale Rabbit was indeed fast, but it faltered before Hui, now empowered by Speed Burst. After several evasive maneuvers, it bore multiple claw marks, its movements gradually slowing. Now, Ling Chen rushed forward, employing the method his father had taught him, pulling out a prepared thin rope with a hook from his backpack. As the Gale Rabbit turned, he precisely ensnared its hind leg, yanking it down to the ground. Hui immediately pounced, pinning the Gale Rabbit's neck, emitting a low, cautious meow, its eyes filled with vigilance. The Gale Rabbit struggled momentarily, but upon realizing there was no escape, it ceased its movements, gazing fearfully at the boy and his cat. "We did it." Ling Chen exhaled in relief, an excited smile breaking across his face. This was his and Hui's first collaborative hunt, and he had not anticipated it going so smoothly. He crouched down, gently stroking Hui's head. "Hui, you were magnificent." Then he retrieved a small piece of jerky from his backpack, presenting it to Hui as a reward. Hui took the jerky, nibbling at it contentedly, its eyes shining with pride. Meanwhile, Ling Chen cautiously examined the Gale Rabbit's injuries. Although the claw marks on its abdomen were few, they had struck its vital spot, rendering it incapable of resistance, making it suitable for extracting its crystal core. He extracted a small dagger from the cloth bag, a tool his father had meticulously sharpened for him. With a delicate incision at the head of the Gale Rabbit, he carefully retrieved a pale blue soul core, the essence of a first-tier Gale Rabbit, encapsulating pure wind-type soul energy, which would significantly aid Hui in enhancing its speed. The core was commendable, possessing a high degree of purity. Satisfied, Ling Chen secured the core within the cloth bag and stowed away the carcass of the Gale Rabbit as well. While the core was the primary objective, the rabbit meat would provide a delightful addition to the family meal. Throughout the morning, Ling Chen and Hui successfully hunted 2 poison fang rats. Though smaller than the Gale Rabbit, the poison fang rats were more troublesome due to their venomous teeth. On their initial encounter, Hui inadvertently brushed against the rat's teeth, leaving a small red mark, but fortunately, it did not result in poisoning. "Are you all right?" Ling Chen exclaimed anxiously, lifting Hui into his arms. He retrieved a healing ointment from the cloth bag and gently applied it to Hui's paw. "Next time we face a poison fang rat, make sure to avoid its teeth, understood?" Hui meowed softly, nudging his palm with its head as if to comfort him. Having learned from their first experience, Ling Chen devised a new strategy for their second encounter with the poison fang rat. He instructed Hui to use Swift to draw the rat's attention while he maneuvered behind it. As it pursued Hui, he ensnared its body with a hooked rope, allowing Hui to launch the attack. This tactic proved effective, not only sparing Hui from injury, but also securing a poison fang rat's soul core. By midday, Ling Chen and Hui rested beneath a grand tree, their cloth bag now containing 3 first-tier soul cores and the carcasses of 2 soul beasts, far exceeding their initial expectations. He offered Hui some water and jerky while he munched on the steamed bun prepared by his mother, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. "Hui, look at our bounty today," Ling Chen said, presenting the Gale Rabbit's soul core before Hui. "This will help enhance your speed. I will grind it for you once we return." Curiously, Hui nudged the core with its nose, then gazed up at Ling Chen, emitting a low meow. Suddenly, a fierce howling echoed from a distance, a deep and menacing sound laden with danger. Ling Chen's expression shifted instantly. This was not the call of a first-tier soul beast. He swiftly cradled Hui and turned to face the source of the sound, where a yellow figure darted from the underbrush, charging towards him. It was a second-tier yellow-striped wolf. Ling Chen's heart raced. He had seen illustrations of this soul beast in his textbooks. Smaller than an ordinary wolf, it bore yellow stripes, sharp teeth, swift speed, and the ability to wield rudimentary wind-type skills, a perilous threat that occasionally lurked on the outskirts of the back mountain. The yellow-striped wolf was evidently drawn by the scent of blood from the soul beast carcasses, fixating on the cloth bag in Ling Chen's grasp, its eyes gleaming with avarice as it emitted a low growl. "This is bad." Ling Chen realized he was no match for the yellow-striped wolf. He immediately gathered Hui in his arms and fled, shouting, "Hui, use Swift to hold it off for a moment." Hui understood instantly, leaping from his grasp to activate Swift, darting in front of the yellow-striped wolf and swiping at its eyes with its claws. The wolf, taken aback by the audacity of the small cat, instinctively recoiled. This brief moment of hesitation granted Ling Chen the precious seconds he needed to escape. He sprinted along the route his father had taught him, heading towards the marked direction of the Qingmu forest while scattering beast-repelling powder behind him. The pungent odor of the powder caused the yellow-striped wolf to sneeze, slowing its pursuit. Yet, it swiftly regained its composure and resumed its chase after Ling Chen. "Hui, hurry up," Ling Chen called back. Hui promptly turned, activated Swift, and rapidly caught up, leaping into Ling Chen's embrace. The yellow-striped wolf's speed continued to escalate, closing in on them. Just then, Ling Chen spotted the green markings on a tree trunk, realizing he had finally reached the boundary of the Qingmu forest. According to his father's wisdom, while the yellow-striped wolf was dangerous, it rarely crossed into the Qingmu forest, fearing the more formidable soul beasts that resided within. Without hesitation, Ling Chen dashed into the safety of the Qingmu forest. As anticipated, the yellow-striped wolf halted at the boundary, letting out a series of frustrated growls at Ling Chen's retreating figure before ultimately turning away in defeat. Ling Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the tree trunk, gasping for breath, while Hui trembled in his arms, pressed tightly against him. It's all right, Hui, we are safe now. Ling Chen gently stroked Hui's back, soothing its frayed nerves. The preceding ordeal had been exceedingly harrowing. Without Hui's cooperation and the effectiveness of the beast-repelling powder, he might have been caught by the yellow-striped wolf. After a brief respite, Ling Chen dared not linger further. Cradling Hui, he swiftly altered his route towards home. He understood that although this experience had been perilous, it had also imparted invaluable lessons to both him and Hui. Real combat demanded not only skill and courage, but also composure and discernment. As they exited the back mountain, the sun hung low in the west. Lin Jianjun awaited anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing them return, he rushed over. How did it go? Are you both unharmed? Where's Hui? Father, I'm fine. And so is Hui, Ling Chen replied, briefly recounting the events, then producing the soul cores from the cloth bag. We hunted 3 soul beasts and obtained 3 first-tier soul cores. However, we encountered a second-tier yellow-striped wolf that nearly caught us. Lin Jianjun's expression fluctuated between pallor and relief as he absorbed the news. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. This was a lesson learned. In the future, we must prioritize safety during hunts. If faced with a soul beast that's beyond your capability, don't hesitate, just run. He paused, eyeing the soul cores in Ling Chen's hand, and added, nonetheless, your ability to return safely while evading the yellow-striped wolf, as well as your use of beast-repelling powder in tandem with Hui, is commendable. Ling Chen nodded, mentally noting the lesson learned. He recognized that to become the most formidable beast master, mere effort and talent were insufficient. One must also learn how to safeguard oneself and one's companions in the face of danger. On the journey home, the sunset cast a warm glow upon him and Hui. Despite the earlier thrill, Ling Chen felt invigorated. He glanced at Hui nestled in his arms, and then at the soul core in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Upon returning home, Li Lan's heart finally eased at the sight of their safe arrival. Her joy escalated upon seeing the soul cores and soul beast carcasses in the cloth bag. Wonderful. Tonight, we shall have braised rabbit meat. And I'll grind the soul core for Hui to replenish its strength. At dinner, the family gathered around the stone table, savoring the fragrant braised rabbit meat as Ling Chen recounted his hunting experience in the back mountain. Lin Jianjun interjected occasionally, highlighting Ling Chen's strengths and areas for improvement, while Li Lan lovingly offered Hui several pieces of meat, encouraging it to eat more. Hui lounged beside the table, devouring the meat, occasionally glancing up with its sapphire-like eyes at Ling Chen, then at Lin Jianjun and Li Lan, its tail gently wagging, exuding an air of sheer delight. Ling Chen gazed at the scene before him, warmth flooding his heart. Chapter 11, A New Battle. On Monday morning, still imbued with the warmth of his first hunt in the back mountain and a lingering vigilance, Ling Chen entered Jiangqing No. 1 High School, cradling an exuberant Hui in his arms. Upon reaching the classroom door, he spotted Zhang Hao tiptoeing to peer inside. The little cheetah in his arms having grown significantly since last week, its light yellow coat glistening with health. Ling Chen, you finally made it, Zhang Hao exclaimed, bounding towards him, his eyes sparkling. Over the weekend, I practiced the exercises you suggested for the little cheetah's core strength. Guess what happened? Its turning speed has now increased by 30%, and its striking force has also intensified significantly. Is it really that impressive? Ling Chen expressed his astonishment, and then smiled, realizing that your training has been remarkably effective. Over the weekend, I ventured to the rear mountain for hunting, and Hui has made progress as well. Not only has it mastered Swift, but together we successfully captured 3 first-tier soul beasts. Really? Zhang Hao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly suggested, how about we have another match during this afternoon's practical lesson? This time, I will not hold back. Ling Chen paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. All right. It's a perfect opportunity to test Hui's new abilities. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the classroom, just settling down when the bell rang for class. The first lesson of the morning was on the ecology and habits of soul beasts, taught by a venerable old mentor with graying hair, surnamed Chen. It was said that in his youth, he had ventured deep into the Qingwan Mountains as a third-tier beast master. Minter Chen held a thick tome titled Soul Beast Compendium and turned to the page on the Gale Rabbit, slowly articulating. Last week, a student inquired why the Gale Rabbit, despite being an herbivorous soul beast, holds an advantage among first-tier soul beasts. The answer lies within its innate characteristics. He pointed to the text in the compendium, explaining that the Gale Rabbit spends 2 hours daily practicing its hind leg jumps and skillfully utilizes the terrain to evade threats. When danger approaches, it even employs powerful kicks as a counterattack. These traits endow it with superior speed and explosive power compared to other herbivorous soul beasts of the same tier. He paused, casting his gaze across the class. A beast master must not only understand the skills of their companion, but also comprehend the habits of soul beasts. For instance, when hunting a Gale Rabbit, one must not pursue it directly, but rather obstruct its escape routes. When dealing with a venomous rat, it is crucial to consider the direction of its burrow to avoid ambush. Ling Chen, having visited the rear mountain this weekend, would you share your experience in hunting the Gale Rabbit? Caught off guard by the sudden call, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment before standing up to recount how he had Hui use Swift to flank the Gale Rabbit while he cut off its escape route. Very well, Minter Chen nodded appreciatively. Recognizing the application of Hui's speed advantage and the synergy with your own actions as a demonstration of understanding its habits and effective cooperation. Remember, real combat is not merely a solo endeavor of the soul beast. It is a collaborative effort between the beast master and their companion. In the subsequent lessons, Minter Chen elaborated on how to assess the strength of soul beasts based on their droppings and how to track them using footprints. This knowledge perfectly supplemented the shortcomings Ling Chen encountered during his hunting expedition, and he listened intently, occasionally jotting down key points in his notebook. Hui lay on his lap, attentively listening as well, occasionally nudging his hand as if to remind him not to miss any crucial details. During the afternoon's practical lesson, Minter Zhou entered the classroom and announced, "Today we will continue with one-on-one battles. This time, groups will not be assigned by seeding. Instead, participants will challenge each other voluntarily. The victors will receive a first-tier crystal core as a reward." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Hao raised his hand. "Minter Zhou, I wish to challenge Ling Chen." The classroom fell silent, all eyes turning to the two. After Ling Chen's previous victory over Zhang Hao, many were curious to see who would emerge victorious this time. "Very well, you two shall go first." Minter Zhou nodded, gesturing for them to enter the combat zone. Ling Chen carried Hui to one side of the arena and gently placed it on the ground. "Hui, do not be nervous, just as we practiced. Use Swift and your claws in concert, all right?" Hui meowed softly, its body slightly crouched, sapphire-like eyes fixed intently on the small cheetah across from them. Clearly prepared for the challenge, Zhang Hao also set down the small cheetah, excitement evident in his voice. "Ling Chen, this time I will hold nothing back. Small cheetah, prepare for a reinforced strike." At Minter Zhou's signal to begin, Zhang Hao immediately issued his command. "Small cheetah, charge in with a reinforced strike." The small cheetah propelled itself off the ground, a faint yellow aura emanating around it, a sign of the enhanced strike that boosts both attack power and speed by 10. It dashed toward Hui like a streak of yellow lightning, significantly faster than during their previous encounter. "Hui, evade using Swift," Ling Chen shouted. Hui instantly activated the skill, a light gray glow enveloping its form as it transformed into a fleeting shadow, effortlessly dodging the small cheetah's assault. The small cheetah missed its target, its claws carving deep grooves into the ground. However, it did not pause, using the momentum from its leap. It quickly pivoted and lunged toward Hui once more, clearly showcasing the benefits of Zhang Hao's training on its agility. Impressive, the small cheetah's turning speed has improved remarkably. Ling Chen silently praised while maintaining his composure, directing, "Hui, flank it, and use your claws to target its hind legs." Upon receiving the command, Hui, leveraging its speed advantage from Swift, skillfully maneuvered to the side of the small cheetah, its claws charged with soul power, striking fiercely at its hind legs. The small cheetah reacted swiftly, raising its hind leg to block. Hui's claws grazed its leg, leaving only a faint mark and inflicting minimal damage. "Futile," Zhang Hao chuckled. "I have already trained the strength of the small cheetah's limbs. Ordinary attacks cannot harm it. Small cheetah, unleash a flurry of claw strikes." The small cheetah, upon receiving the command, launched a series of claw attacks toward Hui, its claws glowing brighter with yellow light as its speed increased. Despite Hui's advantage from Swift, it could only barely dodge, lacking any opportunity for a counterattack, and soon found itself cornered against the edge of the combat zone. "Hui, stay calm. Find an opportunity to use Swift to create some distance," Ling Chen calmly directed, his eyes fixed on the small cheetah's movements, searching for a flaw. Indeed, after a series of relentless attacks, the small cheetah's breathing grew slightly labored, its movements slowed by a fraction. Ling Chen seized the moment. Hui Hui, now's your chance. Circle behind it and strike at its waist. Hui Hui understood and suddenly activated Swift. Darting through the openings between the two claw strikes to position itself behind the small cheetah, its claws infused with soul power, delivering a fierce blow to its previously injured waist. Roar! The small cheetah emitted a pained cry, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground. Zhang Hao's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted urgently, "Small cheetah, get up quickly." But Hui Hui did not grant it that opportunity. Following Ling Chen's command, it activated Swift. Once more, leaping onto the small cheetah's back, its claws pressing against its neck, emitting a low growl, a signal for surrender. The match concluded. Ling Chen is victorious. Mentor Zhou's voice rang out, tinged with surprise. It was unexpected that in just a week, Hui Hui had not only learned a new skill, but that your coordination had improved so significantly. Surrounding classmates began to murmur, "Wow, Hui Hui is incredible. Its speed is astonishing. Zhang Hao's small cheetah has clearly improved, yet it still lost?" Ling Chen is a masterful strategist, always finding the small cheetah's weaknesses. Zhang Hao squatted down, lifting the small cheetah to inspect its waist, relieved to find only surface injuries. He looked up at Ling Chen, his face devoid of disappointment, instead radiating excitement. "You won, and this time I fully acknowledge your skill. Hui Hui's Swift is remarkable, and your strategy was even more effective than last time. Your small cheetah has also made great strides," Ling Chen remarked with a smile as he approached, "had it not been for its fatigue after the relentless attacks. I might not have emerged victorious." He paused, then added, "I hunted a gale rabbit over the weekend and obtained a crystal core. It contains wind-type soul power, which will help enhance your small cheetah's speed. This is for you." "Really?" Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, quickly shaking his head. "No, this is your hard-earned trophy. I cannot accept it." "It's all right," Ling Chen insisted, handing the crystal core to him. "Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance in preparing training supplies last time. Furthermore, I look forward to encountering an even stronger small cheetah in our next duel." Hui Hui chimed in with a meow of agreement. Zhang Hao gazed at the crystal core in his hand, then back at Ling Chen's earnest expression, scratching his head with a smile. "Then I shall not be polite. In the next battle, I shall certainly present you with an even more formidable little leopard." Mentor Zhou observed the interaction between the two with a contented smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. Not only do you both understand the importance of growth through combat, but you also grasp the value of mutual assistance. Remember, the path of a beastmaster is long. A formidable opponent often proves to be the best of friends." During the ensuing practical class, Ling Chen refrained from participating, opting instead to sit alongside Zhang Hao, observing the duels of their classmates, occasionally engaging in discussions regarding their strengths and weaknesses. Hui Hui lay upon Ling Chen's lap, while the little leopard nestled beside Zhang Hao. The two beast companions exchanged glances, their previous animosity dissipating, replaced by a newfound familiarity. On their way home from school, Zhang Hao excitedly outlined his training plans for the upcoming holiday. "I intend to enhance the little leopard's speed using the storm rabbit's crystal core, followed by fortifying its endurance training. Next time we battle, I shall give you a good fight." "Certainly," Ling Chen replied with a smile. "I too shall assist Hui Hui in increasing its strength, striving to match your little leopard head-on without relying on exploiting weaknesses." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two figures walked side by side, their beast companions nestled quietly in their arms. The enriching lessons had bestowed upon them knowledge, the fierce duels had fostered their growth, and the friendship blossoming from rivalry had become a cherished harvest along their journey as beast masters. Chapter 12, Holiday Advancement. As the leaves of the phoenix tree at Jiangxing No. 1 High School transitioned from tender green to a deep emerald, gently shedding a few in the process, the final session of the first semester's Beastmaster class drew to a close. Mentor Zhou stood at the podium, clutching the class's cultivation records, his voice imbued with satisfaction. "Over the span of 4 months, everyone has reached the minimum standard for first-year students, first level, third tier. This is commendable, particularly Zhao Yu, who has ascended to first level, 7th tier, making him the top student in our class." A round of applause erupted in the classroom as Zhao Yu stood, a touch of bashfulness washing over him as he scratched his head. Beside him, his lightning-type puppy barked in unison, eliciting laughter from the class. Ling Chen glanced down at Hui Hui nestled in his arms, unable to suppress a smile. After 4 months of courses and training, both he and Hui Hui had advanced to first level, 5th tier. Hui Hui's fur had become smoother and denser, its sapphire-like eyes brighter than ever. The duration of Swift had extended to 15 seconds, and it had acquired a new skill, Soul Power Claw, allowing its claws, imbued with soul energy, to effortlessly tear through thick wooden targets. Moreover, Ling Chen's own soul energy had grown more robust, enabling him to effortlessly channel skills 10 times in succession. Notably, Hui Hui's soul energy replenishment, as Ling Chen had learned, was truly exceptional. While others typically restored around 10 of their beast's soul energy, Hui astonishingly reached 80. This remarkable ability had continuously expanded Ling Chen's meridians, which had transformed from the size of a pinhead to that of a pinky finger. This expansion could be likened to a river within the Beast Master space, vastly enlarging it to the size of a room. Now, the holiday begins. Do not let up on your training upon your return, Mentor Zhou advised, putting away the records. The third-year students must prepare for the trials of the Qingwan mountain range. Every bit of effort now will serve as your foundation for the future. The sounds of classmates packing their bags filled the air as Zhang Hao approached Ling Chen, clapping him on the shoulder. During the holiday, I plan to undergo specialized training at the city's Beastmaster Hall. My father has arranged for a 5th-tier mentor. When school resumes, I will surely surpass you. The little leopard he cradled had grown significantly, now larger than Hui, its gaze sharper. I shall await that day. Ling Chen replied with a smile. I plan to train on the back mountain, aiming to reach 1st level, 7th tier by the end of the holiday. Sure. Let us have a rematch when school starts. Zhang Hao waved his hand, swiftly departing with his little leopard. As Ling Chen exited the school, he was greeted by throngs of students celebrating their break. Hui lay comfortably in his arms, curiously observing the bustling crowd, its tail gently swaying. The timid stray cat from 4 months prior had blossomed into a creature of confidence. Upon returning home, the old locust tree in the yard had shed more leaves. Wali Lan was at the door, prepping vegetables. Upon seeing him, she promptly approached. The holiday is here? Come in quickly. I've made meat soup for you. And there's a big bowl reserved for Hui as well. Lin Jianjun emerged from the workshop, a newly polished short knife in hand, its blade glinting coldly. Your progress over these 4 months is commendable. 1st level, 5th tier. You haven't been idle. He handed the short knife to Ling Chen, explaining that this blue patterned blade, infused with 1st level soul iron, was sharper than his previous one and would prove useful on the back mountain. Thank you, father. Ling Chen accepted the knife, feeling its substantial weight, the handle etched with simple anti-slip patterns. During dinner, the family gathered around the table. Lin Jianjun took a sip of wine and spoke slowly. The 1st level soul beasts at the periphery of the back mountain are no longer a challenge for your current strength. This holiday, you may venture towards the edge of the Qingmu forest, but remember, do not go too deep. The 2nd and 3rd level soul beasts are numerous. And it is rumored that high-level soul beasts of 5th and 6th tiers reside within, which you and Hui are not yet ready to face. I understand, father. Ling Chen nodded, eager to challenge stronger soul beasts. With his 1st level, 5th tier cultivation, he faced no pressure against ordinary 1st level soul beasts. Only through battling stronger opponents could he accelerate his growth. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, Ling Chen prepared his gear, slinging the blue pattern knife over his shoulder, packing a cloth bag with beast repellent powder and hemostatic ointment, as well as meat jerky and crystal core powder for Hui. He fed Hui a meat soup infused with crystal core powder before cradling it and setting off for the back mountain. Having not visited in 4 months, the scenery at the periphery of the back mountain had not changed significantly, save for the lushness of the flora. Following his father's advice, Ling Chen avoided the familiar path and instead circled to the edge of the Qingmu forest, where the trees stood stout and the mist thickened, the air resonating with a more potent wave of soul energy. Hui, are you ready? Ling Chen gently set Hui on the ground, drawing forth the blue pattern knife. Today, we shall seek a 2nd level soul beast for practice, but be cautious. If we cannot defeat it, we must flee. Hui mewed softly, its body arching slightly, a faint gray luminescence shimmering beneath its fur, indicating the readiness of Soul Power Claw. Clearly, it was prepared. The duo proceeded cautiously through the forest. Hui's ears perked up, intermittently pausing to sniff the air. After approximately half an hour, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, significantly louder than the movements of an ordinary 1st level soul beast. Something approaches. Ling Chen immediately halted, gripping his blue pattern knife tightly and signaling Hui to conceal itself. As the underbrush parted, a rabbit emerged, its size twice that of the storm rabbit, with tips of its ears adorned in a pale blue fluff, muscular hind legs, and a faint wind-type soul energy swirling around it. It is a 1st level, 7th tier gale rabbit. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled. He had encountered this creature in the Beast Codex. Noting its superiority over the storm rabbit, boasting greater speed and the ability to wield wind blades, perfect for honing his skills, the gale rabbit appeared oblivious to their presence. Munching on the grass below, Ling Chen exchanged a glance with Hui, then cautiously maneuvered to the side of the gale rabbit, tightening his grip on the blue pattern knife. Hui used Swift to circle behind and strike its hind leg with Soul Power Claw. Hui instantly activated Swift, a pale gray light flashing as its figure vanished from sight, silently maneuvering behind the Gale Rabbit. Sensing the disturbance, the Gale Rabbit turned, but Hui Hui's claw, imbued with soul energy, struck its hind leg with a powerful blow. With a sharp cry, the Gale Rabbit's rear leg bore a deep gash, blood streaming forth. It emitted a piercing shriek and attempted to flee, but its injured leg hindered its speed. Now is our chance. Ling Chen leaped into action. The blue pattern knife, charged with soul energy, aimed at the Gale Rabbit's neck. He intended to subdue it, not to inflict a fatal blow, but to practice his combat techniques. In a panic, the Gale Rabbit raised its front legs and unleashed a faint blue wind blade toward Ling Chen. Be careful. Ling Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately sidestepped, narrowly evading the razor-sharp wind blade that grazed his arm and struck a nearby tree trunk, leaving a deep gash. The creature still wielded skills. Ling Chen dared not underestimate it and charged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his azure pattern blade, compelling the Gale Rabbit to retreat repeatedly. Gray seized the opportunity to attack, its soul claw, landing repeatedly on the creature, inflicting numerous wounds. After several exchanges, the Gale Rabbit's movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its injuries multiplied. Realizing it could not win, it turned to flee into the verdant woods. Don't let it escape, Ling Chen shouted, sweeping his azure pattern blade to block its path. Gray activated Rapid Strike, leaping in front of it, pinning its head down with its claws. The Gale Rabbit struggled a few times, but upon realizing it was trapped, it finally lowered its head in defeat. Success! Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Battling a first-tier level 7 soul beast proved more strenuous than he had anticipated, particularly with the Gale Rabbit's wind blades, which had nearly injured him. He chose not to slay the Gale Rabbit. Instead, he retrieved some rope from his satchel to bind its hind legs and applied a bit of hemostatic ointment to its wounds. I'll spare you this time, but if we meet again, you may not be so fortunate. After saying this, he untied the rope, and the Gale Rabbit immediately turned and limped away into the depths of the verdant woods. Gray approached him, nuzzling its head against his hand as if seeking praise. Ling Chen smiled and patted its head. Well done, Gray. You dodged the wind blade just in time. After resting for a moment, the two continued to explore the edge of the verdant woods. Over the next few days, they encountered several second-tier soul beasts, including the venomous blue pattern snake and the stealthy shadow mouse. Although each battle was fraught with peril, and Ling Chen sustained a few more scars, every victory further honed their synergy and mastery of soul power. Chapter 13, A Glimpse of Wonder. Halfway through the holiday, Ling Chen and Gray had spent several days training at the edge of the verdant woods on the back mountain. Their practical combat experience had become increasingly rich, and Ling Chen's soul power had not only surpassed first-tier level 6, but also showed signs of breaking through to level 7. One morning, as he prepared to challenge a second-tier ironback bear with Gray, he was drawn by the distant sound of beastly roars. It seemed there was some commotion over there. Let us take a look, Ling Chen whispered to Gray, quietly approaching the source of the sounds. Passing through a dense thicket, the sight before him took his breath away. Ahead lay an open clearing where an exhilarating beast confrontation unfolded. A young man clad in a black beastmaster robe faced the onslaught of 5 second-tier soul beasts alone, accompanied only by a snow-white beast companion resembling a fox. The white fox, though small in stature, exhibited remarkable agility. Unfazed by the encirclement of the 5 soul beasts, it leaped with lightning speed, evading the charge of a groundbreaker pig, and then, with a flick of its tail, conjured several ice blades that struck the wings of a poison stinger bee, bringing it crashing down. This was a flawless fusion of speed and attack. Before the other soul beasts could react, the white fox emitted a crisp cry, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the ground that immobilized the Gale Wolf's limbs, rendering it unable to move. An impressive control skill. Furious at the entrapment of its companion, the groundbreaker pig charged at the white fox, only to be effortlessly evaded. The white fox circled behind it, its claws pressing against its back, and in a flash of soft white light, the wounds on the groundbreaker pig were swiftly torn open. In just a few minutes, the 5 second-tier soul beasts were rendered utterly powerless, either controlled or injured, and ultimately fled in disarray. As the battle concluded, a green light shimmered around the white fox, its external injuries gradually healing. It was a healing skill. The young man and the white fox turned to leave, and sensing Ling Chen's gaze, he glanced back. His eyes were sharp, yet he did not linger and quickly vanished into the depths of the forest. Ling Chen remained in a daze until the young man departed, his heart still racing. He had never witnessed such an all-around beast companion, capable of attack, speed, control, and healing. It seemed almost omnipotent. Incredible, Ling Chen murmured, glancing down at Gray in his arms. Did you see that? The white fox not only had attack and speed, but also control and healing skills. If we could achieve that, we would be far more confident against stronger opponents. Gray seemed to understand his words, nuzzling his palm and letting out a soft meow, as if responding to his thoughts. Sitting on the ground, Ling Chen replayed the White Fox's combat performance in his mind, gradually forming a clear idea. Gray must not be limited solely to attack and speed. It could also learn control skills. The question remained, what was Gray's true attribute? He took out paper and pen from his satchel, diligently drafting a skill learning plan for Gray. 1. Strengthened existing core skills. Rapid Strike currently lasts 15 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The plan is to extend the duration to 20 seconds and reduce the cooldown to 25 seconds through wind-type crystal cores, like the Gale Rabbit's crystal core, and speed training while enhancing stealth during high-speed movement, making Gray harder to detect. Soul Claw, currently only capable of coalescing basic soul power. In the future, it should incorporate different attributes of soul power, like poison-type soul power extracted from the venomous rat's crystal core, allowing the claws to carry venom and enhance attack efficacy, while also accelerating the speed of soul power coagulation for instinctive strikes. 2. Learn control skills. This is currently the most lacking aspect. Referencing the White Fox's ice-type control, Ling Chen plans to start with basic binding skills. First, attempt to teach Gray a non-attribute control skill, using soul power to create soul threads that ensnare an opponent's limbs, restricting their movements. Initially, it may only bind for a few seconds, but through repeated practice and absorbing relevant crystal cores, like the binding vine snake's crystal core, the binding duration and strength can be gradually increased. If opportunities arise, Gray should learn more powerful elemental control skills. 3. Supplement supportive and healing skills. Considering the inevitability of injuries in combat, supportive and healing skills can significantly enhance survival capabilities. Start with self-recovery, teaching Gray to guide soul power to heal its own wounds. This can be achieved by absorbing crystal cores with healing attributes, like the healing grass tortoise's crystal core, combined with soul power refining techniques to accelerate healing speed. In the future, attempt soul power sharing, enabling Gray to share its soul power with Ling Chen, providing support when he is low on energy, or learning simple group buffs to briefly enhance both their speed or defense. 4. Practical adjustments and skill combinations. No matter how many skills one possesses, they are of little use if not combined effectively. Ling Chen plans to design several practical combat combinations: speed attack combination, rapid strike, soul claw, with poison, swiftly approaching the opponent to launch a surprise attack with poisoned claws, then retreating using rapid strike, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Control retreat combination, first releasing soul threads to bind the opponent, then using soul claw to strike at their weak points. Finally using rapid strike to create distance and avoid counterattacks. After completing the plan, Ling Chen carefully stored the paper in his satchel, his gaze resolutely determined. He understood that this plan would be challenging, requiring ample time, crystal cores, and practical training, but as long as they persevered, Gray would undoubtedly become stronger and more versatile. Gray, this will be our goal moving forward. Ling Chen embraced Gray, pointing towards the distant verdant woods. Gray meowed softly, nuzzling his cheek, its sapphire-like eyes radiating determination. In the days to come, Ling Chen no longer blindly challenged soul beasts, but instead focused on targeted training for Gray according to the outlined plan. Every morning, they commenced their skill training, such as the condensation of soul power threads, and in the afternoon, ventured forth to hunt specific soul beasts, like the Gale Rabbit and the Vine Snake, to acquire the necessary crystal cores for the enhancement of new skills or the fortification of existing ones. As dusk fell, they would reconvene in the courtyard to review the day's training and adjust their plans. Although the process was often monotonous, and Gray frequently found itself exhausted and sprawled on the ground due to failed attempts at condensing soul power, it never once surrendered. If it failed once, it would try twice. If twice, then thrice. No one could fathom the trials this little cat had endured to become so resolute. One evening, Gray finally succeeded in condensing a delicate thread of soul power. Though it dissipated after a mere 2 seconds, Ling Chen was elated as he embraced it, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Gray, you did it. Our plan has taken its first step." Gray, equally delighted, nuzzled against him, emitting cheerful meows. Time flowed by, and the silhouettes of man and cat stretched long against the backdrop of the mist-laden Qingwan Mountain, which seemed to conceal countless secrets and challenges. Chapter 14. The Water Slime Merchant. In the latter half of the holiday, buoyed by the excitement of having just broken through to the realm of soul power threads, Ling Chen donned his Qingwen blade and ventured into the outskirts of the back mountain alongside Gray. According to their plan, they were to seek traces of the healing turtle to prepare crystal cores for Gray's healing auxiliary skill training. as they traversed the familiar woodland path. They rounded a cluster of low shrubs and came upon a crystal-clear stream, a rare water source on the outskirts of the back mountain. Previously unnoticed during their excursions at the edge of the Qingmu forest. To Ling Chen's astonishment, several translucent water orbs were nestled among the pebbles by the riverbank. Their bodies shimmering azure, resembling condensed moonlight, gently rolling about. Could it be water slimes? Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled having seen them in the rare spirit beast compendium. These exceedingly rare auxiliary spirit beasts were entirely non-aggressive and remarkably affectionate. Most importantly, they had the unique ability to continually produce pure water sources, essential for daily hydration and the training of beast companions. He remembered hearing at the Jiangxing market that someone had sold a palm-sized water slime for 1,000 copper coins, equivalent to 10 gold coins, which was promptly purchased by a beastmaster. It was worth noting that the total crystal cores he and Gray had hunted over the past 4 months barely amounted to 3 gold coins. At that moment, the water slimes rolled playfully by the riverbank, occasionally bumping into one another and emitting soft, adorable gurgling sounds. Intrigued, Gray approached and gently tapped one with its paw. Rather than retreat, the water slime nuzzled against Gray's paw, appearing like a playful blob of water, irresistibly charming. Fortune smiled upon them. No, they had stumbled upon treasure. Ling Chen contained his exhilaration, rapidly calculating in his mind that he must bring these water slimes home. With them, not only would their water supply issues be completely resolved, but Gray could also hydrate during training sessions, and they would no longer need to worry about a lack of water during their future expeditions into the deep mountains. Furthermore, if cultivated well, even selling just one could provide ample resources for Gray's training, though keeping them for personal use seemed far more prudent than selling. However, while the water slimes were friendly, they were not naive. Ling Chen dared not approach them recklessly and instead crouched at a distance, allowing Gray to familiarize itself with them. Gray appeared to be quite popular among the water slimes, as several little creatures swirled around its paws, and one even rolled directly to its feet, refusing to move away. The first step was successful. The water slimes did not resist. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy as he began to implement his plan to befriend them. The second step involved enticing them with delectable treats to bridge the gap. He retrieved some jerky he had specially prepared for Gray, breaking it into small pieces and offering it in his palm. Indeed, the aroma of the jerky attracted the water slimes, who slowly rolled over, albeit maintaining a cautious distance, as if hesitating yet curious. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen placed a small piece of jerky on the ground. One daring water slime approached, enveloping the jerky with its body and gradually absorbing it. It turned out they dissolved food through their slimy exterior to absorb nutrients, while the others gurgled in delight. Fear not, it's all for you, Ling Chen softly reassured them, producing several more pieces of jerky and scattering them in various locations. Upon witnessing the first water slime consume the jerky without incident, the others fully relaxed, gathering around him and Gray, gurgling incessantly, as if expressing their fondness. The third step was to demonstrate harmlessness to alleviate their concerns. To reassure the water slimes, Ling Chen deliberately sheathed his Qingwen blade and tucked away any potentially threatening items from his bag. He crouched down, gently stroking the nearest water slime. Its surface cool and slippery, reminiscent of flowing river water, eliciting a smile from him. The water slime responded with gentle sways, even nuzzling against his fingers. Gray cooperatively nudged another water slime, meowing softly, as if to convey that Ling Chen was a good person and that following him would be wise. The fourth step involved creating a portable home to address transportation concerns. The water slimes moved slowly, and it could take an eternity for them to roll back, with the potential for unforeseen circumstances, given their appeal to other spirit beasts. Ling Chen had anticipated this and produced a tightly woven bamboo basket from his bag, one that wouldn't leak water. He lined it with a thick layer of damp moss and ladled some water from the river to create a temporary little pool. Come, let us see how you like this new home. He beckoned to the water slimes, placing the basket on the ground. One bold water slime rolled in first, tumbling onto the damp moss and gurgling in satisfaction. With a leader in place, the others eagerly followed, crowding into the bamboo basket, creating a lively and cozy scene. The fifth step was to proceed gradually, testing the waters for their acceptance. With everything set, Ling Chen lifted the bamboo basket and slowly rose. We're heading home now. You'll have food and water, and Gray will be there to play with you. How does that sound? He deliberately slowed his pace, glancing back as he walked. The water slimes lay quietly in the basket, showing no signs of resistance, their curiosity piqued by the surroundings. Gray, ever perceptive, trotted alongside the basket, occasionally glancing back to ensure their safety, resembling a vigilant patrol leader safeguarding his new companions. The sixth step involved providing comfort along the way to solidify their trust. Midway through, Ling Chen noticed the moss in the basket was drying out. He promptly stopped and sprinkled some water over it. He even found a leaf to place beneath each water slime, knowing they would be comfortable even without it, but a pleasant environment would enhance their well-being. The water slimes basked in this tender care, and one even rolled to the edge of the basket, gently nudging Ling Chen's hand, as if to express its gratitude. Thus, with utmost caution, Ling Chen finally returned home with Gray and a basket full of water slimes. Upon entering the yard, Li Lan immediately approached, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the water slimes in the basket. Xiao Chen, what is this? They look so peculiar. Mother, these are water slimes. Rare auxiliary spirit beasts that can produce water and are very affectionate. Ling Chen excitedly elaborated on the benefits of the water slimes, explaining that they would eliminate the need for fetching water from the river and facilitate Gray's training. They don't require much to sustain them. They are easy to care for. Lin Jianjun emerged from the workshop to take a look as well. In my youth, I heard the elders speak of water slimes being valuable treasures, especially for those of us who require vast quantities of water. I never imagined you would find 6. He remarked. Take good care of them. They will be immensely beneficial for you in Gray's training. Li Lan promptly procured a large wooden basin, which featured a small indentation, and placed it atop a stool beside the water basin. She lined the interior with damp towels and moss, filled it with pristine water, and gently set the water slimes within. From now on, you shall reside here, and I shall bring you delectable treats daily. The water slimes rolled about in the basin, gurgling gleefully, evidently content with their new abode. Gray also leaped to the edge of the basin, resting nearby and mewing softly, observing the lively scene before him. Ling Chen's heart brimmed with joy. On this excursion to the back mountain, he had serendipitously acquired these rare water slimes. He could hardly fathom the fortune that had befallen him. Under the setting sun, the water slimes in the basin shimmered with a lustrous blue light. While Gray dozed beside them, Lin Jianjun and Li Lan discussed how to better care for these little creatures in the courtyard. Ling Chen leaned against the old locust tree, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face as he envisioned the slimes multiplying, which would indeed allow their parents to recline in ease. Lost in thought, he conceived an excellent idea and decided to test his potential insight. Channeling his soul power, he examined his new companions. Species, water slime. Growth phase, juvenile. 1 year to maturity, lifespan, 20 years. Potential, moderate. Evolutionary paths, water slime soldier, water slime hunter, water slime artillery, water slime shield bearer. Evolutionary materials. Contract status, uncontracted. Evaluation. Gender, male. To his dismay, Ling Chen discovered an unfortunate truth. None of the water slimes were female, shattering his dreams. Chapter 15. The beginning of a new term in the early mornings of the final days of vacation. The clearing at the edge of the verdant woods in the back mountain exhibited particularly pronounced fluctuations of soul power. Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. 3 crystal cores laid before him. The wind-type core of a gale rabbit, the water-type core of a healing tortoise, and a thunder-type core from a chance encounter with a thunder rat. Gray squatted beside him, its sapphire-like eyes fixated on the crystal cores, its fur emanating a faint gray luminescence that resonated with his soul power. Let us commence. Ling Chen inhaled deeply and, following Master Zhou's teachings on the soul power circulation method, simultaneously guided the energies from the 3 crystal cores. His objective was clear: to harness the fusion power of these multi-attribute cores to break through to the 7th level of the 1st rank. For the preceding month, he and Gray had been stalled at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the 1st rank. Through battles against 2nd-rank soul beasts and practicing skill combinations, their soul power had reached saturation. They merely required an opportunity to transcend. These 3 2nd-rank crystal cores were the keys he had prepared for this breakthrough. The wind-type soul power was agile, the water-type soul power was soothing, and the thunder-type soul power was domineering. As the 3 energies entered his body, they clashed, causing sharp pain to surge through Ling Chen's meridians. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, directing the 3 types of soul power along a specific route, first allowing the wind type to enhance his speed, then using the water type to harmonize, and finally employing the thunder type to shatter the bottleneck. Gray seemed to sense his distress and gently nudged his arm with its head. A gentle wave of soul power emanating from their contract link, intertwining with his own. Though this power was weak, it acted as a potent tonic for his spirit, instantly stabilizing his focus. Now, as the 3 types of soul power converged into a warm current in his dantian, Ling Chen exerted force, guiding this energy to crash against the barrier of the 7th level of the 1st rank. A soft hum resonated from the Beastmaster space, akin to the breaking of an invisible membrane. Soon after, a more robust surge of soul power erupted from the Beastmaster space, coursing through his body. replacing the earlier pain with an unprecedented sense of ease. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sudden amplification of soul power fluctuations around him. His aura now several times more potent than before. He had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the first rank. Gray also underwent a simultaneous breakthrough, its size increasing significantly, and its fur appearing even more lustrous. The duration of its rapid skill extended to 25 seconds, and its newly practiced soul power thread not only bound opponents for 5 seconds, but also infused a slight thunder-type paralysis effect. At last, the breakthrough had been achieved. Ling Chen lifted Gray in exhilaration, spinning joyfully in place. Their efforts during this vacation had not been in vain. From the 5th to the 7th level of the first rank, both he and Gray had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. On the day of the new term, Jiangxing No. 1 High School was bustling with activity. Students reunited after the long vacation, eagerly discussing their breakthroughs. I have reached the 6th level of the first rank. Me too. My iron shell larva has even evolved into an iron shell bee. Zhao, you must be even stronger. I heard he trained in the Qinghuan Mountains during the break. As Ling Chen entered the classroom, he was immediately seized by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's presence was notably more formidable than before, and the little cheetah in his arms had also grown considerably, its pale yellow coat now adorned with deeper markings. Its gaze sharper. Ling Chen, what level are you at? I have broken through to the 6th level of the first rank. Zhang Hao exclaimed excitedly. And my little cheetah has comprehended a new skill, Gale Strike, which can unleash wind blades during pounce, enhancing its attack power significantly. This time, you won't win against me. Just as he finished speaking, the class bell rang. Master Zhou entered the classroom with a test sheet, announcing, the opening test will now commence, featuring one-on-one battles. Grouped by rank. The ultimate victor shall receive a second-rank crystal core as a reward. The testing quickly began. Zhang Hao's battle was scheduled for the 3rd round. Facing a fellow student at the 1st rank, 6th level, whose beast companion was a sharp-toothed pig. Little cheetah, use Gale Strike. At Zhang Hao's command. The little cheetah glowed with yellow light, launching itself into the air with its hind legs, claws enveloped in sharp wind blades, heading straight for the sharp-toothed pig. As the sharp-toothed pig prepared to charge, it was struck by the wind blades, yelping in pain. The little cheetah seized the opportunity to leap onto its back, sinking its claws into its neck, swiftly determining the outcome. Impressive, a decisive strike. Ling Chen could not help but applaud. Zhang Hao's progress was indeed remarkable. The explosive power and speed of Gale Strike surpassed that of previous enhanced pounces by a significant margin. The most anticipated battle was undoubtedly Zhao Yu's duel at the 8th level of the first rank. His opponent was an 8th level Beastmaster from the adjacent class, whose beast companion was an ice-type wild wolf. Zhao Yu's beast companion, an 8th level thunder-type pup, held the advantage in both rank and attribute. Thunder, use Thunder Strike. Zhao Yu initiated the attack. The thunder-type pup glimmered with purple electric light, dashing toward the ice-type wild wolf like a lightning bolt. Ice Wolf, use Ice Wall for defense. The opponent immediately retaliated, forming an ice wall that swiftly blocked the thunderous assault. In the ensuing battle, Zhao Yu relentlessly attacked, compelling the thunder pup to utilize its powerful skills, but he overlooked the ice wolf's freezing capabilities. After several strikes, the thunder pup's limbs became encased in ice-type soul power, its movements gradually slowing. In this, Ice Wolf, use Ice Claw. The opponent seized the moment to issue a decisive command. The ice-type wild wolf's claws crystallized into thick ice spikes, striking fiercely against the thunder pup's back. With a pained cry, the thunder pup collapsed, incapacitated. Zhao Yu lost. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that, despite their equal rank and the thunder pup's formidable attack power, he would falter in the test. Zhao Yu's face paled as he cradled his injured thunder pup and silently descended from the battle stage. Master Zhou observed his retreating figure and remarked slowly, everyone must remember. Rank is not the sole criterion for victory. Zhao Yu's error lay in his excessive reliance on his beast companion's attribute advantage, neglecting skill synergy and the characteristics of other attributes, and ultimately forgetting to conserve soul power, a grave misstep for any beast master. When it was Ling Chen's turn to battle, his opponent was a fellow student at the 1st rank, 6th level, with a poisonous moth as their beast companion. Gray, use Rapid to circle around and avoid its poisonous powder. Ling Chen calmly directed. Gray activated its skill, transforming into a shadowy gray figure that effortlessly maneuvered behind the poisonous moth. Now, use Soul Power Thread. A thread of soul power, imbued with a paralyzing electric effect, shot forth with precision, ensnaring the wings of the venomous moth. The creature was rendered utterly immobilized, its body convulsing from the electric shock. With a final, decisive strike, the soul power claw manifested. A gray claw, suffused with concentrated soul energy, clamped down fiercely upon the moth's wing. The venomous moth emitted a wretched cry, crashing to the ground, its combat capabilities extinguished. Victory belonged to Ling Chen. As Mentor Zhou announced the outcome, his gaze brimmed with approval. He recognized the astute utilization of speed advantages, combined with control techniques, culminating in a lethal blow. Your battle strategy has matured significantly since before the holiday. After the assessment concluded, Zhang Hao approached Ling Chen, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. I never expected Zhao Yu to lose. It seems I can no longer afford to focus solely on my cultivation. Indeed, Ling Chen nodded, understanding that practical combat hinges upon strategy and collaboration, rather than mere superiority in level. As the sun set, students gradually vacated the classroom. Ling Chen cradled Gray, while Zhang Hao held his small leopard, the two walking side by side through the campus. The mixed emotions stemming from the opening assessment sharpened their awareness of the gap between themselves and their peers. On the path of beast taming, there could be no respite. The impending outdoor trials in the Qinghuan Mountains for the end of the second year loomed ever nearer. Each year, injuries and even fatalities occurred during these trials. Thus, rigorous training in the days to come was imperative to mitigate potential dangers in the year ahead. Chapter 16, A Chaotic First Year. The early summer at Jiangxing No. 1 High School always arrives unexpectedly. Just days ago, students donned light jackets. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had transitioned to short-sleeved uniforms. Even the ancient sycamore trees outside the classroom burst forth with lush greenery, while the relentless chorus of cicadas echoed from dawn until dusk, reminiscent of the intermittent yawns reverberating within the classroom. Ling Chen rested his head upon the desk, observing Mentor Chen passionately expounding on the techniques of identifying and tracking soul beast excrement. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he discreetly poked Zhang Hao in the arm. Zhang Hao, furrowing his brow at the illustration of the groundbreaking pig's droppings in his textbook, leaned in to complain in a hushed tone. This is far more odious than the metal shavings in my father's workshop. I truly fail to comprehend the utility of this knowledge. Will we really have to smell dung before capturing soul beasts in the future? Ling Chen nearly burst into laughter, hastily concealing his face behind his textbook. Seated in the front row, Zhao Lei turned to them, making a comical face while mimicking the absurd motion of a groundbreaking pig rooting in the mud. Since losing to the ice-type wild wolf in the opening assessment, Zhao Yu had tempered his arrogance, but Zhao Lei remained blissfully carefree, deriving his greatest joy from jesting with the two. Zhang Hao, Ling Chen, no whispering during class. Mentor Chen's voice unexpectedly rose, his pointer striking the podium with a resounding crack, causing Zhang Hao to sit upright in alarm, startling the small leopard in his arms. Now nearly fully grown and approaching the size of an adult dog, the timid leopard still could not shake its skittish nature. Each time the mentor called upon them, it would shrink into Zhang Hao's embrace, resembling a frightened cat. Mentor Chen shot them a stern glance before continuing his lecture. Do not dismiss the importance of identifying excrement. Last year, a student in the Qinghuan Mountains avoided a nest of ambushing soul beasts by recognizing the droppings of a second-tier shadow rat. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to rat fodder. At this proclamation, the classroom fell silent. Even the most mischievous students attentively pricked their ears. Ling Chen straightened in his seat, discreetly stroking Gray's fur. Gray had grown accustomed to resting within the drawer of his desk, revealing only its fluffy head. Upon hearing the term shadow rat, it perked up its ears, evidently recalling the previous ambush it had suffered in the back mountains. The curriculum for first-year students was more diverse than the first half of the semester, encompassing not only soul beast ecology and combat techniques, but also the crafting of beast taming equipment and the economics of soul power. During the equipment crafting class, Mentor Lee instructed the students on how to create rudimentary protective gear from the skins and bones of first-tier soul beasts. Zhang Hao, lacking finesse, managed to sew a leather wrist guard in a haphazard manner, ultimately pricking his own finger and grimacing in pain, consoled by the small leopard licking his hand, resembling a child who had suffered a slight. Ling Chen, on the other hand, displayed considerable skill. Having learned blacksmithing from his father for several years, his hands were deft. He not only crafted a lightweight soul power claw for Gray, but also repaired Zhang Hao's damaged shoulder guard. Zhang Hao was so moved that he insisted on sharing half of his family's cured meat with Ling Chen, only to be caught by Mentor Lee, resulting in both of them being punished to stand at the back of the classroom for half a lesson. Meanwhile, Gray and Zhang Hao's small leopard exchanged inquisitive glances, creating a scene both hilarious and endearing. The economics of soul power class was even more intriguing, taught by a young instructor named Qian, who wore round-framed glasses. Having previously been a merchant, he had transitioned to teaching. His lessons deviated from the textbook, focusing instead on market business practices. Do you know what the most popular spirit beast in Jiangxing was last year? It was the water slime. A vendor found one in the back mountains, placed it in a glass jar, and claimed it was a moonlight water sprite, selling it for 20 gold coins. This revelation piqued Ling Chen's interest, prompting him to surreptitiously check the pouch of coins in his pocket. Ever since he brought the water slimes home, his mother, Li Lan, had been using the water they produced for tea and watering plants, resulting in the old locust tree in their yard flourishing more than ever before. Last month, he had attempted to sell the smallest water slime at the market, hoping for a good price, only to be recognized by an elderly vendor who insisted on trading it for a family heirloom silver bracelet, causing him to flee home in fright while clutching the water slime. However, do not emulate that vendor's deceitful practices. Mentor Qian adjusted his glasses, pivoting the discussion. As beast tamers, integrity is paramount in business. Just as you treat your pets well for their loyalty, you must be sincere with your clients to ensure lasting success. These words resonated deeply with Ling Chen as he recalled his encounter with Gray and the shared days of training and hunting, filling his heart with warmth. Sensing his emotional state, Gray peeked out of the drawer, nuzzling against his wrist and emitting a soft mewl. In addition to classes, practical training sessions for first-year students became increasingly frequent. Every Wednesday afternoon, the entire class would convene at the school's beast training grounds for group combat exercises, sometimes pairing off into teams, while other times simulating the combat scenarios of the Qinghuan Mountains. During one such team competition, Ling Chen, Zhang Hao, and Wu Lei were grouped together against Zhao Yu and 2 other classmates. Zhao Yu's lightning-type canine had recovered significantly over the past month, launching into a lightning strike as soon as the match began, targeting Wu Lei's armored beetle. Although the beetle boasted formidable defense, it could not match the speed of the lightning assault, quickly finding itself on the back foot. Wu Lei, shield yourself with your iron armor, Ling Chen commanded as he directed Gray to utilize Swift to draw the lightning canine's attention, shouting to Wu Lei, Zhang Hao, have your small leopard flank them and attack their support beast. Zhang Hao promptly reacted, instructing his small leopard, little leopard, use gale pounce on that healing grass tortoise. Though timid, the small leopard exhibited remarkable execution, propelling itself forward with a gust of wind. The healing grass tortoise, intending to heal the lightning canine, was startled when its shell was scratched by the wind blade, curling up in fright. Deprived of support, Zhao Yu's advantage dissipated rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Gray ensnared the lightning canine's legs with soul power thread, lightning type, while Ling Chen brandished his Qingwen blade, coordinating with Gray's assault to corner the lightning canine. Frustrated, Zhao Yu attempted to unleash a powerful skill, only to be interrupted by Zhang Hao's small leopard surprise attack. Yield, Zhao Yu, Zhang Hao proclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand our trio's combined efforts. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, glancing at his injured lightning canine, ultimately conceding with a nod, I admit defeat. This victory exhilarated the trio for several days, with Zhang Hao boasting to everyone about their triumph over Zhao Yu, elevating himself to the role of a strategic mastermind. However, Wu Lei punctured his inflated ego. It was clearly Ling Chen who orchestrated everything. You merely yelled for the small leopard to engage. Enraged, Zhang Hao pursued Wu Lei around the training ground for 3 laps, with the little leopard and the armored beetle trailing behind, creating a chaotic scene that elicited laughter from their classmates. Days passed in this tumultuous manner, and before long, June arrived, heralding the imminent approach of the final examinations. The finals comprised 2 components, theoretical and practical assessments. The theoretical examination encompassed 3 subjects, Soul Beast Compendium, Fundamentals of Soul Power, and Beast Master Regulations, while the practical test involved one-on-one duels, with a weight of 60% in the overall score. As preparations for the exams commenced, the atmosphere in the classroom became palpably tense. Even the most mischievous students curbed their playfulness, immersing themselves in their textbooks. Zhang Hao found the theoretical examination particularly troublesome, especially the Beast Master Regulations, which was rife with a plethora of regulations, such as prohibitions against raising 3rd-tier or higher aggressive soul beasts in residential areas and the necessity for official registration of soul beast transactions, leaving him utterly exasperated. Lin Chen, why are there so many regulations? Zhang Hao lamented, resting his head on the desk as he sighed at his textbook. All I aspire to be is a beast master who engages in battles. I have no desire to memorize this nonsense. Do not speak so lightly, Lin Chen responded. His attention momentarily diverted from grooming Hui Wei. Glancing up, he continued, last year, a beast master was penalized and had his license revoked for capturing an endangered soul beast, simply because he was unaware of the regulations against it. How regrettable that was. Wu Lei chimed in, munching on a steamed bun. Indeed. My father always says that a beast master who lacks understanding of the rules will not go far. Furthermore, without passing the theoretical exam, no matter how skilled one is in practical combat, A graduation certificate remains unattainable. Zhang Hao grimaced, though begrudgingly picked up his textbook and began to read half-heartedly. The first regulation states that beast masters must adhere to the sole beast protection law promulgated by the state. Hui seemed to sense its master's preparation for the exams and behaved exceptionally well, spending each day nestled in the drawer, either dozing or keeping Ling Chen company as he studied, occasionally assisting him in turning pages, much to the envy of their classmates. Ling Chen, your Hui is remarkably clever. It even helps you turn the pages. Indeed, far superior to Zhang Hao's little leopard, which only knows how to eat and sleep. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao shot a glare at the classmate who spoke. My little leopard is simply conserving its energy, preparing to showcase its prowess in the final exams. The little leopard seemed to grasp its master's intentions, poking its head out from Zhang Hao's arms and letting out a few calls, only to be startled back by a fiery spark from a nearby little flame, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone. The night before the theoretical exam, Ling Chen gave Hui a bath using water sourced from a slime, resulting in its fur becoming sleek and lustrous, as if adorned with a layer of moonlight. He also persuaded his mother to prepare a sumptuous dinner, adding ample meat and crystal core powder for Hui, a means of bolstering its mental acuity. On the day of the theoretical exam, the examination hall was enveloped in silence, save for the soft sound of pen tips gliding across paper. Upon receiving the exam paper, Ling Chen was relieved to find that most of the questions pertained to what they had studied, particularly in the Soul Beast Compendium section, where many beasts were familiar to him from his encounters on the mountainside, allowing him to respond with ease. However, the Beastmaster regulations contained several more nuanced questions, such as what to do upon witnessing illegal soul beast transactions. After some contemplation, drawing upon Mentor Qian's teachings about integrity and the regulations in the textbook, he wrote that one should promptly report the incident to the local Beastmaster Association while preserving the evidence at the scene. Zhang Hao, seated diagonally in front of him, wore a woeful expression, occasionally glancing back at Ling Chen with eyes filled with desperation. Ling Chen feigned ignorance, keeping his focus on the exam. He understood that success in the theoretical exam depended solely on individual effort. Otherwise, even if he passed this time, he would be ill-equipped to handle real-life dilemmas in the future. After the theoretical exam concluded, Zhang Hao emerged in a dejected state, lamenting to Ling Chen, It's over. It's over. I've surely flunked. For that question on how to apply for a soul beast breeding license, I wrote that I would ask my father for connections. I probably earned a 0. Zhao Lei patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, there's still the practical exam. Your prowess in combat will surely help you recover some points. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, don't lose heart. Prepare diligently for the practical exam. The practical exam was scheduled 3 days later at the school's beast training ground. This time, the duels were determined by random drawing, and Ling Chen's opponent was a classmate named Wang Hao, whose beast companion was a first-tier, level 6 sharp-toothed pig. The sharp-toothed pig was known for its formidable defense and powerful charge, but its sluggish speed rendered it vulnerable to Hui. Before the match commenced, Wang Hao confidently boasted, Ling Chen, don't hold back. My sharp-toothed pig has trained in iron head skills. Even if I can't win, I'll make you eat dirt. Ling Chen smiled as he stepped onto the dueling platform with Hui in his arms. Rest assured, I will give it my all. With a commanding shout from Mentor Zhou, the duel officially began. Sharp-toothed pig, charge. Wang Hao initiated the attack. The sharp-toothed pig lowered its head, its gleaming fangs glinting ominously as it barreled towards Hui like a miniature tank. Hui, evade with swift. Ling Chen called out. Hui immediately activated the skill, transforming into a gray shadow and effortlessly maneuvering behind the sharp-toothed pig. The pig missed its target and collided painfully with the edge of the dueling platform, squealing in distress. Now is the moment. Use Soul Power Thread, Lightning type. Ling Chen seized the opportunity, issuing his command. A bolt of soul power crackling with electricity shot forth, expertly ensnaring the sharp-toothed pig's hind leg. The pig was rendered paralyzed, unable to move. For the final strike. Soul Power Claw. Hui's claws coalesced with dense soul power, delivering a fierce blow to the sharp-toothed pig's back. The pig let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to defeat. Ling Chen wins. Mentor Zhou announced the outcome, his tone brimming with approval. The perfect combination of speed and control. Your progress is commendable. Applause erupted from the audience, with Zhang Hao exuberantly shouting, Ling Chen, well done. Now it's my turn. Watch how I handle my opponent. Zhang Hao's opponent was a first-tier, level 5 classmate with a beast companion, a poison sting moth. With the little leopard's current skill, Gale Strike, it could simultaneously unleash 3 wind blades, swiftly injuring the moth's wings and easily securing victory. However, the most anticipated match was that of Zhao Yu, whose opponent was an 8th-tier beast master from the neighboring class, accompanied by a flame fox. This time, Zhao Yu had learned from the mistakes of the previous semester's examination. He refrained from reckless aggression and instead commanded his lightning wolf pup to utilize a non-attribute skill, a new technique he had taught it during the holiday, to counter the flame fox's fire attributes before launching an attack. Thunder, envelop it with spirit mist. Zhao Yu's voice was calm and steady. The lightning wolf pup unleashed a mist that enveloped the flame fox, severely diminishing the effectiveness of its fiery abilities. Now, use lightning claw. The wolf pup's claws crackled with violet electricity as it charged at the flame fox. The fox attempted to evade but was hindered by the mist, ultimately succumbing to the lightning claw and collapsing, rendered incapable of further combat. Zhao Yu wins. The audience erupted in cheers as Zhao Yu embraced his lightning wolf pup, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Ling Chen and Zhang Hao shared in his joy. Witnessing this once proud youth finally learn to wield his power with wisdom. After the conclusion of the final exams, the school commenced summer vacation. During the final class meeting, Mentor Zhou announced the overall results. Zhao Yu secured first place with first in practical and second in theoretical scores. Ling Chen followed closely in second place with first in theoretical and second in practical, while Zhang Hao, despite his struggles in theory, ranked 7th due to his outstanding practical performance. This summer, however, was not a time for relaxation. Mentor Zhou gazed earnestly at the students, stating, in the second year, you will delve into the knowledge of second-tier soul beasts and participate in trials in the Qinghuan mountain range. Every effort you make now is paving the way for your future. The classmates nodded in unison, their eyes alight with determination. Upon exiting the classroom, Zhang Hao patted Ling Chen's shoulder, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, during the summer break, I shall undergo intensive training at the Beast Mastery Hall in the city, aiming to break through to level 8 of the first tier. What about you? I plan to retreat to the back mountain for cultivation. While also tending to the water slime at home, Ling Chen replied with a smile. By the way, my mother mentioned that she intends to brew a special beverage from the water slimes this summer, and she'll send some for you to taste. That sounds delightful. Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled. Once I return from training, I shall seek you out for a rematch. Absolutely. As the sun dipped low, the sycamore leaves on campus were painted in golden hues, and the cicadas continued their incessant chorus, evoking a sense of warmth and nostalgia. Ling Chen cradled his cat, Hui Hui, while Zhang Hao held his small leopard, and Zhao Lei trailed beside them. The trio chatted and laughed as they exited the school gates. Those days in the first year of junior high were filled with laughter, sweat, failures, and growth. The chaotic daily life and the moments spent fighting side by side would become their most cherished memories of youth. Meanwhile, the door to the second year stood open in the near distance, brimming with new challenges and opportunities. He glanced down at Hui Hui, who looked back up at him with sapphire-like eyes full of trust and anticipation. Let us go home, Hui Hui. Meow. Chapter 17, Second Tier. As the sycamore leaves of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School began to don the hues of autumn, the classroom of Class 2-1 erupted with excitement. It wasn't due to Instructor Chun presenting yet another lesson with a specimen of the earth-shattering pig-s dung, but rather because of Hui Hui, the once tiny stray cat nestled in Ling Chen's arms, who had now grown to a medium size. Its fur glistened like satin, and its sapphire eyes sparkled with an intensity capable of reflecting a silhouette. Most notably, the aura of soul energy surrounding it was subtly brushing against the threshold of the second tier. Am I seeing things? Is Hui Hui about to break through to the second tier? Zhang Hao's booming voice resonated throughout the classroom. The small leopard in his arms leaned in, sniffing Hui Hui, only to be swatted away, retreating in dismay. Now a level 8 of the first tier, the little leopard's light yellow fur bore clearer dark stripes. Yet it still could not shake off its fear of Hui Hui, enduring a few playful slaps each time they met. Ling Chen chuckled, drawing Hui Hui closer to him, and sighed, not quite yet. It's been stuck at the peak of level 9 of the first tier for nearly half a month, needing just the right opportunity. Nevertheless, the amusement in his eyes could not be concealed. Throughout the summer, he had relentlessly trained with Hui Hui at the edge of the Qingmu forest on the back mountain, utilizing all the second-tier crystal cores he had accumulated. By sheer luck, he had also found a lightning-patterned leopard's crystal core, granting Hui Hui a paralyzing effect with its soul power claw and extending the duration of rapid to a full 30 seconds. Even Instructor Zhou remarked that this progress was among the pinnacle for second-year students at Jiangcheng No. 1. Humph, still modest at level 9 of the first tier. Are you planning to secretly break through and surprise us all when school starts? Zhang Hao scoffed, attempting to pat Hui Hui's head, only to be met with a fierce glare, causing him to retract his hand in defeat. My little leopard is no slouch either. It learned a new skill, Wind Blade Barrage, during the summer and can now unleash 5 wind blades at once, far superior to the previous Gale Pounce. Just then, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed from the back door of the classroom as Zhao Yu entered, cradling his lightning-type puppy. This lightning puppy was also at level 9 of the first tier, its purple electrical aura even more vibrant than before. Upon seeing Hui Hui, it wagged its tail in a friendly manner. Ever since their team had lost to Ling Chen's group in the last competition, Zhao Yu had tempered his arrogance considerably, occasionally seeking Ling Chen's advice on combat techniques, which had also softened the relationship between the lightning puppy and Hui Hui. "Good morning, Ling Chen." Zhao Yu greeted with a nod, his gaze shifting to Hui Hui, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Is Hui Hui close to breaking through to the second tier?" "Very close, just a final push needed," Ling Chen confirmed, then inquired, "You must have trained quite a bit during the summer, right? The lightning wolf's aura is considerably stronger." "Indeed, I ventured to the Thunderstorm Valley on the outskirts of the Qinghuan mountain range, where I procured some lightning crystal cores and learned a new skill, Thunder Web, which can ensnare an opponent for 10 seconds. Zhao Yu's tone was calm, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. The Thunder Web was a skill scroll he had procured at a cost of 5 gold coins, a luxury few second-year students could afford. As more classmates trickled into the classroom, discussions of summer training achievements filled the air, with several peers gathering around to marvel at Hui Hui, their exclamations echoing. Feeling a bit bashful under the attention, Hui Hui nestled closer to Ling Chen, its tail gently curling around his wrist, resembling a shy little girl. The bell rang for class, and Instructor Zhou entered, reviewing his lesson plan. His gaze swept across the classroom before settling on Ling Chen, his eyes lighting up. "Ling Chen, impressive progress with Hui Hui, level 9 of the first tier?" "Yes." "Instructor Zhou, just a little more, and we will break through to the second tier," Ling Chen replied as he stood. "Excellent." Instructor Zhou nodded in satisfaction, turning to write on the blackboard about the characteristics and strategies for second-tier soul beasts. The primary focus for the first semester of second year was preparing for the breakthrough to the second tier. Everyone must remember, when a beast companion breaks through to the second tier, it enters a state of soul energy boiling, requiring an ample supply of crystal cores of the same attribute. Furthermore, this process must not be disturbed, or the risk of failure, and even foundational damage, becomes considerable. He paused, emphasizing moreover, it is crucial to note, beast companions can only learn skills of their own attribute or neutral skills. Cross-attribute skills are strictly forbidden. Last year, a student insisted on teaching his fire attribute Little Flame a water attribute skill, Water Arrow, resulting in catastrophic failure and nearly losing the Little Flame altogether. As aspiring beast masters, you must not commit such elementary errors. This warning cast an immediate silence over the classroom. Zhang Hao stuck out his tongue, discreetly patting his small leopard's head. He had considered teaching it an ice attribute skill, Hardening, during the summer, but now he felt relieved he had not pursued that idea. The subsequent lesson saw Instructor Zhou meticulously explain the characteristics of second-tier soul beasts, from the defensive prowess of the ice-armored bear to the toxicity of the poison mist snake, each point illustrated with practical examples, prompting nods of understanding from the students. Ling Chen listened intently, his notebook filled with dense notes. Once Hui Hui broke through to the second tier, it would undoubtedly face more formidable soul beasts. This knowledge would prove invaluable. Hui Hui nestled itself in the drawer of Ling Chen's desk, attentively listening. Occasionally, when it heard the name of a soul beast that piqued its interest, it would raise its head and gently tap Ling Chen's hand with its paw, as though urging him to take note of the important details. Zhang Hao, observing this, could not help but feel envious, nudging Ling Chen's arm. "Your Hui Hui is exceptionally clever. If it were to attain sentience, it could attend class on its own." Ling Chen ignored him, continuing to jot notes. But a warm feeling blossomed within him. From their serendipitous encounter in the awakening chamber to Hui Hui's imminent breakthrough to the second tier over the past year, Hui Hui had become not just a pet but family, training, battling, and growing side by side. In the afternoon's practical class, Instructor Zhou organized one-on-one battles to familiarize the students with their new skills. Zhang Hao was the first to raise his hand, eager to challenge Zhao Yu, as he had long wished to test whether his Windblade Barrage was superior to Zhao Yu's Thunder Web. The battle stage soon buzzed with students. With Zhang Hao and his small leopard on one side, and Zhao Yu with his lightning puppy on the other, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Begin," Instructor Zhou commanded. "Little leopard, use Windblade Barrage." Zhang Hao initiated the attack, his voice trembling slightly. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the little leopard unleashed 5 wind blades, hurtling toward the lightning puppy. "Thunder, use Thunder Web." Zhao Yu responded swiftly, issuing his command. The lightning puppy shimmered with purple electricity, and a massive thunder web instantly formed, intercepting all the wind blades. The blades collided with the web, producing a crackling sound before dissipating into nothingness. "Useless, Zhang Hao, your wind blades cannot penetrate my thunder web," Zhao Yu stated calmly, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhang Hao shouted, "Little leopard, Use Gale Pounce and circle behind him. The little cheetah received its directive and swiftly turned to flank its opponent, only to be ensnared by the Thunder-type Little Wolf Dog's Thunder Net. This net not only provided defense, but also moved in tandem with its adversary, resembling a mobile prison. Thunder, unleash, Thunderstrike. Zhao Yu seized the opportunity, issuing a decisive command. The electric aura surrounding the Thunder-type Little Wolf Dog surged, dashing toward the little cheetah like a bolt of lightning, colliding fiercely with it. The little cheetah emitted a pained cry, sent flying to the ground, struggling for a moment before failing to rise again. Zhao Yu wins, announced Instructor Zhou. Zhang Hao rushed over, cradling the little cheetah with heartfelt concern. Is it all right? Are you hurt? The little cheetah nuzzled his palm, letting out a soft whimper of discontent. Zhao Yu approached, his tone softening as he looked at Zhang Hao. Your Windblade Barrage has considerable power, but its speed is too slow and easily countered. Next time, try using other skills to create distractions before launching the Windblade. The effect will be significantly better. Zhang Hao paused, then nodded. Thanks. I'll definitely win against you next time. When it was Ling Chen's turn to battle, his opponent was a classmate named Li Yong, whose beast pet was a level 1, stage 7 iron armored bear. This creature possessed formidable defense and decent attack power, but its speed was sluggish, making it susceptible to Grey's advantages. Iron armored bear, use thick earth. Li Yong initiated the skill, and a yellowish glow enveloped the bear, significantly enhancing its defense. Gray, use speed to flank it, avoid direct confrontation. Ling Chen commanded calmly. Gray immediately activated the skill, transforming into a gray shadow and effortlessly maneuvering behind the iron-armored bear. As the bear attempted to turn, its sluggish speed rendered it incapable of keeping pace with Gray's agility. Now, Soul Claw, Thunder type. Ling Chen capitalized on the moment, issuing his command. Gray's claws crackled with purple lightning as they struck the bear's back with ferocity. The iron-armored bear let out a cry of pain, its hardening glow dimming considerably. Once more, Soul Thread, Thunder type. A thread of soul energy laced with lightning shot forth, deftly ensnaring the bear's hind leg. The iron-armored bear was rendered immobile, its body paralyzed by the electric shock. Final strike, Soul Claw. Gray concentrated its soul energy, delivering another crushing blow to the bear's back. The iron-armored bear let out a piercing wail before collapsing, unable to rise again. Ling Chen wins. Instructor Zhou declared, his voice brimming with approval. Excellent. You adeptly utilized your speed advantage to evade the opponent's defenses and skillfully employed Thunder-type techniques. Your practical awareness surpasses that of many second-year students. Applause erupted from the audience, and Zhang Hao exuberantly shouted, Ling Chen, well done. Next time, we will have a rematch. I refuse to believe I can't defeat you. Ling Chen smiled silently, descending from the battle platform while cradling Gray. He sensed that Gray's soul energy fluctuations were more potent than before, and the opportunity for a breakthrough to Stage 2 seemed increasingly imminent. As days passed, the first semester of the second year progressed with intensity and fulfillment. In theory classes, they began studying the ecology and behaviors of Stage 2 soul beasts. Instructor Chen even brought in a specimen of an ice-armored bear's claw for close observation. In practical classes, Instructor Zhou arranged more team competitions, simulating combat scenarios in the Qingwan mountain range. Sometimes they would even be divided into groups to hunt designated spirit beasts. Honing their cooperative skills, Ling Chen, Zhao Yu, and Zhang Hao frequently found themselves teamed together, their synergy growing ever more seamless. Zhang Hao's little cheetah focused on long-range attacks and harassment. Zhao Yu's Thunder-type Little Wolf Dog specialized in control, while Ling Chen's Gray executed assaults and ambushes. They consistently triumphed in competitions, earning the title of the strongest trio among the second-year students. During one particular team match, their opponents comprised 3 classmates at level 1. Stage 8, with beast pets being a poison mist snake, a flame fox, and a gale rabbit. The adversaries launched a fierce assault right from the start. The poison mist snake expelled toxic fumes, the flame fox unleashed fireballs, and the gale rabbit provided distractions, creating a chaotic battlefield filled with smoke and flames. This is bad. It's the poison fire formation. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, recognizing it as the combined skill they had practiced over the summer, which generated noxious smoke when poison and flames merged. Stay calm. Zhao Yu, let the Thunder Wolf use Thunder Net to restrain the poison mist snake. Ling Chen directed with poise. Zhang Hao, have the little cheetah use Windblade Barrage to target the flame fox. Gray, prepare to flank and attack the gale rabbit. Zhao Yu quickly responded, shouting, Thunder, deploy Thunder Net. The Thunder-type Little Wolf Dog crackled with purple electricity, forming a colossal thunder net that ensnared the snake's mouth. Zhang Hao promptly commanded the little cheetah, unleash, Wind Blade Barrage. 5 wind blades sliced through the thick smoke, striking directly at the flame fox. Seizing the opportunity, Gray activated speed, morphing into a gray shadow and flanking the Gale Rabbit from behind. Before the rabbit could react, it was caught by Gray's Soul Claw, Thunder type, collapsing and rendered incapable of further combat. Without the Gale Rabbit's distractions, let's see how you fight, Zhang Hao exclaimed triumphantly, directing the little cheetah to attack the poison mist snake with Wind Blade Barrage. Zhao Yu ordered his Thunder-type little wolf dog to ensnare the flame fox with Thundernet, while Ling Chen commanded Gray to strike at the poison mist snake's vulnerable points. Without the Gale Rabbit's assistance, the adversary's poison fire formation disintegrated in mere minutes, leading to the eventual surrender of the poison mist snake and flame fox. We won. Zhang Hao leaped with joy, twirling with the little cheetah in his arms. I told you, with the 3 of us combined, no one can defeat us. Zhao Yu chuckled, teasing, it's mainly because Ling Chen orchestrated everything well, otherwise, you would have been knocked out by the poison smoke long ago. Ling Chen merely shook his head with a smile, glancing down at Gray, who was licking its paw, its sapphire-like eyes gleaming with pride, its tail swaying gently as if to say, aren't I impressive? Days turned into weeks, and soon November arrived, bringing with it a chill in the air as the phoenix tree leaves at Jiangxing No. 1 High School carpeted the ground. Ling Chen's Gray remained stuck at the pinnacle of Level 1, Stage 9, with the breakthrough to Stage 2 still eluding them. He felt a twinge of impatience, but understood that haste would not yield results. The transition to Stage 2 was a crucial phase in a beast's growth and required a steady and cautious approach. One afternoon after a practical class, Instructor Zhou called Ling Chen aside. He handed Ling Chen a wooden box, smiling. This is a Thunder-type concentration crystal core I had someone bring back from the city. It can stabilize a beast's soul energy. I've observed that it possesses several Thunder-type skills, so it should be beneficial. At the very least, it won't be harmful. This could assist it in breaking through its bottleneck. Take it and let Gray try it. It may help it reach Stage 2. Ling Chen was taken aback and hurriedly declined. Instructor Zhou, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. He knew that the Thunder-type concentration crystal core was worth at least 10 gold coins on the market, far beyond his means. Take it. Consider it a reward for you. Instructor Zhou insisted, placing the wooden box in his hands. Everyone has witnessed your and Gray's progress. You deserve this crystal core. Remember, when attempting to break through to Stage 2, ensure you find a quiet place and use a crystal core of the same attribute to assist. Do not let yourself be disturbed. Thank you, Instructor Zhou. Ling Chen grasped the wooden box tightly, warmth flooding his heart. From the first year to the second, Instructor Zhou had always looked out for him, not only teaching him practical skills, but also frequently providing him with resources for training. He cherished this kindness deeply. Upon returning home, Ling Chen opened the box to reveal a crystal core the size of a fist, entirely purple with faint lightning patterns on its surface. Holding it, he could sense a profound surge of Thunder-type soul energy. Gray approached, nudging the crystal core with its nose, eyes sparkling with delight, letting out a meow, clearly enamored by it. Gray, this crystal core can help you break through to Stage 2, Ling Chen said, gently patting its head. Tomorrow, I will take you to the quietness cave on the back mountain. It's a serene place, perfect for a breakthrough. Gray responded with a soft meow, nuzzling his palm as if to acknowledge his words. Early the next morning, Ling Chen set off for the tranquil cave on the back mountain, carrying a cloth bag and cradling Hui in his arms, along with the Thunder Elemental Concentration Crystal Core and the Thunder Crystals he had previously gathered. The tranquil cave, as informed by Lin Jianjun, was dry and possessed a natural soul force barrier that could shield against external disturbances, making it an ideal location for breakthroughs. Upon arriving at the cave, Ling Chen first cleared the ground, laying down a layer of hay. Before placing Hui on top and arranging the Thunder Elemental Concentration Crystal Core and other crystals around it. Hui, are you ready? Ling Chen squatted down and gently stroked its head. Don't be nervous. Just follow the usual practice methods. I will be right here, ensuring no one disturbs you. Hui mewed softly, nodded, and closed its eyes to begin absorbing the soul force from the crystals. The fluctuations of soul force around it gradually intensified, and faint lightning patterns began to shimmer on its gray fur, resonating with the surrounding crystals. Ling Chen stood vigilantly by, his breath held, eyes fixed on Hui, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. As time passed, the crystals surrounding Hui gradually lost their luster, turning to dust, while the soul force fluctuations around it grew stronger, even forming a faint soul force barrier at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, Hui's body trembled violently, and the lightning patterns surged dramatically, causing the entire tranquil cave to resonate with a robust wave of soul force, an unmistakable sign of a breakthrough. Ling Chen's heart raced, gripping the azure blade tightly. His gaze alert at the cave entrance. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a familiar voice. Ling Chen, are you in there? I heard you brought Hui Hui here to break through, so I came to check. It was Zhang Hao's voice. Ling Chen's heart sank, and he shouted, Zhang Hao, don't come in. Hui Hui is in the middle of a breakthrough and cannot be disturbed. The footsteps outside halted, and Zhang Hao's voice came back, tinged with regret. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll just wait outside and keep others away. Ling Chen sighed in relief and continued to focus on Hui Hui. The breakthrough was proceeding smoothly, the lightning patterns gradually converging, replaced by a denser, more refined soul force, an aura characteristic of a second-tier beast companion. Finally, Hui Hui slowly opened its eyes, sparkling like sapphires, and the fluctuations of soul force stabilized, now exponentially stronger than before, a successful breakthrough to the second tier. Wonderful, Hui Hui! Ling Chen exclaimed, lifting it joyfully into his arms and unable to resist planting a kiss on its forehead. You've finally achieved the second tier. Hui Hui mewed happily, nuzzling against his cheek, its tail playfully wrapping around his neck, radiating joy. Its size had noticeably increased, and the lightning patterns on its claws were more distinct, enhancing the power of its soul force claw, and even granting Swift the ability to teleport short distances, moving up to 5 meters in an instant. Ling Chen carried Hui Hui out of the tranquil cave. Zhang Hao was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing them emerge, he rushed forward, eyes bright with excitement. Did you succeed in the breakthrough? Hui Hui is now second tier? Yes, we did. Ling Chen nodded, smiling. Thank you for guarding outside just now. Don't mention it. We're friends. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively and leaned in to pet Hui Hui. This time, Hui Hui did not shy away but instead affectionately rubbed against his hand, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Wow, Hui Hui finally doesn't dislike me. The two friends, along with the cat and the leopard, made their way home, their silhouettes elongated against the backdrop of the morning sun, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 18, Evolution of Talent. On the weekend, with the morning mist still lingering, Ling Chen stood on a small hill on the back mountain, cradling Hui Hui. Recently having broken through to the second tier, Hui Hui appeared particularly spirited, its gray fur glistening softly, sapphire-like eyes twinkling like stars. Its paws rested gently on Ling Chen's arm, occasionally nudging his chin and emitting soft, endearing meows. All right, no more nuzzling, or I'll end up bald. Ling Chen chuckled, pulling Hui Hui closer into his embrace. He could distinctly feel the robust soul force flowing within the little creature. The most evident change following its second-tier breakthrough. Not only had its total soul force doubled, but the nurturing power transmitted through their bond had also significantly strengthened. Since Hui Hui's breakthrough to the second tier, Ling Chen had noticed his own soul force increasing at an astonishing rate. What used to take an hour of meditation to enhance could now be accomplished in just half an hour, and he didn't even need to meditate intentionally. Simply being in Hui Hui's company allowed him to feel a gentle stream of soul force flowing through their bond, nourishing his meridians like a trickling brook. Could this be the nurturing effect of a second-tier beast companion? Ling Chen pondered, following Master Zhou's teachings to sit in meditation. Indeed, as soon as he entered a meditative state, the soul force within Hui seemed to respond, flowing through their bond and intertwining with his own, circulating rapidly through his meridians. The meridians that had previously felt somewhat sluggish during cultivation now flowed freely, and his soul force moved at a speed more than 3 times faster than usual. Half an hour later, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the fluctuations of soul force around him surged dramatically, emanating a presence several times more robust than before. He had effortlessly broken through to the second tier. Have I really just broken through to the second tier? Ling Chen was taken aback, looking down at Hui Hui in his arms. Did you help me? Hui Hui seemed to understand, gently patting his hand with its paw, its tail proudly raised, looking like a clever little creature waiting for praise. Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh, standing up with Hui Hui in his arms. After stretching his body, he felt invigorated, even his vision clearer. Was this the sensation of being a second-tier beast master? It was indeed entirely different from the first tier. Just as he intended to return home and share the good news with his parents, a familiar surge of energy resonated in his mind. It was the ability of potential insight. Ever since Hui Hui had broken through to the second tier, this talent had felt more potent. Previously, he could only see Hui Hui's basic information, but now a dense array of text suddenly appeared before him. Beast Companion. Hui Hui. Level. Second tier, level 1. Attribute. None. Special traits. Compatible with any attribute soul force. Can learn all non-attribute and single attribute skills. No concerns regarding attribute conflicts. Elemental skills require corresponding elemental assistance for training. Soul force capacity. Soul force recovery speed increased by 100. Total capacity exceeds that of other second-tier beast companions by 50. Race level, king level, special. Effects. No bottlenecks before breaking through to the 6th tier, for each tier breakthrough. Basic attributes increase by 30. Evolution directions, unlocked 1. Soul Ferryman. Requires absorption of a substantial number of soul-type crystal cores, along with certain materials for assistance in breakthroughs. 2. Beast Transformation Spirit Tiger. Requires absorption of natural energy in the spirit realm. Post-evolution, size increases, gaining powerful beast-type skills. 3. Attribute Transformation Thunder Gale Leopard. Requires fusion with 3rd tier or higher thunder-type crystal cores. Post-evolution, changes to Thunder attribute, mastering advanced Thunder-type skills, with side effects. Current learnable skills, non-attribute skills, all, single attribute skills, any. Ling Chen stared at the information before him, his eyes widening in disbelief as his heart raced. King level race? No bottlenecks before breaking through to the 6th tier? 3 distinct evolution paths? He had only encountered descriptions of king-level beast companions in the Rare Beast Companion Encyclopedia, where it was said that there were merely a handful of king-level beasts in the entire Jiang City. To think that the stray cat he had taken in was a hidden king-level prodigy. No wonder Hui learned skills so swiftly and could absorb different attribute crystal cores. It turned out to be attribute-less with a compatibility trait. Ling Chen finally understood why Hui could master both the Wind-type, Swift, and the Thunder-type, Soul Force Claw. Other beast companions would have long been obliterated due to attribute conflicts. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, twirling with Gray in his arms and unable to resist planting a kiss on its little face. Gray, you are simply extraordinary. Gray, feeling a tad bashful from the kiss, nestled closer into his embrace, its tail gently wrapping around his wrist while it emitted a contented purr. After the excitement subsided, Ling Chen suddenly recalled something. Since potential insight had leveled up, could it perhaps reveal information about even stronger spirit beasts? Previously, he could only discern detailed attributes of first-tier spirit beasts, while second-tier ones only provided vague levels. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd tier, and with his newly upgraded talent, he might be able to access more intricate details. Let us try the Qingmu Forest. The thought surged forth, uncontainable. The Qingmu Forest marked the boundary between the outskirts and the depths of the rear mountain, where the lowest spirit beasts were 2nd tier. Previously, Lin Jianjun had strictly forbidden him from approaching, claiming it was exceedingly dangerous. However, now he was a 2nd-tier beast master, and Gray was also 2nd tier, with potential insight as an ally. As long as they didn't venture too deeply, they should be able to manage. Without further ado, Ling Chen embraced Gray and set off towards the Qingmu Forest, following the route etched in his memory. He made a deliberate detour to his home, leaving a note for his mother, assuring her that he was heading to the rear mountain for training and that she needn't worry. He then strapped on his Qingwen blade and slung a bag filled with crystal cores over his shoulder, hastening towards the Qingmu Forest. At the entrance of the Qingmu Forest stood the familiar pine tree inscribed with green characters. Compared to before, the surrounding trees had grown sturdier, their branches and leaves thick enough to nearly obscure the sky. The air was saturated with a rich spirit power, mingled with a subtle fishy scent, indicative of 2nd-tier spirit beasts. Gray, are you ready? It might get a bit dangerous inside. If we encounter a spirit beast we can't handle, we'll scatter the beast-repelling powder and make our escape. Ling Chen gently patted Gray's head and unsheathed his Qingwen blade. Gray perked its ears, its body slightly crouching, eyes alertly fixed on the depths of the forest, prepared for battle. They cautiously entered the Qingmu Forest, and scarcely had they taken a few steps when they heard a rustling in the nearby bushes. Ling Chen immediately halted, setting Gray down and signaling for silence. Gray understood instantly, inching closer to the foliage. It was a 2nd-tier blue-striped snake. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he concentrated and activated potential insight, revealing the information about the blue-striped snake before him. Spirit beast, blue-striped snake. Level, 2nd-tier level 2 attribute. Water skills, water arrow, venomous fangs, constrict, weaknesses, 7 inches. Eyes total spirit power, 120. He was elated to see such detailed information. Previously, he could only ascertain that the blue-striped snake was a 2nd-tier spirit beast. Now he could see its skills, weaknesses, and total spirit power clearly. He whispered to Gray, Gray, the weaknesses are at 7 inches and the eyes. Use speed to circle around behind it and attack at 7 inches. Gray responded with a soft meow, its body glowing faintly with gray light as it activated speed. The blue-striped snake, sensing danger, thrust its head forward, flicking its forked tongue while its icy eyes locked onto Gray, readying to strike. Now, Ling Chen shouted. With speed activated, Gray transformed into a gray shadow, swiftly maneuvering to the rear of the blue-striped snake, its claws charged with lightning spirit power, violently slashing towards its 7 inches. The snake emitted a piercing shriek, writhing violently in an attempt to constrict Gray. Anticipating this, Gray adeptly evaded using its speed advantage and launched another attack. Its claw striking the snake's eye. With its eye injured, the blue-striped snake writhed in agony, crashing against a nearby tree with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen charged forward, his Qingwen blade infused with spirit power, and struck down fiercely at the snake's 7 inches. With a sickening squelch, the blue-striped snake was cleaved in two, dark green blood gushing forth, and soon, all was still. We did it. Ling Chen exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. With the assistance of potential insight, dealing with a second-tier spirit beast had proven surprisingly effortless. He crouched down, stroking Gray's head. Gray, you were absolutely magnificent. Gray nuzzled his palm proudly, its tail held high as if seeking praise. The duo pressed deeper into the Qingmu forest, encountering numerous second-tier spirit beasts along the way, including the swift-gale fox, the heavily armored iron-shelled crocodile, and the venomous mist frog. For each spirit beast they faced, Ling Chen would first activate potential insight to discern its weaknesses and skills, then devise a strategy to effortlessly defeat them in concert with Gray. When they confronted the Gale Fox, he had Gray compete in speed using speed, deliberately luring it into a preset trap woven from spirit power threads. Before executing a spirit claw, lightning, attack on its hind leg, subduing it with ease. When facing the iron-shelled crocodile, he discovered its weakness lay in its abdomen, directing Gray to circle beneath it and scratch with lightning-infused claws, soon leaving its belly bloodied. Against the mist frog, he had Gray disperse the toxic fog using Wind Blade, a wind attribute skill learned during summer break, before ensnaring its limbs with spirit power threads, ultimately concluding the battle with his Qingwen blade. As they ventured further into the Qingmu forest, the spirit beast's levels increased, ranging from second-tier level 2 to level 4. And they even encountered a second-tier level 5 thunderstorm bear. This colossal creature was enveloped in purple lightning, and a single swipe of its paw could shatter a tree. Appearing exceedingly formidable. Gray, be cautious. This thunderstorm bear is of a notably higher level. Ling Chen tightened his grip on the Qingwen blade and activated potential insight. Spirit beast, thunderstorm bear, level, second-tier level 5 attribute. Lightning skills. Lightning strike. Thunderstorm roar. Thunder armor. Weaknesses. Nose. Defensive vulnerability. Abdomen. Location of spirit power core. Total spirit power. 200 traits. Irritable. Attack power increases by 20 when struck. The weaknesses lie in the nose and abdomen. And it possesses an irritable trait. We must not provoke it. Ling Chen swiftly formulated a strategy. Gray, you'll first use speed to draw its attention, circling around to attack its nose while I'll make a surprise attack on its abdomen. Gray immediately activated speed, transforming into a gray blur as it darted around the thunderstorm bear. The bear was incensed, swiping its claws in a frenzy, but failing to even graze Gray's shadow. Seizing the moment, Gray leapt onto its back, claws fiercely digging into its nose. With a furious roar, the thunderstorm bear surged with electric energy, its attack power spiking. It abruptly turned to capture Gray, but Gray skillfully evaded with speed. Now, Ling Chen seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, his Qingwen blade imbued with profound spirit power, and struck down hard at the thunderstorm bear's abdomen. With a sickening thud, the blade sliced a deep gash into the thunderstorm bear's belly, purple blood spurting forth from the wound. It let out a pained wail, its eyes turning blood red. Oh no, we enraged it. The bear, now faster and more furious, spun around, swiping a paw toward Ling Chen, who quickly retreated. Gray run. Distracted. The clumsy beast gave chase. Fortunately, these savage creatures were not particularly fast due to environmental constraints, allowing Ling Chen to lead it away. After more than 10 minutes of evasion, with a resounding thud, the thunderstorm bear collapsed, having lost too much blood. Ling Chen turned, his face alight with joy, waiting beside it for 6 minutes before even pointing his Qingwen blade at the bear's abdomen, noting its lack of response. He turned to Gray, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We won!" Ling Chen leaped in excitement, scooping up Gray as it ran over, planting a kiss on its little face. "Gray, you were incredible. You managed to hold off a second-tier level 5 thunderstorm bear." Gray let out a triumphant meow, gently nuzzling his cheek with his head as his tail swayed lightly. The sun gradually dipped towards the west, casting shadows over the azure woods as the light began to fade. Ling Chen glanced at the sky, realizing that he could not venture any further. Despite the assistance of potential insight and Gray, the depths of the azure woods harbored even more formidable soul beasts, posing a considerable danger given his current strength. He gathered his spoils, several second-tier crystal cores along with some pelts and bones of soul beasts, holding Gray in his arms as he retraced his steps. Along the way, he couldn't resist activating potential insight. Once more, reveling in the delightful information about Gray. His heart brimmed with joy and anticipation, a royal lineage, attribute compatibility, and 3 powerful evolutionary paths lay ahead for Gray, promising an extraordinary future. By the time he returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Lin Jianjun and Li Lan were seated in the courtyard awaiting his arrival. As soon as she spotted him, Li Lan rushed over, concern etched on her face. Xiaochun, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Mother, I went to the back mountain to train, and I've broken through to the 2nd tier. Gray has also become even stronger. Ling Chen excitedly recounted his breakthrough and his experiences in the Azure Woods, even showcasing Gray as crystal core. Lin Jianjun's eyes brightened at this, but his expression soon darkened. He patted Ling Chen's shoulder, saying, "Well done, my boy. A 2nd-tier beast master is already among the elite in Jiang City's youth. However, you must exercise caution when venturing into the Azure Woods. The soul beasts are growing increasingly powerful, and we cannot afford to be careless." "I understand, father. I was merely testing the capabilities of potential insight and didn't venture too deep." Ling Chen nodded, concealing Gray's information. A royal pet was far too precious. If word got out, it could attract trouble. He decided it would be better to wait until he was strong enough to disclose this to his parents. Li Lan brought out steaming dishes, specially preparing a large bowl of sweet and sour ribs mixed with crystal core powder for Gray. The little creature, famished, eagerly dug in, his tiny tail wagging incessantly. After dinner, Ling Chen sat beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, cradling Gray as he gazed up at the stars. Gray had fallen asleep in his arms, occasionally twitching his tiny paws as if practicing skills in a dream. Ling Chen gently stroked Gray's fur, filled with anticipation. He understood that breaking through to the 2nd tier was merely a new beginning. With the upgraded, potential insight, and Gray as a royal pet, his journey as a beast master could extend much further, though caution was still paramount. The gentle night breeze carried the fragrance of locust blossoms, while the water slime in the wooden basin in the courtyard gurgled softly, creating an endearing sound. Chapter 19. Earning money. The morning reading session at Jiang City No. 1 high school was always lively, especially in the 2nd semester of the 2nd year. The classroom was filled with the sound of recitations, so loud that it could shake the dust from the beams. However, Ling Chen found himself resting his head on the desk, staring blankly at the 2nd-tier Beast Master contract rules in his textbook. Since breaking through to the 2nd tier, his contract slots had increased from 1 to 2, meaning he could now contract another beast. 2 contract slots. Ling Chen poked Gray's ear. The little creature curled up in a ball, grumbling in annoyance as he swatted Ling Chen's hand away with a paw, turning over to continue sleeping, his tail still covering his nose, resembling a sulky little emperor. Beside him, Zhang Hao leaned in, half a steamed bun in his mouth, and mumbled, "What are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking of finding a little wife for Gray?" His little leopard also nudged Gray's tail, only to be met with a swat to the face, retreating in a huff. Ling Chen shot him an exasperated glance. "What nonsense? I'm contemplating the 2nd pet. Aren't you going to look for one?" Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. He swallowed the last of his bun and exclaimed, "My dad said that once I save enough money, we'll go to the beast store in the city to buy a 2nd-tier wind spirit bird. Then, my little leopard can handle close combat, while the spirit bird takes care of long-range attacks. Perfect." This remark reminded Ling Chen that acquiring a pet required financial resources, and not a trivial sum. The last time he saw a regular 2nd-tier beast at the market, it cost 50 gold coins. If he wanted something better, he'd need at least 100 gold coins. Currently, he had only a handful of gold coins saved up, plus the money from selling crystal cores, barely a dozen coins. Not even enough for the smallest purchase. Money, oh money, what a troublesome matter. Ling Chen sighed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Gray seemed to sense his distress, poking his head out of the drawer to nuzzle his wrist, letting out a soft meow, as if to comfort him. The class bell rang, and Mentor Zhou entered the classroom with his lesson plan. Noticing Ling Chen lost in thought, he called out, "Ling Chen, tell us what the core advantages of a 2nd-tier Beastmaster are." Ling Chen snapped back to attention, rising to answer. "The total soul power of a 2nd-tier Beastmaster is 3 times that of a 1st tier. The contract slots increase by 1, and they can learn 2nd-tier Beastmaster skills, significantly enhancing combat capabilities." "Very good, take your seat." Mentor Zhou nodded in satisfaction, continuing with the lesson. In addition to these, everyone should be mindful that the selection of the 2nd pet is crucial. Ideally, it should complement the 1st, such as pairing melee with ranged or offense with support to maximize combat effectiveness. Seated at his desk, Ling Chen's thoughts were consumed with how to earn money. Hunting soul beasts for crystal cores? Too slow. A 2nd-tier soul beast core sold for at most 2 gold coins, and accumulating 100 would take ages. Working part-time at the beast store in the city? He lacked the time, with classes during the week and training with Gray on weekends. On the way home from school, Zhang Hao was still excitedly planning to buy the wind spirit bird, but Ling Chen couldn't focus, his mind a flurry. As they passed the market, he noticed a crowd gathered outside a beast breeding shop. Curiosity piqued, he pulled Zhang Hao closer. The sign at the shop read, "Now hiring junior breeding apprentices. Requirements: second-tier beast master or above, familiar with basic soul beast habits." Adjacent to it was a sample of a junior breeding certificate, featuring a soaring spirit bird. Looking particularly official. Breeder? A spark ignited in Ling Chen's mind. He had seen this profession in the Beast Master Career Compendium. Breeders primarily assist pets in evolution, teach skills, and concoct soul power potions to enhance a pet's potential. Moreover, breeders earn substantial incomes, especially advanced breeders, who can make hundreds of gold coins for merely assisting a pet's evolution. Are you interested in becoming a breeder? Zhang Hao discerned his thoughts and scoffed. I've heard becoming a breeder is quite challenging. You have to memorize a mountain of theoretical knowledge, be adept at concocting potions, analyze the evolution conditions of pets. And just signing up for the exam costs 10 gold coins. If you want a tutor, that LL cost even more. 10 gold coins. Ling Chen touched the coin pouch in his pocket, feeling a twinge of hesitation. But thinking of the potential to earn enough to buy a second pet, he solidified his resolve. How would he know if he didn't try? Upon returning home, Ling Chen shared his aspiration to take the junior breeder certification exam with his parents. Lin Jianjun furrowed his brow upon hearing this, saying, "The path of a breeder is not an easy one. When I was young, I knew a breeder who, in trying to help a pet evolve, worked for 3 days and nights only to fail, incurring significant losses to the client." Li Lan also expressed her concerns, saying, "Yes, Xiao Chun, if you don't pass, that 10 gold coins would be wasted. It would be better spent on crystal cores for you and Gray." "Father, Mother, I want to give it a try." Ling Chen replied earnestly. "Not only can a breeder earn money, but I can also assist Gray in evolving more effectively. Just look at how Gray has already reached the second tier. He will surely need to evolve in the future. If I can breed, I can provide him with the best support without relying on others." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, I have inquired thoroughly. The junior breeder examination primarily assesses both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. I can study the theory independently, and for the practical component, I can assist at the breeding shop in the marketplace, where I might learn a great deal." Lin Jianjun gazed into his son's resolute eyes, fell silent for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well, I support you. I will provide you with these 10 gold coins, but remember, once you have made this decision, you must dedicate yourself seriously to it and not abandon it midway." "Thank you, father," Ling Chen exclaimed, enveloping Lin Jianjun in an exuberant embrace, a warm glow blossoming within him. At the break of dawn the following day, Ling Chen made his way to the Qinghe breeding shop in the marketplace to apply for an apprenticeship. The proprietor, an elderly man in his 50s surnamed Wang, sported grizzled hair and donned a pair of reading glasses, perpetually clutching a magnifying glass, exuding an air of seriousness. Old man Wang scrutinized Ling Chen from head to toe, then glanced at the gray creature cradled in his arms, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you a second-tier beast master? Have you previously studied breeding knowledge?" "I am indeed a second-tier beast master, though I have not formally studied breeding. However, I am well acquainted with the basic habits of soul beasts and can comprehend simple core diagrams," Ling Chen replied earnestly, recounting his experiences hunting on the back mountain and his understanding of soul beasts. After listening, old man Wang nodded. "All right, you can stay and give it a try. Come help after school every day. You will be responsible for dinner. There will be no pay, but you can learn some foundational breeding knowledge. If you perform well, I can offer you intensive tutoring for a few days before the exam." "Thank you, Master Wang." Ling Chen enthusiastically accepted the offer. From that day forth, Ling Chen's life became a whirlwind of activity. He attended classes in the morning, assisted at the breeding shop after school, and returned home in the evenings to study the theoretical aspects of breeding, even spending weekends immersed in the shop. The tasks at the breeding shop were diverse. He fed the pets, cleaned the cages, assisted old man Wang in organizing cores, and concocted simple soul power potions. Initially, he often made mistakes, such as feeding a fire attribute pet with water attribute core powder, which nearly caused the little flame to suffer from diarrhea. When mixing potions, he miscalculated the ratios, resulting in a black sludge, for which he was reprimanded by old man Wang. "You reckless boy, how could you be so careless?" Old man Wang exclaimed, brandishing his magnifying glass and pointing at the black potion, his beard bristling with indignation. "Fire attribute pets require fire cores, and water attribute pets need water cores. This is the most fundamental knowledge. Furthermore, if the potion's ratio is off, the effects can be drastically different. If something goes wrong with a customer's pet, can you bear the responsibility?" Ling Chen hung his head, refraining from retorting, yet the lesson resonated deeply within him. Gray, perched on a nearby table, remained still and obedient, as if sharing in his contrition. From that moment onward, Ling Chen became exceptionally meticulous. Before feeding the pets, he would confirm their attributes, and when mixing potions, he would repeatedly check the ratios, even weighing the powders meticulously with a small spoon. Old Man Wang observed this change and softened considerably, beginning to impart more useful knowledge to him. "Observe this thunder attribute core," Old Man Wang remarked, holding up a purple core and pointing to its intricate patterns with a magnifying glass. "The clearer the patterns, the purer the soul power. When used for the evolution of thunder attribute pets, the success rate increases significantly. If the patterns are vague and contain impurities, not only will it be ineffective, but it may also damage the pet's foundation." Ling Chen listened attentively, his notebook filling with dense notes. Gray also leaned in, nudging the core with his nose, eyes brimming with curiosity. Old Man Wang chuckled, watching Gray. "Your pet is quite impressive. The soul power is stable, and its aptitude seems promising. If you wish for it to evolve in the future, you must find the appropriate cores and materials. It cannot be taken lightly." In addition to learning about cores, Ling Chen also studied how to analyze the evolution conditions of soul pets under Old Man Wang's guidance. One day, the owner of a steel armor pupa entered the shop seeking to evolve it into a steel shell bee. Old Man Wang instructed Ling Chen to conduct the analysis first. Ling Chen meticulously observed the steel armor pupa's condition and inquired about the owner's feeding practices before stating, "The soul power of the steel armor pupa has reached first tier level 9, but it lacks nourishment from wind attribute cores. Additionally, its shell is not sufficiently sturdy. It requires a potion made from hardened grass to be applied daily, complemented by feeding with wind attribute core powder. In approximately half a month, it should be able to evolve." Old Man Wang nodded, addressing the steel armor pupa's owner. "This lad is correct. Follow this method, and in half a month, it will be ready for collection, guaranteed to evolve into a steel shell bee." The owner, pleased, paid and departed. Old Man Wang patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. "Well done. Your progress is commendable. Remember, each pet's evolution conditions differ. You must tailor the approach based on its attributes, level, and physical condition, rather than applying a one-size-fits-all solution." As days passed, the junior breeder examination drew ever closer. Ling Chen's theoretical knowledge grew increasingly solid, and his practical skills improved significantly. Not only could he adeptly concoct various basic potions, but he could also accurately analyze the evolution needs of soul pets. Old Man Wang fulfilled his promise and began to provide intensive tutoring, teaching him key points and techniques for the examination. The day before the examination, Old Man Wang called Ling Chen over and handed him a wooden box. Inside are some commonly used core powders and potion formulas. You may need them during the exam. Remember, don't be nervous during the test. Just follow your usual practice, and you will surely pass. "Thank you, Master Wang." Ling Chen accepted the wooden box, warmth swelling in his heart. Despite Old Man Wang's stern demeanor, he had imparted a wealth of practical knowledge that surpassed what Ling Chen had learned in school. On the day of the examination, the entrance of the Beast Master Association in Jiang City was thronged with people, most of whom were young aspirants like Ling Chen, eager to obtain their junior breeder certificates. The examination comprised two parts: theory in the morning, focusing on the fundamental knowledge of breeders, conditions for soul beast evolution, and potion mixing ratios, followed by practical assessments in the afternoon, where candidates were required to concoct a first-tier soul power recovery potion on-site and analyze a soul pet's evolution needs. The theoretical examination proceeded smoothly. The questions largely mirrored what Ling Chen had memorized, allowing him to complete the test swiftly and leave the examination room early. In the afternoon's practical exam, Ling Chen meticulously followed Old Man Wang's instructions, step by step, measuring powders, controlling the heat, and stirring thoroughly, ensuring each step was executed with utmost diligence. Upon completing the potion, the examiner presented him with a small, dog-like soul pet, instructing him to analyze its evolution requirements. Ling Chen carefully observed the creature, noting its earthy yellow fur, weak soul power fluctuations at only first-tier level 5, and somewhat feeble limbs. Drawing upon his acquired knowledge, he deduced that this pet was a ground-type burrowing dog. For it to evolve into a rocky dog, it would require a substantial amount of earth attribute core powder, as well as a potion made from rock grass and strength flower to soak its body, enhancing the strength of its limbs. The examiner nodded in acknowledgement, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Very well. Your analysis is quite accurate, and the potion has been well prepared. You have passed." As Ling Chen exited the examination room, a sigh of relief escaped him. He looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Gray nestled in his arms, nuzzled against his cheek as if to congratulate him. Upon returning to the breeding shop, Old Man Wang, upon seeing the junior breeder certificate in Ling Chen's hands, beamed with delight, his eyes squinting into crescent moons. "Well done, lad. You have not brought me shame. You are now a certified junior breeder." Would you care to stay here and assist me? I will offer you 5 gold coins a month, with meals and lodging included. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Thank you, Master Wang, but I still need to attend school. The break is approaching, and I will return to assist you then. Very well, no problem, Old Man Wang nodded. Should you encounter any breeding issues in the future, feel free to consult me at any time. As Ling Chen departed the breeding shop, cradling Gray in his arms, he walked home with buoyant steps. The junior breeder certificate in his hand, though not thick, felt weighty with promise. It represented not merely a credential, but also the hope of earning enough to acquire a second soul pet. As he passed by the bustling market, he caught sight of a charming wind spirit bird displayed in the window of a beast taming shop. Its feathers were a delicate shade of azure, and its eyes sparkled like 2 black jewels, chirping cheerfully and appearing exceedingly adorable. Gray, do you find that spirit bird beautiful? Ling Chen inquired with a smile, pointing at the avian creature while cradling Gray in his arms. Gray looked up briefly, then nuzzled against his palm, responding with a soft meow to Ling Chen's question. Ling Chen chuckled softly, continuing onward with Gray nestled in his embrace. The sun poured its golden rays upon him, warming his spirit and filling him with vigor. With his newly acquired junior breeder certificate, the prospect of earning money and getting closer to his goal of acquiring a second beast companion felt increasingly attainable. Chapter 20. The Summer Order Season. The summer in Jiang City was invariably accompanied by sweltering winds, the air thick with the scent of withering sycamore leaves. Ling Chen, with a somewhat worn cloth bag slung across his back and the junior breeder's certificate tucked in his pocket, stood nervously at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. This was his first time accepting orders in his official capacity as a breeder, and the bag also contained an emergency kit given by Old Wang, filled with various crystal powder, mixing tools, and even a small vial of hemostatic ointment for unforeseen circumstances. The association's hall was sparsely populated, with a young lady in a blue uniform seated behind the counter, diligently organizing documents. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen approached her and presented his breeder's certificate. Hello, I would like to accept a junior breeder order. The young lady looked up, glancing at him and then at the photo on his certificate, and smiled. Oh, you must be junior breeder Ling Chen. This is your first time accepting orders, isn't it? Please register your information, and then you can take a look at the order board over there. Both first and second tier orders are available. Once you've made your selection, simply bring it to me. Ling Chen nodded, receiving the registration form and filling it out with care. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the order board, which was plastered with colorful notes, each detailing the type, level, and requirements of various beast companions, along with their corresponding rewards. After a quick glance, he noted that most were evolution orders for first-tier beasts, with rewards ranging from 10 to 50 gold coins. There were also a few second-tier orders, the most lucrative one offering a staggering 100 gold coins, but it entailed optimizing the skills of a second-tier level 3 Thunder Spirit Cat, which appeared somewhat challenging. Let's start with something simpler, Ling Chen mused to himself, selecting an order for a level 9 Iron Cocoon's evolution into an Iron Shell Bee, which promised a reward of 30 gold coins and was conveniently located in a nearby residential area. He handed the order slip to the young lady, who verified the information and issued him a breeding venue usage voucher. There are specialized breeding rooms on the 3rd floor of the association, free for your use. They come equipped with basic tools and a rack of potions. If you require special materials, you can purchase them at the materials shop on the 1st floor, and you'll receive a 10% discount by mentioning the association's name. Thank you, Ling Chen replied, feeling a warm sense of gratitude for the association's thoughtful services. Following the provided address, he arrived at his client's home, where he was greeted by a middle-aged man holding a plump iron cocoon, its shell a faint earthy hue and appearing somewhat lethargic. You must be Breeder Ling. Please, come in and have a seat. This little one is named Xiao Lu, and it has been a level 9 for half a month without evolving. I've fed it plenty of crystal cores, but nothing seems to work, and it's driving me mad. Ling Chen took the iron cocoon and placed it on the table, focusing his energy to activate potential insight. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before him. Soul Beast, Iron Cocoon, level 9. Attributes, Bug type. Wind type, Evolution requirements, known route. Iron Shell Bee, core materials. Level 1 Wind type crystal powder, 10G. Hardened grass juice, 5 milliliters. Auxiliary materials. Honey, 3 milliliters. Enhances soul power absorption efficiency. Mint leaf powder, 2G. Alleviates evolution pains. Mixing ratio, crystal powder, hardened grass juice, honey. Mint leaf powder 10532. Notes. Maintain an environmental temperature around 25 degrees Celsius during the evolution process, avoiding noise disturbances. Don't worry, sir, Ling Chen reassured the man. Xiao Lu's health is fine. It simply lacks the nourishment of wind-type soul power and hardened grass. He continued. I will need to go to the association's breeding room to prepare the evolution potion. Please bring Xiao Lu to the third-floor breeding room tomorrow, and it should successfully evolve in about 2 days. Upon hearing this, the man was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Breeder Ling, thank you so much. Here is a deposit of 10 gold coins, and I'll pay the remaining once the evolution is successful. With the deposit in hand, Ling Chen hurried back to the association's breeding room. The breeding room on the 3rd floor was modest but immaculate, furnished with several tables and shelves stocked with various jars and vials, along with a temperature-controlled box, perfect for managing the evolution environment. Following the recipe from Potential Insight, he retrieved the materials from his bag and began to concoct the potion. He first poured the wind-type crystal powder into a beaker, added the hardened grass juice, and stirred slowly with a glass rod until the powder dissolved completely. He then incorporated the honey and mint leaf powder, mixing thoroughly before pouring the potion into a shallow dish and placing it beside the temperature-controlled box. The following day, the man brought Xiao Lu to the breeding room. Ling Chen administered a small amount of the potion to Xiao Lu, observing its reaction. The cocoon stirred gently, seemingly adapting well. He carefully placed Xiao Lu inside the temperature-controlled box, positioning the dish of potion nearby to allow it to gradually absorb the soul power within. For the next 2 days, Ling Chen immersed himself in the breeding room, monitoring Xiao Lu's evolution while utilizing his free time to train. The atmosphere in the breeding room was rich with soul power, and with Gray occasionally providing soul power feedback through their bond, Ling Chen's soul power grew at a notably accelerated pace. Each evening, he would take Gray to the mountains behind his home to practice hunting first-tier soul beasts, honing his skills while earning some extra crystal coins. 2 days later, Xiao Lu successfully evolved into an iron shell bee, its body now a striking black, with wings shimmering with a faint green glow, exuding a subtle wave of wind-type soul power as it fluttered about, appearing vibrant and full of life. When the man returned to collect it, he beamed with joy, promptly paying the remaining 20 gold coins and even presenting Ling Chen with a bag of homegrown peaches. Breeder Ling, thank you. These peaches are sweet. Please have a taste. With the 30 gold coins he earned, Ling Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as this marked his first earnings as a breeder, far surpassing the speed of income from hunting soul beasts. He carefully stowed the coins in his pouch and returned to the order board to select a new task, an order for a second-tier level 1 Poison Mist Frog skill optimization for the skill, Poison Mist, offering a reward of 50 gold coins. This order was slightly more challenging than the previous Iron Cocoon, requiring the preparation of a Poison-type skill optimization potion. Following the information from Potential Insight, Ling Chen procured the necessary materials, second-tier Poison-type crystal powder, Poison Vine Juice, and detoxification herb powder, to neutralize toxicity and prevent damage to the beast. He then began the preparation in the breeding room. During the mixing process, he accidentally splashed some poison vine juice onto his hand, and an immediate sting shot through him. Oh no! Panic surged within him as he quickly retrieved the hemostatic ointment provided by Old Wong, applying it to his hand. Fortunately, the ointment had detoxifying properties, and the pain subsided swiftly. Gray, perched on a nearby table, watched him anxiously, gently tapping his hand with a paw, as if to remind him to exercise caution. I'm fine, Gray, Ling Chen reassured, stroking its head, though a lingering sense of dread remained in his heart. It seemed that the path of a breeder required not only knowledge but also meticulous attention to detail. Any carelessness could lead to dire consequences. After 3 days of diligent work, the Poison Mist Frog's Poison Mist skill was successfully optimized. The formerly light green mist had transformed into a deep emerald hue, with enhanced toxicity and an expanded range. The client, a young beast tamer, expressed his satisfaction upon witnessing the transformation. Breeder Ling, you are truly remarkable. You are far more reliable than the breeder I consulted previously. I will definitely seek your services for future orders. Having successfully completed 2 consecutive orders, Ling Chen not only earned a substantial sum of 80 gold coins, but also gained a modest reputation within the association, with numerous clients specifically requesting his services. Over the following month, he undertook a variety of breeding tasks, including assisting a first-tier ember sprout in evolving into a flame bird, enhancing the speed of a second-tier water ripple fish, and even optimizing the digging skills of a first-tier groundhog, with rewards ranging from 10 to 80 gold coins. Each morning, he would visit the association to accept orders, subsequently retrieving pets from clients' homes or having them delivered to the breeding room. In the breeding room, he would concoct potions in the morning and observe the pet's conditions, taking a brief break for lunch with his own provisions, during which he would also practice for an hour. His soul power had already reached the pinnacle of second-tier level 2, nearly on the verge of breaking through to level 3. The afternoons were filled with continued diligence. Occasionally, he encountered challenging issues, such as stabilizing the soul power of a second-tier Thunderwolf during its evolution. Following the suggestions from the Potential Insight Guide, He added a small amount of concentration grass powder to stabilize its soul energy. In the evenings, he would train with his companion, Hui Hui, on the back mountain, hunting several soul beasts to replenish Hui Hui's energy crystals while honing his own skills. During this time, Hui Hui had not been idle either. It had not only advanced to second tier level 3, but also learned a new skill, Wind Blade Barrier, allowing it to form a barrier of wind energy that could deflect most first-tier soul beast attacks. Sometimes, while Ling Chen was busy in the breeding room, Hui Hui would perch on a nearby table, diligently monitoring the potion's heat. If the temperature became excessive, it would gently tap Ling Chen's arm with its paw to remind him to lower the flame, resembling a dutiful little assistant. On one occasion, when Ling Chen was assisting a second-tier ice rabbit in evolving into an ice spirit rabbit, he needed to maintain a low temperature in the breeding room. He set the thermostat to 0, shivering from the cold. Upon noticing this, Hui Hui voluntarily jumped into a basket beside the thermostat, using its body's soul energy to help maintain the temperature. Although it eventually fell asleep from exhaustion, it persevered until the evolution was complete. "Thank you for your hard work, Hui Hui," Ling Chen said, affectionately stroking its head and offering a piece of jerky as a reward. Hui Hui quickly awakened, snatching the jerky and savoring it in small bites, its eyes gleaming with pride. As the summer vacation reached its midpoint, Ling Chen had amassed a remarkable 300 gold coins, sufficient to purchase a commendable second-tier soul beast, with plenty left over for training resources. His soul power successfully broke through to second-tier level 3, and Hui Hui reached second-tier level 4, with potential insight now allowing him to clearly view the detailed information of second-tier level 5 soul beasts. That afternoon, he accepted an order to optimize the thunder armor skill of a second-tier level 4 thunderstorm bear, with a reward of 100 gold coins. This was the most challenging order he had taken on, requiring the use of third-tier thunder core powder. Fortunately, the association's materials shop had some available, albeit at a higher price, yet yielding excellent results. While he was preparing the potion, Old Wang specifically visited the breeding room to observe him. "Young man, I've heard you've been quite busy lately and making rapid progress," he remarked. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching," Ling Chen replied with a smile, his hands never pausing in their work. Old Wang observed Ling Chen's adept technique, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you are far more capable than I was at your age. Remember, breeding soul beasts is akin to raising children. You must invest your heart into it. You cannot merely rely on formulas. You must also observe their emotions and conditions to achieve the best results." "I understand, Master Wang," he acknowledged. Under Old Wang's guidance, Ling Chen successfully completed the potion preparation. When the Thunderstorm Bear's owner arrived to collect their pet, they were elated to find that not only had the bear's thunder armor defense significantly improved, but it had also become more docile, rewarding Ling Chen with an additional 20 gold coins for his efforts. As he exited the breeding room, dusk had fallen. Ling Chen stretched, feeling invigorated. Despite the busy summer, each day had been fulfilling, allowing him to earn money and enhance his skills. While his synergy with Hui Hui had also grown more harmonious, he cradled Hui Hui and ambled homeward. Along the way, he encountered a stall selling ice powder and purchased a bowl, taking a bite for himself before offering a taste to Hui Hui. The little creature's eyes sparkled with delight at its first experience of the icy treat, licking the spoon eagerly and wagging its tail incessantly. "Take your time. No one is rushing you," Ling Chen chuckled, playfully scratching its small nose, his heart brimming with joy. Upon returning home, he found Lin Jianjun and Li Lan relaxing in the courtyard. As soon as they saw him, Li Lan rushed over. "Why are you so late today? You must be hungry. I saved some food for you. Just heat it up and it'll be ready to eat." "Mother, I've earned a considerable amount of money, enough to buy a second soul beast," Ling Chen exclaimed excitedly, handing her the coin pouch, which felt heavy and jingled pleasantly. Lin Jianjun eagerly took the pouch, peering inside with curiosity. "Well done, my boy. You're doing better than I did at your age. When I worked in the workshop, I barely earned a few silver coins in a month, and you've made this much in just one summer." Li Lan's face lit up with joy. "This is wonderful. We won't need to worry about your and Hui Hui's training resources anymore. By the way, your father went to the market today and bought you a new bag, larger than your previous one, to carry more things." She then returned the coin pouch to Ling Chen. Ling Chen declined, saying, "Mother, please keep it safe. Set aside 200 gold coins for me. I may need it later for purchasing another soul beast. The rest can be used for the household." Li Lan accepted it back, replying, "Very well. I'll hold on to it. We'll have an extra meal tomorrow." During dinner, the family gathered around the table, enjoying warm dishes while Ling Chen regaled them with amusing anecdotes from his experiences breeding soul beasts, such as nearly losing Little Green from the thermostat while assisting an iron shell larva's evolution and getting splashed with toxic liquid while optimizing a skill for a toxic fog frog. Lin Jianjun and Li Lan laughed heartily, occasionally reminding him to pay attention to safety. Hui lay beside the table, eagerly devouring the meat soup rice that Li Lan had prepared, occasionally lifting its head to nuzzle Ling Chen's leg, sharing in his joy. As night fell, the courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, the only sounds coming from the water slime rolling around in the wooden basin. Ling Chen sat beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, holding Hui, gazing up at the stars. Hui had fallen asleep, its little paw resting on his arm. Breathing steadily, Ling Chen gently stroked Hui's fur, contemplating the order he would accept the following day. A first-tier level 9 burrow dog to evolve into a rock dog. With a reward of 40 gold coins, shouldn't be too difficult. As for the second soul beast, he intended to wait until the end of summer vacation to purchase it. For now, his priority was to enhance his strength, as a second-tier level 3 beast master still needed more practical experience. The night breeze wafted gently, carrying the sweet scent of locust blossoms. Ling Chen yawned, cradling Hui as he stood up and walked toward the house, preparing for another busy day ahead and knowing he needed to rest early. Chapter 21. The Quest for Beasts in the Back Mountain. A journey of potential assessment in the Greenwood Forest. The tail end of summer in Jiangxing always carried a lingering warmth. Even the morning breeze felt sticky. Ling Chen, with his new bag slung over his shoulder, filled with a green pattern knife, an emergency breeding kit, and treats for Hui, stood at the entrance to the back mountain, stretching languidly. Hui crouched at his feet, its tail gently sweeping the ground, excitement sparkling in its sapphire eyes, evidently reminiscing about their previous training days on the mountain. Today, we 1T rush to hunt. Our primary goal is assessment, Ling Chen said, bending down to ruffle Hui's head, contemplating the possibility of finding a suitable little companion. Ideally a spirit-level creature with high potential. Otherwise, training skills would become exceedingly laborious. He had initially planned to purchase a second soul beast directly from the Beastmaster shop. But after helping Old Wang organize breeding materials a few days prior, he came across a passage in a book stating that naturally grown soul beasts often possess more agility than those raised artificially, prompting him to venture to the back mountain for a stroke of luck. Hui mewed in apparent understanding, nuzzling his palm, and promptly dashed toward the direction of the Greenwood Forest. Now at second-tier level 4, when it activated its rapid skill, its form became as swift as a gray shadow, barely disturbing the fallen leaves beneath its feet. At the entrance of the Aoki Forest, the pine tree inscribed with the character Qing still stood tall, though its trunk bore several new claw marks that appeared to be left by a first-tier Gale rabbit. As Ling Chen stepped into the woods, he was greeted by a faint fragrance of grass and trees, mingled with a subtle, elusive essence of soul power. He slowed his pace, focusing his energy, ready to activate potential insight at a moment's notice. After only a few steps, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Hui immediately halted, crouching slightly, poised for battle. Ling Chen gestured for it to remain calm while he quietly circled to the side of the bush, parting the branches to take a look. There lay a first-tier third-level green-skinned lizard, basking on a rock, its dark green scales glistening in the morning light. He activated potential insight, and information promptly materialized before him. Soul beast, green-skinned lizard, first-tier third level. Attributes: wood. Racial level: common. Potential level: low. Known evolution route: none, to be unlocked after reaching first-tier 5th level. Current skills: bark hardening, vine entanglement, beginner. Common racial type: low potential, pass. Ling Chen quietly retreated, shaking his head at Hui. Understanding, Hui relaxed its combat stance and continued onward. He had encountered numerous green-skinned lizards on the back mountain before. Their combat strength was average, and their potential for evolution was limited, clearly not meeting his criteria. The pair pressed deeper into the Aoki Forest, encountering many first-tier soul beasts along the way, including the bouncy Gale rabbits, the treetop-dwelling sharp-toothed mice, and the ground-dwelling groundhogs. Each time, Ling Chen would use potential insight to assess them, discovering that most were common racial types with low to mid-level potential. The highest was merely a first-tier 6th-level fire-tailed sparrow, its potential barely reaching mid-level, yet still belonging to the common racial category, thus failing to satisfy his quest for a spirit-level companion. It seemed that spirit-level beast companions were indeed hard to find in the back mountain. Ling Chen sighed in resignation, leaning against a sturdy tree to rest. Hui lay by his feet, gnawing on a piece of jerky, occasionally glancing up at him as if to offer comfort. At that moment, a melodious bird call echoed from a distance, its sound sweet and imbued with a gentle wave of soul power. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. This sound was unlike that of an ordinary first-tier soul beast. He immediately stood up, signaling Hui to remain quiet, and the two stealthily approached the source of the sound. Passing through a thicket of dense shrubs, they emerged into a small clearing adorned with several plants blooming with yellow flowers. Ning Shen grass, a fine material for concocting concentration potions. Perched on a branch adjacent to the Ling Chen grass was a palm-sized bird, its feathers a soft azure, edged with golden patterns, its eyes resembling two black jewels, tilting its head as it pecked at grass seeds while chirping cheerfully. This is it, Ling Chen thought, activating potential insight. Soul Beast, Azure Pattern Sparrow, first tier 5th level. Attributes, Wind, Wood. Racial level, Spirit. Potential level, High. Known evolution routes. 1 Azure Wine Sparrow, requires first tier 9th level. Materials, 15G Wind Crystal Powder, 10G Wood Crystal Powder. 5 milliliters Ning Chen Grass Juice. Known evolution routes. 2 Golden Pattern Sparrow, requires first tier 9th level. Materials, 15G Gold Crystal Powder, 10G Wood Crystal Powder, 5G Golden Leaf Grass Powder. Current skills, Wine Blade, Beginner, Leaf Dance, Beginner. A spirit level species. High potential. Ling Chen's heart raced. This was precisely the companion he sought. Moreover, it possessed dual attributes. Capable of ranged attacks and support, perfectly complementing Hui's close combat and control skills. Just as he prepared to step forward, the Azure Pattern Sparrow seemed to sense movement. Abruptly lifting its head, flapping its wings, transforming into a blue shadow, ready to flee deeper into the woods. Hui, block it. Use Soul Power Thread. Ling Chen shouted urgently. Hui swiftly unleashed its skill. A thread imbued with lightning soul power shot forth, deftly ensnaring the sparrow's wings. The Azure Pattern Sparrow stumbled, landing on the ground and squawking in alarm, attempting to break free. Ling Chen cautiously approached, crouching down, and retrieved a small handful of crystal powder from his pack, a blend of wind and wood powders, specifically prepared to attract dual attribute soul beasts. He extended the powder in his palm towards the bird, speaking softly, "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to befriend you." The Azure Pattern Sparrow regarded him warily, its nostrils twitching as if drawn by the enticing aroma of the crystal powder. After a moment's hesitation, it cautiously approached, nuzzling its tiny head against his palm, then gingerly began to peck at the powder. "Such a good little one," Ling Chen smiled, gently stroking its feathers, which were soft and sleek, akin to silk. The sparrow seemed to relax, and after finishing the powder, it boldly nudged his fingers with its head, chirping merrily. Hui also approached, curiously nudging the Azure Pattern Sparrow with its nose. Initially startled, the bird soon sensed Hui's benign intentions and boldly pecked at its claws, causing Hui to meow softly and wag its tail in delight. "Looks like you two get along splendidly," Ling Chen mused, feeling a surge of joy. He produced a small, intricately woven bamboo cage from his pack, which he had brought specifically for his new companion. Setting the cage on the ground, he opened the door and said to the Azure Pattern Sparrow, "This will be your new home. Come back with me. I will take good care of you." The sparrow tilted its head, glancing between him and the cage, hesitating for a moment before fluttering its wings and flying into the cage, circling within as if quite pleased. "Wonderful." Ling Chen carefully closed the cage door, attaching it to his pack, his heart brimming with elation. He had not anticipated such a smooth excursion to the back mountain, having truly found a companion that met his expectations. Just as he intended to return home with the Azure Pattern Sparrow and Hui, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the distance, louder than before. Ling Chen immediately tensed, drawing the Qingfeng blade from his back and signaling Hui to protect the sparrow in the cage. The grass parted to reveal a rabbit twice the size of an ordinary Gale rabbit, entirely gray with pointed ears tipped in black fur, red eyes gleaming, and surrounded by a faint wave of wind-type soul power. Indeed, a first-tier 7th level black wind rabbit. A black wind rabbit. Ling Chen's brow furrowed. It was swifter than the ordinary Gale rabbit and capable of unleashing Black Wind Blade. He activated Potential Insight, Soul Beast, Black Wind Rabbit, first tier 7th level. Attributes, Wind. Racial level, Common. Potential level, Intermediate. Current skills, Black Wind Blade, Speed, Beginner. Weaknesses, Eyes, Hind Legs. The Black Wind Rabbit clearly targeted the Azure Pattern Sparrow. It fixated on the caged bird, emitting a guttural sound from its throat, its body arching slightly as it prepared to launch an attack. Hui. Use Speed to circle behind and attack its hind legs. Ling Chen shouted. Hui transformed into a gray shadow, darting to the rear of the Black Wind Rabbit. Its claws charged with lightning soul power, delivering a fierce strike. With a sharp sound, a deep gash appeared on the Black Wind Rabbit's hind leg, blood flowing forth immediately. It emitted a high-pitched cry, turning to retaliate against Hui, but Hui easily evaded using Speed. Azure Pattern Sparrow, use Windblade. Ling Chen called to the sparrow within the cage. Though terrified, the sparrow obeyed, flapping its wings, launching a small wind blade that struck the Black Wind Rabbit's back. Infuriated, the Black Wind Rabbit spun around, unleashing a black wind blade towards Ling Chen. Watch out! Ling Chen sidestepped, the wind blade grazing his arm before crashing into a nearby tree trunk, leaving a deep gash. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward. The azure-patterned blade infused with soul power aimed directly at the black wind rabbit's eyes, its Achilles heel. The rabbit hurriedly shut its eyes in an attempt to evade the attack, but was ensnared by Hu's soul power threads, rendering it immobile. With precision, Ling Chen's azure-patterned blade struck its target, eliciting a piercing shriek from the black wind rabbit as it collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to the ground. Victory! Ling Chen exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The azure-patterned sparrow chirped excitedly in its cage, seemingly cheering them on. Hu nuzzled against his hand, its tail held high, exuding an air of pride. He gathered his spoils, the crystalline core and fur of the black wind rabbit. Then, accompanied by Hu and the azure-patterned sparrow, ventured deeper into the Qingmu forest. Having located a suitable beast companion, he resolved to hunt a few more soul beasts to amass evolution materials for the azure-patterned sparrow, while simultaneously enhancing his own and Hu's capabilities. Throughout the ensuing half-day, they encountered several soul beasts, including a first-tier, level 6 poison vine snake, a first-tier, level 7 iron shell frog, and a second-tier, level 1 thunderstripe mouse. With each encounter, Ling Chen would first observe their details. If deemed valuable, he would coordinate with Hu and the azure-patterned sparrow to capture them. Although the azure-patterned sparrow was of a lower level, its skills, Windblade, and Leaf Dance, proved exceedingly useful, especially in dealing with ranged soul beasts, effectively distracting them. On one occasion, they confronted a second-tier, level 1 poison mist frog. The azure-patterned sparrow utilized Leaf Dance to disperse the toxic mist, creating an opening for Hu to launch an attack, swiftly defeating the poison mist frog. You truly excel, azure-patterned sparrow, Ling Chen exclaimed, retrieving a small portion of crystalline powder from the cage to feed to it. The azure-patterned sparrow eagerly pecked at the powder, its eyes gleaming with pride. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the light in Qingmu forest dimmed. Ling Chen glanced at the sky, realizing they could venture no further, and thus retraced their steps. His satchel brimmed with crystalline cores and soul beast furs, along with a concoction of concentrated spirit grass juice for the azure-patterned sparrow, feeling heavy yet gratifying. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. Li Lan was preparing dinner in the yard, and upon seeing him return with a new bamboo cage, she curiously inquired, "Xiao Chun, what have you brought in this cage?" "Mother, this is the azure-patterned sparrow I found on the back mountain. It will be our new family member." Having fed it throughout the day, the azure-patterned sparrow had grown somewhat accustomed to him. Ling Chen opened the cage door, allowing the azure-patterned sparrow to emerge. Initially timid, it slowly relaxed upon seeing Li Lan's gentle smile, flapping its wings to perch atop the old locust tree in the yard, chirping merrily. Lin Jianjun emerged from the workshop, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the azure-patterned sparrow. "Is this a spirit-level beast companion? You've struck gold, my boy. To find such a creature on the outskirts of the back mountain." "Indeed, father. It possesses high potential and dual attributes. Once it evolves, it will undoubtedly be formidable." Ling Chen replied proudly, recounting the azure-patterned sparrow's details and his experiences on the back mountain. Li Lan, upon hearing this, gleefully remarked, "That's wonderful. Our family has gained another little companion. I'll prepare some food for the azure-patterned sparrow. I just bought some millet today, so I'll make it some millet porridge." During dinner, the family gathered around the table, with the azure-patterned sparrow placed in a small dish, enjoying the millet porridge specially prepared by Li Lan. Occasionally, it would lift its head and chirp at Ling Chen, as if expressing gratitude. Hu lay on the nearby table, savoring its meat soup rice, glancing curiously at the azure-patterned sparrow from time to time. "By the way, Xiao Chun, when do you plan to form a contract with the azure-patterned sparrow?" Lin Jianjun suddenly asked. "Perhaps tomorrow. It's too late today, and the azure-patterned sparrow has just arrived and needs some time to adjust," Ling Chen responded, wanting the azure-patterned sparrow to acclimate to its surroundings before proceeding with the contract to enhance the success rate. Lin Jianjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should not rush into forming a contract with a beast companion. It must willingly choose to follow you for a harmonious partnership. After dinner, Ling Chen returned the azure-patterned sparrow to its cage, hanging it on the locust tree in the yard, then took Hu to wash by the small river at the back mountain. The water slimes rolled playfully in the wooden basin, and upon seeing them return, they eagerly rolled over, nudging the azure-patterned sparrow's claws in welcome. The azure-patterned sparrow reciprocated the friendliness. After all, which spirit beast doesn't he adore these water slimes, nature's embodiment of pure water? The night breeze gently wafted through, carrying the fragrance of locust flowers. Ling Chen leaned against the tree trunk, watching the azure-patterned sparrow peacefully slumbering in its cage, then glanced at Hu, his heart brimming with joy. He stretched and picked up Hu, heading towards the house, mindful that tomorrow he must form a contract with the azure-patterned sparrow, necessitating an early rest. As for the azure-patterned sparrow, it had already begun to construct a nest upon the tree, and with no wilderness dangers present in the city, he decided to let it be. Chapter 22. The contract. The mornings in Jiang City always carry a hint of mist. The old locust tree in the yard shrouded in a nebulous haze, yet the air is punctuated by the cheerful chirping of birds. The azure-patterned sparrow had awakened early, perched in the nest it had built the day before, preening its feathers. Its pale azure wings shimmered softly in the morning light. Cushioned by soft leaves Ling Chen had thoughtfully provided. Seems you have quite the eye for choosing a spot, Ling Chen remarked, carrying a bowl of millet porridge as he approached the tree, smiling and greeting it. Upon seeing him, the azure-patterned sparrow fluttered down, landing on his shoulder, nuzzling its small head against his cheek while emitting a sweet, endearing chirp. Hu also approached, its tail gently brushing against Ling Chen's trousers, eyes filled with curiosity, devoid of the hostility it had shown towards other small creatures. Today, we shall formally establish our contract, Ling Chen declared, setting down the bowl of porridge and sitting cross-legged beneath the locust tree, gesturing for the azure-patterned sparrow to alight on the stone table before him. He took a deep breath, following the contract method taught by Mentor Zhou, gradually releasing a warm stream of soul power, gently enveloping the azure-patterned sparrow. The contract for an adult beast companion differs from that of a juvenile. It cannot rely solely on coaxing, but must be a willing acknowledgement. The azure-patterned sparrow had witnessed his and Hu's strength during their confrontation with the black wind rabbit, making this an opportune moment. As the soul power brushed against the azure-patterned sparrow, it lightly shook its wings, showing no resistance, instead releasing a thread of its own soul power. Intertwining with Ling Chen's, the two streams of soul power melded like flowing water, forming a faint luminescent pattern on the stone table, gradually merging into their beings. Solidifying the contract. It's done. Ling Chen's heart soared with joy, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly realized he hadn't named the azure-patterned sparrow yet. He gazed at the little creature's pale azure and gold-tipped feathers, recalling the sea of spirit grass flowers he had seen in the Qingmu forest yesterday, and an idea struck him. From now on, you shall be called Qingming. It's melodious and suits your plumage perfectly. How does that sound? Qingming seemed to comprehend, excitedly hopping on the stone table, flapping its wings to unleash a small wind blade that landed on the adjacent ground, as if nodding in agreement. Hu also approached, nudging Qingming with its nose, emitting a soft meow, welcoming their new companion. After breakfast, Ling Chen donned his satchel and, accompanied by Hu and Qingming, set off towards the back mountain. Today's mission was to train the two to work in tandem. Qingming would handle reconnaissance and distractions, while Hu would focus on control and offense, with Ling Chen directing and delivering the finishing blows, thus testing the efficacy of their new combination in actual combat. Upon entering Qingmu Forest, Ling Chen instructed Qingming to take to the skies for reconnaissance. Qingming soared swiftly, vanishing among the treetops, and shortly returned, chirping animatedly at Ling Chen while pointing towards the left thicket. According to their previously established signal, this indicated the discovery of a low-tier soul beast. Let us investigate. Ling Chen whispered to Hu as they stealthily approached, soon spotting a first-tier, level 4 sharp fang mouse nestled in a patch of bushes, happily gnawing on a nut. Qingming, use leaf dance to distract it, Ling Chen commanded softly. Qingming immediately soared into the air, her wings fluttering as several leaves imbued with soul energy flew towards the fang-toothed rat, striking its back. Startled, the rat dropped its nut and attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Hui using Swift, a bolt of lightning-infused soul power thread, ensnaring its hind leg, rendering it immobile. Now was the moment for Qingming to deliver the finishing blow. Understanding the cue, Qingming unleashed a precise wind blade that struck the rat's back, eliciting a shrill cry as it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Perfect. Ling Chen joyfully patted Qingming's head and handed Hui a piece of jerky. Their first collaboration had gone remarkably well, and he was confident they would only grow stronger together in the future. The subsequent training sessions became increasingly fruitful. Qingming's scouting range expanded significantly. She could not only detect soul beasts, but also differentiate their ranks by their calls. Short and urgent sounds indicated a first-tier low-level beast, while long and steady calls denoted a first-tier high-level beast. If the call carried a tremor, it signified the presence of a second-tier soul beast. On one occasion, Qingming discovered a first-tier level 7 poison ivy snake and cleverly maneuvered behind it, using Windblade to sever its vines, creating an opportunity for Hui to strike. Qing Ning, be cautious and maintain your distance. The poison of the poison ivy snake is corrosive. Don't get too close. Ling Chen cautioned while directing Hui Hui to attack the snake's vital point. Qing Ning promptly retreated to a safe branch, continuing to use leaf dance to distract the snake, occasionally launching wind blades near its eyes to obstruct its vision. Before long, the poison ivy snake was forced to retreat, ultimately ensnared by Hui Hui's soul power thread. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen dispatched it with the Qingwen blade. Excellent. This collaboration was even more seamless than the last. As Ling Chen collected the crystal core from the snake, he remarked with a smile that Qing Ning's timing for distraction was impeccable. And Hui Hui's control had not faltered. Keep it up. During the midday break, as Ling Chen pulled out his rations, Qing Ning suddenly emitted a series of urgent calls directed at a distant thicket, flapping her wings as she pointed in that direction. Hui Hui instantly became alert, crouching low and focusing intently on the brush. What was it? Had they discovered a formidable soul beast? Ling Chen tightened his grip on the Qingwen blade and stealthily approached, parting the foliage to find not a soul beast, but rather a small, palm-sized young fire-tailed fox, shivering and nestled in the grass. So it was just a little creature. Ling Chen exhaled in relief and activated Potential Insight, Soul Beast, Young Fire-tailed Fox, First Tier, Level 1. Attributes, Fire Type. Rarity, Spirit Level. Potential Level, Extremely High. Known Evolution Route, 1 Crimson Flame Fox, requires First Tier Level 9. Materials, 20G Fire Type Crystal Core Powder, 8 milliliters Flame Flower Juice. Current skills, Little Fireball, Beginner. An extremely high potential Spirit Level Companion. The Mother Beast was absent. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Such young companions were highly sought after in the market, especially those with such high potential, fetching at least 500 gold coins. Just as he reached out to scoop it up, the fire-tailed fox, frightened, recoiled and shot a tiny fireball at him, but its power was so feeble that it didn't even graze his clothing. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Ling Chen spoke gently, extending a small portion of fire-type crystal core powder from his satchel in the palm of his hand. The fire-tailed fox sniffed cautiously. Having been hungry for an unknown duration, it hesitated before slowly approaching, gingerly picking up the powder to consume. After finishing, it nuzzled his palm, clearly having been won over. This little one was quite easy to charm. Ling Chen chuckled as he cradled the fire-tailed fox, informing Qing Ning and Hui Hui that they would pause training and take it to the market for sale, just in time to purchase some crystal cores for them. Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, chirping in agreement, while Hui Hui nuzzled against his leg, its tail gently swaying. Upon arriving at the market, Ling Chen headed straight to the pet store he frequented. The shopkeeper, a portly man, instantly brightened at the sight of the fire-tailed fox in Ling Chen's arms. Ling lad, where did you find this treasure? A young fire-tailed fox, and a spirit level 1 at that. I found it in the back mountain. Its potential is extremely high. How much can you offer? Ling Chen placed the fire-tailed fox on the counter, and the little creature showed no signs of fear, even wagging its tail at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper examined the fire-tailed fox closely for a while, even testing it with soul energy, before smiling and proposing, I can give you 600 gold coins. What do you say? This price is absolutely fair. Anyone else would offer you a maximum of 500. All right, it's a deal. Ling Chen agreed readily, thrilled at the 600 gold coins, which exceeded his expectations and would allow him to purchase plenty of crystal cores for Hui Hui and Qing Ning. During the transaction, a young man beside them was lamenting about his adult iron-armored larvae refusing to form a contract, stating that no matter how many crystal cores he fed it, it was futile. Ling Chen couldn't help but interject. Adult soul beasts are different from young ones. They cannot be coaxed. They must be convinced to submit. The best method is to engage them in combat. If you defeat them, they are more likely to recognize you, and the contract success rate increases. Is that true? The young man seemed skeptical. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Ling lad is correct. I've encountered similar situations before. A customer fought an adult soul beast, won, and successfully formed a contract right afterward. However, some spirit beasts possess high intelligence and do not favor humans, making it impossible. Young soul beasts are easily charmed. Just offer them food, and they will contract, but adults have their pride. They must be subdued. The young man appeared enlightened, promptly thanking Ling Chen and rushing out with his iron-armored larvae, stating he was going to the back mountain to give it a try. Ling Chen watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. Had it not been for his prior research on adult soul beast contracts, he wouldn't have known about this nuance. After selling the fire-tailed fox, Ling Chen visited the materials shop to purchase a substantial amount of crystal core powder, acquiring thunder and wind types for Hui Hui, and wind and wood types for Qing Ning. He also specifically bought a small vial of concentration grass juice for Qing Ning, aiming to enhance her soul energy absorption efficiency. Upon returning home, the day was still young. Ling Chen divided the crystal core powder into 2 portions, one for Hui Hui and one for Qing Ning, before leading them to the backyard to continue honing their control over soul energy. Qing Ning soared through the air, intermittently unleashing Wind Blade and Leaf Dance, while Hui Hui practiced the precision of Soul Power Thread on the ground, occasionally teaming up with Qing Ning, one ensnaring the target while the other launched an attack. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qing Ning suddenly called out towards the sky, flapping her wings to unleash a wind blade that intertwined perfectly with Hui Hui's Soul Power Thread, forming a small orb of light that burst into shimmering points like fireworks. Ling Chen watched in awe. It was undeniably beautiful. At dinner, Lin Jianjun noticed the crystal cores Ling Chen had purchased and remarked with a smile, "It seems today was quite fruitful. You've bought so many good things." "Indeed, I sold a fire-tailed fox with extremely high potential for 600 gold coins." As Ling Chen fed Qing Ning some crystal core powder, he recounted the day's events. Hearing this, Li Lan quickly added an extra piece of meat for Qing Ning, cheerfully stating, "Qing Ning is truly impressive, even assisting with scouting. I feel much more at ease knowing the 3 of you will venture out together." Qing Ning seemed to comprehend, hopping excitedly on the table and calling out to Li Lan, prompting laughter from the family. Hui Hui joined in, nudging Ling Chen's hand affectionately. Chapter 23. Countdown to the Midterm Examination. The windows of Class 1 of the second year at Jiangxing No. 1 High School were wide open, as the early autumn breeze swept in a few sycamore leaves that fluttered down onto Ling Chen's textbook. At the podium, Mentor Zhou held the guidelines for the outdoor assessment, his tone more serious than usual. In 25 days, it will be the final outdoor assessment for middle school, set in the Qingmu Forest. The minimum requirement is to hunt down a second-tier soul beast. If you can team up to take down a third-tier beast, the assessment level will be directly rated as A. However, remember, the inner ring is not like the outer ring. The soul power fluctuations of a third-tier soul beast can injure a first-tier beast master, so team formations must be approached with caution. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of excitement, as Zhang Hao from the back row immediately leaned closer to Ling Chen, nudging his arm with his elbow. "Hey, Master Ling, surely we'll need to form a team for the assessment, right? It should be the 3 of us, me, you, and Zhao Yu, our trusty trio. Let us see if we can tackle a tier 3 beast." In his arms, his little leopard had grown to a considerable size, its coat displaying more vivid wind patterns. At his words, it let out a couple of enthusiastic calls, only to be met with a glare from Hui Hui in the front row, causing it to shrink back. Resembling a dog caught in the gaze of a cat, Ling Chen was engrossed in observing Qing Ning, the little creature standing atop his textbook. Its pale blue feathers shimmered with a soft glow, and its claws gently rested on the Tier 2 Soul Beast Encyclopedia. The fluctuations of its soul power had stabilized at the pinnacle of Tier 1, Level 9. Ever since their contract, Qing Ning's level had soared rapidly, bolstered by Ling Chen's Tier 2 soul power, and it was on the verge of breaking through to Tier 2 at any moment. He subtly released a thread of soul power, and upon touching Qing Ning, a familiar talent panel materialized before his eyes. Beast, Qing Ning, Blue Pattern Sparrow. Level, Tier 1. 9. Pinnacle, Attributes. Wind, Wood Racial Rank, Spirit Potential Rank. High Known Evolution Routes. 1 Azure Wine Sparrow, requires Tier 1. 9. Materials, 15G Wind Crystal Powder. 10G Wood Crystal Powder, 5 milliliters Spirit Herb Juice. Known Evolution Routes. 2 Golden Pattern Sparrow, requires Tier 1. 9. Materials, 15G Gold Crystal Powder, 10G Wood Crystal Powder. 5G Golden Leaf Powder. Unknown Evolution Route, unlocked. The Unknown Evolution Route, marked with a question mark, stood out prominently. It was not only Qing Ning. He had noticed similar question marks appearing at the end of panels for other soul beasts he had observed recently. An old scholar's notes he had stumbled upon in the breeding shop indicated that soul beast evolution was unpredictable, with known routes merely scratching the surface. It seemed evident now that his talent had yet to catch up. At Tier 2, he could only perceive the researched routes, and the hidden possibilities would remain concealed until his talent advanced further. He resolved not to evolve just yet. Ling Chen decided firmly, gently scratching Qing Ning's chin. "Let us first advance to Tier 2, and then we can explore the hidden routes." Qing Ning appeared to comprehend, nuzzling against his fingertip, its wings creating a gentle gust that swept a sycamore leaf from his textbook toward Zhang Hao. "Hey, your bird is quite clever." Zhang Hao reached out, only to be thwarted by a small wind blade from Qing Ning that sent his hand recoiling in pain. "Ouch, it's fiercer than Hui Hui," he exclaimed. "By the way, that Zhao Yu guy seems to have leveled up recently. I saw him with his Thunderwolf at Tier 2, Level 6, just yesterday. And he himself has shot up to Tier 2, Level 7. Higher than you." Ling Chen paused, realizing he had been preoccupied with stabilizing Qing Ning's level lately. causing his own training progress to lag a bit. He was currently at Tier 2, Level 6, alongside Hui, who was also at Tier 2, Level 6. Just then, footsteps echoed from the classroom's back door, and Zhao Yu entered, cradling a small, entirely snow-white beast in his arms. The creature was no bigger than a palm, surrounded by a faint, moonlight-like soul power, with a tiny white bud atop its head, looking exceptionally delicate. Is that the Moonlight Fairy? Ling Chen narrowed his eyes, appearing to organize his textbook while secretly activating his talent. The information on the panel emerged clearly. Beast, Moonlight Fairy, Juvenile. Racial rank, King Beast, attributes, light, healing. Potential rank, extremely high. A healing-type soul beast with king-level potential was a rare find, even in the soul beast shops of Jiangqing. A flicker of curiosity crossed Ling Chen's mind regarding Zhao Yu's background, but he refrained from probing further. Everyone had their own affairs, and it was unnecessary to pry. Zhao Yu approached his seat, noticing Ling Chen's gaze, and nodded in acknowledgement. I contracted it last week. It's called Yuya, a healing type that can assist us during battles. His tone was considerably gentler than it had been in their first year. With the thunder wolf at his feet wagging its tail at Hui, no longer exuding the same hostility. Perfect. We should form a team. Your Yuya can handle healing. Zhang Hao's little leopard can provide ranged harassment, while Hui and I will take the lead, and Qing Ning can scout. Ling Chen seamlessly took over the conversation, steering clear of family matters. Tomorrow's the weekend. Let us first head to the Qingmu Forest to scout for a weaker Tier 3 soul beast to practice on. Zhang Hao immediately clapped his hands in agreement. Great idea. My dad just made me a new wind-powered crossbow. It's the perfect opportunity to test its power. The little leopard chimed in with a couple of excited calls, as if anticipating the adventure. The next morning, the trio gathered at the entrance of Qingmu Forest. Zhang Hao carried a crossbow nearly his height, its arrowheads wrapped in wind crystal powder, while Zhao Yu's Yuya perched on his shoulder, its bud swaying gently, occasionally releasing a wisp of light-type soul power that granted a faint defensive buff to their beasts. Ling Chen's Qing Ning had successfully leveled up, having absorbed 2 wind crystal cores last night, smoothly advancing to Tier 2, Level 1. The range of wind breath reconnaissance had doubled, and it now soared ahead like a diminutive scout. The inner area of the forest was denser than the outskirts, with a more potent aura of soul power. Zhao Yu frowned, and the Thunder Wolf's ears stood erect, alertly scanning the surrounding underbrush. I heard from my brother that the Tier 3 soul beasts in the inner area are mostly rock-armored bears and poison mist pythons. The rock-armored bear has strong defenses, but is slow, while the poison mist python is fast, but fears fire. We should opt for the rock-armored bear. Ling Chen remained silent, narrowing his eyes as though scrutinizing the rocks ahead, while his talent scanned the area. Indeed, 300 meters away in a valley, there was a Tier 3, Level 1 rock-armored bear. The panel clearly displayed its weaknesses. Weakness: abdomen, not covered by armor. Nose, where the soul core resides. Skills: rock armor hardening, heavy slam, earth spike. It was the perfect candidate for their practice. Let us head that way. He pointed toward the valley, where Qing Ning had detected movement, indicating the presence of a bear-type soul beast. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu followed his lead without hesitation, while Qing Ning flew lower, its wings discreetly severing the thorns that obstructed their path. As they approached the valley, they heard a heavy thudding of footsteps, and a bear cloaked in gray rock emerged from the thicket. Indeed, it was the rock-armored bear. Towering at 2 meters, its rocky claws glimmered ominously. Upon spotting them, it let out a roar, its rocky exterior hardening instantly. That's it. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, swiftly raising his crossbow. Little leopard, use wind blade barrage on its eyes. The little leopard leaped into the air, unleashing 5 wind blades aimed directly at the bear's eyes. The rock-armored bear hurriedly closed its eyes, but the wind blades merely left shallow marks on its rocky shell. Not effective. Its hide is too tough, Zhang Hao exclaimed, just as he was about to shoot again. The rock-armored bear suddenly raised its paw and slammed it against the ground, causing several stone spikes to erupt towards the little leopard. Yuya, light shield. Zhao Yu's voice rang out, and the bud atop Yuya blossomed with a gentle white light, forming a shield before the little leopard. The stone spikes shattered upon impact with the shield. Simultaneously, the thunder wolf crackled with purple lightning, launching a lightning net that ensnared the bear's hind legs. Hui, rapid, flank it and attack its abdomen. Ling Chen commanded, seizing the moment. Hui transformed into a gray blur, darting behind the rock-armored bear. Its claws infused with lightning soul power, striking fiercely at its unprotected abdomen. The attack left a deep gash, and blood flowed freely. The rock-armored bear roared in pain, pivoting to swipe at Hui, but was momentarily blinded by Qing Ning's leaf dance, as several soul-infused leaves flew into its eyes, obscuring its vision. Now is our chance. Zhao Yu, Have the Thunder Wolf use Thunder Strike on its nose. Ling Chen shouted. Zhao Yu instantly understood. Thunder Wolf, go. The Thunder Wolf surged with electricity, charging like a bolt of lightning toward the bear's nose, delivering a powerful blow. A piercing cry erupted from the rock-armored bear as it succumbed to the forceful impact of the Thunder Wolf. Its nose, the very core of its soul power, struck with a brutal collision. The luster of its rocky armor faded almost instantly, and the fluctuations of its soul power waned significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao loosed an arrow aimed at the bear's abdominal wound. The powder from the wind-type crystal core detonated, exacerbating the injury. For the final blow, Ling Chen leapt into the air, his azure-patterned blade infused with second-tier soul power, and brought it down mercilessly upon the bear's wound. With a wet thud, the colossal form of the rock-armored bear swayed before collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless. Victory! A third-tier soul beast is hardly formidable, Zhang Hao exclaimed in exhilaration, twirling with the small leopard in his arms, oblivious to the fact that the leopard's paw had been grazed by a stone shard and was trembling slightly. Don't be so smug. Take a look at the leopard's paw, Zhao Yu cautioned. Yuya had already flown over, a soft white glow emanating from the blossom atop its head as it descended upon the leopard's paw, healing the wound at a visibly rapid pace. However, Yuya's healing power was still insufficient for more severe injuries. Should they encounter a more formidable soul beast, they must exercise greater caution. Ling Chen crouched, examining the corpse of the rock-armored bear, his fingers tracing the wound on its abdomen. Its rocky exterior would soften upon death, allowing them to wait until its soul power was fully depleted before harvesting, thus conserving energy. Qing Ming alighted on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek as if seeking praise. Hui Hui approached, tugging at his clothing to lead him toward the bear's head, where a fist-sized crystal core glimmered with earthy hues. The wind-blade leopard skillfully divided it into 3 equal portions. A third-tier earth-type crystal core could fetch a substantial sum. Zhang Hao leaned closer, his eyes fixated on the core, envisioning the enhancement it would provide to his crossbow bolts, making future encounters with rock-armored beasts considerably easier. Zhao Yu stored the Thunder Wolf and gently patted Yuya on the head. I intend to grind the crystal core into powder to bolster Yuya's soul power. It's on the brink of reaching second tier. Ling Chen remained silent, merely pocketing the crystal core, planning to save it for Qing Ning, as it might prove beneficial when unlocking hidden evolutionary paths in the future. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the trio. Beside the lifeless bear, Qing Ning and Yuya frolicked around a small stone, while Hui Hui lay nearby, dozing. The small leopard attempted to snuggle alongside Hui Hui, but was swatted away, retreating to curl up at Zhang Hao's feet in a display of disappointment. Let us rest a bit before moving on. We can seek a slightly weaker third-tier soul beast to train against this afternoon. Ling Chen leaned against a rock, sipping from his water flask. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhao Yu gently rubbing a patterned jade pendant against Yua's blossom. The pendant seemed anything but ordinary, emanating a gentle pulse of soul power. His curiosity piqued. He stole a glance before turning his attention back to Qing Ning. Zhang Hao reclined on the grass, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth as he mumbled, Ling, do you think we can capture 3 third-tier soul beasts during the assessment? That would surely earn us an A, and perhaps attract the attention of the prestigious Beastmaster Academy in the city. Let us first hone our teamwork, Zhao Yu replied, a hint of mirth in his tone. Your beast nearly got skewered by a stone shard. Had it not been for Yua, your little leopard would have been in dire straits. That was merely a lapse in attention. Zhang Hao retorted defiantly, next time, I want to let it happen. Ling Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in their banter, but rather observing Qing Ning, who was playfully lifting a leaf with a wind blade, which Yuya then enveloped in white light to make it soar even higher. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze gentle, as distant soul beast calls echoed in the background, no longer evoking fear. He felt the crystal core of the rock-armored bear nestled in his bag. Glancing at the evolutionary path marked with a question mark on Qing Ning's panel, he harbored no urgent ambitions. After all, there were still over 20 days until the assessment. Patience would yield understanding. As for Zhao Yu's background, the hidden evolutionary paths, and future materials, there was no rush. The foremost priority was to navigate this trial successfully and pass the assessment. Having rested sufficiently, Ling Chen rose, brushing off the grass clippings. Let us move. Our next target is the third-tier wind spirit deer, fast yet with weak defenses, perfect for practicing our coordination. Qing Ning immediately took flight, leading the way, with Yuya soaring alongside, their small figures weaving gracefully through the trees. Zhang Hao readied his crossbow, while Zhao Yu opened the beast's space to release the Thunder Wolf. The trio followed closely behind, their footsteps gradually fading into the depths of the verdant forest. Chapter 24, The Assessment. On the playground of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School, A hint of chill lingered in the early autumn breeze, yet it did little to dampen the excitement of the second-year students. Today marked the final outdoor assessment for middle school, with 5 buses emblazoned with Beastmaster assessment parked on the field. Instructor Zhou stood by bus number 1, clutching a stack of assessment rule sheets, his expression notably more serious than usual. Ling Chen, with his somewhat worn bag slung over his shoulder, stood in line. Hui Hui perched at his feet, its tail gently sweeping the ground. Its soul power fluctuated steadily at second-tier level 7, a testament to the efforts of the past 20 days. Though only a single tier had been gained, its soul power had become significantly more refined. Qingming balanced on his shoulder, its pale blue feathers shimmering softly, having ascended to second-tier level 3. With the range of its wind breath reconnaissance expanding to 500 meters, thereby enhancing the potency of leaf dance. He discreetly activated potential insight, and 2 panels of his beast companions materialized before him. Soul Beast, Hui Hui. Level, second tier, level 7. Attribute, no attribute, compatible with lightning, wind. Race level, king level, special. Potential level, extremely high. Evolution path, soul transcending ferryman, unlocked. Beastified primordial tiger, unlocked. Attribute transformation thundergland leopard, unlocked. Current skills, soul claw, lightning. Speed, short distance blink. Soul thread, lightning. Wind blade barrier. Soul beast, Qingming, azure patterned sparrow. Level, second tier, level 3. Attribute, wind, wood. Race level, spirit level. Potential level, high. Known evolution path, 1 azure wine sparrow. Materials complete, ready to evolve. Known evolution path, 2 golden patterned sparrow. Materials missing. Unknown evolution path, unlocked. Current skills, wind blade. Leaf dance, wind breath reconnaissance. Wind attribute amplification, beginner. The evolution path marked with a question remained prominent, yet Ling Chen felt little agitation. Regardless, there would be ample time for research following the assessment. The immediate priority was to secure an A grade. Silence. Instructor Zhou's voice boomed, instantly silencing the playground. I shall now explain the assessment rules. First, the assessment site is within the confines of the Qingmu Forest, delineated by the red line on the map. Exceeding this boundary constitutes failure. Second, each participant is to wear a recording watch that not only tracks time, but also logs the levels and quantities of the soul beasts you hunt. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Any detected instances will result in disqualification. Third, the assessment lasts 6 hours. You must return to the bus for regrouping after this period. Being even 1 minute late will count as failure, and you must return to the city on your own. Fourth, the minimum requirement is to hunt a second-tier soul beast. Group hunts of third-tier soul beasts can be cumulative. If all members of a group capture 3 third-tier soul beasts, they will all receive an A. Is that understood? Understood. The students chorused in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Zhang Hao, standing next to Ling Chen, discreetly raised the crossbow he held, winking at him. The crossbow was already coated with a layer of earth-type crystal powder, a spoils from their recent hunt of the rock-armored bear. Zhao Yu stood on the other side, with Yuya resting on his shoulder, the blossom atop swaying slightly. Its light attribute soul power noticeably more robust than before, indicating a level increase. The class monitor counted heads, confirming the numbers before signaling the driver to commence their journey. After Master Zhou finished speaking, he turned and walked towards another bus. I will oversee the students from other schools. You all must pay attention to your safety. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, press the distress button on your watch. The class monitor quickly counted the students and shouted that everyone was present. The students promptly boarded the bus in an orderly fashion. Ling Chen, Zhang Hao, and Zhao Yu settled into the last row, with Hui Hui curled up on Ling Chen's lap, while Qingming flew to the window, curiously observing the trees whizzing by outside. We agreed to hunt at least 3 third-tier soul beasts to guarantee a full A. Zhang Hao whispered, playing with a wind-type crystal core in his hands. I modified the crossbow arrows last night. It can now launch 3 arrows simultaneously, which will be effective against fast soul beasts. Zhao Yu gently stroked Yuya's head and said, Yuya is already at the second-tier level 2. The light shield can withstand 1 attack from third-tier soul beasts, and healing light can simultaneously heal 2 individuals, but it does consume quite a bit of soul power, so we need to use it sparingly. Ling Chen nodded, retrieving 3 simple maps from his bag. These were drawn over the past 20 days, marking the habitats of weaker third-tier soul beasts in the Qingsong Forest. I have selected 3 targets, all ranging from 1st to 3rd tier. The first is the wind-type spirit deer, which is fast but has weak defenses. The second is the earth-type rock rat, which hides underground but fears fire. The third is the water-type otter, which resides by the river and is vulnerable to lightning attacks. Perfect since Huehue's lightning skills can counter it. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu leaned in to examine the maps, their eyes brightening. This map is far more detailed than the one provided by the school, even indicating the activity times of the soul beasts. Ling, where did you get this map? It's incredible, Zhang Hao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. I've been out here for over 20 days, taking some notes, Ling Chen replied nonchalantly, omitting any mention of his innate talent, as he had long since grown accustomed to using field research to mask its significance. After over an hour of travel, the bus finally halted at the entrance of the Qingsong forest. The students disembarked one after another, and after the class monitor recounted the numbers, he shouted for the assessment to begin. Everyone immediately scattered, heading in different directions. Let us go to the habitat of the wind-type spirit deer first. Ling Chen led the way towards the first marked location on the map. Hui Wei jumped down from his lap and followed closely, while Qing Ming flew ahead to scout. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu trailed behind, with the small leopard and lightning wolf alertly watching their surroundings, ready for combat. Not long into their run, Qing Ming suddenly emitted a sharp call, her wings pointing towards the left woods. According to their agreed signal, this indicated the discovery of a target. Ling Chen immediately slowed his pace, activating his innate talent. Indeed, 300 meters away on the grassland stood a completely snow-white spirit deer, grazing with its head down. The information panel clearly materialized. Soul Beast, Wind-type Spirit Deer, 3rd Tier Level 2. Weakness, base of the antlers, soul core, hind leg joints. Skills, wind charge, wind blade dash. That's it, Ling Chen whispered to Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu. Zhang Hao, shoot its hind leg joints with your crossbow arrows to limit its speed. Zhao Yu, have the lightning wolf use lightning net to ensnare its body. Hui Wei and I will focus on attacking its antler base, while Qing Ming distracts it. The three immediately sprang into action. Zhang Hao stealthily circled to the side of the woods, raised his crossbow, and aimed at the spirit deer as hind leg joints. With a flurry of swift sounds, 3 arrows shot forth simultaneously, striking their target with precision. The spirit deer let out a pained cry, its speed diminishing instantly. Lightning wolf. Lightning net. Zhao Yu commanded. The lightning wolf was enveloped in a purple glow as a massive lightning net flew out, ensnaring the spirit deer's body perfectly. The spirit deer struggled to break free, but the net shocked it, causing it to tremble all over. Hui Wei, rapid blink. Ling Chen shouted. Hui Wei transformed into a gray blur. Instantly appearing behind the spirit deer, claws charged with lightning soul power, and struck fiercely at its antler base. Qing Ming seized the opportunity to unleash Windblade, sending blades of wind crashing against the spirit deer. While they didn't inflict severe damage, they successfully diverted its attention. Final strike. Ling Chen leaped into the air. His blue pattern knife infused with 2nd-tier soul power, aimed directly at the base of the spirit deer's antlers, and brought it down with force. With a sickening sound, the spirit deer emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body swaying before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Zhang Hao excitedly rushed over, picking up the spirit deer's crystal core and weighing it in his hand. A 3rd-tier wind-type crystal core, in good condition. This will fetch a handsome price. Yueya flew over and released a glimmer of white light onto the spirit deer's carcass, not for healing, but to absorb the residual soul power. The little creature's soul power fluctuations visibly strengthened. Let us not waste time. The next target is the earth-type rock rat. Ling Chen collected the spirit deer's carcass, which could be sold after the assessment, and led the way towards the next location. Qing Ming continued to scout ahead. With Hui Wei, the lightning wolf, and the small leopard following closely, their speed significantly increased. The habitat of the earth-type rock rat lay on a hillside dotted with numerous burrows. As Ling Chen approached, he spotted a half-meter-sized rock rat peeking out from a hole, its body covered in a tough, earth-toned shell, its eyes warily fixed on them. A first-level 3rd-tier rock rat, it fears fire. Ling Chen quickly issued commands. Zhang Hao, have the flame fox use flame burst to attack the burrow and force it out. Zhao Yu, prepare the lightning wolf for lightning charge. When it emerges, smash into its hard shell. Hui Wei and I will intercept it. While Qing Ming uses leaf dance to block its escape route. Zhang Hao immediately directed the small leopard. Little Li, flame burst. The flame fox opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the rock rat's burrow. Terrified, the rock rat retreated into its hole. But the flames drove it to emerge from another burrow, only to collide with Zhao Yu's lightning wolf's lightning charge. With a loud crash, the rock rat's shell cracked, and it let out an enraged shriek. Attempting to retreat into another hole, it found its path blocked by Qing Ming's leaf dance. As several soul-powered leaves entangled its hind legs, rendering it immobile. Hui Wei, soul power claw. Hui Wei dashed forward, claws raking at the crack in the rock rat's shell, which immediately widened, causing the rock rat to roll in agony. Seizing the chance, Ling Chen rushed in, bringing down his blue-patterned knife on the fissure with great force. In an instant, the rock rat's body was cleaved in two, falling silent. Second one. Zhang Hao leaped for joy, picking up the rock rat's crystal core. Just one more, and we'll achieve a full A. Zhao Yu gently patted Yuya's head, expressing concern. Yuya is running low on soul power. We need to find a place to rest before going after the third one. Ling Chen nodded, pointing to a large tree nearby. Let us rest over there for 10 minutes. I brought soul power recovery potions for Yuya. He retrieved a small vial from his bag, containing a light blue potion, his previously concocted basic soul power recovery potion, perfect for Yuya. After drinking the potion, Yuya's soul power noticeably replenished, and the bud atop her head began to emit a soft white glow once more. Hui Hui, the small leopard, and the lightning wolf also took this opportunity to rest, while Qing Ming flew up into the tree, vigilantly observing the surroundings. 10 minutes later, the trio set off once more, heading towards their third target, the water-type otter's habitat. The water-type otter was active by a small river, its body covered in waterproof fur, adept at attacking in the water. A third-level water otter. It fears lightning. Ling Chen activated his innate talent, quickly scanning the information on the otter. It moved swiftly in the water, so they needed to lure it to the shore before attacking. Zhang Hao, shoot the water's surface with your crossbow to startle it. Zhao Yu, have the lightning wolf prepare lightning net when it comes ashore and snare it. Hui Hui and I will handle the attack, while Qing Ming uses wind amplification to enhance our agility, and Yuya prepares light shield to guard against its water attacks. Zhang Hao immediately raised his crossbow and shot 3 arrows at the water's surface. The whistling sound startled the water, causing a half-meter-long otter to poke its head out, glaring at them angrily. It leaped into the air, landing on the shore. Now is our chance. Lightning wolf, lightning net. Zhao Yu shouted, and the lightning net instantly ensnared the otter's body. The otter trembled violently from the electric shock, but continued to struggle, attempting to return to the water, shooting a jet of water towards Zhang Hao. Yuya, light shield. The light shield promptly materialized before Zhang Hao, and the water jet collided with it, scattering into droplets. Taking advantage of the moment, Hui Hui lunged forward, utilizing Soul Power Claw, lightning type, to strike the otter fiercely. The lightning type soul power proved effective against the water type soul beast, eliciting a piercing cry from the otter, which immediately slumped down. Qing Ming, wind blade. Qing Ming quickly unleashed her skill, and a flurry of wind blades struck the otter, deepening its wounds. Ling Chen leaped into action, aiming the Qing Wind blade at the otter's head and delivering a forceful strike, causing the otter's body to crash heavily to the ground, motionless. The third one, all A secured. Zhang Hao exclaimed excitedly, spinning around with the little cheetah, oblivious to the time on his watch. There was just over an hour left until the assessment ended. Don't celebrate too early. Look at the time. Zhao Yu cautioned, pointing to the watch on his wrist, which displayed 1 hour and 10 minutes left. They needed to hurry back, or they would be late. Ling Chen glanced at his watch, his expression shifting. Let us take a shortcut back. He led the way towards the bus, with Qing Ming flying ahead as a guide, while Hui Hui, the lightning wolf, and the little cheetah followed closely behind. Their speed significantly increased. However, just after a few minutes, Qing Ming suddenly let out a terrified shriek, her wings pointing towards the trees on the right. Ling Chen's heart tightened as he activated his innate skill, and the scene before him made his pupils constrict. A 3-meter-long tiger emerged from the woods, its body cloaked in black fur, eyes glowing a sinister crimson, with a soul power fluctuation far stronger than that of the previous rock-armored bear. Soul Beast, Morning Tiger, Tier 3, Level 5. Attributes, Dark Type, Earth Type. Weaknesses, Eyes, vulnerable to weak Dark Type soul power. Abdomen, defensive gap in Earth Type. Skills, Dark Claw, Earth Type armor, Fearsome Roar. Trait, Bloodthirsty, attack power increases by 50 when injured. This is bad. It's the Morning Tiger. Ling Chen's expression turned grave. Tier 3, Level 5, stronger than any they had encountered before. We need to run. He turned to flee, but it was too late. The Morning Tiger let out a fearsome roar, an invisible pressure enveloping them instantly. The little cheetah and the lightning wolf trembled in fear, unable to maintain their footing. We can't run. Its speed exceeds ours. Zhao Yu shouted, forcing himself to remain calm. Lightning wolf, use lightning net to block it. Yuya, light shield, protect everyone. The lightning net shot out but was thwarted by the Morning Tiger's Earth-type armor, shattering into sparks. Yuya's light shield was erected but was soon struck by the Morning Tiger's dark claw, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Hao, have the Flame Fox use Flame Jet to attack its eyes. Ling Chen shouted, simultaneously directing Hui Hui, rapid flash, to flank it and strike its abdomen. The flame fox immediately unleashed a jet of flames aimed at the morning tiger's eyes, forcing it to shut them. Hui seized the opportunity to dart behind it, delivering a fierce strike with soul power claw, lightning type, to its abdomen. The morning tiger let out a chilling scream, black blood oozing from its wound, and it became utterly enraged, its dark type soul power surging dramatically. The dark claw struck the light shield again, with a resounding crack, shattering it instantly. Yuya was thrown back, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Yuya! Zhao Yu cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace Yuya. Lightning Wolf, Thunder Shock. The Lightning Wolf surged with electric energy, charging at the morning tiger but was swatted away by a single paw, crashing heavily into a tree, falling silent. It's over. The Lightning Wolf has lost consciousness. Zhang Hao exclaimed in desperation, directing the little cheetah to use Wind Blade Barrage, but it was blocked by the morning tiger's Earth-type armor, inflicting no damage. The morning tiger turned its gaze towards Zhang Hao, unleashing Dark Claw once more. At that moment, Qingning suddenly charged forward, using her body to shield against the Dark Claw. Qingning! Ling Chen shouted, his heart tightening. Qingning's wings were slashed, blood streaming down. Yet she continued to flap her wings, activating Leaf Dance to entangle the morning tiger's eyes. Now's our chance. Ling Chen's gaze hardened. He retrieved the last lightning-type crystal core from his bag, crushed it, and infused all his soul power into the Qingwen blade for a second-tier soul power, a full-force strike. He leapt into the air, the Qingwen blade, imbued with purple lightning soul power, aimed fiercely at the morning tiger's abdominal wound. With a sharp sound, the blade sliced into the morning tiger's abdomen, leaving a deep gash as black blood gushed forth. It let out a roar of defiance, its massive body swaying before it collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. At last, we've slain it. Ling Chen panted heavily, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu also slumped down, with Yuya lying weakly in Zhao Yu's arms, calling out faintly. Qingning flew to Ling Chen's shoulder, her wings trembling slightly. Yet she nudged his cheek affectionately. Hurry, we must return. Only 10 minutes left. Zhao Yu glanced at his watch, his voice trembling. The three immediately scrambled to their feet, disregarding their exhaustion, clutching their respective beast companions as they dashed towards the bus. Although Hui was also weak, it exerted every last bit of strength to lead them towards the shortcut. When they finally reached the bus, panting heavily, the assessment's bell rang precisely. The supervising teacher glanced at the watch, frowning, in the last minute. Almost too late. Hand over your watches. We need to count the number of soul beasts hunted. Ling Chen, Zhang Hao, and Zhao Yu simultaneously removed their watches and handed them to the teacher. The teacher examined the records on the watches, his eyes lighting up. 3 tier 3 soul beasts, and 1 tier 3, level 5 morning tiger? Excellent, all A's. The three let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the grass beside the bus. Hui curled up on Ling Chen's legs, while Qingning perched on his shoulder. Yuya, the lightning wolf, and the little cheetah lay weakly beside their respective owners. Sunshine bathed them, and despite their injuries, smiles adorned their faces. Other students gradually approached, intrigued by their wounds, and surrounded them with questions. Zhang Hao proudly recounted the tale of their victory over the morning tiger, drawing gasps of astonishment. The bus slowly started, heading towards Jiangqing One high school. Ling Chen leaned against the window, watching the trees swiftly retreat outside, feeling utterly exhausted yet remarkably relieved. The assessment was finally over, and they had achieved all A's. Upon returning to the school, Minter Zhou was already waiting on the playground. He took a glance. Chapter 25, Military High. The windows of Class 1, Year 2, Jiangqing No. 1 High School were wide open, and the early autumn breeze carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus into the classroom. Yet it could not suppress the buzzing discussions within. At 7:30 in the morning, with half an hour remaining until the results were announced, the classroom was filled to capacity. Even the last row of empty seats occupied by students who arrived early to claim their spots. Zhang Hao slammed his backpack onto the desk, leaning towards Ling Chen, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Ling, which high school do you think we can get into? My dad wants me to apply to Jiangqing No. 1 High School. He says they have spots for direct entry into Jiangqing Institute of Technology, and after graduation, I can work as a technician in a workshop, earning 5 gold coins a month. The little cheetah in his arms also chimed in with a couple of calls, seemingly in agreement. Beside them, Zhao Yu was organizing his notes, with Yuya resting on his shoulder, the flower bud atop her head gently swaying. I plan to apply to Qingyun Private High School. They have abundant resources for nurturing masters, and Yuya will need professional guidance for her evolution in the future. He paused, glancing at Ling Chen. What about you? With your grades, getting into a provincial key high school is definitely within reach. They even have a special class for beast tamers. Ling Chen leaned back in his chair. Hui curled up on his legs, dozing peacefully, while Qingning stood on the windowsill, preening her feathers. He remained silent, merely gazing out the window. Last night, he had conversed with his parents until the wee hours. Lin Jianjun squatted in the courtyard, puffing on his dry tobacco, saying, Xiao Chun, if you perform well in your exams, feel free to apply wherever you wish. Your father and mother may lack education, but we have enough funds to cover your tuition. Li Lan nodded in agreement from the side, stitching a small nest for Qingning, and added, if money falls short, I will take on more sewing jobs, saving each coin, and we will manage to gather enough. He stroked the junior nurturer certificate in his pocket, having already made up his mind. The chatter in the classroom grew louder. Some spoke of the dormitory at East City High, which had heating, ensuring warm hands in winter, while others mentioned the affordable meals at West City High's cafeteria, where one could buy a bowl of braised pork for just 2 copper coins. There were also whispers about the high rewards at South City High, where the top scorer could earn 10 gold coins. The students huddled around several crumpled high school admission brochures, pointing at the terms and debating fervently. Even the usually quiet girls could not resist joining in. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoed down the corridor, crisp and hurried, silencing the classroom instantly. It was the guidance director, Li, clad in a dark navy suit. She held a black terminal, her expression impassive as she approached the podium and placed the terminal on the desk, declaring, silence. Your mentor, Zhou, was accidentally injured by a soul beast during the last exam proctoring and is currently recuperating in the hospital. I will be responsible for announcing today's results and the application process. A murmur of concern rippled through the students. Someone quietly inquired if Zhou was all right. Lily lifted her eyelids slightly. Rest assured, it's merely a superficial wound. A few days of rest will suffice. We shall now announce the results. Those whose names are called should come up to collect their score reports. She picked up the terminal and swiftly scrolled through the screen. Wang Hao, Assessment B. Li Na. Assessment B. Zhang Hao, Assessment A. Zhang Hao leaped up in excitement, nearly toppling his desk, his little leopard bouncing alongside him. He dashed to the podium to retrieve his score report, returning with a flushed face. Ling, I got an A. I can apply to the high school my father mentioned. Zhao Yu, Assessment A. Ling Chen, Assessment A. Ling Chen stood up, and Hui jumped down from his lap, following him to the podium. Lily handed him the score report, her gaze filled with a hint of approval. Your field assessment is the only A in the entire school. Having hunted 3 third-tier soul beasts and dealt with a third-tier 5-level morning tiger, your overall combat performance is commendable. Ling Chen accepted the score report, the prominent A standing out vividly. He thanked her and returned to his seat. Qingning immediately swooped over, landing on the score report, nudging his fingers with her head, her little eyes sparkling. Before long, all the results were announced, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Those who performed well cheered jubilantly, while those who did poorly hung their heads in despair, with some crowding around Zhao Yu, who had received an A, inquiring about which high school he would apply to. Lily pounded the desk firmly. Silence. Now, line up according to your scores, from lowest to highest, and come to my terminal to fill out your applications. Each person may only select one school, and once submitted, changes cannot be made. Quickly, form a line, one at a time. The students immediately organized themselves, forming a queue that stretched from the classroom door into the hallway. Zhang Hao clapped Ling Chen on the shoulder. I'll go fill mine out first. Just wait for me. With that, he dove into the line. Zhao Yu followed suit, with Yu still resting quietly on his shoulder. The line moved swiftly, and soon it was Ling Chen's turn. He entered the classroom, gently closing the door behind him, leaving only Li and the black terminal. The screen still displaying the previous student's application information. Li's previously stern expression softened, her brows curving slightly, her tone becoming particularly amiable. Ling Chen, have you decided which high school to apply to? I must remind you, each person can only fill out one application and no changes are allowed. As she spoke, she pulled up the list of all high schools. With your score, you can easily enter the Provincial Key School or Qingyan Private, which has the best nurturer laboratory in the city, and the Provincial Key School even offers a full scholarship. Ling Chen gazed at the dense array of high school names on the screen, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Teacher, I wish to apply to the Military Academy High School. The Military Academy High School? Li's head snapped up, astonishment filling her eyes, her pen pausing midair. You can't be serious? While the tuition is fully waived and there is a stipend of 3 gold coins each month, the management is exceedingly strict. You must rise at 5 in the morning for training and may only rest at 10 in the evening, with no winter or summer breaks, all under military discipline. Moreover, every year there are field exploration missions that lead to perilous secret realms, with a casualty rate far exceeding that of ordinary high schools. She paused, recalling something, her voice growing more urgent. I understand that your family's circumstances are modest, and the Military Academy High School can save money, but you possess a junior nurturer certificate. You could easily take on a few orders and earn a considerable amount. There's no need to endure such hardships. Think it over. Are you truly set on this? I'll give you 10 minutes. No need to rush your decision. Ling Chen met Li Li's worried gaze, feeling a warmth in his heart. He knew she had his best interests at heart, but he had already made up his mind. In his childhood, he had heard Lin Jianjun speak of how, years ago, Jiang City was besieged by a tide of soul beasts, and it was the soldiers who valiantly defended the city gates, allowing his parents to survive. Furthermore, graduates from military academy high schools have the opportunity to participate in the selection for the National Defense Beast Taming University, the nation's premier university for beast tamers. It is only there that he could enhance his strength more rapidly and better protect his family and this land. Thank you for your kind intentions, teacher. He lowered his head slightly, his voice clear. I have made up my mind. I will apply to the military academy high school. Without the country and the army, I would not have my parents, nor would I exist today. Moreover, the military academy high school will enable me to become stronger, which is what I desire. Lily regarded him with a silent gaze, then sighed softly after a few moments. Very well, you seem quiet, but are quite resolute. Since you have made your decision, I will assist you with the application. Her fingers glided across the terminal, locating the name of the Xiangqing Military Academy High School, and clicked to confirm. There. It's done. The review process for the Military Academy High School is quite stringent, but with your rating, you will certainly be accepted. The results will be sent to your home within a week. Be sure to check for them. Thank you, teacher. Ling Chen accepted the printed confirmation of his application, folding it carefully before placing it in his backpack. As he exited the classroom, he noticed that most of his classmates had already left the corridor. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu were standing at the staircase, waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Zhang Hao rushed over. Ling, which high school did you apply to? Is it the provincial key school? I just saw Zhao Yu apply to Qingyan Private. I applied to the Military Academy High School, Ling Chen replied. The Military Academy High School? Zhang Hao was taken aback, while even Zhao Yu lifted his head, astonished. You mean the one that requires daily training and involves dangerous expeditions? Are you out of your mind? I'm not out of my mind. I've thought it through. Ling Chen smiled, not feeling the need to elaborate further. He understood his friends were concerned, but each person's path must be walked alone, and he did not require their understanding. Zhang Hao seemed poised to say more, but Zhao Yu tugged at his arm, shaking his head. Zhang Hao had no choice but to swallow his words, scratching his head. Well, just be careful. If you encounter danger, remember that your life is the priority. The little leopard also nudged Ling Chen's leg with its head. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. The Military Academy High School is in Xiangqing, 1,000 kilometers from Jiang City. It won't be easy to meet again. If you need any materials related to nurturing, feel free to write to me, and I will assist you. Yuya called out to Ling Chen a couple of times, flapping her wings as if to bid farewell. Yes, I will. Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart, patting their shoulders. You all take care as well. Let us gather again when we have the chance. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu, Ling Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed home. Hui Hui trotted beside him, its tail gently sweeping the ground, while Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, occasionally nuzzling his cheek. He gently touched the volunteer confirmation slip nestled within his backpack, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his heart. The high school entrance examination had concluded, and he was now blessed with at least 2 months of vacation, a precious opportunity to prepare for his journey to the military academy. Upon returning home, he shared his intentions to enroll in the military high school with his parents. Lin Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, but eventually, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Good lad, you've got spirit. Your father supports you. Remember to take care of yourself out there. Don't let your mother and me worry. Li Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she smiled and added, I'll make you some thick clothes. Xiangqing is colder than Jiangqing. I wouldn't want you to catch a chill. The following morning, Ling Chen set off with his backpack towards the Jiangqing library, determined to gather information about training locations near Xiangqing and familiarize himself with the local spirit beasts. The library was enveloped in tranquility, only the soft rustle of turning pages breaking the silence. After a diligent search in the Spirit Beast Atlas section, he finally unearthed a few volumes pertaining to Xiangqing. He settled into a seat by the window, spread open a book, with Hui Hui resting on his lap and Qingning standing beside the pages, curiously observing the illustrations above. As he read, he diligently noted down, 1. Black Wind Canyon, 50 kilometers from Xiangqing Military Academy, Spirit Beast level, Tier 2, Level 3 to Tier 3, Level 5, Common Spirit Beasts, Black Wind Wolf, Wind, Dark, Rock Armored Snake, Earth, Poison Mist Butterfly, Poison, Wind. Common materials, Black Wind Wolf's fangs, can be used to forge wind-based weapons. Rock Armored Snake scales, can be fashioned into earth-based armor. Poison Mist Butterfly's wings, can be used to concoct poison-based potions. Various herbal remedies are abundant. Refer to Black Wind Canyon geography for details. Attribute distribution. Wind-type spirit beasts are prevalent at the canyon mouth, while dark and poison-type spirit beasts are found deeper within. Rocky areas are home to earth-type spirit beasts. Precautions. The canyon frequently experiences black winds that disrupt spiritual perception. Prepare windproof goggles in advance. 2. Crescent Lake, 80 kilometers from Xiangqing Military Academy. Spirit Beast Level. Tier 1, Level 5 to Tier 3. Level 2, Common Spirit Beasts. Water Pattern Fish, Water. Crescent Turtle, Water, Earth. Wind Feather Duck, Wind, Water. Common Materials. Water Pattern Fish Scales can be used to create water-based spirit potions. Crescent Turtle's shell can be crafted into defensive shields. Wind Feather Duck's feathers can be made into wind-based accessories. Attribute distribution. Water-type spirit beasts abound in the lake's center. While shallow waters around the edges host both water and earth-type spirit beasts, the lakeside woods are rich in wind and water-type creatures. Precautions. The lake bottom harbors strong currents that can disorient travelers. Carry a water compass. 3. Crimson Flame Mountain, 120 kilometers from Xiangqing Military Academy. Spirit Beast Level. Tier 3, Level 1 to Tier 4. Level 2. Common Spirit Beasts. Crimson Flame Fox, Fire. Lava Lizard, Fire. Earth. Thunderstorm Bird, Thunder, Fire. Common Materials. Crimson Flame Fox's tail can be used to craft fire-based wands. Lava Lizard's blood can enhance fire spirit power. Thunderstorm Bird's feathers can be fashioned into thunder-based protective clothing. Attribute distribution. Fire-type spirit beasts are prevalent at the mountain's base. While fire and earth-type beasts are found halfway up, the summit is dominated by thunder and fire-type creatures. Precautions. The mountain's peak frequently experiences minor volcanic eruptions. Stay alert for weather warnings and carry cooling potions. 4. Misty Forest, 150 kilometers from Xiangqing Military Academy. Spirit Beast Level. Tier 2, Level 1 to Tier 3. Level 7, Common Spirit Beasts. Misty Cat, Dark, Wind, Wood Vine Snake, Wood, Healing Rabbit, Wood, Light. Common Materials. Misty Cat's claws can be fashioned into dark daggers. Wood Vine Snake's gall can be used to concoct antidotes. Healing Rabbit's fur can be made into healing bandages. Attribute distribution. Wood-type spirit beasts are abundant in the forest's outer regions, while dark and wind-type creatures dominate the middle layers. The core houses many wood and light-type beasts. Precautions. The mist within the forest can induce hallucinations. Carry a sachet made from awakening grass. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming the pages of the book. As Ling Chen recorded his notes, his fingertips grazed the illustrations of the Crimson Flame Mountain's lava, the rippling waters of Crescent Lake, the howling winds of Black Wind Canyon, and the towering trees of Misty Forest, all vividly coming to life before him. Hui nuzzled his hand gently, while Qingming playfully tapped the illustration of the Crimson Flame Fox in his notebook, chirping excitedly. He closed the book, stretched his arms in a leisurely manner, filled with anticipation for the adventures that awaited him in Xiangqing 2 months hence. After organizing his notebook, he shouldered his backpack and, accompanied by Hui and Qingming, strolled out of the library. The streets bustled with life, the calls of bun vendors, the rhythmic clinks from the blacksmith's forge, and the laughter of children intertwining in a vibrant symphony. Ling Chen took a deep breath, the air fragrant with the sweet scent of osmanthus and the essence of daily life. He touched the volunteer confirmation slip in his backpack, glanced at Hui and Qingming by his side, and with a buoyant spirit, he made his way home. In the coming 2 months, he would train diligently and prepare thoroughly, eagerly awaiting the day when he would set off for Xiangqing once his application was approved. Chapter 26. The eve before departure. The autumn spirit in Jiangqing deepened. The leaves of the old locust tree in the yard carpeting the ground with a rustling sound beneath his feet. Ling Chen sat on the threshold, his fingers tracing the edges of the acceptance letter imprinted with the words Xiangqing Military Academy High School, its edges slightly curled from his constant handling. With only 3 days left until the start of school, this would be his first venture so far from home. And the military academy's strict regulations meant he could only return during the few days of the Lunar New Year. Hui curled up at his feet, its tail lightly draped over his shoes, while Qingming perched on the courtyard wall, head tilted as it gazed at the distant wisps of smoke, occasionally emitting soft chirps. From the kitchen, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables by Li Lan resonated, its tempo noticeably slower than usual. Lin Jianjun squatted in a corner of the yard, meticulously sanding a piece of wood, claiming he was crafting a wooden box for Ling Chen's spirit cores. The sound of the sandpaper scraping against the wood filled the air, but progress seemed slow. Xiao Chun, come help your mother peel some garlic, Li Lan called from the kitchen, her voice laced with a deliberate cheerfulness. Ling Chen stood up, carefully placing the acceptance letter close to his chest, and entered the kitchen. The countertop displayed the glistening remnants of braised pork, alongside a plate of freshly washed greens. his favorite dish. Lilan stood at the stove, pouring oil into the pot. Upon seeing him, she smiled and said, "Your father specially went to the market to buy a piece of pork belly today, saying it was for your send-off. Tomorrow, I'll make some dumplings for you to take along on your journey." "Mother, you needn't go to such trouble," Ling Chen replied, picking up a clove of garlic and slowly peeling its skin. "The academy has a cafeteria, there will be food available." "Nothing compares to home-cooked meals," Lilan chided playfully, her spatula stirring the braised pork, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the kitchen. "You've always been picky. What if you find the food outside unappetizing? By the way, I've sewn 2 thick winter coats for you. Xiangqing is colder than Jiangqing, and since you're still a low-level beastmaster, you're not like the intermediate ones. Don't catch a cold in winter. And this," she added, retrieving a cloth pouch from a drawer and handing it to Ling Chen, "contains the medicine your father prepared for you, along with a few insoles I made to keep your feet comfortable while walking." Ling Chen accepted the pouch. Its weight a warm reminder of his parents' love and care. He understood the hardships they faced. Lin Jianjun worked as a carpenter for 12 hours a day, earning merely 2 silver coins a month, while Lilan took on stitching jobs at a nearby tailor's shop, saving each copper coin diligently. Their household finances barely covered their basic needs. Junior high school was free, requiring only a minimal fee for books, but high school was different. Had he not applied to the military academy, the tuition and living expenses would have burdened the family excessively. Yet now, even with the application, he felt assured. After all, a beastmaster's profession was quite lucrative. "Father, Mother, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Ling Chen took a deep breath, placing the peeled garlic on the cutting board. He then turned and retrieved a heavy cloth bag and a blue card from his backpack. The bag contained the gold coins he had earned from cultivation orders over the past period, totaling 5,000, strung together with a red cord, its weight substantial. The blue card was a savings card he had applied for at the Beastmaster Association, already linked to his family's account. Lin Jianjun and Lilan were momentarily taken aback, pausing their tasks to gaze at the bag and card in his hands, their eyes brimming with confusion. "Where did you get this money, Xiaochen?" Lin Jianjun set down the sandpaper and approached, his voice trembling slightly. "You mustn't engage in any illicit activities. Father, rest assured, this money is entirely legitimate. I earned it through cultivation orders," Ling Chen replied with a smile, opening the cloth bag. The shimmering gold coins instantly illuminated the small kitchen. "Am I not a junior cultivator? During the summer and recently, I took on numerous orders, assisting others' beasts in evolving and optimizing their skills. This is the 5,000 gold coins I've earned, sufficient to ensure your comfort." 5,000 gold coins, Lilan exclaimed, dropping her spatula onto the table with a clatter. She hurried over, picked up a coin, and rubbed it between her fingers repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. "How many years would it take to save this much? Your father and I have never seen so much money in our lives." Lin Jianjun was similarly stunned, his lips moving but no words escaping as he fixed his gaze on the string of gold coins, his eyes gradually reddening. He understood that cultivators could earn money, but he never imagined such a sum. He realized that working in the workshop for a lifetime would not yield this amount. "Father, Mother, you need not toil so hard anymore," Ling Chen said, wiping away Li Lan's tears with his hand and handing her the blue card. "This card is linked to our home account, and I will transfer money into it each month. You may work whenever you wish or take a break without worrying about finances." He paused, feigning a chuckle, teasingly adding, "In fact, if you wish to have another child, I can take care of them." Li Lan burst into laughter, yet her tears flowed even more profusely. She patted Ling Chen's arm. "You silly child, don't speak nonsense. Your father and I are too old for that." Lin Jianjun finally regained his composure and gave Ling Chen's shoulder a hearty pat, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Well done, my boy. You've surpassed your father. However, do keep this money for yourself. You'll need it while studying away from home. I've set aside 500 gold coins for travel and living expenses before school starts," Ling Chen replied, shoving the cloth bag into Li Lan's hands. "The military academy waives tuition, and there's a monthly stipend. I won't need this much. Use it to repair the house and buy some nice things. Don't make do anymore." Li Lan clutched the bag tightly, her tears dripping onto the gold coins, creating a soft patter. "Xiaochen, you've grown up. Take care of yourself out there. Don't overexert yourself. Just ensure you have enough to spend. There's no need to send too much back home." "I understand." Ling Chen nodded with a smile. "You both take care of yourselves as well. Don't be too frugal. By the way, I'll teach you how to use this card. When you shop at the market, just swipe it. No need for cash." For the next half day, Ling Chen patiently instructed his parents on how to use the savings card, demonstrating how to withdraw money and check the balance at the association's terminals. Lin Jianjun was diligent, jotting down the steps in a small notebook and practicing repeatedly, while Lilan learned with constant reminders, anxious about his well-being while away. "When you're at the military academy, listen to your instructors, and avoid conflicts with your classmates. Make sure you eat well. Don't hesitate to spend a little. If you get injured, seek treatment promptly. Don't tough it out. As the weather cools, remember to dress warmly. Don't catch a chill. If you feel homesick, write to us. Your father and I will respond. Li Lan's instructions flowed endlessly, covering everything from meals to life lessons, each word imbued with care. Lin Jianjun added, if you encounter difficulties you can't resolve, don't be stubborn. Remember to seek assistance from teachers or classmates. And take good care of your beasts. Hui Hui and Qingming will be with you. Don't let them suffer. Hui Hui seemed to understand, rubbing against Lin Jianjun's leg and mewing softly, while Qingming flitted over, landing on Li Lan's shoulder and nuzzling her cheek, as if to comfort her. Dinner that night was especially sumptuous, with dishes of braised pork, sauteed egg greens, egg custard, stir-fried bear paw, sweet and sour venison, alongside wine that Lin Jianjun had specifically purchased. The family gathered around the table but hardly touched their chopsticks. Instead, they continually served Ling Chen, reminding him of various precautions. Xiao Chun, eat plenty of this braised pork. You want to have it tomorrow. Li Lan placed a generous piece into his bowl, adding, and this egg custard, it's good for your health. Lin Jianjun poured Ling Chen a glass of wine, refraining from drinking himself, only watching him closely. Once you're at the military academy, train hard to become an exceptional beast master. Don't bring shame to the family. But don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. I understand, father. Ling Chen lifted his glass, taking a sip. The wine was slightly spicy, yet warm in his heart. He picked up a piece of braised pork, savoring its familiar taste, the taste of home. After dinner, Lin Jianjun resumed crafting a wooden box for Ling Chen, while Li Lan sat beside him, sewing a small nest for Qingming and engaging in light conversation. Ling Chen sat beneath the old locust tree in the yard, cradling Hui Hui, gazing at the stars above, listening to his parents' gentle chatter, his heart brimming with warmth. By the way, Xiao Chun, I packed some millet for you. Qingming loves it. Li Lan handed the finished nest to Qingming, which was made of soft cotton fabric, perfectly sized for her. And this is jerky for Hui Hui, marinated in your favorite sauce. Hui Hui eagerly approached, snatching a piece of jerky and nibbling at it, eyes glistening with satisfaction. Qingming hopped into her nest, testing its fit, and let out a pleased chirp. As night fell, the yard was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the gentle bubbling of the water slime in the wooden basin. Lin Jianjun finally completed the wooden box and handed it to Ling Chen. The box, crafted from walnut wood, bore simple carvings and was lined with soft fabric, ideal for storing crystal nuclei. This box is moisture-resistant and shockproof. Place the crystal nucleus inside and don't lose it, Lin Jianjun instructed. Thank you, father. Ling Chen accepted the box, feeling warmth spread through him. The following morning, Li Lan rose early to make dumplings for Ling Chen, stuffed with pork and cabbage, his favorite. Lin Jianjun went to the market to buy some fruits and snacks, packing them into a cloth bag for him to enjoy on the journey, and even purchased a suitcase for convenience. During lunch, as the family gathered around the table to eat dumplings, the atmosphere felt heavy. Li Lan served Ling Chen dumplings, tears streaming down her face as she fought to suppress her sobs, while Lin Jianjun remained silent, taking frequent sips of wine. Mother, please don't be sad. I'll be back for the new year, Ling Chen said with a smile, lifting a dumpling and offering it to Li Lan. You should eat. The dumplings are getting cold. All right. Li Lan accepted the dumpling, taking a bite but failing to savor its flavor, only feeling a heaviness in her heart. In the afternoon, Ling Chen began packing his belongings, placing the winter clothes, medicine, and insoles his parents had given him into the main compartment of the suitcase. He entrusted the 5,000 gold coins and the savings card to Li Lan and secured the wooden box, cultivation tools, and the remaining 500 gold coins in the sealed section of his luggage, along with Hui Hui's jerky and Qingming's millet, all neatly packed into a cloth bag. Qingming perched on his shoulder, occasionally nuzzling his cheek as if to comfort him, while Hui Hui lay at his feet, gently brushing his pant leg with her tail. Her eyes filled with affection. As evening approached, Lin Jianjun and Li Lan accompanied Ling Chen to the bus station at the village's edge. The station was small, marked by a solitary sign, surrounded by a few people waiting for their rides. The wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground, sending them swirling away. Remember to write home once you reach the military academy. Li Lan grasped Ling Chen's hand tightly, repeatedly reminding him to wear extra clothing if he felt cold, to eat if he was hungry, and not to be frugal. Mother, I understand, Ling Chen nodded, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You and father must take good care of yourselves and not overexert. Lin Jianjun patted him on the shoulder, his voice slightly hoarse. Go on now. The train is about to arrive. Remember, no matter what happens, home will always be your support. Ling Chen nodded vigorously and turned to board the subway. He stood by the window, waving goodbye to his parents, watching their figures grow smaller until they vanished from sight. Hui nestled in his arms, emitting soft mews, while Qingning stood by the window, calling out a couple of times as if bidding farewell. The subway gradually set off, heading towards the unknown. Ling Chen leaned against the window, watching the trees and fields rush past, filled with reluctance, yet brimming with anticipation. He knew he was embarking on a new chapter of his life, for himself, for his parents, and for the cherished companions, Hui and Qingning. He touched the admission letter in his pocket, glanced at Hui and Qingning by his side, and a smile slowly spread across his face. The sunset outside the window was just right, painting the sky in warm shades of orange and red, as if bidding him farewell and bestowing blessings upon him. Chapter 27, Arrival in Xiangqing. As the doors of the magnetic levitation subway silently slid open, a refreshing breeze wafted out, carrying a faint metallic scent, starkly contrasting with the coal smoke of the old train station in Jiangqing. Ling Chen, cradling Hui, with Qingning perched on his shoulder and a suitcase containing a winter coat and wooden box at his feet, stood momentarily dazed at the subway exit. Looking up, he beheld an entire station resembling a glass box suspended in midair, with a transparent dome overhead. Sunlight streamed through the specially crafted glass, shining brightly yet gently. The surrounding walls lacked traditional signage, replaced instead by floating holographic projections. Soft blue light patterns formed arrows and text in the air, indicating the exit, taxi waiting area, and city landmark guidance. There was even a small animated fox hologram that waved its paw every few seconds, reminding passengers not to bring unregistered soul beasts into public areas. Hui peeked out from his embrace, its sapphire eyes fixated on the little fox hologram, its tail swaying gently as if ready to leap down. But Ling Chen quickly restrained it. Stay still. This place is different from Jiangqing. Qingning tilted its head and flapped its wings twice, seemingly eager to peck at the floating light images, but only managed to poke at the air. As he followed the flow of people out of the station, the sight outside widened Ling Chen's eyes. Instead of the low, tiled houses common in Jiangqing, towering skyscrapers reached for the clouds, their glass facades reflecting the sunlight like enormous mirrors. The streets were devoid of horse-drawn carriages, replaced by sleek, hovering cars that glided silently just above the ground, with not a horn to be heard. The streetlights were holographic, appearing as slender poles during the day, presumably unfolding into various shapes at night. There were also self-cleaning robots, round and plump like little dumplings, whirring along the ground, diligently sucking up fallen leaves and dust. I need to register at the Breeders' Association and see if I can take on a short-term order, Ling Chen contemplated. Although he possessed 500 gold coins, it was insufficient for purchasing the latest mobile terminal for his parents. Earlier on the subway, he had seen someone next to him using a palm-sized black rectangle, swiping their finger across it to view distant landscapes and communicate with others. This was the mobile terminal mentioned in his books, rumored to control household appliances remotely and check the real-time status of soul beasts. Following the guidance of the holographic sign, he located the taxi waiting area. The taxis here were uniformly silver-gray, with Xiangqing Smart Taxi emblazoned on their doors. A driver in a blue uniform stood nearby, and upon seeing Ling Chen approach, he greeted him with a broad smile. "Young man, is this your first time in Xiangqing? Where to?" The driver appeared to be in his 40s, exuding a familiarity and warmth in his demeanor, his speech tinged with a distinctive Xiangqing accent. Ling Chen provided the address of the Xiangqing Breeders' Association. Settling into the back seat with Hui, the interior of the car was more spacious than he had imagined, with plush seating and a large screen on the dashboard displaying the route and real-time traffic conditions. "You must be a beastmaster, right?" the driver remarked, glancing at Hui and Qingning through the rearview mirror as he started the car. "Those two look quite lively. Are you heading to the association for breeding?" "No, I just got accepted into military school. I'm here to register my information as a breeder," Ling Chen replied, nodding. He then inquired about the mobile terminal he had seen earlier. "Master, what features do the latest mobile terminals have?" At the mention of this, the driver's enthusiasm surged. "Oh, the features are numerous. First, there's holographic calling, making it feel like the person is right in front of you. You can also bind it to contracted soul beasts to monitor their soul power and health status. If a beast is injured, the terminal will send automatic alerts. The most convenient part is the ability to control household appliances remotely. You can start the rice cooker or washing machine while you're out. Plus, it connects to the Beastmaster Association's database, allowing you to access soul beast information and breeding formulas, much easier than carrying a book around." Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the possibilities. If his parents had one of these, he could monitor their well-being at all times and teach them how to use their savings card remotely. If he had one himself, it would facilitate his research for breeding orders. He touched the 500 gold coins in his pocket and calculated, how much does the latest version cost? Not expensive. The standard model is 300 gold coins, the premium version is 500, and if it has Soul Beast monitoring features, that would be 800 gold coins. The driver explained with a smile. If you're a breeder, just taking on 2 second-tier orders would suffice. Breeders are in high demand here in Xiangqing, especially junior breeders. Second-tier orders are booked up for at least 2 weeks. The car glided smoothly along the road, the scenery outside constantly shifting. They passed a large shopping mall, its exterior adorned with massive holographic advertisements showcasing the evolution of a third-tier golden-winged eagle, the visuals so lifelike it seemed ready to leap out. They drove past a park where many people walked their soul beasts, gentle healing rabbits, agile wind-type spirit deer, and a child cradling a pure white moonlight fairy, resembling Zhao Yu's. Hui nestled in Ling Chen's arms, fixated on the holographic advertisement outside, its tail gently tapping against his leg, while Qingming fluttered to the window's edge, observing the soul beasts outside and occasionally emitting soft calls as if greeting them. Up ahead is the Breeders' Association, the driver pointed out, his tone laced with pride. See that tallest building? Ling Chen followed his gesture and was instantly awestruck. The building appeared to pierce the sky, boasting at least 50 floors. Its exterior clad in pale blue glass that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Atop it stood a colossal holographic emblem of a spirit bird with outstretched wings, beneath which read, Xiangqing Beastmaster Association Breeding Division. The plaza in front bustled with people, predominantly beastmasters accompanied by their soul beasts, students in uniforms, professionals in business attire, and several newcomers. Much like himself, carrying backpacks and wearing expressions of astonishment. This building is simply monumental, Ling Chen murmured. The breeding shop in Jiangxing was only 2 stories high, making this edifice seem like a towering giant in comparison. This is one of Xiangqing's iconic structures. Inside, there are over 200 breeding rooms. Not to mention dedicated soul beast hospitals and material warehouses, the driver declared as he parked at the steps of the building. Here we are, young man. The fare is 15 silver coins. Would you like to pay via scan or cash? Ling Chen retrieved the silver coins from his pocket, having exchanged some beforehand to avoid breaking his gold coins. The driver accepted the coins with a smile, wishing you success in securing orders. If you're looking to purchase a terminal, there's a specialty store next to the association. Mention my name for a 10% discount. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, Ling Chen cradled Gray in his arms, with Qingming perched on his shoulder, and ascended the steps, his backpack slung across his back. The square was bustling with people. Yet an air of order prevailed. Some were assisting with pet registration, while others distributed promotional brochures from the association. Gray appeared somewhat anxious, snuggling closer to Ling Chen, while Qingming stood tall, vigilantly surveying the surrounding beasts, as if guarding him. Upon entering the building, a refreshing breeze greeted him, starkly contrasting the sweltering heat outside. The lobby was exceptionally spacious, with a smooth white marble floor reflecting the shadows of passers-by. At its center stood a colossal circular reception desk, behind which several staff members donned light blue uniforms, while various information flashed across the screens before them: breeder registration, task acceptance, material purchases, and breeding room reservations. Surrounding the desk were numerous individuals, some inquiring, some registering, and others engrossed in the brochures. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen approached the desk while holding Gray, with Qingming closely following him, settling once again on his shoulder. Hello, I would like to register as a breeder. Here is my breeder certificate. He handed over his junior breeder certificate, the photograph still depicting him as he was when he first took the exam in his first year of middle school, back when Gray was merely the size of his palm. The receptionist, a young woman with a gentle smile, accepted the certificate and scanned it on the terminal. Greetings, Mr. Ling Chen, junior breeder, previously registered with the Jiangxing Beastmaster Association, correct? Yes, Ling Chen nodded. Would you prefer to handle this manually or use the self-service machine? She inquired with a smile. The manual process is on the 4th floor, where dedicated staff will verify your information and answer any questions. The self-service machine is located in the lobby on the right side of the 1st floor and can complete the process in just a few minutes. Ling Chen pondered for a moment. As it was his first visit to Xiangqing, many procedures were unfamiliar to him, and opting for the manual method seemed more prudent. I choose manual, he decided. Very well, please hold on a moment. The young woman operated the terminal a few times, printed a small number tag, and handed it to Ling Chen. This is your number, 564. You may first check in at the sign-in machine beside the elevator on the 4th floor, and once your number is called, you can proceed to the corresponding service desk. There is a waiting area on the 4th floor where you can relax. Ling Chen took the number tag, which bore the number 564, the designation for service desk number 4, along with a small QR code. He thanked her and made his way toward the elevator, which was holographic, devoid of buttons. Simply stating the desired floor would cause the doors to open automatically. 4th floor. Thank you, he instructed the screen, and the elevator doors quietly slid open, revealing a spacious interior capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. Gray curiously peered at the elevator screen, which displayed the functions of each floor: first and third floors, lobby, self-service terminal, material shop; fourth and sixth floors, breeder registration, task review; 7th to 20th floors, breeding rooms; 21st to 30th floors, spirit beast hospital; 31st to 40th floors, association office area; 41st to 50th floors, exclusive area for advanced breeders. The elevator soon reached the 4th floor, and upon the doors opening, a wide resting area greeted him, furnished with numerous sofas and tables, where complimentary drinking water and brochures were available. A massive electronic screen on the wall displayed the call numbers: number 560, service desk 3, number 561, service desk 5. Many individuals occupied the sofas, some perusing brochures, others engaging with their nearby pets, while a young man was engaged in a holographic video call with someone on his phone terminal, seemingly updating family members about his well-being. Ling Chen selected a sofa by the window, placing his backpack beside him. Gray leapt from his arms and sprawled across the sofa, curiously observing the people around, while Qing Ning settled on the table, pecking at the brochures with soft chirps. Following the staff's instructions, he approached the sign-in machine next to the elevator. The machine featured a small screen, and by scanning the QR code on his number tag, it displayed 564 as checked in, estimated wait time, 15 minutes. During the waiting period, Ling Chen picked up a brochure from the table and flipped through it, which detailed the services of the Xiangqing Breeder Association. Junior breeders could accept first and second-tier breeding orders, with first-tier orders yielding 10 to 50 gold coins, and second-tier orders yielding 50 to 100 gold coins. The association provided basic breeding tools free of charge, while special materials needed to be purchased independently. Breeding rooms were categorized as ordinary and advanced. Ordinary rooms were suitable for first and second-tier pets, with costs borne by the client, while advanced rooms were designated for pets of third tier and above, requiring proof of mid-tier or higher breeding qualifications. Number 564, please proceed to service desk 4. The call from the electronic screen interrupted Ling Chen's thoughts. He immediately rose, cradling Gray once more, while Qing Ming flew to his shoulder, and he hurried toward service desk 4. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged gentleman in a dark suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding professionalism. Greetings, Mr. Ling Chen. Please take a seat. The gentleman gestured toward the chair opposite him, receiving Ling Chen's breeder certificate and meticulously verifying the information on the terminal. You have come from Jiangxing and have just enrolled in the Xiangqing Military Academy High School, correct? Yes, Ling Chen nodded, briefly outlining his situation. The gentleman smiled. It is quite common for students from military academies to register as breeders. You possess a high reputation and a solid foundation in Beastmaster knowledge, making you highly sought after by clients. As he spoke, he continued to operate the terminal, swiftly printing a small card and handing it to Ling Chen. This is your Xiangqing breeder account card. You will need it for accepting tasks and checking information. Additionally, the association provides each newly registered junior breeder with a wristwatch terminal. Please take a look. He retrieved a silver wristwatch from a drawer and presented it to Ling Chen. The watch's face was black, appearing sleek and lightweight, while the strap was made of soft silicone. This basic wristwatch terminal has fundamental functions, but it will suffice for your needs, the gentleman explained. You can receive and publish tasks. Publishing a task requires a fee of 1 gold coin. Once you accept a task, the client will come to the association within the specified time, and we will allocate a suitable breeding room based on the task requirements. The address and equipment information of the breeding room will be sent to you via the watch, so remember to check. The usage fees for the breeding room will be covered by the client, so you will not incur any additional costs. Ling Chen accepted the watch and donned it on his wrist, the face lighting up instantly to display his breeder information. Ling Chen, junior breeder, current level, second tier, level 7. Available breeding rooms, ordinary breeding room, pending tasks, 0. He pressed a button on the watch face, and several options appeared on the screen. Task list. Breeding room reservation, information inquiry, contact association. Do you have any further questions? The gentleman inquired. May I ask if the wristwatch terminal can be linked to a spirit beast contract? Ling Chen recalled the driver's mention of the phone terminal's capabilities and couldn't help but ask. This basic model cannot. It only allows you to view your own breeder information and task details, the gentleman replied with a smile. If you wish to link a spirit beast, you would need to upgrade to an advanced wristwatch or purchase a phone terminal directly. The specialty store next to the association sells them, and breeders receive a 20% discount. Thank you, I understand now, Ling Chen nodded, his determination to earn enough money to buy a phone terminal solidifying in his mind. By the way, if you wish to accept orders, you can check the task list on the watch right now. There are several clients eager to evolve their pets and willing to offer higher rewards, the gentleman advised. For instance, there is an order for a first tier, level 9 armored pupa to evolve into a steel shell bee, with a reward of 40 gold coins. The client wishes to proceed tomorrow, so if you are available, you might consider taking it. Ling Chen immediately opened the task list on the watch, and indeed, he found this order along with several others for both first and second tier tasks. He calculated in his mind, accept this order first, earn 40 gold coins, and then see about the others to gather enough for the phone terminal. Thank you for your suggestion. I will think it over. Ling Chen put away his watch and account card, rising to his feet. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. I wish you smooth dealings. The gentleman replied with a smile. Stepping out of the service counter, Ling Chen stood in the corridor on the 4th floor, perusing the task list on his watch while glancing at the little gray creature in his arms and the blue-green one perched on his shoulder. His heart felt considerably steadied. Although Xiang City was unfamiliar, his skills as a breeder would undoubtedly anchor him. The lobby below remained bustling with activity as sunlight streamed through the glass façade. His next task was to report to school early and settle in. Taking a deep breath, he cradled the little gray creature and made his way to the elevator, intending first to visit the materials shop downstairs to familiarize himself with Xiang City's breeding materials before accepting the order for the iron armor pupa, thus earning his first payment. The elevator doors closed slowly, the screen displaying the 3rd floor. Chapter 28. Breeding and Acquiring a Mobile Terminal. The ordinary breeding room of the Xiang City Breeder Association was far more spacious than the small workshops in Jiang City. A wide experimental table held a constant temperature furnace, a soul power detector, and a corner shelf organized with transparent reagent bottles, each labeled with various crystal powder names. As Ling Chen unpacked his breeding tools from his backpack, the little gray creature adeptly leaped onto a nearby small table, its tail curling around a clean cloth as it helped wipe the dust from the edges of the experimental table, a habit developed from time spent in the breeding shop in Jiang City. The little fellow always enjoyed lending a helping hand. Meanwhile, the blue-green creature flew up to the materials shelf, tilting its head as it scrutinized a bottle of wind elemental crystal powder, its wings gently fluttering as if verifying the purity of the powder. Ling, your second client has arrived and is waiting at the door, a voice from the association staff echoed as the watch terminal suddenly lit up. Ling Chen organized his tools and approached the door, opening it to find a little girl with horned braids standing outside. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, cradling a small flame creature no larger than a palm, its fiery core flickering faintly without much vigor. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the girl nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. A Ling breeder? My name is Su Xiao, and this is my little flame creature. It has been stuck at level 1, rank 9 for several days, and hasn't evolved. I've consulted several breeders, but they all said the success rate is only 60%. Do not fret. Allow me to take a look first. Ling Chen accepted the little flame creature and placed it on the constant temperature plate of the experimental table, gently releasing a thread of soul power from his fingertips. The talent panel materialized instantly. Beast Tamer, little flame creature. Level 1, rank 9, peak. Attribute, pure fire element. Species level, spirit level. Potential level, high. Known evolution route, 1 flame sprite, requires level 1, rank 9. Core materials, 20G of level 1 fire elemental crystal powder, purity 90. Auxiliary materials, 8 milliliters of flame flower juice, 3G of sulfur powder, 2G of focus grass powder. Mixing ratio, crystal powder, flame flower juice, sulfur powder, focus grass powder 20832. Precautions, maintain an environmental temperature of 50 during the evolution process, and ensure uniform soul power infusion to avoid overheating and explosion of the flame core. Unknown evolution route, unlocked. Current status, soul power congestion, requires gentle guidance. Do not force infusion. It's not that it cannot evolve. Rather, the soul power has become congested within the flame core. The previous breeders may have attempted to force the infusion of soul power, which backfired, Ling Chen explained, pointing at the words soul power congestion on the panel. I will first use the focus grass powder to guide its soul power, then proportionally mix the evolution potion. The success rate can exceed 90%. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, but her brows soon furrowed again. But how much will the materials cost? I only have 50 gold coins. The material expenses will be paid up front by you, and I will select the materials. The association has a standard pricing system, so you won't be overcharged. Ling Chen replied with a smile, reaching for his watch terminal to contact the materials department. Please wait in the lounge. It should be ready in about an hour. Though still somewhat anxious, Su Xiaoxiao sat on a chair in the lounge, her eyes fixed on the breeding room door as she tightly clutched an old cloth bag, her savings from half a year, all intended for her little flame creature's evolution. The little gray creature sensed her tension, leaping down from the table to nuzzle her knee, emitting a soft meow. while the blue-green one flew over to settle on her shoulder, gently brushing her cheek with its wings as if to comfort her. Inside the breeding room, Ling Chen had gathered the materials, specifically selecting fire elemental crystal powder with a purity of 95, which was 5% above the minimum requirement. Though it was slightly more expensive, it would ensure a more stable evolution. Setting the constant temperature furnace to 50, he first mixed the focus grass powder with the flame flower juice, gently stirring with a glass rod until the liquid transformed into a light orange hue before slowly pouring it into the constant temperature plate containing the little flame creature. The flame core of the little flame creature quivered momentarily before brightening, as if the congested soul power was being released. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen sprinkled in the crystal powder and sulfur powder according to the ratio, releasing a steady stream of soul power from his fingertips to guide the potion into the little flame creature's body. The little gray creature lay on the nearby table, its eyes fixed on the temperature gauge of the constant temperature furnace, ready to tap Ling Chen's arm with its paw should the temperature exceed 50. The blue-green creature flew over to the soul power detector, occasionally using wind blades to adjust the detector's angle for clearer data. After more than half an hour, the little flame creature suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, the flame core swelling to half a foot in height, warming the entire breeding room. Ling Chen immediately accelerated the infusion of soul power, following the prompts on the talent panel to push in the last bit of potion at the moment the flame core was at its brightest. With a soft pop, the red light faded, transforming the previously palm-sized little flame creature into a half-foot-tall sprite, entirely composed of flames. With 2 pairs of transparent fire wings sprouting from its back and a small flame scepter held in its hand. Beast Tamer, Flame Sprite, Post-Evolution. Level 2, Rank 1. Attribute, Pure Fire Element. Species Level, Spirit Level. Potential Level, High, Very High. Current Skills, Fireball, Advanced. Flame Barrier, Fire Wing Dash. The evolution was a success. Ling Chen exhaled in relief and opened the breeding room door. Su Xiaoxiao rushed over, and upon seeing the flame sprite, tears fell from her eyes in an instant. The previously listless little flame creature was now flapping its wings and flying onto her shoulder, gently tapping her cheek with its flame scepter, not burning at all. Thank you, Ling Breeder. Su Xiaoxiao choked as she pulled out 40 gold coins from the cloth bag, the amount indicated in the order. I thought it would never evolve. You are truly amazing. Ling Chen accepted the coins, smiling as he gently placed the flame sprite into her embrace. In the future, do not let it absorb too many crystals at once. Feeding it 5g of powder each day will suffice. Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously and skipped away, cradling the flame sprite. Before she left, she had the flame sprite bow to both the little gray creature and the blue-green one, causing both to chuckle. Just as he had finished sending off Su Xiaoxiao, the watch terminal chimed again, indicating the arrival of the third order's client, a boy named Lin Hao, who had brought a level 2, rank 1 wind elemental spirit deer and wished to evolve it into a wind spirit deer king. Lin Hao appeared even more anxious than Su Xiaoxiao, gripping a crumpled piece of paper detailing the previous breeder's reasons for failure, excessive fluctuations in soul power, and the spirit deer's resistance to the evolution potion. Ling Chen took the wind elemental spirit deer and placed it on the experimental table, the talent panel immediately popping up. Beast Tamer, wind elemental spirit deer. Level 2. Rank 1, Peak. Attribute, Pure Wind Element. Species Level, Spirit Level. Potential Level, Intermediate. Known Evolution Route, 1 Wind Spirit Deer King. Requires Level 2, Rank 1. Core Materials, 25g of Level 2 Wind Elemental Crystal Powder, Purity 92. Auxiliary Materials, 10 milliliters of Wind Leaf Grass Juice, 5g of Light Feather Powder, 3g of Calm Flower Powder. The ratio of the ingredients, Crystal Core Powder, Wind Leaf Grass Juice, Light Feather Powder, and Calming Flower Powder is 251,053. Precautions. The evolution potion must be refrigerated to 10 degrees. And when injected, it should follow the direction of the spirit deer's mane to avoid stimulating the wind-type soul power core. Unknown evolution route. Not unlocked. Current status. Sensitive wind-type soul power. High adaptability to cold potions. Resistance to room temperature potions. The previous breeder used room temperature potions, didn't they? Ling Chen said to Lin Hao, its wind-type soul power is too active. Room temperature potions will make it anxious. I will use refrigerated potions and add some calming flower powder to stabilize its emotions, achieving a success rate of 95%. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Yes. The previous breeder said the potion did not need refrigeration, and as a result, the spirit deer trembled at the touch of the potion. Thank you, Breeder Ling. I brought 60 gold coins. Is that enough? Enough. The material fees will be settled by the association. The price is fair, Ling Chen replied with a smile. asking Lin how to wait in the rest area while he went to the material section to obtain the refrigerated windleaf grass juice. The material section of the Xiangqing Association was indeed well equipped, with dedicated storage cabinets for refrigerated materials. Hui took the initiative to follow him this time, carrying the refrigerated box for the potion, while Qing Ning remained in the breeding room, fanning the wind-type spirit deer with her wings to help it relax. The evolution process went more smoothly than anticipated. As soon as the refrigerated potion touched the spirit deer's mane, it let out a comfortable snort and ceased its resistance. Ling Chen poured in the crystal core powder and light feather powder according to the ratio, and the soul power from his fingertips gently flowed along the direction of the mane. The spirit deer's body gradually emitted a pale blue light. Its antlers grew larger. Silver patterns appeared on its fur, and a pair of translucent wind wings emerged behind it. After more than half an hour, the evolution into the wind spirit deer king was completed, now standing half a foot taller than before, with a flap of its wind wings. It stirred up a small whirlwind and let out a crisp call directed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, overwhelmed with excitement, had tears welling in his eyes as he presented the 60 gold coins. Breeder Ling, you are truly my savior. This spirit deer was left to me by my grandfather. And if the evolution had failed, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Ling Chen accepted the coins and patted his shoulder. In the future, let it spend more time in windy places. The wind wings will grow faster. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude repeatedly and left with the wind spirit deer king, adding Ling Chen as a friend on his watch, promising to seek his help for future evolutions. The third client was a middle-aged man named Uncle Wang, dressed in a guard's uniform, cradling a second-tier level 3 little rock turtle, whose shell bore several faint scratches. This creature served as his guardian beast during his time as a guard in the workshop, and he wished to evolve it into a giant armored turtle to enhance its defense. Uncle Wang was not talkative, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Breeder Ling, I have but one request. Make its shell harder, enough to withstand attacks from third-tier soul beasts. Ling Chen took the little rock turtle, and the talent panel clearly appeared. Guardian Beast, Little Rock Turtle. Level, second tier level 3, Peak. Attribute, Pure Earth. Race level, Ordinary. Potential level, Intermediate. Known evolution route, 1 giant armored turtle, requires second tier level 3. Core materials, 30 G of second tier Earth Crystal Core Powder, Purity 95. Auxiliary materials, 12 milliliters of rock grass juice. 6 G of Steel Sand Powder, for G of Thick Earth Powder. Mixing ratio, Crystal Core Powder, Rock Grass Juice, Steel Sand Powder, Thick Earth Powder 301264. Precautions, during the evolution process. A heavy object must be placed on the turtle's shell, weight of 5 kilograms, to stimulate the gathering of Earth-type defensive soul power. Unknown evolution route, not unlocked. Current status, insufficient shell defense, needs Steel Sand Powder to enhance hardness, Thick Earth Powder to reinforce the foundation. Rest assured, I have added Steel Sand Powder. After evolution, its shell will be able to withstand the normal attacks of third-tier soul beasts. Ling Chen pointed to the insufficient defense on the panel and said to Uncle Wang, I will find a 5 kilograms iron block to press on the turtle's shell. You can watch from the side. Uncle Wang nodded, standing at the door of the breeding room, his eyes fixed on the little rock turtle without blinking. Hui fetched an iron block provided by the association and pushed it beside the turtle's shell, while Qing Ning flew to the constant temperature furnace, assisting in adjusting the temperature. As Earth-type evolution requires a constant temperature of 30 degrees, neither heating nor refrigeration is necessary. Ling Chen mixed the potion according to the ratio, applying it evenly to the little rock turtle's shell, then gently placed the iron block on top. The little rock turtle initially resisted, moving its limbs slightly, but soon settled down. A yellowish light began to emanate from its shell, the patterns becoming increasingly distinct, and the thickness of the shell gradually increased. An hour later, the light dissipated, revealing the little rock turtle transformed into a half-foot-long giant armored turtle, its shell patterns gleaming like steel and emitting a cold light. A gentle tap produced a resounding thud. Uncle Wang approached, lightly stroking the turtle's shell, unable to find words in his excitement, and produced 80 gold coins from his pocket, handing them over. Breeder Ling, thank you so much. If any of my workshop brothers need beast evolution in the future, I will surely refer them to you. Ling Chen accepted the coins with a smile. Ensure it basks in the sun every day. The Earth-type soul power will gather more swiftly. Uncle Wang nodded repeatedly, carrying the giant armored turtle away, and before leaving, he had the turtle bow to Hui, who responded by tapping the shell with its paw, as if praising its sturdiness. With the completion of 3 orders, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Ling Chen calculated the gold coins in his possession, 40 from Su Xiaoxiao, 60 from Lin Hao, and 80 from Uncle Wang, totaling 180 gold coins. Adding this to the previous remaining 499 gold coins and 85 silver coins, after deducting 15 silver coins for transport. He had a total of 679 gold coins and 85 silver coins. Oh, and there was also the iron-armored pupa, bringing the total to 719 gold coins and 85 silver coins. He took out his watch terminal to check the terminal retail store next to the association. The high-performance mobile terminal was priced at 500 gold coins, while the standard model was 300 gold coins each. Purchasing two for his parents would require 600 gold coins. He decided to buy one for himself today and hoped to gather enough for the other two orders later. After tidying up the breeding tools, Ling Chen cradled Hui Hui, with Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, and hastily made his way to the retail store. The store clerk greeted him warmly, and upon seeing he was a breeder, promptly recommended the high-end model. This model can bind 3 guardian beasts to a contract link, allowing real-time monitoring of soul power and health status, along with holographic calling capabilities and access to the association's breeding database, which makes checking evolution formulas particularly convenient. Ling Chen tested it. The screen was holographic, and with a gentle tap, he could access the information of Hui Hui and Qing Ning, even tracking their real-time locations. Hui Hui was dozing in his arms while Qing Ning rested on his shoulder, the screen displaying health values of 100 and soul power values of 95. He nodded in satisfaction, paid the 500 gold coins, and the clerk helped him bind the contract link, also instructing him on how to use the holographic calling feature. By the way, can it bind to my family's terminals? I want to buy 2 standard models for my parents, Ling Chen inquired. Of course. Once bound, you can conduct holographic calls and remotely monitor their locations, setting safety zones as well, the clerk replied with a smile. The standard models will be available tomorrow, and you can reserve them now. Ling Chen reserved 2 standard models, feeling considerably relieved. Stepping out of the retail store, the sky had darkened, and the night scene of Xiangqing was splendid, with streetlights blossoming into holographic flowers, and the lights of floating cars resembling twinkling stars. Hui Hui poked its head out from his arms, staring curiously at its reflection on the mobile terminal screen, playfully tapping at it with its paw, while Qing Ning flew alongside the screen, preening her feathers as if it were a mirror. Upon returning to the small hotel near the association, Ling Chen placed the mobile terminal on the table, called up the information panel for Hui Hui and Qing Ning, and examined it closely. Hui Hui's soul power had already reached 2nd tier level 7 peak, while Qing Ning was at 2nd tier level 4, poised to break through in a few days. He retrieved some jerky and millet from his backpack, distributing them to the 2 little creatures while he himself settled by the window, gazing at his mobile terminal. Although he had yet to purchase their device, he could not help but envision the scene of a holographic call. After finishing the jerky, Gray leaped onto the table, resting beside the mobile terminal, with his tail gently draped over the screen. Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with her head. Ling Chen affectionately stroked their heads, his heart brimming with warmth. On the very first day in Xiangqing, he had not only secured 4 orders, including one for an armored pupa, but had also acquired the coveted terminal. Now, he merely needed to earn an additional 600 gold coins to equip his parents with terminals as well, allowing him to see them at any time in the future. Chapter 29. The Bandits of Black Wind Canyon. As the morning market of the Xiangqing Breeder Association became lively, Ling Chen hurriedly clutched 2 brand-new standard mobile terminals and made his way to the post office. The pale blue shells of the terminals still bore their protective films. He had meticulously stored his holographic contact information in each terminal and handwrote 2 pages of detailed usage instructions, covering everything from how to power on the device and engage in holographic calls, to checking savings account balances, setting up secure zones, and even the minutiae of forcefully shutting down the device by pressing the power button for 10 seconds. Please send this to Lin Jianjun in Jiangqing, priority mail. He placed the terminals and the instructions into a shockproof package and handed it to the postal worker, paying an additional 5 silver coins for insurance. The 2 terminals had cost him 600 gold coins, earned from 6 breeding orders over the past few days, and he could not afford any errors. The postal worker smiled as she accepted the package. Rest assured, priority mail will arrive in 3 days, and you can track the logistics in real time on your mobile device. Exiting the post office, Ling Chen felt the reassuring weight of the mobile terminal in his pocket, the screen displaying a notification that the package had been dispatched. He imagined his parents' expressions upon receiving the terminal and couldn't help but smile. Gray nestled in his arms, nudging his hand with his head, while Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, calling out in response to the logistics information on the mobile screen, as if confirming that the package was on the right path. With over a month remaining before the military academy's high school semester commenced, he could not simply stay in receiving orders. He activated the mobile terminal and pulled up the Xiangqing training map he had previously saved. Black Wind Canyon lay 50 kilometers from Xiangqing, with soul beast levels ranging from 2nd tier 3rd rank to 3rd tier 5th rank, which was not overly perilous, perfect for training with Gray and Qing Ning, while also providing opportunities to gather materials for sale. Let us head to Blackwind Canyon. Ling Chen strapped on his backpack filled with outdoor essentials, cradled Gray, and set off with Qing Ning perched on his shoulder towards the floating vehicle station. The station buzzed with activity, predominantly populated by beast tamers accompanied by their pets, some heading for training in the canyon, others off to the Blackwind market to sell materials. He purchased a ticket to Blackwind Canyon for 15 silver coins, the floating vehicle capable of reaching its destination in just over half an hour. As the floating vehicle glided smoothly along the road, the scenery outside shifted from towering skyscrapers to gentle hills. Gray perched by the window, intently observing the rapidly retreating trees, his tail swaying gently, while Qing Ning curiously watched a middle-aged man next to them cradling a soil-type rock mouse, occasionally using wind blades to send a fallen leaf towards the mouse, prompting the man to chuckle. Your Qingwen sparrow is quite the charmer. An hour later, the floating vehicle arrived at the parking lot at the entrance of Blackwind Canyon. As soon as he disembarked, a gust of wind laden with dust swept toward him, carrying a hint of earthiness, starkly contrasting with the clean air of Xianqing. The entrance buzzed with energy, a makeshift market sprawling along the roadside. Stalls brimming with various outdoor gear, waterproof sleeping bags, durable hiking boots, sealed bags for materials, and a variety of simple soul power detectors and healing potions. Indeed, the Blackwind market lived up to its reputation. Ling Chen wandered through, eventually stopping at a stall manned by a bearded man, who displayed an array of maps, hand-drawn canyon topography, hunting maps marked with soul beast habitats, and collection maps detailing material distributions. Young man, is this your first visit to Blackwind Canyon? The man smiled, offering a yellowed topographic map. This one's the most comprehensive, clearly marking the paths, caves, and water sources within the canyon. Just 5 silver coins, much better than wandering aimlessly. Ling Chen accepted the map, finding it indeed more detailed than the electronic version on his phone, with clear notes on areas rich in wind-type and earth-type soul beasts. He paid promptly and then purchased a thick sleeping bag, 10 silver coins, a multifunctional entrenching tool, 15 silver coins, several packs of compressed biscuits, 5 silver coins, and a small bottle of insect repellent powder, 3 silver coins, all essentials for wilderness survival. Your backpack is quite spacious. Planning to stay in the canyon for a few days? The vendor chuckled as she helped him cram the sleeping bag into his backpack. Remember to bring plenty of water, although there are many water sources in the canyon. Some are contaminated by soul beasts and are not safe. Thank you, I will be cautious, Ling Chen replied gratefully, then purchased 2 large-capacity water bottles. After filling them with water, he shouldered his heavy backpack and ventured deeper into the canyon. Gray leaped from his arms to trot alongside him, occasionally sniffing the ground as if investigating the presence of nearby soul beasts, while Qing Ning took to the skies, deploying wind breath reconnaissance. Her wings fluttering as she scanned the area within 100 meters, capturing every movement with precision. According to the map, the canyon entrance unfolded into a small plain, overgrown with wild grass reaching waist height. In the distance, the outline of the canyon could be discerned, resembling a colossal fissure cutting through the hills. Occasionally, one could spot first-tier wind-type wild rabbits darting across the plain, swiftly retreating into the underbrush upon sensing human presence, posing little threat. Let us find a cave for temporary shelter. Ling Chen navigated towards the mountain wall at the end of the plain, where several natural caves were marked as suitable for establishing a temporary base. After about 20 minutes of walking, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the grass ahead. Qing Ning immediately let out a series of urgent chirps, her wings indicating the left side of the grass. Ling Chen halted abruptly, gripping the Qingwen blade at his waist. Gray tensed, a faint aura of lightning-type soul power enveloping him, his tail standing straight. Soon, a 2-meter-long rock-armored snake emerged from the underbrush, its body covered in earthy yellow scales, eyes glinting coldly, tongue flicking. Precisely the native soul beast marked on the map, a 2nd-tier 3rd-rank rock-armored snake. Soul beast, rock-armored snake, native. Level, 2nd-tier 3rd rank. Attribute, pure earth type. Race rank, common. Potential rank, intermediate. Skills, earth spike, rock armor hardening, tail whip. Weaknesses, 7 inches, weaker scales, eyes, sensitive to bright light. Evolution path, status, extremely hungry. Gray. Use, rapid flash, to maneuver behind it and ensnare its 7 inches with soul power threads. Ling Chen commanded in a hushed tone. Gray transformed into a gray shadow, swiftly appearing behind the rock-armored snake, launching several strands of lightning-type soul power threads that accurately ensnared the snake's weak point. The rock-armored snake recoiled in pain, raising its head violently, its tail crashing down to the ground, summoning several half-meter-high earth spikes that shot toward Ling Chen. Qingning, use Windblade to sever the earth spikes. Qingning instantly activated her skill, sending forth several sharp wind blades that sliced through the base of the earth spikes, causing them to shatter into fragments. Ling Chen seized the opportunity to leap, wielding the Qingwen blade imbued with second-tier soul power. Aiming a fierce strike at the rock-armored snake's weak point. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved through the snake's scales, dark blood oozing forth. The rock-armored snake emitted a piercing shriek, its body writhing violently as it struggled against the soul power threads. Gray immediately intensified his soul power output, tightening the threads further, while Qingning soared above the rock-armored snake, deploying Leaf Dance to obscure its vision. Several soul-powered leaves descended upon the snake's eyes, rendering it momentarily disoriented. Final strike. Ling Chen sprang into action once more, his azure pattern blade aimed squarely at the 7-inch wound of the rock-armored serpent, delivering a decisive strike. The serpent's body convulsed violently before it lay still, lifeless. Mission accomplished. Ling Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hui trotted over, nudging his leg with its head, seemingly seeking praise, while Qingning settled atop the serpent's carcass, calling out to the scattered earth spikes. These spikes, forged from the serpent's soil-based soul power, were significantly harder than ordinary stones, making them ideal for sealing the cave entrance. Perfect. We can use these spikes to save the trouble of searching for rocks. Ling Chen smiled as he lifted the largest spike, which towered slightly above him. Hui also utilized its lightning net to drag a spike alongside him, while Qingning effortlessly lifted 2 smaller spikes with wind blades, following closely behind. After trekking for a little over 10 minutes, Qingning suddenly emitted an excited chirp, her wings directing Ling Chen's gaze toward a natural cave entrance in the mountainside, which stood about half a person tall and was cloaked in vines, rendering it quite concealed. Ling Chen immediately quickened his pace, reaching the entrance and signaling for Hui and Qingning to hide within the nearby foliage, aware that the cave might harbor other soul beasts. Requiring a safety assessment first, he retrieved a smoke bomb from his backpack, a gift from a client during yesterday's order delivery, intended for encounters with soul beasts in the wild. With a swift motion, he pulled the safety pin and tossed it into the cave entrance. With a loud bang, white smoke swiftly enveloped the cave, accompanied by a rustling sound. Almost instantly, another rock-armored serpent, similar in size to the previous one, emerged from the smoke, evidently disoriented by the fumes. Another rock-armored serpent. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armed with experience this time, he commanded, Hui, ensnare it with lightning net. Qingning, bestow wind amplification upon me. Hui was enveloped in a violet electric aura, launching the lightning net that ensnared the serpent's body. The creature trembled violently, attempting to unleash its earth spikes, but was restrained by the net. Meanwhile, Qingning flapped her wings, enveloping Ling Chen in a faint azure wind power, significantly enhancing his speed. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen charged forward, his azure pattern blade infused with both wind and lightning soul power, striking down at the serpent's vulnerable spot. This time, the effort was minimal. The serpent struggled a few times before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. With practiced precision, Ling Chen began to dissect the carcass, extracting the most valuable crystal core, and after securing some serpent meat, he buried the body. All done. This cave belongs to us. Ling Chen grinned as he stepped into the cave, the smoke having mostly dissipated. To his surprise, the cave was more spacious than he had anticipated, approximately 50 square meters. With a flat floor and a pile of dry grass in one corner, seemingly arranged by the previous adorable rock-armored serpent. Upon reflection, one might argue that their actions were somewhat nefarious, but Ling Chen recalled his mentor's words, to kill for survival is one matter, and to disdain life is another. He placed his backpack in the corner, and, alongside Hui and Qingning, began transporting the earth spikes to the cave entrance, which required several more to adequately seal it. Hui clutched a spike in its mouth, stacking them one by one at the entrance, while Qingning utilized wind blades to adjust their positions, ensuring they were tightly arranged. Ling Chen wielded a spade to shovel surrounding soil into the gaps between the spikes, preventing small animals from intruding, and sprinkled a handful of realgar powder at the entrance. After laboring for over half an hour, they finally secured the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap for a single person to pass through, allowing ventilation while blocking most soul beasts. Satisfied, Ling Chen brushed the dirt off his hands, retrieved his sleeping bag from his backpack, laid it on the dry grass, and took out compressed biscuits, distributing them to Hui and Qingning. Hui preferred the meaty flavor, while Qingning relished the grainy taste, and he had already prepared their portions. Hui sprawled atop the sleeping bag, nibbling at the biscuits, its tail wagging gently, while Qingning perched on a nearby rock, pecking at the crumbs and occasionally glancing toward the entrance, as if on watch. Ling Chen settled onto the sleeping bag, took a sip of water, and activated his mobile terminal, pulling up the map of Black Wind Canyon. Over the next few days, he planned to cultivate around the cave, familiarizing himself with the canyon's environment before gradually venturing deeper, hunting soul beasts to level up and gathering materials along the way. Outside, the wind continued to blow, carrying the sound of rustling grass, while the cave remained tranquil, save for the sounds of Hui Hui and Qing Ning munching. Ling Chen absently touched the mobile terminal in his pocket, noting the logistics information displayed on the screen. The package had arrived in Jiang City, likely reaching his parents by tomorrow. He envisioned them clumsily learning to use holographic communication with the terminal, warmth flooding his heart. Tomorrow, the training begins. First, I will help Hui Hui break through to level 8 of the second tier, and Qing Ning to level 5 of the second tier. And I must also strive to reach level 8 of the second tier myself, Ling Chen murmured, stroking Hui Hui's head and patting Qing Ning's wings. Let us all work hard together. When school starts, we cannot fall behind at military academy. Hui Hui seemed to understand, nuzzling his hand, while Qing Ning chirped a couple of times, flapping her wings in agreement. As night slowly descended, the sky outside the cave darkened, distant calls of soul beasts echoed. Yet they were far from frightening. With Hui Hui and Qing Ning by his side, and this temporary stronghold, Ling Chen felt little fear even in the wild. Lying on the sleeping bag, he stared at the rocky ceiling of the cave, listening to the rhythmic sounds of Hui Hui and Qing Ning's breathing, gradually closing his eyes. Though his hand remained tightly gripping a thin thread, which he had tied near the cave entrance. Should any spirit beasts pass by, Ling Chen would awaken at once. Chapter 30, The Wolfpack's Game. Morning sunlight filtered through the crevices of the cave, piercing like fine needles against Ling Chen's eyelids. He abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively performing a sit-up, a morning exercise habit cultivated in Jiang City, which he dared not neglect even in the wilderness. The earth spikes at the entrance reflected the morning light, casting a cold, hard earth tone, while the gentle rustling of wind brushing against the wild grass echoed outside. Tranquil without a hint of anomaly. Awake? Just as Ling Chen rose, Hui Hui leaped from the sleeping bag, its tail curling around his wrist and giving it a gentle shake. The little creature's fur appeared even glossier than the day before, its second tier. Level 7 soul power radiating a faint electric hue in the morning glow. Qing Ning also descended from the rocky ceiling, landing on his shoulder and brushing her wings against his ear, their daily greeting, more reliable than any alarm clock. Today, we shall employ a different strategy. Ling Chen retrieved some compressed biscuits, sharing them with his two companions, taking a bite himself. Qing Ning would scout ahead for soul beasts at level 8 of the second tier or higher. We won't waste time on weaker foes. He patted the rock-armored serpent's crystal core in his backpack, recalling how he had hunted 5 second-tier rock-armored serpents in half a day. The cores piled heavily in his bag, taking up space without honing true skills. He needed more challenging opponents. Qing Ning chirped in acknowledgement, flapping her wings and swiftly soaring out of the cave, her pale azure form quickly blending into the morning mist of the canyon. Ling Chen and Hui Hui followed closely, treading lightly, for the early morning in Black Wind Canyon was the most opportune time to encounter foraging soul beasts, necessitating constant vigilance. Hui Hui's nose pressed against the ground, occasionally lifting to snarl at a certain direction, causing nearby first-tier wind rabbits and earth mice to scatter in a panic. Before long, Qing Ning suddenly returned from the skies, her wings beating rapidly as she called out toward the left valley. Ling Chen immediately halted, activating his innate ability. Instantly, a multitude of gray light points emerged in his vision, densely scattered throughout the valley, each marked with information. Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, second tier, level 5. Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, second tier, level 6, with over 20 in total, forming a massive wolf pack. So many? Ling Chen furrowed his brow. Black Wind Wolves were pack hunters, excelling in coordinated ambushes. Even 5 would pose a significant challenge, let alone 20. Qing Ning seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, circling above his head, refraining from leading them further. Ling Chen could only gesture, let us bypass them and search for solitary individuals. In the ensuing hour, they encountered 3 waves of Black Wind Wolves, with the least numbering 10 and the most exceeding 30, interspersed with a few elite wolves of the third tier. In stark contrast to the previous day, when the armored snakes were abundant, they only stumbled upon 3 today, all of which Ling Chen effortlessly dispatched. However, as he gazed into his backpack, increasingly filled with crystals, a sense of lethargy washed over him. At this rate, his pack would soon be brimming. And battling the armored snakes did little to hone his skill precision. He whistled at Qing Ning, broadened the search area, specifically targeting second-tier level 8 to second-tier level 9 spirit beasts, be they wolves or snakes. If their level suffices, let us engage. Qing Ning immediately ascended to a higher altitude, her wind-based soul power radiating outward, doubling the reconnaissance range compared to before. After approximately half an hour, Qing Ning suddenly emitted a short, sharp call, her wings pointing towards a cluster of low shrubs ahead. Ling Chen and Hui promptly lowered their bodies, stealthily advancing under the cover of wild grass. Upon traversing 2 layers of thickets, their vision cleared. A clearing lay before them, dotted with 7 or 8 black wind wolves, circling a patch of spirit grass where a dozen snow-white wind bell goats were grazing, their heads bowed to nibble at the dew-kissed herbs. Ling Chen hastily activated his talent, and the detailed information of the wolf pack sprang into view. Spirit Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Leader, Level, Tier 3, Level 1 Attributes, Wind. Dark Species Rank, Common Potential Rank, High Skills, Windblade Claw, Dark Mist Ambush, Pack Command, Howl. Weaknesses, Throat, Vulnerable to Dark Soul Power, Abdomen, Lacking for Protection. Spirit Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Member 1, Level, Tier 2, Level 9 Attributes, Wind, Dark Species Rank, Common Potential Rank, Very High Skills, Windblade Claw, Dark Mist Stealth. Wolf Claw Strike, Soul Power Bite, Wind Dash, Pack Alert. Weaknesses, Eyes, Sensitive to Bright Light. Spirit Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Member 2, Level, Tier 2, Level 9 Attributes, Wind. Dark Species Rank, Common Potential Rank, Intermediate Skills, Windblade Claw, Wolf Claw Strike, Soul Power Bite, Pack Alert. Weaknesses, Eyes, Sensitive to Bright Light. Hind Leg Joints, Lacking Scale Protection. The remaining 5 ranged from Tier 2, Level 5 to Tier 2, Level 8, the weakest cowering at the edge of the pack, exhibiting a timid demeanor. Astonishingly, there were 2 Tier 2, Level 9s, and a Tier 3 leader. Ling Chen's heart raced, a blend of tension and exhilaration coursing through him. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since arriving in the canyon, a perfect opportunity to hone his combat skills. He focused on the 2 Tier 2, Level 9 Black Wind Wolves, noting their deliberate movements as they stealthily approached the flanks of the wind bell goat herd, evidently intending to encircle them. Hui, keep an eye on the left one of the Tier 2, Level 9. Once it strays far enough from the pack, we'll make our move, Ling Chen whispered, gesturing towards the black wind wolf stealthily traversing the underbrush. It possesses the skill, Pack Alert, so let us have Qing Ning use Leaf Dance to muffle its mouth, preventing it from howling. Hui immediately tensed, lightning-infused soul power coalescing at the tips of his claws, his gaze fixed intently on the wolf's movements. Qing Ning took her position above Ling Chen, gathering several soul-powered leaves on her wings, poised to unleash her skill at a moment's notice. The Tier 2, Level 9 Black Wind Wolf tread cautiously, pausing intermittently to sniff the air, ensuring no danger lurked before advancing. As it neared a distance of over 20 meters from the pack, the wind bell goats suddenly lifted their heads, bleeding warily towards the direction of the wolves. Clearly sensing the impending peril, the other wolves instantly surged forward, and the 2 flanking wolves quickened their pace. Now, Ling Chen burst forth from behind a tree, and Qing Ning activated her skill, sending several leaves accurately into the black wind wolf's mouth. The wolf yelped in pain, instinctively attempting to howl, only to find its mouth obstructed by the remaining leaves, while Hui's lightning net ensnared its jaws, the purple net tightly wrapping around its head, forcing it to emit only muffled whines. Hui, dash around and target its hind leg joints, Ling Chen shouted as he drew forth his azure pattern blade, wind-based soul power enveloping the blade as he aimed at the wolf's foreleg. Despite its eyes being covered and its mouth ensnared, the black wind wolf retained its agility. It kicked back with its hind leg, evading Hui's strike, while simultaneously swiping at Ling Chen's blade with its foreleg, its claws shimmering with wind-based soul power. Daring to clash with the azure pattern blade. With a resounding clang, the blade met the wolf's claws, sending a jolt through Ling Chen's wrist, nearly causing him to lose his grip. The black wind wolf staggered back 2 steps, the leaves falling away to reveal bloodshot pupils. It was evidently enraged. A faint dark mist enveloping its body as the dark mist stealth skill activated, rendering it increasingly elusive. Qing Ning, bestow wind amplification upon me and Hui. Ling Chen commanded urgently, a light azure wind-based soul power enveloping him and Hui, significantly enhancing their speed. Seizing the opportunity, Hui unleashed soul power threads. Several strands of lightning-infused threads shot forth, ensnaring the black wind wolf's hind leg joints. This time, they succeeded, slowing the wolf's movements considerably. Ling Chen capitalized on the opportunity. Leaping into the air, his azure pattern blade aimed at the wolf's abdomen, which lacked protective fur. The black wind wolf hastily sidestepped, but the blade still grazed its flank. leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, black blood gushing forth. With a furious howl, the black wind wolf broke free from the lightning net, its rage palpable. Despite its hind leg ensnared by soul power threads, it retaliated with its forepaws aimed at Ling Chen. Ling Chen swiftly leapt backward just as Qing Ning's wind blade struck the wolf's eyes, temporarily blinding it once more. Hui Hui, deliver the final blow. Strike its throat with soul power claw. Ling Chen cried out. Hui Hui's body crackled with radiant lightning. Darting towards the black wind wolf's throat, the weak point of its dark soul power, the most lethal area. Though the wolf could not see, it instinctively attempted to evade. But with its hind leg ensnared, it could only watch helplessly as Hui Hui barreled towards it. With a resounding impact, Hui Hui collided forcefully with the black wind wolf's throat, unleashing a surge of lightning-infused soul power. The wolf emitted a harrowing scream, its body convulsing violently, the wound on its flank bleeding profusely. Yet, it did not collapse immediately, rather, enduring the excruciating pain. It summoned the last vestige of its strength to howl towards the heavens, a mournful cry echoing through the air. This howl carried a piercing resonance, and the distant wolf pack instantly responded. Ling Chen's heart tightened as he looked towards their direction. Spotting the Tier 3 leader already leading the charge with other black wind wolves, the foremost ones rapidly approaching within 100 meters. A deceased wind bell goat clamped in their jaws, evidently having just completed a hunt, drawn by the sound of their companion's cry. This is bad, we must flee, Ling Chen exclaimed, hoisting Hui Hui into his arms and shouting at Qing Ning, activate. Wind amplification, run, the wolves are coming. Qing Ning immediately soared to his side. Although the Tier 2, Level 9 black wind wolf was severely wounded, it had not yet lost its capacity for movement. However, watching Ling Chen's fleeing figure, it hesitated. Clearly aware it could not catch up, and, not fearing abandonment by the pack, ultimately chose not to pursue, instead remaining on the ground, licking its wounds. Ling Chen dashed forward with Hui Hui in his embrace, propelled by the effects of Qing Ning's wind amplification, his speed enhanced by 30%. Yet, he remained cautious. The black wind wolf's sense of smell was sharper than that of a dog. Mere speed would not suffice. He needed to conceal their tracks. While running, he rummaged through his backpack for the insect repellent powder he had previously purchased, a vital survival item in the wilderness, capable of not only repelling insects but also masking human scents. Gray utilized the wind blade barrier to obscure our rear visibility, commanded Ling Chen as he scattered powder. Gray promptly conjured a barrier, a blend of lightning and wind, to shield them from behind. Although it could only hold for a few fleeting seconds, it sufficed to temporarily impede the wolf pack's pursuit. Concurrently, Ling Chen deliberately sprinted against the wind, allowing their scent to be carried in the opposite direction, and circled around a large tree thrice before veering off in another direction, thus disorienting the wolves in their tracking. After approximately 10 minutes of frantic escape, the howls of the wolves faded into the distance, prompting Ling Chen to slow his pace, leaning against a sturdy tree to catch his breath. Gray leapt down from his arms, panting heavily, the fluctuations of its lightning spirit energy significantly diminished. Qing Ning settled on his shoulder, her wings quivering slightly, clearly exhausted as well. Relieved to have evaded danger, Ling Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the sky, now cloaked in twilight. The setting sun painted the canyon in hues of orange and red, while the distant mountain silhouettes blurred ominously. He dared not return to the previous cave. Should the wolves trace their scent back there, they would be ensnared. Tonight, they would seek refuge among the trees. Ling Chen assessed the great tree beside him, towering over 10 meters with a robust trunk and dense branches, perfectly suited for concealment. He first instructed Qing Ning to ascend the tree to ensure no other spirit beasts lingered nearby, then cradled Gray in his arms, wedging his Qingwen knife into a crevice of the tree as he climbed steadily upward. Upon finding a sturdy branch, Ling Chen unfurled his sleeping bag atop it and secured himself and the bag with vines to prevent a fall during the night. Gray nestled atop the sleeping bag, swiftly succumbing to slumber, having expended a considerable amount of spirit energy in the day's skirmish. Qing Ning perched on an adjacent branch, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Assuming the mantle of night watch, leaning against the trunk, Ling Chen touched his handheld terminal, noting the absence of new messages. His parents likely had yet to receive the terminal he sent. He gazed at the dimming canyon, a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration swelling within him. The earlier battle, though perilous, had afforded him invaluable practical experience, such as leveraging terrain to conceal their traces and executing timely retreats in the face of formidable foes, insights unattainable during his training in the Qingmu forest. Tomorrow, we must exercise greater caution, Ling Chen murmured, affectionately ruffling Gray's head and patting Qing Ning's wings. Today was arduous for you both. Tomorrow, We shall seek out weaker second-tier 9th-level spirit beasts and avoid provoking the wolf pack. Qingming emitted a couple of soft calls, seemingly in agreement. As the night deepened, the chill of the canyon's breeze intensified. Distant wolf howls echoed, yet they grew fainter, indicating that the pack had relinquished their pursuit. Ling Chen leaned against the tree, gazing at the stars above as his eyelids gradually fluttered shut. Though sleeping in a tree lacked the comfort of a cave, it afforded a measure of safety. This was the essence of training, the ever-present danger, each confrontation a potential life-or-death ordeal. Yet it was precisely through such trials that one could cultivate experience, spirit energy. When harnessed with focus, became easier to command. After 2 days of combat, his spirit energy circulation had become markedly smoother. Chapter 31. Breakthrough. After the rain and the hall by the stream in the stillness of the night, a sudden chill swept through, and droplets of icy rain splattered against Ling Chen's cheek. He jolted awake, realizing that the previously clear night sky had been obscured by ominous clouds. Fine strands of rain cascading through the gaps in the leaves, soaking the edges of his clothing and sleeping bag. "Oh no, it's raining," Ling Chen exclaimed as he swiftly sat up, startling Gray from his slumber. The little creature raised its head from the sleeping bag, its tail pressed tightly against its sides. Qingming fluttered down from a nearby branch, droplets clinging to her wings, calling out urgently to him. In haste, Ling Chen reached for his backpack hanging from a nearby branch, unzipped it, and retrieved a piece of oil paper, a waterproof and lightweight material he had procured at the Black Wind Market, initially intended for laying on the cave floor to prevent dampness. It was now perfectly suited for their current predicament. "Qingming, help me hold this side," he instructed, unfurling the oil paper while using vines to secure one corner to a branch, motioning for Qingming to press down the opposite corner with her wings. Understanding his intent, Qingming promptly complied, anchoring the edge of the oil paper to prevent rainwater from seeping in. With deft hands, Ling Chen fashioned a pointed canopy with the oil paper, effectively sheltering himself and the sleeping bag, allowing the rainwater to cascade down the peak without reaching them. Gray joined in, pressing its small body against the other corner of the oil paper, its form taut, as if assisting in securing the makeshift shelter. "All set. We needn't fear the rain now," Ling Chen sighed in relief, feeling the sleeping bag, thankful it was waterproof. With only a slight dampness on the surface that could be wiped away, he retrieved a clean set of clothes from his backpack, quickly changing beneath the oil paper canopy and stowing his wet garments in a waterproof bag for drying later. The rain intensified, drumming against the oil paper and leaves above, yet it no longer intruded upon their shelter. Ling Chen leaned against the tree trunk, listening to the soothing sound of the rain, and suddenly chuckled. Though the downpour had arrived unexpectedly, it had been a fortuitous turn of events. The rain would wash away any scent they had left behind during their escape, rendering it impossible for the Black Wind Wolf pack to trace them. Tomorrow, they could safely return to the cave. Gray seemed to relax as well, curling back up on the sleeping bag, its tail gently resting on Ling Chen's leg. Qingming settled at the edge of the oil paper shelter, occasionally shaking off droplets from her wings while maintaining a vigilant watch over their surroundings, never neglecting her duty despite the rain as cover. Ling Chen affectionately patted the heads of his two companions, closing his eyes, and, with the rain's rhythmic cadence as his backdrop, gradually entered a meditative state. As dawn broke, the rain began to subside. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, Ling Chen concluded his meditation. He opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, his spirit energy circulating within him more fluidly than before. The practical experience gained from yesterday's confrontation with the Black Wind Wolves had not been in vain. It had not only sharpened his reflexes but also enhanced his mastery over spirit energy, even hastening the absorption of natural spirit energy during his training. Looking down at Gray nestled in the sleeping bag, he noted the little creature curled up, emanating a faint glow of lightning spirit energy. Its fluctuations noticeably stronger than the previous day and still on the rise. Suddenly, Gray's body quivered gently, a surge of spirit energy erupting before stabilizing rapidly. Second tier, 8th level. The little one had achieved a breakthrough even in slumber. "Well done, Gray," Ling Chen exclaimed with a smile, patting its head. Gray opened its eyes, excitement gleaming in its sapphire orbs, nuzzling against his palm, its tail wagging joyfully. At that moment, Ling Chen felt the reciprocation of spirit energy and resumed his training, soon achieving a breakthrough to second tier 8th level as well. Qingming let out a clear trill, her wings shimmering with a light azure glow. As the effects of the spirit energy reciprocation manifested, her level ascended from second tier 4th level to second tier 5th level. She flew to Ling Chen's shoulder, gently tapping his cheek with her wings as if to share the joyous news. A warmth spread through Ling Chen's heart as he activated his innate ability, revealing the latest status panels of his two spirit companions. Spirit Beast, Gray level, second tier 8th level attribute. Neutral, compatible with lightning and wind, species level. Royal, special, potential level. Supreme. Skills, Spirit Claw, lightning. Swift, short distance blink. Spirit Thread, lightning. Wind Blade Barrier. Thunder Strike, new. Weakness, rapid spirit energy consumption. Lightning skills require careful frequency control. Known evolution paths. Soul-Faring Spirit, locked. Beast Transformation. Primordial Spirit Tiger, locked. Attribute Transition. Thunderous Xian Leopard, locked. Spirit Beast. Qing Ning, Azure Pattern Sparrow, level, second tier 5th level attribute. Wind. Wood species level, spirit level potential level, high. Skills. Wind Blade, Blade Dance, Wind Breath Detection, range increased to 600 meters. Wind Buff, basic, Wind Amplification Mutation. Wood Entanglement, new. Weakness, vulnerable defense, must avoid direct attacks. Known evolution path, 1 Azure Wind Sparrow, requires level 10 of second tier, core materials, 50 G of Wind Crystal Powder, 30 milliliters of Azure Wind Grass Juice. Known evolution path, 2 Golden Pattern Sparrow, materials missing. Unknown evolution path, unlocked. Gazing at the newly manifested skills on the panel, Ling Chen's smile broadened. The grayish, lightning strike, and the cerulean, wood entanglement, were both exceedingly practical in combat. Should he encounter the Black Wind Wolf again, his chances of victory had significantly increased. Today was a splendid day. Let us go catch some fish. Ling Chen stowed away the oiled paper and sleeping bag, securing them to his backpack. Following the rain, the creek had swollen, making it the perfect time to catch fish and replenish their strength. Gray promptly leaped from the sleeping bag, trailing closely behind him, while Qing Ning soared into the sky, darting ahead toward the creek marked on the map. Descending the small path indicated on the map, the air in the post-rain canyon felt exceptionally fresh, imbued with the scent of damp earth and grass. Water droplets clung to the wild grass by the roadside, dripping rhythmically as sunlight filtered through the leaves, refracting into a spectrum of colors. In the distance, wisps of mist lingered, entwined like gossamer around the rocks, casting a dreamlike haze over the entire canyon. After approximately 20 minutes, the sound of rushing water greeted them. The creek was near. This small creek, about 2 meters wide, boasted crystal-clear water, its current swifter than usual due to the recent rainfall, effectively flushing out the fish concealed in the deeper pools. The muddy banks bore numerous footprints, both human and beastly, indicating that other explorers had visited in the past few days, yet the surroundings were now deserted, save for the sounds of flowing water and birdsong. Qing Ning, help me find some earthworms. Ling Chen set down his backpack and retrieved a small shovel, a miniature version of a spade, perfect for digging for worms. Qing Ning promptly alighted on the grass by the creek, using her wings to part the underbrush, quickly uncovering several plump earthworms, unranked, common worms, yet ideal for bait. Ling Chen stored the worms in a small pouch and sent Gray into the nearby woods to fetch a few appropriately sized sticks. With his sharp claws, Gray swiftly returned with 3 sticks, each the thickness of a wrist. Ling Chen then deftly trimmed the sticks to appropriate lengths with his azure blade, fashioning 2 into pointed fish spears, while carving a small notch on the remaining one for tying the fishing line, which he retrieved from his backpack. Using a thin wire bent into hooks, let us try fishing first. If that fails, we can resort to spearing. Ling Chen affixed an earthworm to the hook, casting the line into the deeper pool of the creek, where the water flowed more gently, making it an ideal hideout for fish. Gray perched on a nearby rock, his eyes fixated on the water's surface, his tail gently swaying with anticipation, while Qing Ning hovered above, employing wind breath detection to observe the movements of the fish below, occasionally calling out to indicate their positions. Before long, the fishing line suddenly tightened. Ling Chen instinctively gripped the rod and gently lifted it, bringing forth a palm-sized crucian carp, its silvery scales glistening in the sunlight as it struggled against the hook. Caught one, Ling Chen exclaimed, smiling as he removed the fish and tossed it into a nearby foldable bucket, specifically purchased for this purpose. With Qing Ning's keen detection, fishing became remarkably fruitful. Whenever she sensed a school of fish approaching, she would call out to Ling Chen, who adjusted his rod accordingly. In less than half an hour, he had reeled in 5 sizable fish, each palm-sized, ample enough for a meal for the 3 of them. All right, that is sufficient. We needn't fish any longer. Ling Chen retracted his rod, gazing at the wriggling fish in the bucket, satisfaction swelling within him. Gray, would you like to try spearing some fish? Gray responded with a delighted meow, leaping down from the rock, eyes locked onto the fish swimming in the creek. Ling Chen handed a spear to Gray, having intentionally shortened the handle for easier handling. Gray grasped the spear with his mouth, fixating on a passing grass carp, then suddenly thrusting the spear downward with great vigor. The spear pierced the fish's body with a satisfying splash, sending water flying. Impressive. Ling Chen could not help but praise, as Gray proudly lifted the spear towards him, as if seeking recognition. Not to be outdone, Qing Ning soared above the water's surface, using Wind Blade to slice through the air, stunning a small fish, which floated to the surface. Without delay, she deftly nudged the fish to the shore with her wings. After some time, Ling Chen discovered 6 sizable clams by the shallow waters, each as large as his palm, potentially filled with pearls. Even if not, the clam meat would serve as a delightful delicacy. He also dug up 4 tiny shrimp from the muddy banks using his small shovel. Though diminutive, they were exceptionally fresh. That should suffice. Let us return and grill the fish. Ling Chen strung the 5 fish together with vines and fashioned a small basket from vine twigs to hold the clams and shrimp, shouldering his backpack as he led Gray and Qing Ning towards the cave. Along the way, Gray excitedly clutched the spear, occasionally stopping to bare his teeth at wild rabbits by the roadside, prompting Qing Ning to circle above him, chattering in mockery. Upon returning to the cave, the sun had risen to its zenith. Ling Chen first inspected the thorny defenses at the entrance, finding no signs of disturbance, indicating that the wolf pack had indeed not discovered this place. He placed the fish, clams, and shrimp on a stone at the cave's mouth before taking Gray into the nearby woods to gather materials for a fire. The branches, damp from the rain, could be supplemented with the dry grass and pine needles he had previously observed nearby, perfect for kindling. With Gray's keen nose, the dry grass was quickly located. Ling Chen piled the grass at the cave entrance, striking flint to create sparks that ignited the grass. Gradually, he added thin twigs, followed by thicker branches, and soon a roaring campfire crackled to life, dispelling the chill of the post-rain air. He speared the fish onto branches and placed them over the fire. The skin quickly turned golden, and the fat dripped down, igniting small sparks and filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Gray lay beside him, eyes glued to the grilling fish, nearly drooling, while Qing Ning perched on a nearby stone, fanning the flames with her wings to coax them higher. Almost done. Just a little longer. Ling Chen chuckled, patting Gray's head as he retrieved a small bottle from his backpack. This was a seasoning he had purchased in Xianqing, containing salt and spices specifically meant for grilling meat. He sprinkled a bit of salt and spice on each fish, intensifying their delectable scent. When the fish reached a crispy exterior and the flesh turned snow white, Ling Chen removed one and handed it to Gray, who immediately scampered to a nearby rock to savor it, his mouth glistening with oil. He then tore off a small piece for Qing Ning, who cradled it in her wings, pecking delicately at it. Finally, he took a fish for himself, relishing the tender, juicy meat infused with the spices, far surpassing the taste of compressed biscuits. After finishing the fish, Ling Chen placed the clams over the fire. With a satisfying crack, the shells opened, revealing plump, white clam meat. He sprinkled a bit of salt on them and shared the bounty with Gray and Qing Ning. As for the 4 tiny shrimp, he tossed them directly into his mouth, the delightful flavor bursting on his palate, causing him to squint in pleasure. Sunlight filtered through the cracks at the cave entrance, illuminating the campfire and the 3 figures nestled together. After finishing his fish, Gray lay on Ling Chen's lap, slowly entering a meditative state. Though the soul energy from the grilled fish was minimal, it was just enough to help stabilize his level at 2nd tier, level 8. Qing Ning settled on his shoulder, nudging his cheek with her head, her wings still flecked with fish roe. Later in the afternoon, I shall venture to the creek once more, for there may lie the opportunity to uncover materials imbued with water attributes, murmured Ling Chen, as he tenderly caressed the mobile terminal nestled within his embrace. Before the commencement of school, he resolved to elevate the levels of both Gray and Qing Ning by an additional tier, ensuring a firm foothold during the new student assessments at the Military Academy High School. The campfire had dwindled to a mere pile of embers, yet it continued to radiate warmth. Gray's soul energy fluctuations grew increasingly stable, while Qing Ning's wings shimmered with a gentle luminescence. Chapter 32, The Return of the Past. The bonfire outside the cavern had long extinguished, leaving behind a charred ring as a testament. Leaning against the stone wall, Ling Chen allowed a soft azure soul energy to flow through his fingertips. After more than half a month of cultivation, he had firmly established himself at the pinnacle of level 2, rank 8, with a mastery of soul energy that was exponentially more refined than before. The synergy between Gray and Qing Ning had also blossomed into a harmonious partnership. During this period, he refrained from provoking the Black Wind Wolf pack, opting instead for occasional fishing by the creek or practicing against solitary rock-armored snakes. Unless driven by a craving for game, he would not easily hunt even the first-tier wind system hares, for training was a means to enhance strength, not an excuse for wanton slaughter. Yesterday evening, he had deliberately taken a bucket to the creek for a refreshing bath, donning clean garments thereafter. Even the rock-armored snake crystal cores within his backpack had been rinsed in the creek water. minimizing any lingering sense to evade detection by the keen noses of soul beasts. Come, Gray, Qing Ning, let us once again encounter that pack of black wind wolves, Ling Chen proclaimed as he rose, gently patting Gray atop its head. The little creature, who had been grooming itself atop the sleeping bag, perked up its ears at the mention, its body emanating faint threads of lightning-infused soul energy, its tail wagging with exuberance. Qing Ning descended gracefully from the cavern's ceiling, landing upon his shoulder, its wings fluttering in anticipation. Though the exact lair of the black wind wolves remained elusive, previous observations indicated that they ventured daily to the spirit grass meadow to hunt the wind-bell sheep. The wind-bell sheep, being herbivorous, grazed upon the spirit grass, while the spirit grass meadow was one of the few flat terrains within the canyon, ideal for the wolves to encircle their prey. With his backpack secured and his two companions in tow, Ling Chen followed the previously marked path towards the spirit grass meadow. Along the way, they encountered a few solitary rock-armored snakes, which Gray and Qing Ning swiftly dispatched. Ling Chen focused solely on collecting the crystal cores, as these materials would yield monetary gain or serve as resources for future training. After approximately an hour of travel, a sea of green finally unfolded before them, the spirit grass meadow, where dozens of snow-white wind-bell sheep grazed, heads bowed as they nibbled on the dew-kissed spirit grass, occasionally lifting their heads to survey their surroundings warily. Let us take refuge in that tree. Ling Chen gestured towards a grand tree at the meadow's edge, and he climbed up with Gray in his arms, while Qing Ning soared to the treetop, activating its wind whisper reconnaissance. The reconnaissance range had now expanded to 600 meters, enabling it to clearly detect the movements of surrounding soul beasts. As time trickled by, the sun traversed from the east to directly overhead. The wind-bell sheep shifted positions but remained steadfastly rooted in the meadow. Gray lay upon a branch, its gaze fixated on the meadow's entrance, the tip of its tail occasionally brushing against the branch. Qing Ning maintained its vigilant reconnaissance posture, wings fluttering ever so slightly, betraying no relaxation of its guard. After waiting for about 2 hours, Qing Ning unexpectedly prodded Ling Chen's cheek with its wings, directing his attention westward. Immediately, he followed its lead and beheld a formation of gray figures emerging at the valley's entrance, the very black wind wolf pack they had encountered previously. This time, the pack was augmented by several additional members. Alongside the familiar third-tier leader wolf and 2 second-tier, level 9 male wolves, there were also 2 females and 3 juvenile wolves. The females ranged in levels from second-tier 5 to second-tier 7, while the juveniles were yet to ascend in rank, clearly accompanying the pack to acclimatize to their surroundings. Ling Chen activated his innate ability, revealing a detailed panel of the wolf pack before him. Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Leader, Level, 3rd Tier, Rank 1, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, High Skills, Windblade Claw, Dark Mist Ambush, Pack Command, Howl, Weaknesses, Throat, Vulnerable to Dark Energy, Abdomen, Lacks Fur Protection, Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Member 1. Level, 2nd Tier, Rank 9, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, Very High Skills, Windblade Claw, Dark Mist Stealth, Wolf Claw Slam, Soul Energy Bite, Wind System Sprint. Pack Alert, Weaknesses, Eyes sensitive to bright light, Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Member 2. Level, 2nd Tier, Rank 9, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, Intermediate, Skills, Windblade Claw, Wolf Claw Slam, Soul Energy Bite. Pack Alert, Weaknesses, Eyes sensitive to bright light, Rear Leg Joints, lacking Scale Protection, Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Female 1. Level, 2nd Tier, Rank 7, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, Intermediate, Skills, Windblade Claw, Soul Energy Bite, Wind System Sprint. Weaknesses, Abdomen, vulnerable while protecting juveniles. Eyes, sensitive to bright light, Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Juvenile 1. Level, 1st Tier, Rank 5, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Unawakened, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, Intermediate, Skills, Bite. Weaknesses, Weak Defense, relying on adult wolves for protection. Soul Beast, Black Wind Wolf, Juvenile 2. Level, 1st Tier, Rank 6, Attributes, Wind, Dark, Unawakened, Race Level, Ordinary, Potential Level, Intermediate, Skills, Bite. Weaknesses, Weak Defense, relying on adult wolves for protection. Fortunately, even the strongest female wolf was only at 2nd Tier 7, manageable. Ling Chen exhaled in relief, having learned from his previous shortcomings due to inadequate preparation. He had already devised a strategy. Gray, as before, target the lone 2nd Tier, Level 9 male wolf. Our coordination this time will be even more seamless. And we shall certainly bring it down. Gray mewed in response, its claws gathering strands of lightning-infused soul energy, clearly ready for action. The wolf pack inched closer to the spirit grass meadow, and as before, the third-tier leader wolf positioned itself at the meadow's edge, issuing commands. Meanwhile, the two second-tier, level 9 male wolves flanked the meadow, preparing to encircle. The female wolves remained near the leader, safeguarding the juveniles. Adhering to their customary tactics, encircling from both sides while driving the prey into the center, creating a trifold ambush to leave the wind bell sheep with no escape. Before long, the left side second-tier, level 9 male wolf slipped from the pack's view, advancing towards the left thicket of the meadow. Situated at least 200 meters from the leader and the remaining wolves, an opportune moment to strike. Qingming promptly tapped Ling Chen's shoulder with its wings, signaling that the time had come. Gray, go. First ensnare its limbs with lightning net. Do not let it escape. Ling Chen issued the hushed command, simultaneously retrieving a pouch of phosphorescent powder from his backpack, which he had procured specifically while hunting the toxic mist butterfly, ideal for confronting soul beasts sensitive to bright light. Gray transformed into a shadowy blur, leaping from the tree in an instant, surrounded by a surge of lightning energy. A net of lightning, twice the size of the last, soared forth, enveloping the male wolf entirely. A woo. The male wolf howled in pain, about to raise the alarm when Ling Chen had already leaped from the tree, casting the dazzling powder into its eyes. The phosphorescent powder dispersed in the wind, instantly blinding the male wolf and rendering it temporarily sightless. Qingming swiftly executed its skill, unleashing several wind blades aimed at the joints of the male wolf's hind legs. Although the wind blades did not inflict severe injury, they succeeded in hampering its movements. Gray, bind its mouth with soul energy threads. Ling Chen unsheathed the azure pattern blade, infusing it with wind-type soul energy as he delivered a decisive strike to the flank of the male wolf. Previously, his failure to immobilize its vital points had allowed it to howl and alert others. This time, he would not repeat that mistake. At once, Hui obediently released several strands of soul power, expertly binding the wolf's mouth, silencing its cries into muffled whimpers. The creature thrashed violently, attempting to break free from the electric web and the soul power threads, yet Hui held it fast. Meanwhile, Qingming soared above, unleashing several green vines with wood binding, ensnaring the wolf's neck and forelegs, rendering it immobile. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen brought the azure pattern blade down with the force of peak second-tier, 8th level soul energy, targeting the wolf's throat, its weak point in shadow-type soul power and the most lethal area. With a sickening squelch, the blade plunged deeply into the wolf's throat, black blood erupting forth in an instant. The wolf's body convulsed violently before its limbs gradually ceased their struggle, the light in its eyes slowly extinguishing. This time, it had finally drawn its last breath. Hui and Qingming both sighed in relief, their soul energy fluctuations diminishing significantly, in contrast to the previous encounter. This one had been executed with remarkable efficiency. Quick, retrieve the crystal core. Ling Chen had no time to rest. He immediately knelt and sliced open the wolf's abdomen with the azure pattern blade, extracting a walnut-sized dark-type crystal core, a second-tier, 9th level gem that could fetch a handsome price or be utilized for cultivation. He stowed the crystal core in his backpack, hoisted Hui up, and called to Qingming. Let us go, we must retreat swiftly. Barely a few steps into their escape, an enraged howl emanated from behind, announcing the approach of a third-tier alpha wolf. Clearly, the rest of the pack had sensed the commotion. Ling Chen glanced back to see the third-tier alpha leading a charge with the rest of the wolves. Their speed significantly increased this time, particularly that second-tier, 7th level female wolf, who, despite her lower rank, was sprinting with remarkable swiftness, evidently incensed. Why are they pursuing so closely this time? Ling Chen pondered, bewildered. Last time, the pack had given up after a while, yet this time, they were relentless. With the female wolf leading the charge, he dared not dwell on it for long and hastened his pace, rummaging through his backpack for insect-repellent powder and dirt, mixing them to scatter behind him to obscure their scent. Hui, in turn, activated Wind Blade Barrier, intermittently leaving a barrier in their wake to hinder the wolf's pursuit, while Qingming soared above, employing Wind Breath Reconnaissance to monitor the pack's position, occasionally calling out to Ling Chen to adjust their route. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Qingming suddenly squawked twice at Ling Chen and drew a circle in the air with her wings. This was their prearranged signal indicating that the wolf pack had exceeded a 600-meter detection range. However, Ling Chen remained vigilant. He had almost been caught off guard last time due to overconfidence, and this time he had already devised a backup plan. Let us head to the creek. Ling Chen altered their course towards the stream, having previously scouted it to find that only unranked fish and shrimp resided within, posing no threat from soul beasts, thus providing an ideal means to thoroughly mask their scent. Soon, the stream came into view. Ling Chen swiftly gathered Hui Hui and Qing Ning, cradling them in his arms, seized a long stick, and leaped into the creek, the water rising just above his knees, instantly washing away his sweat and scent. He stirred the water with the stick, creating a murky current, then floated down the stream for over 100 meters while cradling Hui Hui and Qing Ning, ensuring that even if the wolves reached the creek, they would only be able to follow the water's flow and would be unable to locate his exit point. Upon reaching a secluded patch of reeds, Ling Chen finally emerged from the water with Hui Hui and Qing Ning. He first checked his scent and confirmed it had been thoroughly washed away before finding a dry stone to sit upon, panting heavily. Hui Hui leaped from his arms, sprawling on the stone, panting with his tongue out, while Qing Ning perched on the reeds and once again activated wind breath reconnaissance. Within a 600-meter radius, there was no sign of any black wind wolves. At last, they were safe. Ling Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, retrieving his water pouch from his backpack to take several sips of lukewarm water. Reflecting on the recent battle filled him with trepidation. The pack's pursuit had been particularly tenacious, likely due to the presence of young wolves that required more sustenance, or perhaps the alpha bore a grudge, seeking retribution. I can't afford to take such risks again. Ling Chen gently patted Hui Hui on the head and gave Qing Ning's wing a reassuring tap. Though he triumphed this time, the cost was significant. Encountering other soul beasts could spell trouble. Hui Hui nodded in comprehension, nuzzling his hand, while Qing Ning picked a reed with her beak and placed it in his palm, the meaning of which remained unclear. After resting for about half an hour, Ling Chen, with Hui Hui and Qing Ning in tow, began making his way along the reeds beside the creek toward the cave. Along the way, he took care to weave in several loops to ensure they were not being followed before daring to return to the cave. Upon entering the cave, Ling Chen immediately reinforced the entrance with the remaining earth spikes and scattered some insect repellent powder, finally feeling at ease. He took out the second-tier, 9th-level dark-type crystal core. Playing with it in his hand, the rich soul energy contained within was perfect for assisting Hui Hui in his cultivation, as Hui Hui possessed no attributes. He could assimilate other types, helping to solidify his second-tier, 8th-level status. Thank you for your hard work today. Ling Chen handed the crystal core to Hui Hui and fed Qing Ning a bit of spirit herb juice, which he had previously extracted from the herbs he gathered, conducive to rapid soul energy recovery. Hui Hui embraced the crystal core, settling down on the sleeping bag to begin his cultivation. A faint aura of thunder and shadow-type soul energy radiating around him, while Qing Ning drank the spirit herb juice. The fluctuations of soul energy in her wings gradually returning to stability. Leaning against the stone wall, Ling Chen watched his two companions with warmth blossoming in his heart. This experience had validated his strength. Indeed, each enhancement represented a qualitative leap, yet sometimes a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant. With a fortnight remaining until the start of school, he resolved to cultivate diligently in the cave to consolidate his rank. Ling Chen murmured to himself, touching the terminal in his pocket. His parents should have received the terminal he sent, though he wondered if they would know how to use it. Upon returning to Xiang City, he must surely make a holographic call to them. Outside the cave, the setting sun gradually descended, casting a golden hue upon the earth spikes at the entrance. Hui Hui continued his cultivation, while Qing Ning, having finished the spirit herb juice, settled onto his shoulder. Drifting off to sleep, Ling Chen closed his eyes and began to circulate his soul energy for further training. Chapter 33, Time to Feast. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the crevice of the cave, Ling Chen concluded his final round of soul energy circulation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the pale blue aura of soul energy around him dissipating gradually. The soul energy he had gathered at his fingertips was more refined than the previous days. After more than half a month of arduous training, he had firmly established himself at the threshold of second tier, 9th level, a mere step away from the third tier. Hui Hui, Qing Ning, it's time to go. Ling Chen called softly, prompting Hui Hui to spring up from the sleeping bag. The fluctuations of thunder-type soul energy around him noticeably more robust, clearly having achieved a simultaneous breakthrough to second tier, 9th level. Qing Ning descended from the cave's ceiling to land on his shoulder, her wings stirring with richer wind and wood-type soul energy, her level having surged to second tier, 7th level. Ling Chen instinctively activated his innate ability, scanning the panels of his two beast companions. Spirit Beast, Hui Hui. Level, second tier, 9th level. Attribute, no attribute, compatible with thunder, wind. Species level, royal, special. Potential level, top tier. Skills, Soul Claw, Thunder-type advancement. Swift, short distance blink. Soul Threads, Thunder Web enhancement. Wind Blade Barrier, Lightning Strike. Weakness, Rapid soul energy consumption. High-level skills require frequency control. Known evolution routes. Soul-ferrying spirit, unlocked. Beastified elemental tiger, unlocked. Attribute transformation thunder gland leopard, unlocked. Spirit beast. Qing Ning, azure pattern sparrow. Level, 2nd tier, 7th level. Attribute, wind, wood. Race level, spirit level. Potential level, advanced. Skills, wine blade, advanced. Dancing leaves, extended range. Wine breath detection, 800 meters. Wine system buff, intermediate. Wood system entanglement, beginner. Weakness, vulnerable defense, must avoid frontal attacks. Known evolution route, 1 azure wine sparrow, requires 2nd order level 10, 60 G of wind system crystal powder, 40 milliliters of azure wind grass juice. Known evolution route, 2 golden pattern sparrow, materials missing. Known evolution route, locked. Gazing at the enhancements displayed on the panel, Ling Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, as his eyes swept over the crystal cores in his backpack, a twinge of guilt washed over him. Most of the remaining cores were the Earth system types belonging to the 2nd order, ranging from level 3 to level 9, totaling 38 pieces. The wind and wood system cores had long been depleted by Qing Ning. For the past few days, Qing Ning had solely relied on his soul power for replenishment in her training, resulting in a considerably slower progress. Had it not been for the spirit grass juice he had procured by the stream previously, she might not have even reached level 7 of the 2nd order. Once we exit the valley, I shall procure wind and wood system cores for you. Ling Chen gently patted Qing Ning's head, and the little creature instinctively rubbed against his palm, displaying no signs of complaint. Hui also approached, tapping at the Earth system cores in the backpack, as if to signify their monetary value. After organizing his backpack, Ling Chen conducted a final inspection of the cavern. The sleeping bag was neatly folded. The remnants of the campfire extinguished with water, and the spikes at the cave entrance restored to their original state, leaving no traces of habitation. Over the past half-month, he had meticulously observed the habits of the Black Wind Wolf pack. Ever since the loss of a 2nd order level 9 male wolf, the pack had grown exceedingly cautious. No member dared to venture out alone anymore. Each outing was now led by the alpha wolf, with all members, females and pups, staying closely together. Even if he yearned for another opportunity to hone his skills, suitable targets had become scarce. Let us be off. Tomorrow marks my report to the military academy. Ling Chen shouldered his backpack, accompanied by Hui and Qing Ning, retracing their steps out of the valley. The air in the canyon, freshened by the rain, was invigorating, with dew glistening on the wild grasses by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Qing Ning soared ahead, occasionally pausing to wait for them, while Hui trotted alongside Ling Chen, its nose to the ground, occasionally picking up fallen wild fruits and offering them to him. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the exit of the Black Wind Canyon, which opened up to the bustling Black Wind Market. Stalls lined the roadside, filled with vibrant calls and the sounds of haggling, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the canyon. Ling Chen inhaled deeply, leading his companions into the market, where he swiftly navigated to a temporary stall area. After exchanging 5 silver coins for a stall fee with the administrator, he found a corner to place his backpack. Earth system crystal cores, ranging from 2nd order level 3 to level 9, could be traded for wind and wood system cores, or directly for silver coins. Ling Chen cleared his throat and displayed the 38 Earth system cores on the stall. These cores were a hard currency for outdoor training, essential for cultivating Earth system beasts or crafting defensive equipment, and soon enough, a crowd began to gather. Young man, how's the purity of your cores? I would like to exchange one of my 2nd order level 4 wind system cores for a 2nd order level 4 Earth system core of the same concentration. Is that agreeable? The first to inquire was a middle-aged man in work attire, cradling a small Earth system rock turtle, evidently seeking materials for beast cultivation. Ling Chen picked up one of the Earth system cores and probed its purity with his soul power, 92. Let me see your wind system core, he requested. After confirming the purity of the man's core was satisfactory, he readily agreed. All right, let us make the exchange. Next, a girl resembling a beast cultivator approached, wishing to trade a 2nd order level 3 wood system core for a 2nd order level 3 Earth system core. Ling Chen hesitated not, completing the transaction, as Qing Ning was in need of wood system cores, and this one was perfect. 2 more 2nd order level 5 Earth system cores were exchanged for wood system cores, while the highest one, a 2nd order level 9 core, was traded for 5 2nd order level 7 wind system cores. Ultimately, the remaining 33 cores were purchased in their entirety by a businessman dealing in materials for a total of 810 silver coins, equivalent to 81 gold coins. With his previous savings, it was sufficient to cover his expenses for the foreseeable future. Thank you for your patronage. Ling Chen carefully stored the acquired wind and wood system cores along with the silver coins, organizing his backpack before smiling at the businessman. The owner waved his hand and hurried away, evidently rushing to the next stall to collect goods. Upon leaving the Black Wind Market, Ling Chen hailed a hovering taxi, providing the address of the accommodation near the Xiangqing Military Academy. The driver, a taciturn young man, merely nodded upon spotting Hui Hui and Qing Ning and asked no further questions. In Xiangqing, it was common to see beast masters accompanied by their companions. After more than half an hour's drive, the taxi finally halted before a 6-story guest house, its sign proclaiming discounts for military academy students. A notice at the entrance read, "Students admitted to the military academy may check in with their acceptance letter. Single rooms at 40 silver coins per night, including breakfast." Ling Chen produced his acceptance letter and handed it to the receptionist, who, after smilingly verifying the information, promptly handed him the key. Room 302, on the 3rd floor. There is a designated rest area for your beast companions. You may rest assured. Thank you. Ling Chen accepted the key and ascended the stairs with Hui Hui and Qing Ning. The room was compact yet tidy, featuring a small beast nest against the wall. Furnished with a soft mat, perfect for Hui Hui and Qing Ning to rest. He placed his backpack by the bedside and retrieved the recently acquired wind system cores, offering them to Qing Ning. Quickly absorb these and replenish your soul power. With delight, Qing Ning took the core and nestled into the beast nest, swiftly entering a state of cultivation, while Hui Hui sprawled on the mat, clutching an earth system core, also commencing its training. Having settled his 2 companions, Ling Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. Since morning, he had only consumed a few compressed biscuits, and his stomach was growling in protest. "I'm heading out for dinner. You two stay put and don't wander off." After patting Hui Hui and Qing Ning's heads and confirming they had no objections, he locked the door and departed. Directly beneath the guest house lay a food street, its myriad restaurant signs illuminated with warm yellow lights in the evening. After perusing several establishments, Ling Chen ultimately stopped in front of a restaurant serving Xiangqing homestyle dishes. The window showcased braised pork, stir-fried greens, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, dishes he frequently relished at home. Since venturing into the Black Wind Canyon, he had not enjoyed a proper meal of rice and stir-fried dishes, and now, seeing them made his mouth water. "Hello, table for one. I'd prefer a seat by the window." Upon entering, a server warmly welcomed him and handed over a menu. He accepted it and promptly ordered 10 dishes: braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, steamed fish, stir-fried shrimp, smashed cucumbers, radish and rib soup, along with a bowl of white rice. As Hui Hui and Qing Ning could share the meal, making it perfect to order a bit extra. 10 dishes? Are you sure? The server blinked in surprise, confirming his order. "Absolutely, and please bring 2 smaller bowls for the beasts." Ling Chen smiled, intending to summon Hui Hui and Qing Ning to join him at the table, as he couldn't allow them to eat dry rations. The server nodded and turned to place the order. Ling Chen settled into his window-side seat, observing the bustling traffic outside. The night in Xiangqing was far more vibrant than in Jiangcheng, with the lights of hovering vehicles resembling flowing stars, and the holographic advertisement screens along the roadside flickering with various beast-related information. Occasionally, he spotted students clad in school uniforms hurrying past with backpacks in tow. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at his table, the fragrant steam wafting through the air. Ling Chen quietly activated his soul power, opening the beast space. And as Hui Hui and Qing Ning sensed the summons, they swiftly appeared beside him. Hui Hui leaped onto the chair, eyes fixated on the braised pork, while Qing Ning settled at the corner of the table, calling out twice at the stir-fried vegetables, evidently desiring something vegetarian. "Don't rush. Take your time to enjoy." Ling Chen served a generous portion of braised pork to Hui Hui, while he carefully selected a few greens for Qing Ning. He then picked up his chopsticks and savored a mouthful of white rice, the long-forgotten aroma of rice enveloping him, far superior to the blandness of compressed biscuits. At that moment, a conversation from a nearby table caught his attention. "Little sister, what shall we eat? This place seems quite homely." The speaker was a young man, seemingly 17 or 18, clad in sportswear, cradling a small sprite in his arms. Beside him sat a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14, her hair tied back in a ponytail, with a healing rabbit perched on her shoulder. Her eyes brightened as she pointed at the dishes on Ling Chen's table. "Brother, the food he is having looks quite delectable. Let us order the same. Just look at that braised pork, it looks so appetizing. And those greens are perfect as supplementary food for the healing rabbit." Ling Chen's acute hearing, sharpened by his 2nd-tier, 9th-level soul power, allowed him to catch their conversation with remarkable clarity. He glanced up, taking in the boy's handsome features and the girl's round eyes. They were indeed a striking pair of siblings. What splendid genes this family possesses. Their parents must be quite good-looking, Ling Chen mused silently, before glancing at his own hands. which had darkened considerably from exposure in the Black Wind Canyon. But I still consider myself rather handsome, albeit a tad tanned. A little whitening will remedy that. The boy, following his sister's finger, turned to look at Ling Chen, momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding, clearly having recognized both Hui and Qingning as fellow beastmasters. Ling Chen returned the gesture with a polite smile, refraining from initiating conversation. He was not one to pry into others' private matters, especially with a feast before him. Hui was thoroughly enjoying the meal, his whiskers smeared with the sauce from the braised pork, making him appear particularly endearing, while Qingning nibbled delicately on the greens, occasionally sampling a bit of scrambled egg, prompting Ling Chen to chuckle softly. As the night deepened outside, the restaurant filled with more patrons, the sounds of laughter and the clattering of bowls and chopsticks creating a lively ambience. Ling Chen continued to eat while browsing the news, gossip, and new spirit beast cultivation schemes on his phone. Tomorrow, he would officially step through the gates of the military academy, uncertain if he would need to surrender his phone. With Hui devouring braised pork and Qingning munching on greens, and with enough silver coins in his pocket, he felt that this moment was infinitely better than any days spent in the wild. Hurry up and eat. Once we're finished, we'll head back to rest. We need to rise early for registration tomorrow. Ling Chen served Hui another piece of meat and resumed relishing this long-awaited home-cooked meal. The siblings at the next table continued their discussion about which dishes to order, while the healing rabbit and the small sprite remained quietly beside them. The entire restaurant suffused with the enchanting aroma of the food. Chapter 34. Registration at the Military Academy. As the sun's rays gently filtered through the window of the guest house at 6 in the morning, Ling Chen had already opened his eyes punctually. A biological clock honed in the Black Wind Canyon, proving more reliable than any alarm. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb Hui and Qingning, who were engaged in their morning training. Approaching the window, he pushed it open, allowing a refreshing breeze scented with greenery to sweep into the room, dispelling the morning staleness. Let me practice a bit before tidying up. Ling Chen settled into a cross-legged position in the corner of the room, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his soul power. Transitioning from second tier, 8th level peak to second tier, 9th level, his control over soul power had become more refined. The path of circulation was now second nature to him, flowing from his dantian through his meridians and limbs, before returning to the dantian, each cycle smoother than before. A light blue aura of soul power enveloped him, intertwining with the morning light outside, creating a particularly gentle ambience. Time slipped by, and soon a furry paw nudged his arm gently. Hui had awakened. Ling Chen opened his eyes to meet the sapphire gaze of the little creature, who was still clutching an unfinished Earth-type crystal core, eager to play now that its training was complete. Qingning also fluttered from her beast companion nest, landing on his shoulder and brushing her wings against his ear, as if to remind him that time was of the essence. All right, no more practice. Let us get ready for registration. Ling Chen smiled, affectionately patting his companions' heads. Checking his phone, he noted that it was already 9 in the morning. With 3 hours remaining before the registration deadline at the military academy, just enough time. He quickly freshened up, changed into clean clothes, packed his admission notice, identification, and silver coins into his backpack, and fed Hui and Qingning some crystal core fragments before locking the door and departing the guest house. The entrance to the military high school was even more impressive than Ling Chen had envisioned. 2 massive iron gates bore the golden characters promote culture and valor. Master beasts to strengthen the nation. Standing at the entrance were several soldiers clad in deep green military uniforms, their postures as straight as pine trees, their gazes sharp as eagles, instilling a sense of awe in all who approached. A long line had formed along the roads flanking the school entrance, filled with new students arriving for registration, each face a blend of nervousness and excitement. Many were accompanied by their beast companions, quietly discussing the upcoming military training and course schedules. So this is the military academy, Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim, following the queue as it progressed slowly forward. A bulletin board beside the line outlined the detailed registration process. First, verify information at the registration desk. Then proceed to the supply distribution area to collect military uniforms and dormitory keys. And finally, head to the dormitory to organize their belongings. Each step of the process was overseen by uniformed staff, ensuring a well-organized flow. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Ling Chen's turn. Behind the registration desk sat a man in his 30s, adorned with 2 stripes on his shoulder insignia, indicating a military officer. His posture was upright, and he held a pen, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Ling Chen. Student, please present your identification and admission notice. Ling Chen promptly handed over his documents. The officer meticulously verified the information, confirming it on the terminal before nodding. Ling Chen, from Jiangcheng, a junior cultivator. with a non-attribute, compatible with lightning and wind, spirit beast, and a blue pattern sparrow, correct? Yes, sir, Ling Chen replied, instinctively standing taller, his voice a notch louder. The officer's commanding presence prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. The officer, satisfied, signed a form and handed it to Ling Chen. Take this to the supply distribution area to collect your items. Remember to adhere to school regulations, particularly regarding the management of spirit beasts. The Academy does not permit the indiscriminate use of skills in public areas. Thank you, sir. I will keep that in mind. Ling Chen accepted the form, offering a somewhat awkward salute to the officer before turning towards the supply distribution area. Observing this exchange, the surrounding new students instinctively straightened their postures, the previously noisy queue growing considerably quieter. A testament to the discipline instilled at the military academy from the very moment of registration. The line at the supply distribution area was relatively shorter. The officer in charge was a woman in her 20s, dressed in the same deep green uniform as the male officer, but exuding a warmer demeanor. Her spirit companion, a pure white healing rabbit, sat obediently beside her desk, occasionally glancing up at the new students, its round eyes particularly endearing. Student, what is your name? Please show me your form, the female officer said, her voice gentle yet underscored with an undeniable authority. Ling Chen, here is my form. Ling Chen presented the document, and the female officer quickly verified his name and size, retrieving 3 sets of deep green military uniforms, including a jacket, trousers, shirt, and hat, along with 3 pairs of black military boots, all prepared to fit him perfectly. Here is your dormitory key, room 302, located on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory. This is your schedule and a school introduction, which includes military training arrangements and course times. You may review it at your convenience. Additionally, here is your salary card. The Academy will provide new students with a monthly allowance of 50 gold coins, directly credited to this card. The female soldier, while speaking, handed over items to Ling Chen one by one, specifically reminding him that military uniforms must be washed and changed regularly, as they are required to be worn daily at the military academy. She emphasized that the dormitory lights out at 10 o'clock in the evening, and staying up late is prohibited. Regarding his beast pets, there is a designated isolation area in the dormitory. They must not be allowed on the beds or dirty the communal areas. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, officer, Ling Chen replied earnestly, nodding as he carefully placed the items into his backpack, particularly the salary card, which provided a monthly allowance of 50 gold coins, sufficient for his daily expenses, alleviating the need to rely on breeding orders for income as he had previously. After leaving the supply center, Ling Chen followed the signs guiding him towards the male dormitory. In the open space beneath the dormitory, several precision instruments were set up, and a burly male soldier sat nearby. On the table before him lay a conspicuous plaque inscribed in red. Consciously surrender all electronic devices. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from the military. Transfer to another school, in addition to a blacklist. A thought crossed Ling Chen's mind, prompting him to hastily retrieve his mobile terminal and watch terminal from his backpack. Items explicitly prohibited from being brought into the dormitory, according to school regulations. Approaching the male soldier, he offered the devices, saying, "Officer, I am surrendering my phone and watch." The soldier accepted the terminals, recorded Ling Chen's name and dormitory number in a notebook, and then handed him a receipt. Upon graduation, you may claim your belongings using this receipt. During this period, retrieval is prohibited, and you must not allow family members to send new electronic devices. Do you understand? Understood, Ling Chen affirmed, carefully stowing the receipt away. Although lacking a mobile phone would be inconvenient, adherence to the military academy's rules was imperative, and this would enable him to concentrate more fully on his training and studies. Upon entering the male dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint scent of disinfectant. The dormitory was a 6-story structure, with 20 rooms on each floor, each door marked with the room number and occupant's name. Ling Chen located room 302, retrieved his key, and opened the door. The room was more spacious than he had anticipated, with large bunk beds on either side and a long communal table in the middle. Several empty cups were placed on the table, and the balcony featured a private bathroom and 2 small isolation areas for beast pets, separated by glass doors. Furnished with mats and food bowls, perfect for his pets, Hui Hui and Qingning. 2 classmates were already present in the room. Near the entrance, a slightly plump boy sat on his bed, organizing his military uniform, while his beast pet, a round, earth-type rock mouse, lounged on his lap, nibbling on a biscuit. On the opposite bunk, a tall, slender boy was studying a class schedule, his agile wind-type spirit deer standing curiously on the balcony railing, gazing at the outside scenery. Upon hearing the door open, both boys looked up simultaneously, smiling as they stood. The plump boy spoke first. "Hello. You're also in room 302, right? I'm Wang Hao, from the local Xiangqing. This is my pet, Xiaopeng." He gestured to the Earth-type rock mouse, which raised its head in response, chirping at Ling Chen. Hello. I'm Ling Chen, from Jiangcheng, and these are Hui Hui and Qingning. Ling Chen smiled, pointing to Hui Hui nestled in his arms and Qingning perched on his shoulder. Hui Hui waved a paw at Wang Hao, while Qingning let out a friendly call towards the wind-type spirit deer. The tall boy approached as well, wearing glasses that lent him a scholarly appearance. I'm Li Mo from Linshur. This is my pet, Xiaofeng. He indicated the wind-type spirit deer, which promptly leaped down from the railing and gently nudged Qingning's wing with its head, as if to greet it. Wonderful. Our dormitory has 3 people now, Wang Hao exclaimed. I arrived at 8 this morning, and Li Mo came half an hour later. You're the 3rd. By the way, military training starts the day after tomorrow. The schedule states we need to rise at 5 for morning exercises, and we must bring our beast pets along for training. We can go together then. Indeed. I just checked the schedule. The first month focuses primarily on physical conditioning and beast pet coordination, along with basic beast combat tactics, Li Mo added, adjusting his glasses. I studied a bit of tactics at the beast training school in Linshur, so I can discuss it with you both. Ling Chen nodded, feeling considerably reassured. Encountering such amiable roommates in this unfamiliar environment was a stroke of good fortune. He approached an empty bunk further inside, placing his backpack on the bed, and began to organize his belongings, neatly folding his military uniform beside his pillow, laying the class schedule and school introduction on the communal table, and wearing the dormitory key on his wrist. He then placed Hui Hui and Qingning into the balcony-s beast pet isolation area, where Hui Hui immediately settled down on the mat to investigate the new food in its bowl, while Qingning joined Xiaofeng on the railing to observe the campus, occasionally exchanging remarks. By the way, Ling Chen, are you a junior breeder? Wang Hao suddenly recalled something and asked curiously. I heard you mention breeders are quite impressive, able to help with pet evolution and healing. If our pets encounter any issues, could we ask for your assistance? Of course, it's no trouble at all. Ling Chen replied with a smile. However, I can currently only handle issues with 1st and 2nd tier beast pets. I'm not yet adept at dealing with higher tier ones. That is sufficient, Wang Hao said excitedly. My Xiaopeng is only a 2nd tier level 2, and Xiaofeng is a 2nd tier level 3, so your help will be invaluable. By the way, my father is in the food supply business, and I've brought plenty of delicious treats. Let us share a meal together tonight. Li Mo chimed in with a smile. I brought a few books on beast combat tactics. We can read them together. Ling Chen felt a warm sense of camaraderie as he leaned back against his bunk, observing his 2 new roommates and the 3 beast pets playing on the balcony. He suddenly realized that life at the military academy might be better than he had anticipated. Great. Let us have dinner together tonight. I also brought some spirit fruits I gathered from the Black Wind Canyon. They'll be a nice treat and beneficial for recovering the spirit energy of the pets. Ling Chen said, smiling as he produced a small handful of colorful spirit fruits from his backpack. He had specifically gathered these before leaving the canyon and was pleasantly surprised to find them useful so soon upon arriving at the dormitory. Wang Hao and Li Mo's eyes lit up, and they quickly gathered around, curiously examining the spirit fruits while incessantly inquiring about Ling Chen's experiences in the Black Wind Canyon. Ling Chen, unreservedly, recounted his encounters with the black wind wolves and the rock-armored serpents, eliciting exclamations of amazement from Wang Hao, while Li Mo intermittently posed tactical questions. The 3 of them soon became engrossed in animated conversation, the once foreign atmosphere transforming into one of warmth and familiarity. In the corridor outside the dormitory, the sounds of other new students conversing and the calls of beast pets occasionally echoed, filling the entire building with a lively ambience. Ling Chen recognized that from this day forward, his life at the military academy had officially commenced. Here, there were strict disciplines, demanding training, and unknown challenges, but also comrades with whom he could share his burdens. He glanced at Hui Hui and Qingning on the balcony, where the little ones were joyfully playing with Xiaofeng and Xiaopeng. Curious about why Li Mo and Wang Hao only had 1 spirit beast each, he inquired of Wang Hao, haven't you contracted a 2nd beast? Wang Hao explained yes. Because the military academy requires us to practice battle formations, we need either identical or complementary spirit beasts. We didn't feel confident about reaching tier 3 this semester, so we left our contracting slots open for the beasts we will receive later on. After all, we must successfully contract by the end of this semester. Otherwise, we cannot enter the battle camp and will have to go to other camps instead. Ling Chen, puzzled, asked, do you all wish to go to the battle camp? Yes. Wang Hao replied. There, you won't have to venture alone into the depths. I'm actually a bit timid, so I'd rather not go to other camps. By the way, which camp do you want to join? Ling Chen responded, I would like to go to the reconnaissance camp, since Qingning possesses reconnaissance skills. Wang Hao expressed concern. The reconnaissance camp is known to be one of the most mysterious camps, and the tasks can be quite perilous, with a high casualty rate. Ling Chen resolutely asserted that had it not been for the nation, he would long since have ceased to exist. He intended to shine brightly within his own domain and aspired to become the most formidable beastmaster in the future. Liu and Wang Hao regarded him with a hint of admiration, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Chapter 35. The Grand Class in the early morning at 5 o'clock. The military academy campus was still shrouded in a delicate veil of mist when the crisp sound of the wake-up call shattered the tranquility. Ling Chen sat up almost in synchrony with the signal, while Wang Hao, rubbing his eyes, muttered about the early hour. Liu had already neatly folded his bedding, having cultivated a habit of morning exercise at home. The trio swiftly completed their morning routines, donned their sharp, deep green military uniforms, and gathered with their respective beast companions on the playground. This day marked the commencement of the academic year, and all first-year students were required to participate in morning exercises before attending the grand class to familiarize themselves with school regulations and course arrangements. The playground was already filled with newcomers clad in military attire, over 1,000 students arranged into 20 formations, each overseen by an instructor. Hui Hui sat obediently at Ling Chen's feet, its lightning-type soul power neatly contained, resembling a well-behaved ordinary cat. Qingming perched on his shoulder, its wings pressed closely against its body, quietly accompanying its master like the other companions. The morning exercises were straightforward, a half-hour of slow jogging followed by drill training, including standing at attention, relaxing, and marching in unison. These seemingly basic movements were met with stringent demands from the instructors. Even the slightest deviation, such as an arm raised a mere half-inch too low, warranted a redo. Discipline within the military academy commenced with the practice of every action. The voice of the formation instructor resonated like a bell, declaring that you are destined to become beast masters on the battlefield. And maintaining order is essential for teamwork in complex environments. Any hint of laxity could lead to catastrophic consequences in actual combat. Ling Chen listened intently, understanding that these seemingly monotonous drills were the foundation for preserving life in the future. Hui Hui appeared to comprehend as well, adjusting its posture to match Ling Chen's stride, its little paws executing the movements with remarkable precision. After the morning exercises, all newcomers were escorted to the school's largest auditorium, capable of accommodating 2,000 individuals. A banner proclaiming the first-year orientation hung above the stage, flanked by electronic screens displaying the school's motto: Esteem culture, uphold valor, strengthen the nation of beastmasters. Ling Chen, along with Wang Hao and Liu, found a central seat, with Hui Hui curled up on his lap and Qingming flying to the back of the front row, curiously gazing at the stage. At precisely 8 o'clock, a military officer adorned with 3 stripes ascended the stage. He was the chief instructor for the first-year students, surnamed Zhao, reputedly a former elite beastmaster in the military. Without any extraneous pleasantries, Instructor Zhao activated the projection screen behind him, which clearly outlined the day's agenda, school regulations, course arrangements, standards for final assessments, internal requirements, daily schedules, and routine tasks. Firstly, the school regulations, comprising 13 clauses, each pivotal to the student's successful graduation, were introduced. Instructor Zhao's gaze swept across the assembly, his tone grave. First, absolute obedience to orders. Commands from instructors and teachers must be executed immediately, without question. Second, unauthorized departure from campus is prohibited. Applications for leaving must be submitted and approved prior to exit. Third, beast companions must remain under control at all times. The use of aggressive skills in public areas is forbidden, with violations resulting in immediate demerits. 3 infractions lead to expulsion. Each regulation bore the weight of military rigor, particularly those concerning beast companions, which were more meticulous than Ling Chen had anticipated. For instance, the fluctuation of a beast's soul power must remain below the second tier in public areas, and specialized soul suppression collars must be worn when entering teaching buildings. During training, beasts must maintain a distance of no more than 1 meter from their owners. Zhao deliberately cited an example. Last year, a newcomer allowed his lightning beast to unleash thunder strike in the cafeteria. Although no one was harmed, he was promptly dismissed. At our military academy, any action posing a potential threat to collective safety is met with zero tolerance. The newcomers immediately fell silent, their beast companions seemingly sensing the serious atmosphere, instinctively gravitating closer to their owners. Ling Chen gently stroked Hui Hui's head, silently committing the regulations to memory. He was determined not to let a moment of carelessness lead to expulsion, thereby disappointing his parents' expectations. Next came the course arrangements, displayed in detail on the projection screen. The first semester for first-year students would encompass a general education phase, where all students would collectively study 6 core subjects, comprising 4 classes in the morning, 2 practical sessions in the afternoon, and 1 self-study session in the evening. Instructor Zhao elaborated on each course's content. Physical training, scheduled for the first class each morning, would include weighted running, obstacle courses, and combat skills, aiming to enhance physical fitness. As the operation of a Beast Master's soul power necessitates a robust physique, Beast Master Tactics would instruct students on formulating strategies based on battlefield environments, such as exploiting a Beast's weaknesses in one-on-one duels or dividing roles during team combat. Beast coordination would be a focal point of practical classes, training the synergy between students and their beasts, ensuring that beasts could execute commands accurately and protect their owners in times of injury. Introduction to Reconnaissance would teach students how to discern the traces of soul beasts or enemies through footprints, scents, and residual soul power. Regardless of which battalion they might join in the future, reconnaissance skills would form a foundational requirement. The military structure would elucidate the responsibilities of different units, such as reconnaissance battalions tasked with intelligence gathering, combat battalions engaged in frontline warfare, medical units responsible for treating both personnel and beasts, and specialized courses on aerial and underwater combat, instructing students on utilizing flying beasts for aerial assaults and coordinating with water-type beasts for underwater operations. One should not underestimate underwater combat, as future encounters may involve water-type soul beast dens or tasks executed in rivers and oceans. Wang Hao murmured beside him, "Underwater combat? My little Pang is earth-type and fears water." Li Mo adjusted his glasses and quietly replied, "The course schedule specifies that practical classes will be grouped according to beast attributes. Earth types will likely focus on land defense training, while water types will practice underwater." Ling Chen nodded, glancing at the course schedule on the projection screen. Each subject carried corresponding credits, and students must accumulate sufficient credits by the end of the semester to advance. Otherwise, they would face retention and remedial courses. Following this was the standard for final assessments, a topic of utmost concern for all newcomers. Instructor Zhao's tone grew even graver. Final assessments consist of 3 components: physical fitness, beast coordination, and tactical simulations. All 3 must meet the standards for passing. Failing one results in retention, while failing 2 leads to expulsion. For the physical fitness assessment, male students must run 5 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load within 25 minutes, while female students must complete the same distance with a 15-kilogram load in no more than 28 minutes. Combat skills require defeating a second-tier soul beast dummy within 10 minutes. The beast coordination assessment mandates students and their beasts to complete 3 specified actions. Command response: the owner issues a command, and the beast must execute it within 3 seconds. Coordinated attack: the owner and beast must jointly strike a target with an accuracy rate of no less than 80. And emergency protection, simulating the owner's injury. The beast must position itself in front of the owner within 5 seconds and defend using its skills. The tactical simulation assessment involves groups of 5 completing designated tasks in a simulated battlefield, such as escorting supplies to eradicate a soul beast den. Assessors will score based on tactical arrangements, teamwork, and task completion, with a perfect score of 100 and a passing mark of 60. Ling Chen calculated in his mind. Given his current physical condition, running 5 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load should pose no issue, especially since he had traversed considerable distances carrying a backpack while training in the Black Wind Canyon. As for beast coordination, the rapport between him, Hui, and Qing Ning was quite high, and he believed they would meet the standards for command response and coordinated attack. Emergency protection would require additional practice, and tactical simulations would necessitate collaboration with teammates, making it a perfect opportunity to form a team with Wang Hao and Li Mo in advance. Lastly, the internal requirements were presented, showcasing photographs of standard internal arrangements on the projection screen. Bedding must be folded into neat blocks, crisp-edged and positioned to the left side of the bed. Military uniforms should be hung in the wardrobe in the order of jackets, shirts, and trousers. Toiletries must be arranged on the balcony shelf, with toothbrushes facing left and toothpaste facing right, all in tidy alignment. The isolation area for beasts must be cleaned daily, and food and water bowls must remain spotless, with mats washed weekly. The instructor particularly emphasized, each morning after morning exercises and before the lights out at night, there will be a room inspection. Dormitories that do not meet the standards will require all residents to remain and rectify the situation until compliance is achieved. Last week, one dormitory was penalized for failing to wash their pet's mat, resulting in all members being tasked with cleaning the entire floor's restrooms. Remember, the upkeep of your living quarters is not a trivial matter. It cultivates your rigor and sense of responsibility. The daily schedule is meticulously detailed, with a timetable projected on the screen down to the minute. Wake-up call at 5 o'clock, finish washing up by 5:10. Assemble for morning exercises on the playground by 5:30, conclude exercises by 6:30, breakfast at 7, classes in the auditorium or classroom by 7:30. For classes in the morning with each lasting 45 minutes and a 10-minute break in between, lunch at 12 noon, Free training from 12:30 to 1:30. Practical classes from 2 to 4. Soul power cultivation from 4 to 5. Dinner at 6. Self-study from 7 to 8. Further soul power cultivation from 8 to 9. Return to the dormitory by 9:10. Finish washing up by 9:30. And lights out at 10. During free training time, one may go to the training ground, cultivation room, or library. The cultivation room has dedicated instructors, but prior appointments are necessary. The library offers numerous books related to beast taming, ranging from fundamental soul power operations to advanced tactical analyses. The training ground features a variety of soul beast puppets and obstacle courses, ideal for training alongside your beasts. Finally, there are daily task assignments. Instructor Zhao stated, aside from classes and training, you have 2 daily tasks. First, soul power check-ins, which must be recorded once in the morning and once in the evening on the soul power testing device in the teaching building. The school will assess your training progress based on this data. Second, campus service, which requires 2 service sessions each week, such as cleaning the playground, organizing the library, or assisting instructors in the cultivation room with caring for the beasts. The duration of service will be counted toward your overall semester score. Insufficient hours will hinder graduation. Additionally, there will be a monthly field training session lasting 2 days and 1 night, held in a safe forest area near the school. The task is to hunt a designated number of soul beasts and collect materials. This serves as both training and an opportunity to earn credits. Each second-tier soul beast hunted yields 2 credits, while third-tier beasts provide 5. Credits can be exchanged for cultivation materials, training equipment, and may even offset minor violations of school regulations. Upon hearing about the field training, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Hunting soul beasts for credits? Splendid. My little chubby is in need of Earth-type crystals. Let us form a team. Li Mo nodded in agreement. I've researched the distribution of soul beasts in the safe forest area. Their levels range from 2nd to 3rd tier, perfectly suited to our current strength. Ling Chen smiled in agreement, feeling a sense of anticipation. Field training not only enhances strength, but also allows for credit accumulation, making it far more engaging than mere campus training. The large class lasted the entire morning, and it was not until the noon bell rang that Instructor Zhao concluded his address. Today's content is extensive. You must digest it swiftly. The afternoon practical class will commence with formation training and basic commands for the beasts. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Remember, the military academy is not an ordinary high school. You are here to become qualified beast tamers for the military, tasked with safeguarding the nation and its people. Therefore, from this moment on, you must exert your utmost efforts. Do not let yourselves down, and certainly do not let down the uniform you wear. As the instructor's words echoed, a resounding applause filled the auditorium. Even the beasts seemed to be inspired. Qing Ning called out to the stage, and Hui Hui lifted its head, its gaze resolute. Ling Chen stood up, adjusted the collar of his uniform, and together with Wang Hao and Li Mo, exited the auditorium. The sunlight had dispersed the morning mist, illuminating the playground, where the sounds of training slogans resonated, imbuing everything with a sense of vigor. Let us give our best in the afternoon practical class. Wang Hao clapped Ling Chen on the shoulder, while Xiao Peng peeked out from his embrace, waving a paw at Hui Hui. Li Mo adjusted his glasses, and Xiao Feng leaned against his shoulder, gently nudging wings with Qing Ning. Ling Chen nodded, his spirit brimming with determination. Chapter 36, Physical Training. At 5:30 in the early morning, before dawn had broken, a shrill whistle shattered the tranquility of the military academy dormitory. All personnel assemble. Line up at the training ground within 5 minutes. A robust male voice echoed throughout the building through the loudspeaker. Ling Chen sprang from his bed almost instantaneously. He was already accustomed to the academy schedule. 2 weeks prior, upon entering this nation's premier beast taming military school, he understood that this would be the first crucible on his journey to becoming the strongest beast tamer. Is it dawn already? Wang Hao, in the adjacent bed, mumbled, rolling over, while his rock mouse had already retreated into the beast space before the whistle had even sounded. It's an emergency assembly. Hurry up. Ling Chen was already dressed in his training uniform and promptly roused the still sleeping Li Mo. The 3 of them hastily tidied their living quarters. Ling Chen summoned forth a small creature resembling a gray kitten on his shoulder. It was his first beast, Hui Hui. The little fellow shook its body, its eyes shimmering with hues of blue and purple. Hui Hui, let us work hard today. Hui Hui affectionately nuzzled against Ling Chen's cheek before transforming into a streak of light and returning to the beast space. By the time Ling Chen and his roommates dashed to the training ground, most of the students had already lined up. Their instructor, Zhao Taixian, a stern-faced lieutenant adorned with 3 silver stars on his epaulets, was coldly observing the timer. The last 3 will lose 5 points. Instructor Zhao's voice bore no emotion. In my presence, time equates to life, tardiness equates to death. Wang Hao and Li Mo quietly lamented. The academy operated on a credit system, and those who failed to meet the final score would be expelled. Ling Chen stood tall, his gaze focused ahead. His height was not particularly remarkable among his peers, yet his posture was as upright as a pine tree. 2 months ago, he was merely an ordinary student from a small town. Now, standing in the military academy's training ground, he owed it all to his relentless efforts. Today's physical training class comprised a 5-kilometer weighted run, an obstacle course, and a coordinated climbing exercise with their beasts. Zhao instructors scanned the crowd, noting that the results would factor into the monthly assessment. With the bottom 10 facing additional evening training, a few faint sighs emerged from the ranks, quickly silenced by Zhao instructor's piercing gaze. Now, collect your weighted vests. Ling Chen stepped forward to receive a vest weighing 20 kilograms. For a second-tier beast tamer, this weight was not overly burdensome. However, the academy's weighted vests had been specially treated to partially suppress the flow of soul power, compelling the students to rely more on sheer physical strength. Brother Chun, this time I must place in the top 30, Wang Hao murmured while fastening his vest. I was so close last time. Li Mo chuckled. Come off it. Last time, you ranked 39. If you can make it to 35 this time, that would be impressive. Ling Chen merely smiled, adjusting his breathing and feeling the vest's restriction on his soul power. His physical capabilities were only average within the class, yet through unyielding determination and scientific training methods, his ranking had steadily risen over the past 2 weeks, placing him 15th in the last comprehensive test. Take your positions, run. At the command, over 100 students surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Ling Chen did not rush to the front, but maintained his own pace. Hui within the beast space provided him with subtle support of soul power, although most of it was suppressed by the weighted vest. A trickle still flowed throughout his body, alleviating muscle fatigue. The talent, potential insight, quietly activated, and a faint glow flickered in Ling Chen's eyes. Although this talent primarily targeted beasts, he gradually realized that it also allowed him to perceive the state and potential limits of various parts of his body during training. Leg muscles, fatigue level 23, explosive potential not fully activated. Lung capacity, operational efficiency 78, room for improvement. Ling Chen adjusted his breathing and stride based on this information, steering clear of those who were overly eager to surge ahead. In the initial 2 kilometers, he maintained a position around the 20th place. Ling Chen, overtake him. A classmate beside him accelerated and glanced at him provocatively. Ling Chen chose to disregard the taunt and continued to run at his own pace. After 3 kilometers, those who had sprinted too vigorously began to show signs of fatigue, their speed noticeably diminishing. In contrast, Ling Chen maintained a steady velocity, surpassing 7 or 8 individuals in succession. Muscle fatigue level 45, recommend adjusting stride length and increasing arm swing. Following the guidance of his innate talent, Ling Chen made subtle adjustments to his movements, and indeed, found himself feeling considerably more at ease. In the final 800 meters, he began to accelerate, overtaking classmate after classmate. Wang Hao and Li Mo had long been left behind, watching Ling Chen's retreating figure in astonishment. Has Chen Ge made such rapid progress these past few days? Ultimately, Ling Chen crossed the finish line in 12th place, improving his standing by 3 ranks compared to the previous test. Well done, Ling Chen. Instructor Zhao offered rare praise, marking a check on the record board to signify his progress. Ling Chen nodded in gratitude, panting for breath, yet his heart remained unsatisfied. His goal was first place, not merely improvement. After a brief respite, the second obstacle training commenced. This training required traversing a series of high walls, muddy pits, and barbed wire, all while coordinating with one beast companion. Ling Chen summoned Hui, the little creature perched on his shoulder, ever ready to assist. Hui, the usual protocol. Follow my instructions. Woof. Hui nodded earnestly, a glimmer of determination in its eyes. The first group of students began their challenge. With various beasts making their appearances, a wind-type spirit deer effortlessly leaped over a 2-meter wall, a soil-type rock mouse rapidly excavated a passage, and a fiery red bird provided aerial assistance. Look at Tang Jinxin's viper, someone exclaimed. Tang Jinxin's viper swiftly coiled around the obstacle frame, forming a serpentine bridge that allowed its master to pass with ease. It then dove into the muddy pit, scouting a safe path for Tang Jinxin, who ultimately completed the course in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, temporarily securing first place. Ling Chen calmly observed the students ahead of him. His potential insight ability allowed him to clearly see each beast's skill usage and energy expenditure. Wind-type spirit deer used light wind envelopment skill, consuming 15 soul power points. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Soil-type rock mouse used digging skill, consuming 12 soul power points. Cooldown time 15 seconds. When it was Ling Chen's turn, he had already devised a comprehensive plan. Begin. Ling Chen surged forth like a cheetah, facing the 3-meter-high wall. Instead of slowing down, he ascended directly. And just before his strength waned, he commanded, Hui Hui, soul power threads. Several nearly invisible threads shot forth from Hui Hui's claws, securing themselves atop the wall. Ling Chen leveraged this support to effortlessly vault over, the entire process fluid and graceful. Clever. A flicker of admiration crossed Instructor Zhao's eyes. In the subsequent muddy area, instead of blindly plunging into the water, Ling Chen instructed Hui Hui to deploy a wind blade barrier, striking the surface to gauge the depth, swiftly selecting the shallowest route to navigate through. Finally, in the balance beam section, where swinging sandbags dangled, Ling Chen, whose balancing skills were ordinarily mediocre, deftly traversed the beam with Hui Hui's soul power threads, stabilizing him. Upon reaching the finish line, the timer halted at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. 4 seconds faster than Tang Jinxin. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Tang Jinxin, one of the stronger students in physical training, had been overtaken by Ling Chen. Tang Jinxin's expression darkened. His Earth King should have had the advantage in the muddy section, yet he hadn't anticipated Ling Chen's rapid passage through in this manner. Just a trick, Tang Jinxin scoffed. Ling Chen merely smiled faintly, patting Hui Hui on the shoulder. The battle of a beast master is inherently a fusion of wisdom and strength. There is no such thing as trickery. The final task was a collaborative rock climbing exercise with their beasts. This involved a 15-meter-high simulated rock face, necessitating the cooperation of the beast master and their companion for the ascent. The wall was fraught with various challenging handholds, and intermittent water flows added to the difficulty. Many students faltered here. Wang Hao's rock mouse had limited effectiveness on the vertical surface. Limo's spirit deer was ill-suited for climbing. And even Tang Jinxin's viper struggled multiple times due to the slick wall. Ling Chen scrutinized the rock face and the patterns of the water flow. His potential insight ability enabled him to predict the next impact point and timing of the water surge. Hui Hui, we need precise coordination. On the count of 3, unleash a lightning strike at that spot to create a temporary handhold. Ling Chen quietly devised a strategy. When it was his turn, Ling Chen ascended with the agility of a monkey. Hui Hui leaped alongside him, utilizing soul power threads to create temporary footholds on the slick surface. As a powerful surge of water cascaded down, Ling Chen seemed to anticipate it, bracing himself firmly to weather the impact. In the most challenging section, the overhanging rocky area, he instructed Hui Hui to release a lightning strike, carving out several small depressions as temporary foot placements. Ultimately, Ling Chen completed the climb in the shortest time of the class, and when the scores were tallied across the 3 tasks, he astonishingly secured first place. Ling Chen, first in total score. Instructor Zhao announced his results, his voice tinged with evident surprise and admiration. A ripple of whispers spread through the group. Who could have imagined that merely 2 weeks ago, Ling Chen, who was only mid-tier, would ascend to the pinnacle of physical training today? After training, Instructor Zhao specifically requested Ling Chen to stay back. Your rate of improvement is astonishing, particularly in your coordination with your beast. Have you considered choosing the combat camp in the future? While the recon camp suits you, I believe your talents seem better aligned with direct combat. Ling Chen respectfully yet firmly replied, Thank you, instructor, but I still aspire to the recon camp. I believe that true combat lies not merely in face-to-face confrontations, but in the acquisition and utilization of information. Instructor Zhao nodded. Indeed, having a clear goal is commendable. Keep it up. The military needs dedicated students like you. On the way back to the dormitory, Wang Hao and Li Imo circled around Ling Chen. Gu, you were incredible today. How did you manage it? Especially in the climbing segment, it was simply miraculous. Ling Chen chuckled. It was merely a matter of careful observation and planning. Every individual and their beast possess unique advantages. The key is to discover the method that suits oneself best. He refrained from mentioning the specifics of his potential insight ability. It remained his secret. Although this talent did not directly enhance his combat strength like some battle-related abilities, the information and optimization strategies it provided were, in Ling Chen's eyes, invaluable treasures. In the afternoon, theoretical courses commenced, covering beast master tactics, military divisions, and an introduction to reconnaissance. Ling Chen, as ever, listened attentively, taking notes. His academic performance had consistently ranked among the top, owing to his focused study habits and formidable memory. During the reconnaissance introduction course, when the lecturer mentioned that precise mastery of beast information often determines the success or failure of modern reconnaissance missions, Ling Chen recorded diligently. His talent indeed provided him with unparalleled advantages in reconnaissance. After school, instead of resting, Ling Chen took his 2 beasts to the training ground for extra practice. Qingning, his second beast, a blue-striped sparrow, circled in the air, practicing the wind-breath reconnaissance skill. Through shared vision, Ling Chen could clearly discern every detail within an 800-meter radius. Qingning, pay attention to the patterns of that moving target and document them. Meanwhile, Hui practiced the fine control of soul power threads, attempting to form intricate patterns. This training method was conceived by Ling Chen himself, aimed at enhancing Hui's precision in controlling soul power and alleviating the issue of rapid energy depletion. Well done. Hui, the lines are much more stable this time. Ling Chen encouraged, his eyes flashing with data provided by his talent. Soul power control precision increased by 7. Consumption reduced by 5. As Ling Chen diligently endeavors to enhance his abilities, he remains blissfully unaware that, far beyond the expanse of the starry sky, the clash of two realms intensifies. Unbeknownst to him, in the depths of military headquarters, a pair of watchful eyes scrutinizes the performance of all students, meticulously recording his progress. However, for Ling Chen, the most pressing concern at this moment is merely the next training regimen. Gray leaped onto his shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek, while Qingming settled on his other shoulder, emitting a soft chirp. Chapter 37. Field Training at precisely 5 o'clock. The morning call of Xiangqing Military Academy resonated through the sky, yet the atmosphere on the playground crackled with an unusual tension and excitement. Today marked the monthly field training day, during which all first-year students would venture into the Academy's exclusive rainforest sanctuary to undertake their inaugural practical assessment since enrollment. Within 3 minutes, Ling Chen had neatly folded his quilt into a compact square and bent down to inspect the equipment in his backpack: emergency medical supplies, compressed biscuits, a waterproof sketchbook, a simple tent, along with thunder-type crystal fragments prepared for Gray and spirit herb juice for Qingning, items explicitly mandated by the Academy's regulations as essentials for training. Gray crouched at his feet, its thunderous soul energy meticulously contained, occasionally brushing its tail against his pant leg, while Qingning remained perched on the isolation mat, its wings fluttering gently, clearly unable to contain its eagerness to embark on the journey. I heard the rainforest sanctuary is extremely humid. My little pudgy one despises moisture, Wang Hao remarked as he stuffed insect repellent powder into his backpack, sighing at the soil-type rock mouse perched on his leg. Liamo had already secured his military boots, his wind-type spirit deer standing beside him, nuzzling its head against its master's hand. Fear not, Xiaofeng's wine breath purification can dispel toxins and moisture. Just stick close to us. Meanwhile, Tang Jinxin from the adjacent bunk was adjusting his uniform in front of a mirror, his viper coiling around his wrist, its scales gleaming ominously. Those who relied on luck to win a single simulated battle better not hold us back in the real rainforest, he sneered, casting a challenging glance at Ling Chen, who had led his group to victory over Tang's frontal assault team during last week's tactical simulation class, a fact that lingered in Tang's memory. Ling Chen chose not to respond, instead stuffing the sketchbook into the side pocket of his backpack. The essence of training lay in practical combat, not in verbal sparring. He gently patted Gray's head, prompting the little creature to tap its paw against his hand, as if to say, ignore him. 10 minutes later, all first-year students stood in orderly lines on the playground. Instructor Zhao Tiexin, clad in crisp military attire, bore 3 distinct stripes on his epaulets that stood out vividly in the morning light. Above the formation, his third-tier thunder-type battle eagle circled, its sharp gaze scanning each individual. Today's training location was a rainforest region within the Academy's sanctuary, spanning 2 days and 1 night, with 2 primary tasks. Instructor Zhao's voice boomed like a bell, cutting through the din on the playground. First, you are to map out a distribution chart of the spirit beasts across at least 3 square kilometers of rainforest, clearly annotating the levels, attributes, and activity ranges of the soul beasts. Second, your group must collaborate to hunt a wild soul beast that is 1 level higher than your own. Note that this refers to your level, not that of your spirit beasts. A murmur of low commotion rippled through the ranks. Ling Chen, currently at level 2, grade 9, understood that they needed to hunt a level 3, grade 1 soul beast, and wild soul beasts held a distinct advantage in their natural habitat, proving far more formidable than their puppet counterparts of the same rank. Wang Hao discreetly tugged at the hem of Ling Chen's shirt. Level 3? Do you think we can manage it? Ling Chen remained silent, tightening his grip on the backpack straps. He had thoroughly researched the rainforest sanctuary and knew there were several level 3 soul beasts suitable for novice hunters. With the right tactics, they might stand a chance. The sanctuary was equipped with surveillance arrays and rescue points, and signaling with a flare would allow them to exit, albeit at the cost of failing the training. Instructor Zhao's gaze swept across the assembly, his tone growing more severe. Assessment will be based on 3 criteria: the accuracy of the map, hunting tactics, and teamwork. Do not entertain the notion of going solo. In the rainforest, A lone beast master cannot survive beyond 3 hours. Breakfast consisted of simple bread and milk, consumed in haste by all. A half-hour later, military trucks lined up to transport the newcomers to the sanctuary entrance, hidden within a valley on the outskirts of Xiangqing. The entrance was enveloped by a pale blue energy barrier, with the patterns of the teleportation array shimmering faintly on the ground, a technology provided exclusively by the military, far more stable than civilian variants. All students queued by groups, entering the teleportation array in succession. Following the instructor's command, Ling Chen stepped onto the array alongside his group. A brief wave of dizziness enveloped him, and the humid atmosphere immediately surrounded him. Towering ancient trees cast shadows that obscured the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams to filter through the gaps. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, accompanied by the cacophony of unknown birds and insects, while distant roars of beasts echoed faintly. "This place is unbearably stifling," Wang Hao exclaimed, breaking into a sweat after just a few steps, prompting his rock mouse, Little Fat, to burrow into his backpack, leaving only its head exposed. Liemo summoned Xiaofeng, the light blue wind-type soul energy dispersing around them, alleviating much of the surrounding humidity. "My wine breath purification can cover a 5-meter radius, so stay close." Ling Chen hesitated to move forward, instead releasing Qing Ning. Qing Ning, ascend to 20 meters and scout, avoiding any soul beasts in the treetops. Qing Ning chirped in acknowledgement and soared into the sky. Through their shared vision, Ling Chen could clearly observe the terrain within an 800-meter radius. A small stream lay to the northeast, while a gentle slope was to the southwest, an advantageous position for establishing a temporary observation point. "Let us head southwest towards the slope to draft the basic map," Ling Chen instructed, pulling out his sketchbook and swiftly outlining the terrain with charcoal. Tang Jinxin, leading his group, scoffed as he headed southeast. "Slow reconnaissance is pointless. We'll go straight for the soul beasts." The remaining group, consisting of Ling Chen, Wang Hao, Liemo, and classmates Zhang Lei and Lu Meng, decided to act in unison. Zhang Lei's spirit beast was a level 2, grade 5 earth-type armored turtle, adept in defense, while Lu Meng's was a level 2, grade 4 wood-type healing vine, capable of basic healing, perfect complements to each other. As they traversed the gentle slope, Ling Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings almost incessantly. His potential insight talent activated automatically, providing information on any encountered soul beast. Soul beast, spotted poison frog, level 1, grade 7, attribute, poison, skill, venom spray, weakness, vulnerable to high temperatures. Thin scales on the abdomen, distribution, near damp leaf litter. Soul beast, vine monkey, level 1, grade 9, attribute, wood skills, vine entanglement. Fruit toss, weakness, slow movement, susceptible to wind-type skills, distribution, areas of low shrubs. As he walked, he annotated his sketchbook, encircling the poison frog's activity zone in red and marking the vine monkey's habitat in green, while also noting their weaknesses and countermeasures. Zhang Lei leaned over to take a look and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Ling Chen, your map is even more detailed than the textbook. My brother, an apprentice in the reconnaissance camp, doesn't he draw them this meticulously?" Most soul beasts in the rainforest have fixed activity ranges. Clear annotations are essential for avoiding danger. Ling Chen pointed towards a quiet patch of grass ahead, devoid of insect sounds, suggesting it might be the territory of a higher-tier soul beast, best to steer clear. The group quickly altered their course as they moved 10 meters further, only to spot a level 2, grade 3 giant claw crab emerging from the grass, a clear territorial lord of this area. Should they charge in recklessly, they would surely be ambushed. By noon, the group finally reached the summit of the gentle slope. A flat rock provided the perfect place to rest. Wang Hao distributed compressed biscuits, while Lu Meng allowed the healing vine to entwine around the rock to absorb moisture from the air. Rainforest water is unsafe to drink. We need the healing vine to filter it. It was time to seek out their hunting target. Suddenly, Xiaofeng let out 2 calls towards the northwest. Sensing the soul energy fluctuations of a level 3 soul beast, approximately 2 kilometers away, Ling Chen promptly instructed Qing Ning to scout in the northwestern direction. Soon, within their shared vision, a troop of second-tier, level 4 blade leaf baboons appeared, busily congregating around a towering tree. Behind the shadow of the tree, a larger soul beast could be discerned. Soul beast, blade leaf baboon leader. Level, second tier, level 6. Attribute, wood. Skills, blade leaf throw, group roar. Weakness, sensitive to bright light in the eyes and unarmored at the joints. A group of blade leaf baboons, with a leader at the second tier and level 6, is perfectly suited for us to practice on. Ling Chen set aside his sketchbook and began assigning tasks. Wang Hao, have Xiao Pang use earth spikes to lay traps around the baboon troop, restricting their movement. Liemo, Xiaofeng, utilize windstorm disruption to confuse their throws. Zhonglei. The stone-armored turtle will bear the brunt of the damage. Lu Ming, the healing vines must remain ready to heal. I, along with Hui Hui, will maneuver to the rear and strike at the leader's eyes. Everyone nodded in agreement, for Ling Chen's tactics had already been validated in previous simulation classes. Just as they were preparing to set off, Qing Ming suddenly called out urgently. Within their shared vision, the Blade Leaf Baboon troop became agitated, fleeing towards the creek. While beneath the water's surface, a dark shape was swiftly advancing. Something was amiss. There was an ambush. Ling Chen swiftly grabbed Wang Hao, urging him to retreat behind the rocks. No sooner had he spoken than a massive swamp crocodile erupted from the water, clamping its jaws onto the last fleeing Blade Leaf Baboon. Soul Beast, Swamp Crocodile. Level, 2nd tier. Level 8. Attributes, Water, Earth. Skills, Giant Bite, Mud Bind. Weakness, gaps in its back armor, vulnerable to lightning-type skills. The soul energy fluctuations from the swamp crocodile were far stronger than they had anticipated, causing the startled Blade Leaf Baboons to panic and charge toward Ling Chen and the others. Hui Hui, intercept with lightning net. Ling Chen swiftly summoned Hui Hui, whose 2nd tier. Level 9 lightning energy coalesced into a net, effectively blocking the path of 3 Blade Leaf Baboons. Retreat eastward. There are rock walls that can reduce the angles of attack. As Ling Chen directed, he instructed Qing Ming to cut through the obstructing vines with Wind Blade. Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle immediately curled up, shielding against the pursuing baboons, while Lu Meng's healing vines ensnared a baboon's leg that lunged forward, buying them precious time to retreat. Once they had hidden behind the rock wall, everyone was panting heavily. Wang Hao's back was already drenched in sweat. Thankfully, you noticed early, otherwise, we would have become crocodile snacks. Liemo adjusted his glasses. The swamp crocodile has a strong territorial instinct. We must have intruded into its hunting grounds. Ling Chen leaned against the rock wall, taking out crystal core fragments to feed to Hui Hui. Rest for 10 minutes to recover soul energy. Next, we'll seek out a solitary Blade Leaf Baboon. We must avoid the swamp crocodile's territory. The afternoon's hunt proved to be rather challenging. Blade Leaf Baboons are social soul beasts. If one is attacked, the others will quickly swarm. During their first attempt, Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle was nearly struck by the leader's Blade Leaf throw. But Lu Meng's healing vines timely ensnared the baboon. On the second attempt, Wang Hao Xiaopang was discovered while setting traps, and a flurry of leaves hurled by the baboons sliced through the sleeve of his military uniform. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light in the rainforest began to dim. If we can't locate a target soon, we shall have to operate at night. Lu Meng glanced anxiously at the increasingly darkening sky. Nighttime in the rainforest is fraught with danger, teeming with nocturnal poisonous soul beasts. Just then, Qing Ming suddenly flew back, calling out to Ling Chen and pointing her wings towards a patch of bamboo forest to the north. Ling Chen immediately had Qing Ming share her vision. Within the bamboo grove, a solitary thunderclap leopard was bent over, gnawing on bamboo shoots, its fur shimmering with a faint purple lightning glow. Soul Beast, Thunderclap Leopard. Level, 3rd tier. Level 1. Attribute, Lightning. Skills, Lightning Charge, Sonic Roar, Lightning Claw. Weakness, Hairless Abdomen, vulnerable to water-type skills. This is it. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled. The 3rd tier. Level 1 was exactly what they needed, and the Thunderclap Leopard is a solitary soul beast without companions for support. He immediately gathered everyone to formulate a strategy. Wang Hao, have Xiaopang dig traps at the entrance of the bamboo forest using Earth Pit. Liemo, Xiaofeng, utilize Wind Buff to enhance our agility. Then use Windstorm to disrupt the Thunderclap Leopard's line of sight. Zhonglei, the stone-armored turtle will guard behind the traps to prevent its escape. Lu Ming, prepare the healing vines for immediate healing. I and Hui Hui will flank from the side, ready to strike its abdomen with lightning skills once it falls into the trap. Everyone swiftly sprang into action. Wang Hao Xiaopang burrowed into the ground, quickly excavating several half-meter deep pits at the entrance of the bamboo forest, covered with dry branches and fallen leaves. Liemo Xiaofeng soared into the air, beginning to coalesce wind energy, while Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle huddled beside the trap, exposing only its hard shell. Lu Meng's healing vines wrapped around her wrist, poised to extend at a moment's notice. Ling Chen, cradling Hui Hui, concealed himself behind a bamboo stalk. In Qing Ming's shared vision, the Thunderclap Leopard had finished its bamboo shoots and was now approaching the entrance of the grove. Its steps were light, nearly soundless, yet each stride radiated a faint lightning glow, clearly wary of its surroundings. It's coming, Ling Chen whispered urgently. The Thunderclap Leopard reached the edge of the trap, pausing to sniff the air. Just as it prepared to step forward, Liemo suddenly commanded, Xiaofeng, Windstorm. A pale blue whirlwind instantly whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground, obstructing the thunderclap leopard's vision. Enraged, the thunderclap leopard let out a low growl and lunged towards the direction of the whirlwind, inadvertently stepping into Wang Hao's trap. With a resounding crash, the ground collapsed, and the thunderclap leopard's foreleg became ensnared in the pit, rendering it immobile. Hui Hui, lightning strike. Without hesitation, Ling Chen released Hui Hui, whose second tier, level 9 lightning energy erupted instantaneously. Hui Hui transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the thunderclap leopard's abdomen, its weak point. Unprotected by fur and most susceptible to injury. Roar. The thunderclap leopard howled in pain, emitting a sonic roar. The invisible sound waves radiated outward, causing everyone to experience a sharp pain in their ears, momentarily slowing their movements. Seizing the opportunity, the thunderclap leopard kicked off the ground with its hind legs, forcibly breaking free from the trap. The skin on its foreleg was torn, blood seeping forth, yet its gaze turned more ferocious. Stay calm. Stick to the plan, Ling Chen shouted. Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle immediately spread out, blocking the thunderclap leopard's path, while Emo's Xiaofeng unleashed Windstorm, once more, ensnaring the leopard's hind legs. Lu Ming's healing vines extended, wrapping around the leopard's tail, and Wang Hao Xiaopang emerged from the earth, using earth spikes to strike at the leopard's abdomen. The thunderclap leopard's movements grew increasingly sluggish, the lightning glow surrounding it dimming significantly. It attempted to unleash lightning charge to escape, but was ensnared by the healing vines. Unable to flee, Hui Hui seized the moment to leap onto its back, clawing at its fur and viciously biting into its neck. Where the core of its lightning energy resides, an injury that would disrupt its soul power. Now's the time. Ling Chen drew his training knife. School regulations mandated that only training knives could be used during practical exercises, not personal blades, and thrust it towards the thunderclap leopard's abdomen. Though the training knife lacked a blade, it carried the weight of second tier, level 9 soul energy, sufficient to incapacitate the thunderclap leopard. The creature let out a piercing wail and collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Wang Hao even slumped to the ground. We've finally done it. I almost thought we were going to fail. Ling Chen crouched down to check the thunderclap leopard's breath. It had ceased, confirming its demise. He pulled out his sketchbook, marking the location and attributes of the thunderclap leopard, and noting the tactical points from the hunt. Record this. When encountering lightning-type soul beasts in the future, first use traps to restrict movement, then target the abdomen and neck. At that moment, Qing Ming abruptly called out urgently. Ling Chen looked up and noticed several dark figures swiftly approaching from the distant woods. It was Tang Jianxin's group. They had evidently heard the commotion and were likely intent on claiming credit. Let us go, don't get entangled with them. Ling Chen promptly packed away his drawing book and urged everyone to carry the corpse of the thunder leopard towards the rescue point in the secret realm. Tang Jianxin's voice echoed from behind. Ling Chen, don't run if you have guts. We were the ones who discovered this thunder leopard first. Ling Chen did not turn back. The purpose of the training was to enhance strength, not to engage in rivalry. He glanced at Hui Hui. The little creature nestled on his shoulder, licking the blood off its claws with an expression of pride. Qing Ming flew atop his head, calling out twice to Tang Jianxin behind them, as if mocking him. By 6 in the evening, the group arrived at the temporary camp in the secret realm. Numerous other new students were busy organizing maps and the corpses of the hunted spirit beasts. Ling Chen found a corner and continued to refine his drawing book, which already detailed the distribution of over 30 kinds of spirit beasts, alongside terrain features, water sources, trap zones, and even the growth points of rare spiritual herbs, exceeding the school's requirement by a full 2 square kilometers. Wang Hao was starting a fire beside him. Li Mo was organizing notes on the hunt for the thunder leopard, while Zhang Lei and Lu Ming fed the stone-armored tortoise and healing vine with crystal cores. Hui Hui lay across Ling Chen's legs and soon fell asleep, while Qing Ming settled by the fire, warming its wings and occasionally pecking at the essence of the spiritual herbs. We'll gather at 8 tomorrow morning. We still have time to add some details to the map. Ling Chen closed his drawing book, looking at his companions by the fire, a wave of warmth filling his heart. Although the military training was arduous, with such a cohesive team, even the most challenging tasks could be accomplished. The following morning, the group explored the vicinity of the camp for another 2 hours, supplementing their information on several low-tier spirit beasts. At exactly 8 o'clock, everyone gathered at the teleportation array, bringing their respective maps and spirit beast corpses back to the military academy. Instructor Zhao meticulously examined the achievements of each group. Upon seeing Ling Chen's drawing book, his eyes lit up. Did you draw this in just 2 days? The annotations are so detailed, covering every spirit beast's habits, weaknesses, active times, and even tactical responses. It's more precise than what a professional scout would produce. Yes, instructor, Ling Chen nodded. Instructor Zhao flipped to the last page and saw the hunting record of the Thunder Leopard, unable to restrain a smile. A Tier 3 Level 1 Thunder Leopard. With a very reasonable tactical arrangement and excellent team collaboration, you would be well suited for the reconnaissance camp. I will recommend you to the camp headquarters. Ling Chen felt a surge of excitement. The reconnaissance camp was his goal, and receiving the instructor's recommendation brought him one step closer. He glanced at Wang Hao and Li Mo beside him, both of whom smiled at him, evidently pleased for his success. On the way back to the dormitory, Ling Chen overheard several senior students discussing something, faintly catching words like Beast Emperor World and Space Rift. He recalled the principal's words during orientation, stating that the academy cultivates beast masters who protect the nation. Chapter 38, Talent Mutation. After the training concluded, the morning bell at Xiangqing Military Academy rang punctually at 5. The orderly rhythm of lineup training on the playground and tactical lessons resumed as usual. Yet, within Ling Chen's heart burned a fervent flame. Ignited by the life and death struggle with the Thunder Leopard in the rainforest, Huai's explosive lightning spirit power in dire straits, and the profound connection he shared with his two spirit beasts in that final moment. All these fragments fermented within him, seemingly urging a breakthrough. During Sunday's free training time, Ling Chen deliberately avoided the bustling main training grounds and ventured to a secluded area at the back mountain of the academy with his backpack. Here, only a few abandoned training targets remained, surrounded by towering camphor trees. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves could mask the fluctuations of spirit power, making it an ideal spot for deep cultivation. Huai, Qing Ning, let us try to push for Tier 3 today. Ling Chen set down his backpack and sat cross-legged on a flat rock, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Huai leaped down from his shoulder and landed beside the rock, a faint purple lightning pattern shimmering around it. It sensed the surging spirit power within its master and tensed its body in response. Meanwhile, Qing Ning flew to a branch of the camphor tree, spreading its wings to gently disperse wind spirit power, thoroughly scanning the surroundings to ensure no outsiders would disturb them. Ling Chen closed his eyes and began to circulate the spirit power within him according to the Tier 3 breakthrough method learned in tactical class. Transitioning from Tier 2 to Tier 3 is the first qualitative threshold for Beast Masters. It requires not only that the total spirit power meets the standard, but also that the spirit power completes a full cycle through the meridians. Starting from the Dantian, it must flow through the 12 primary meridians, such as the Han Tien Lung Meridian and the Han Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, before returning to the Dantian. The flow rate of spirit power through each meridian must remain consistent. Even the slightest deviation could lead to a chaotic backlash. His spirit power had already reached the pinnacle of Tier 2 Level 9, surging through the meridians like a raging river, yet it lingered just before the last meridian, which was the bottleneck to Tier 3, like a transparent membrane obstructing the flow of spirit power. Huai seemed to sense his predicament, gently nudging his wrist, and a wave of gentle lightning spirit power flowed into his body through their point of contact, as if lending him strength. Thank you, Huai. Ling Chen silently expressed gratitude in his heart. Harnessing this external force, he suddenly urged the spirit power in his Dantian to charge towards the bottleneck. With a resounding thud, it felt as though something within him shattered, and the spirit power instantaneously broke through the obstruction, completing the full cycle through his meridians. When he opened his eyes again, a faint blue luminescence flickered within them, and the fluctuations of spirit power surrounding him had increased several-fold, even causing the surrounding air to swirl as if stirred by the spirit power. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and a condensed wind spirit power began to swirl in his palm. Tier 3, he had succeeded. Before he could calm his exhilaration, a familiar burning sensation suddenly surged in his mind. It was the talent of potential insight. With his breakthrough, his talent had evolved as well. He immediately focused his consciousness on Huai, and a brand new panel materialized before him, far more detailed than before. Spirit Beast, Huai. Species, Soul Master Beast, Special Non-Elemental. Level, Tier 3 Level 1. Advances in sync with the Master-S breakthrough. Attributes, non-attribute, compatible with lightning, wind, and dark elements. Species level, Royal Special. Potential level, Top Tier. Skills, Spirit Power Claw, Lightning Advanced. Claws coalesce high-density lightning spirit power, capable of tearing through defenses below Tier 2. Rapid movement, short distance blink. Instantaneous movement distance increased to 5 meters, cooldown reduced to 10 seconds. Spirit Power Threads, Lightning Net Enhancement. Can weave a lightning net covering 10 square meters, with paralyzing effects. Windblade Barrier, a barrier formed from wind spirit power, capable of withstanding single target attacks below Tier 3. Lightning Impact, new. Releases a lightning shockwave, dealing paralysis damage to enemies within range. Soul energy absorption, newly awakened. Can absorb residual enemy spirit power, slowly restoring its own spirit power. Weakness, rapid spirit power consumption. Lightning skills reduce single-use consumption by 10. Still requires frequency control. Characteristics, compatibility, can absorb 3 types of spirit power simultaneously. Elevated spirit power capacity. Spirit power limit is 30 higher than that of spirit beasts of the same level. Soul resonance. Synchronization rate with the Master S spirit power increased to 80. Known evolution routes. 17 available for viewing 1. Soul transformation into Soul Ferryman. Core materials. Netherstone X3. Void Essence X1. Pure Soul Crystal X5. 2. Beast transformation into Elemental Spirit Tiger. Core materials. White Tiger Blood X1. Tier 3 Lightning Crystal X3. Spirit Bone Grass X10. 3. Attribute change into Thunder Pattern Leopard. Core materials. Thunder Pattern Leopard Claw X2. Tier 3 Lightning Crystal X5. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo X1. Ling Chen's breath quickened instantaneously. The Soul Beast. This was the first time he learned the name of Huehue's species, and to his astonishment, there were as many as 17 evolutionary paths. His gaze immediately fixated on the evolution route of the Soul Ferryman, which detailed the conditions for evolution. Huihui needed to reach the 5th level of the 3rd tier. Collect rare materials such as netherstones and void essence, and undergo evolution at the junction of yin and yang on a full moon night. What left him utterly astounded was the potential after evolution, reaching the pinnacle of transcendence, with the species level soaring directly to the royal tier. So, you possess such immense potential. Ling Chen crouched down and gently patted Huehue's head. The little creature seemed to understand, nuzzling against his palm and wagging its tail joyfully. He then shifted his attention to Qing Ning perched on a branch, where a similar evolution panel materialized before him. The information so detailed, it was almost beyond belief. Soul Beast, Qing Ning, Azure Pattern Sparrow. Level, 2nd tier, 10th level, evolution conditions met. Attributes, Wind. Wood, Dual Element Fusion raised to 40. Species level, Spirit level. Potential level, Advanced. Skills, Wind Blade, Advanced. Can release 3 wind blades in succession, with a range increased to 50 meters. Leaf Dance, Expanded range. Manipulates plant leaves within a 20-meter radius to form an attacking storm. Wind Breath Reconnaissance, 1200 meters. Enhanced reconnaissance range, capable of penetrating illusions below the 3rd tier. Wind Element Buff, Advanced. Provides a 30 speed boost to itself and its master, lasting for 10 minutes. Wood Element Bind, Advanced. Vines carry a paralyzing effect, binding duration extended to 30 seconds. Airflow Manipulation, newly awakened. Can control local air currents, altering the movement trajectory of itself or others. Weakness, Weak Defense, Feather Defense increased by 15, still needs to avoid frontal attacks. Known evolution routes, 53 available for viewing 1. Wind Element Enhanced Wind Phoenix Sparrow, Core materials. 3rd tier Wind Element Crystal X1, Azure Phoenix Feather X1, Wind Spirit Fruit X3. 2. Wood Element Enhanced Green Pattern Spirit Sparrow, Core materials. Wood Element Crystal, 3rd tier, X2, Life Flower X1, Centenary Vines X5. 3. Dual Element Fusion Windwood Colorful Sparrow, Core materials. Dual Element Crystal, 3rd tier, X1 each, Rainbow Flower X1, Spirit Wind Grass X10. 53 evolutionary paths. Ling Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the Wind Phoenix Sparrow. In the evolution conditions, Qing Ning had already reached the 10th level of the 2nd tier. The Wind Spirit Fruit could be exchanged for credits, while the most challenging item was the Azure Phoenix Feather. However, the additional notes on the panel made his heart race. The potential after evolution was extremely high, with the species level ascending to the King tier, and a minuscule chance of triggering the hidden evolution to Azure Phoenix Descendant, which was akin to a divine beast. Qing Ning, you are destined to become incredibly powerful. Ling Chen smiled at Qing Ning on the branch, who promptly dove down, landing on his shoulder and nuzzling his cheek with its wings, seemingly in response to his anticipation. He attempted to use his talent on a passing 2nd-tier wild rabbit, only to discover he could only see basic information. The evolutionary route displayed a vague, ordinary rabbit. The swift rabbit, with material information entirely missing. It appeared that after the talent evolution, complete evolutionary information could only be displayed for his contracted beasts, which made him cherish this special ability even more. After the initial excitement waned, Ling Chen calmed himself, retrieving a notebook from his backpack to formulate his upcoming plans. 1. Prioritize the evolution of Qing Ning. Qing Ning had reached the 10th level of the 2nd tier. The Wind Spirit Fruit could be obtained through tasks. The 3rd tier Wind Element Crystal required 100 credits for exchange, and the Azure Phoenix feather needed 500 military merits or special contributions to acquire. He would start with the easier materials. 2. Accelerate Huey's level advancement. Hui needed to reach the 5th level of the 3rd tier to evolve, requiring 2 soul power training sessions daily, utilizing the soul energy absorption skill to absorb residual soul power from the practical training. 3. Accumulate credits and military merits. Accept high-difficulty tasks from the task hall, prioritizing those related to materials, while also participating in the school's tactical competitions to win additional rewards. The following morning during training, Ling Chen's transformation astonished everyone. In the physical training of a 5-kilometer weighted run, he shattered the record for freshmen with a time of 22 minutes, a full 3 minutes faster than the second place. In combat class, facing a classmate at the 9th level of the 2nd tier, he subdued his opponent in just 3 moves, his movements crisp and decisive. Exuding the pressure of a 3rd tier Beast Master's soul power. Has Ling Chen broken through to the 3rd tier? Some members of the team whispered among themselves. Tang Jianxin stood amidst the crowd, his expression grim. He was still stuck at the 8th level of the 2nd tier, the gap between him and Ling Chen widening, making his previous provocations seem like a joke. In theory class, Ling Chen focused all his attention on beast evolution materials and secret realm resource distribution. When the teacher mentioned that wind spirit fruits primarily grew on the cliffs of Windhowl Valley, requiring avoidance of wind element spirits during collection, he immediately marked it in his notebook. This was precisely the material needed for Qing Ning's evolution. He planned to head to the task hall that afternoon to accept relevant tasks. After class, Ling Chen hurried to the school's task hall, which was teeming with students. The electronic screen displayed a plethora of tasks: hunting soul beasts, collecting materials, assisting in data organization for the breeding lab. He quickly located his target task. Task name: collect wind spirit fruits. Task location: Windhowl Valley, outskirts of Shanqing. Task requirements: collect 7 mature wind spirit fruits. Must be dew laden, damage rate not exceeding 10. Task rewards: 150 credits, 3 military merits, wind element soul power restorative X1. Task notes: wind element spirits are active within Windhowl Valley, 2nd tier 5th level to 2nd tier 8th level. It is recommended to form a team of 3 or more and bring thunder or earth element beasts. Perfect. Ling Chen clicked to accept the task, and just as he turned around, he heard someone calling his name. It was Wang Hao and Li Mo, both holding task scrolls, clearly also here to accept tasks. Ling Chen, are you here to accept a task too? Wang Hao ran over, waving the scroll in his hand. We accepted a task to collect rockheart grass. And the location is right on the outskirts of Windhowl Valley. Let us go together. Li Mo nodded in agreement. The winds in Windhowl Valley are strong, and your Qing Ning excels in wind abilities, which will be perfect for scouting. The 3 of them quickly agreed, organized their equipment, and set off towards Windhowl Valley. After a 40-minute ride on the hover vehicle, they finally reached the valley entrance, where the winds were even more ferocious than expected, nearly knocking them off their feet. The cliffs on either side of the valley were covered in green vines, and occasionally they spotted a few pale blue fruits hanging from the vines. These were the wind spirit fruits. Rockheart grass grows in the crevices of the rocks on the valley's outskirts. Let's collect the grass first, and you go for the wind spirit fruits. We'll regroup here in half an hour. Li Mo pointed towards the distant rocky area, while Wang Hao's earth element rock mouse, Chubby, eagerly burrowed into the ground. Beginning the search for rockheart grass, Ling Chen nodded, leading Hui and Qing Ning deeper into the valley. The further they ventured, the stronger the winds became. Yet Qing Ning appeared exceptionally exhilarated. With its wings unfurled, the surrounding wind element soul power resonated with the environmental wind elements, and its talent was automatically triggered, displaying a line of small text before him. Environmental compatibility increased. Qing Ning's wind skills power up by 15, soul power consumption, 10. So, the environment significantly influences beast masters. Ling Chen thought, prompting Qing Ning to fly ahead as a guide. Under Qing Ning's guidance, he quickly discovered a cliff brimming with wind spirit fruits. The cliff stood about 20 meters high, with the fruits growing on the vines at its midsection, while below lay an unfathomable gorge, with fierce winds continually battering the cliff, making it nearly impossible to approach. Qing Ning, can you fly over there? Ling Chen inquired. Qing Ning attempted to soar towards the cliff face, yet was buffeted by fierce winds, swaying perilously and narrowly avoiding collisions with the rocks multiple times. Reluctantly, she retreated and chirped at him a couple of times, as if to express her discontent. Ling Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon the nearby camphor tree. An idea sparked. He instructed Hui to leap onto the branches of the camphor tree and advised, utilize soul power threads to weave a net between the branches and the cliff face. It need not be dense. It should merely obstruct the wind and retract the thunder-type soul power. Hui comprehended immediately. unleashing dozens of delicate lavender soul power threads from her claws, intricately constructing a temporary protective net akin to a spider's web between the branches and the cliff. All right, Qing Ning, take advantage of the net's cover to pass through, Ling Chen indicated towards the protective net. Qing Ning promptly spread her wings and soared into the air. This time, with the soul power threads acting as a barrier, the force of the wind was significantly diminished. She deftly navigated through the openings in the net and swiftly approached the wind spirit fruit, carefully plucking one with her beak and placing it into her small basket. 1, 2, 3. Just as Qing Ning was about to harvest the 5th wind spirit fruit, a sudden buzzing sound erupted from above the cliff, revealing 3 semi-transparent wind elementals. They hovered in midair, radiating a pale azure glow, precisely the 2nd tier, 8th level wind elementals mentioned in the task notes. This was dire. Ling Chen immediately commanded Hui Hui to prepare for battle as the wind elementals launched their assault. Several wind blades shot forth from their forms, hurtling towards Qing Ning. Quick to react, Qing Ning utilized the air currents for cover, skillfully dodging the wind blades, but the wind elementals soon conjured a whirlwind, aiming to ensnare her within it. Hui Hui, use lightning strike to disrupt them, Ling Chen shouted. Hui Hui promptly unleashed a wave of thunderous energy, although lightning inflicts limited damage on elemental creatures. It was sufficient to interrupt their skill casting. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Ning swiftly gathered 3 more wind spirit fruits, bringing the total in her basket to 8. However, the number of wind elementals multiplied, escalating from 3 to 5, their assaults becoming increasingly relentless. Wind blades and whirlwinds intertwined, forming an inescapable net of attacks. Ling Chen's talent activated once more, revealing the attack trajectories of the wind elementals before him. He discerned that prior to releasing their skills, the wind elements would condense into a small light point at their chests, flickering 3 times before launching their assault. Qing Ning, pay attention to the light points on their chests. When they flicker twice, dodge to the left. Ling Chen guided Qing Ning through their mental connection. With a premonition of the attack's direction, Qing Ning managed to evade each wind blade by a mere second, even utilizing the currents from the blades to hasten her harvesting pace. At last, upon plucking the 10th wind spirit fruit, Qing Ning propelled herself towards Ling Chen with the force of a whirlwind. Hui Hui quickly wove a soul power thread to pull her into the safety zone. The 5 wind elementals, witnessing their prey escape, emitted a furious buzzing sound but dared not venture beyond the cliff's boundary. Their operational area was confined to where the wind spirit fruits grew, unable to pursue from a distance. All set, Ling Chen accepted the basket of 10 unscathed wind spirit fruits from Qing Ning, glistening with dew, entirely fulfilling the task requirements. He retrieved a wind-type soul power restorative. Pouring a bit into his palm to feed to Qing Ning, you've worked hard. This will replenish your soul power. Upon returning to the gathering point, Wang Hao and Li Mo had already gathered the rock heart grass and were resting on a boulder. Upon seeing the wind spirit fruits in Ling Chen's hands, Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually gathered 10? I heard that a senior last year only collected 3 before being chased back by the wind elementals." Li Mo inquired curiously, "How did you evade those elementals? Their attacks are utterly unpredictable." Ling Chen smiled, withholding the secret of his talent, merely sharing the method of constructing the protective net with soul power threads. Wang Hao promptly noted it in his notebook. "I'll try that next time. Perhaps I can gather more materials to exchange for credits." As they journeyed back, Ling Chen gazed at the passing scenery outside, his heart brimming with anticipation. With the wind spirit fruits in hand, the next step was to accumulate credits for exchanging for a 3rd-tier wind-type crystal core, and then devise a way to obtain the Qing Wan feather. Though many challenges lay ahead, he knew that as long as he persevered alongside Hui Hui and Qing Ning, no goal was insurmountable. Upon returning to the school, Ling Chen handed the wind spirit fruits to the staff at the task hall, successfully receiving his reward. He glanced at the system notification displaying credits, 150, military merit, 3, then looked at the wind spirit fruits in his bag, unable to suppress a smile. Qing Ning's evolutionary journey had finally taken its first step. That evening, back in his dormitory, Ling Chen sat at his desk, transcribing Qing Ning's evolutionary path into his notebook. Marking the materials required, wind spirit fruit, completed, 3rd-tier wind-type crystal core, requires 100 credits, can be exchanged at the school store. Qing Wan feather, requires 500 military merits. Or completion of a special task. Slow and steady, I will gather them all in due time. He closed his notebook and gazed out at the moonlight, where Hui Hui was perched on the windowsill, licking her paws at the moon, while Qing Ning settled on his desk, gently tapping the evolutionary roadmap with her wings. As if to say, I believe in you. Chapter 39, Military Academy Assessment, Secrets. In December at the Yuqing Military Academy High School, the cold wind swept through the playground. swirling with dead leaves, yet it could not disperse the taut atmosphere of exam preparation within the campus. The final assessments for the first semester of the first year were imminent for students in the Beast Mastery Department. This assessment not only determined whether they could meet their credit requirements, but also directly influenced their qualifications for the next semester's divisions: Reconnaissance Camp, Combat Camp, Healing Camp, and other 6 camps depended entirely on the overall ranking of the assessment scores. Ling Chen sat at a window seat in the classroom, his fingertips gliding over the textbook for fundamentals of extraterrestrial beasts. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, his memory and comprehension had significantly improved. He could recall the knowledge from the textbook almost instantaneously, yet he still annotated it word by word. For the experience from the rainforest training had taught him that theoretical knowledge was not merely academic. A question concerning the weaknesses of spirit beasts could mean the difference between life and death in actual combat. "Brother Chen, I need a lifeline." After class, Wang Hao approached with a tactical manual clutched in his arms, a pained expression on his face as he poked at the terrain tactics analysis in the book. "This is harder than cultivating soul power. I forget the mountain tactics as soon as I finish the plains tactics. Can I borrow your highlights?" Liamo adjusted his glasses, holding a notebook in hand. "Stop relying on Ling Chen all the time. But I have a question too. Instructor Zhao mentioned that the assessment might involve basic creatures from the Beast Emperor world. Do you know the specific range?" Ling Chen lowered his voice and opened to the last blank page of his textbook, which bore simple sketches of several extraterrestrial spirit beasts. I inquired with the cultivation room teacher. The low-tier spirit beasts from the Beast Emperor world are divided into 3 categories: the Shadow Claw beast of the Shadow type, the Spiked Wolf of the Rock type, and the Shadow Bat of the Flying type. Memorize their weaknesses, such as the Shadow Claw beast's fear of bright light, and the Spiked Wolf's old injuries usually being on its left front paw. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Jinxin, accompanied by Meng Xiangnan and Kong Yijuan, walked past, deliberately stomping loudly. Some individuals are only good at theory. When it comes to the practical field, they turn to jelly at the sight of extraterrestrial beasts. Meng Xiangnan chimed in. "Exactly. Last time, they won the simulated battle by ambush. This time, the assessment won't come with such luck." Ling Chen did not raise his head, merely stuffing his textbook into his bag. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, his fluctuations of soul power and combat awareness had already set him apart from 2nd-tier students. There was no need to waste time on verbal disputes. He felt the reconnaissance camp brochure in his pocket, which was his goal, while the assessment was merely the first step. The assessment day finally arrived. The 3 days divided into 3 parts: theoretical written exam, physical combat, and field practicals. The first day's theoretical examination was held in the Grand Auditorium, where over 2,000 students were seated according to their student numbers. The supervising instructors, clad in military uniforms with training knives at their waists, scanned the crowd with piercing gazes. As the examination papers were distributed, a collective gasp escaped the lips of many students. For the questions were far more intricate than they had anticipated. Not only did they encompass fundamental inquiries regarding the characteristics of beast taming, but they also featured a plethora of analytical questions concerning otherworldly spirit beasts. The final question, in particular, caused many brows to furrow in concentration. Design a tactical restraint strategy for the left forepaw injury of the spineback wolf, based on its muscular structure and the distribution of its bony spines. Ling Chen swiftly took up his pen. Although his talent, potential insight, could not provide direct answers, it enabled him to construct a complete mental model of the spineback wolf from the descriptions given in the questions. He discerned that the musculature of the left forepaw was more rigid than that of the right, with a sparse distribution of spines, indicating an unresolved old injury. The gaps between the spines and the neck were ample, making it suitable for entanglement with soul power threads. He quickly composed the steps of the tactic, even supplementing it with an emergency plan should the spineback wolf initiate a bony spine projectile attack, suggesting the use of lightning-type skills to target its mouth. Upon submitting his paper, Wang Hao followed behind, a despondent expression etched on his face. "I scribbled the last question. I fear I may fail." Liamo remained relatively calm. Ling Chen's highlighted points were quite helpful. "I managed to answer the questions on the weaknesses of shadow-type spirit beasts." The following day's physical combat assessment took place in the school's outdoor training ground. In the center of a metallic cage, a 3rd-tier, 4th-grade spineback wolf paced restlessly. Its size twice that of an ordinary wolf, adorned with sharp, bony spines along its back. Its left forepaw was slightly curled, and its eyes gleamed with ferocity. While it wore a military green control ring that limited its soul power output, per school regulations, practical assessments required control over spirit beasts to prevent serious injuries to students. The assessment rules stipulated that students must endure the spineback wolf's attacks for 5 minutes, with scores based on the compatibility of their beast taming, tactical choices, and degree of injury. Instructor Zhao stood on a platform, his voice resonating through the loudspeaker. The control ring only restricts lethal attacks. Minor abrasions and bruises are inevitable. Those afraid of pain may withdraw now. The students' faces turned pale, none dared to move. A third-tier, fourth-grade, otherworldly spirit beast, even with its soul power restricted, exerted enough pressure to leave second-tier students gasping for breath. The drawing of lots commenced, and the preceding students appeared increasingly disheveled. Some had barely summoned their beasts before being repelled by the spine-back wolf's bony spines, ringing the submission bell within mere seconds, while others managed to endure for 2.5 minutes, only to have their beasts injured by the spines, forcing them to terminate the assessment. Next, it was Tang Jinshin's turn. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a viper and a lichen king. The viper coiled around his wrist, flicking its tongue, while the lichen king lay on the ground, its body unfurling into a shield-like form. Lichen king, rock armor shield, he shouted, followed by viper, venom spray. The shield of the lichen king absorbed the spine-back wolf's initial lunge, while the viper's venom sprayed into the wolf's eyes, momentarily repelling the attack. For the next 5 minutes, he employed a defensive harassment strategy. Although the lichen king's shield became riddled with cracks from the bony spines, and the viper was knocked away by the wolf's claws on 2 occasions, he ultimately endured until the bell rang. The instructor noted, the tactic was reasonable, but the compatibility with the beast was lacking. Tang Jinshin exhaled with relief, casting a triumphant glance at Ling Chen. When it was Li Mo's turn, his wind-type spirit deer showcased its speed advantage, circling the metallic cage and using whirlwind to disrupt the spine-back wolf's line of sight, occasionally kicking at its left forepaw when the wolf turned. Despite narrowly avoiding several strikes from the bony spines, he persevered until time expired, earning a B rating. Wang Hao's performance was the least favorable. His Earth-type rock mouse, Chubby, had barely emerged from the ground before being forced back by the spine-back wolf's spines. Within 2 minutes, Chubby sustained a gash on its back armor, prompting Wang Hao to ring the submission bell, resulting in a C rating. Next, it was Ling Chen's turn. The arena fell into an instant silence, all eyes fixated upon him, the sole third-tier student in his grade, as everyone was eager to witness his prowess. Ling Chen stepped into the center of the arena, summoning only Gray, opting not to call upon Qing Ning, whose scouting abilities were ill-suited for direct confrontation. He wished to test his synergy with Gray. Only one spirit beast? Tang Jinshin scoffed, thinking Ling Chen fancied himself an instructor. The spine-back wolf seemed to sense the provocation, launching itself towards Ling Chen with its left forepaw's bony spines glinting ominously. Just as the wolf's paw was about to connect, Gray suddenly activated short-distance blink, teleporting Ling Chen 3 meters away while simultaneously shooting several strands of soul power, ensnaring the wolf's right hind leg. Potential insight had already allowed Ling Chen to perceive that the wolf's center of gravity leaned to the right. Thus, ensnaring its right hind leg would restrict its pounce. Gray, lightning strike, on its left forepaw. As soon as Ling Chen issued the command, Gray concentrated lightning-type soul power and precisely struck the wolf's curled left forepaw. The spine-back wolf howled in pain, attempting to unleash bony spine projectile, but was thwarted by the soul power threads binding its neck. Anticipating the wolf's actions through his talent, Ling Chen prepped Gray accordingly. In the ensuing minutes, Ling Chen and Gray moved in perfect harmony. Whenever the spine-back wolf attempted to turn and attack, Gray would obscure its vision with wind blade barrier. If the wolf lowered its head to bite, Gray would tug at its ears with the soul power threads. Even when the wolf sought to overpower them with its weight, Gray could teleport onto its back, using Soul Claw to scratch at its old wounds. The most exhilarating moment occurred at 4 minutes and 50 seconds, as the spine-back wolf became thoroughly enraged, its bony spines standing erect, indicating an imminent large-scale, bony spine projectile attack. Ling Chen, utilizing his talent, perceived the gathering soul power within its mouth and shouted, "Gray, jump up and attack its mouth." Gray leapt into action, unleashing a wave of lightning energy that struck the spine-back wolf's mouth precisely. The wolf's soul power was disrupted, preventing the spines from being launched. Instead, it coughed several times and staggered back a couple of steps. The bell signaling the end of the assessment rang out, and Ling Chen and Gray stood in the arena's center, unscathed, while the spine-back wolf panted heavily, its left forepaw trembling slightly, adorned with several shallow scratch marks. A 3-second silence enveloped the arena before an eruption of awe-filled exclamations followed. "This is incredible. Such a complete domination. What species is Gray? Its speed and lightning abilities are astonishing." Instructor Zhao descended from the platform, inscribing a large A on the score sheet, with a note beside it, "Outstanding tactical foresight. Perfect compatibility with the spirit beast, recommended for reconnaissance unit." On the third day, the outdoor practical assessment took place in the Stone Valley, a designated training secret realm for the military academy. characterized by steep cliffs and dark caves. It was rumored that a few low-tier otherworldly spirit beasts had slipped through spatial rifts into this area. The task was to survive for 24 hours. Collect 3 types of resources: moonlight moss, rock heartgrass, and iron vein stone, and create a 5-square-kilometer topographical map. The students were randomly divided into groups of 5, with Ling Chen, Wang Hao, Li Mo, and 2 other classmates, Zhang Lei and Lu Ming, forming one group. Coincidentally, Tang Jinxin's group was also in the same vicinity. Upon entering the valley, they sought a vantage point to survey the terrain. Ling Chen stood at the valley's entrance, holding a rudimentary map. Qing Ming had already flown ahead to scout, revealing a stone peak on the west side that offered a view of the entire area. "Let's head there," he instructed. Zhang Lei's rock tortoise nodded, taking the lead as the pathfinder, while Lu Ming's healing vine coiled around her wrist, ready for treatment at any moment. As they made their way toward the stone peak, Ling Chen suddenly halted, pointing towards a nearby cave. "There's a 3rd-tier stoneclaw bear inside, currently in slumber. We should take a detour." Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. "How do you know?" "I don't see any signs of movement." Ling Chen indicated the ground, where fresh claw prints were visible. The edges of these prints are coated with new soil, indicating that the bear has only recently entered. The airflow at the cave's entrance is inward, suggesting a living creature is breathing inside. In truth, his talent had already revealed the presence of the stoneclaw bear within the cave. Its abdomen rose and fell steadily, and its soul power fluctuations were stable, indicating it would remain asleep for at least another 2 hours. The group successfully arrived at Shifeng, where Ling Chen promptly retrieved his sketchbook and swiftly delineated the terrain, marking the cliffs in brown, the streams in blue, and encircling in red the caves that might harbor spirit beasts. He even noted that the rocks on the right side of the cliff were unstable and prone to collapse, and that iron-patterned stones were distributed downstream of the stream. Li Mo leaned in to take a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even more detailed than the map provided by the school. It even indicates the direction of the airflow." The resource collection process was remarkably smooth. The rock core grass thrived in the crevices at the foot of Shifeng, easily unearthed by Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle with a mere swipe of its claws. Iron-patterned stones lay on the shallow banks downstream, which Hui could effortlessly retrieve with her soul power threads. Only the moonlight moss proved elusive, as it only grew on the cliff walls deep within the canyon, a territory claimed by the shadow bats. Qing Ming reported that at least 20 shadow bats were lurking in the canyon, most being 2nd tier, and one notably powerful 3rd-tier shadow bat king. Ling Chen pointed towards the depths of the canyon, where the cliff shimmered with a faint blue light, the very hue of moonlight moss. Charging in recklessly would only lead to an ambush. "We must devise a strategy to divert the shadow bats." As they were deliberating their tactics, the sounds of a skirmish and startled cries echoed from the opposite end of the canyon. It was Tang Jinxin's group. They had evidently also discovered the location of the moonlight moss, but inadvertently stirred the horde of shadow bats. Meng Xiangnan's spirit beast, the flame mouse, lay writhing on the ground, having been wounded by a shadow bat, while Kong Yijuan's earth-type puppet was struck by the shadow bat king's shadow impact and had already lost its combat efficacy. "They deserve it. Who told them to sneak in behind us?" Wang Hao remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Yet Li Mo frowned, stating, "Regardless, they are our classmates. We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight." Ling Chen nodded and swiftly formulated a plan. "Li Mo, have Xiaofeng create a ruckus with whirlwind to divert the shadow bats on the left. Wang Hao, Xiaopeng will use earth collapse to attack the mountain on the right and block the pursuing shadow bats. Zhang Lei, your stone-armored turtle will protect the injured, and Lu Ming, prepare healing vine for treatment. Hui and I will attract the attention of the Shadow Bat King." Upon issuing the commands, the group sprang into action. Li Mo's Xiaofeng flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind that successfully lured 7 or 8 shadow bats to the left. Wang Hao Xiaopeng burrowed into the earth and triggered the earth collapse technique, causing rocks to fall and crush the shadow bats on the right. Zhang Lei's stone-armored turtle shielded Meng Xiangnan, using its shell to absorb the bat's attacks, while Lu Meng's healing vine entwined the wounds of the flame mouse, releasing healing soul power. Ling Chen, along with Hui, charged towards the Shadow Bat King, which was twice the size of an ordinary shadow bat and could block sunlight with its outspread wings. It unleashed shadow impact towards Ling Chen, a dark wave of soul power surging toward him. Hui immediately conjured Wind Blade Barrier, deflecting the impact and retaliating with Thunder Impact, forcing the Shadow Bat King to stagger back. "Run towards the rock crevice," Ling Chen shouted, leading the Shadow Bat King toward the narrow rock fissures on the eastern side of the canyon, where its wings would hinder its agility and limit its attacks. The Shadow Bat King indeed pursued them, and just as it was about to charge into the crevice, Ling Chen suddenly halted. "Wang Hao, unleash the earth spikes." Wang Hao Xiaopeng promptly emerged from the earth, launching an earth spike attack on the Shadow Bat King's wings. The Bat King screeched in pain as several small holes were pierced into its wings, significantly slowing its flight speed. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Chen commanded Hui Hui to ensnare its claws with soul power threads, trapping it within the rock fissure. Quick, gather the moonlight moss. Ling Chen called out to Tang Jinxin. Tang Jinxin hesitated for a moment before instructing Kong Yijuan to collect the moss while he assisted Zhang Lei in fending off the remaining shadow bats. Before long, 20 pieces of moonlight moss were harvested, and the group began to retreat toward the valley's exit with the injured. As they passed a cliff, Ling Chen's innate talent unexpectedly activated, revealing metallic structures within the rock wall, along with traces of soul power flow. Wait, something feels amiss. He instructed Hui Hui to strike a prominent outgrowth on the rock wall with thunder impact. To his astonishment, the wall slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading downward, illuminated by the glow of luminescent moss. This is a secret passage. Everyone was taken aback. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to explore further. The assessment rules did not prohibit the exploration of unknown areas, and the metallic structures appeared to be artificially constructed, potentially concealing valuable information. At the staircase's end lay a spacious chamber, adorned with a massive map detailing every cave within the Wildstone Valley, marked with red dots indicating spatial rift monitoring points. Several observation records rested on a table, the latest dated 5 years prior, stating, December 15th, rift expanded by 0.5 meters, third-tier Shadow Bat King activity detected. Increased patrols recommended. It became clear to Ling Chen that the school had been aware of the spatial rift for 5 years. He lifted the record booklet. A wave of shock washing over him. The authorities had always claimed that the collision between the Beast Emperor world and Earth was a recent discovery, evidently concealing the truth. Zhang Lei picked up the map from the wall, pointing to a red. This is where we encountered the Shadow Bat King. It emerged from the spatial rift. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the room, a mechanical voice reverberating in the air. Unauthorized access detected, security protocols initiated. All exits will be sealed in 10 minutes. Run. Ling Chen immediately stuffed the record booklet and map into his backpack, leading the group down another passage. At the passage's end stood a metallic door, which, upon being pushed open, revealed the training grounds behind the school. Instructor Zhao and several officers clad in black military uniforms stood outside the door, their expressions grave. Hand over the items you've obtained. Instructor Zhao's voice carried an unusually stern tone. What you have witnessed today must remain confidential. This is a military order, and violators will be expelled from the academy. Ling Chen reluctantly handed over the record booklet and map, but hesitated before asking, Instructor, is the threat from the Beast Emperor world more severe than we realize? Instructor Zhao regarded him with a penetrating gaze, refraining from a direct answer, merely stating, Once you pass the division assessment and become official military beast tamers, you shall know the truth. However, for this assessment, your composure under pressure and your rescue of classmates merit an A in practical evaluation. 3 days later, the assessment results were announced. Ling Chen achieved an A in theory, an A in physical fitness, and an A in practical application, earning the highest total score in his grade, thus securing priority admission into various camps. Wang Hao and Li Mo each received a total score of B, qualifying for the battle and healing camps, while Tang Jinxin's total score was B, restricting him to the basic spell camp. That evening, Ling Chen stood by the dormitory window, gazing at the starry sky outside. Hui Hui nestled on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek, while Qing Ming fluttered to his hand, gently tapping his knuckles with her wings. He felt the admission notice for the reconnaissance camp in his backpack and recalled the record booklet from the secret passage. It dawned on him that the military's training was not merely to contend with ordinary soul beasts, but rather to prepare for a potential interdimensional war on the horizon. Chapter 40, Reconnaissance Camp. As the morning sun crested the dormitory buildings of the Changqing Military Academy High School, a series of urgent knocks on the door of dormitory 302 jolted the occupants awake. Wang Hao rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed, mumbling about who could be so early, while Li Mo had already neatly folded his blanket, maintaining his morning exercise routine since the end of the final assessment. Is Ling Chen there? It's time to report to the reconnaissance camp, came the voice of the duty instructor from outside, exuding a soldier's characteristic efficiency. Ling Chen nearly sprang to life, rushing to the door without even donning his shoes. The duty instructor handed him a craft paper envelope, emblazoned with the golden letters of the reconnaissance camp guide and sealed with the academy's red emblem. Report to the reconnaissance camp behind the mountain by 9 a.m. Bring personal equipment and beast registration certificate, and do not be late. Thank you, instructor. Ling Chen accepted the envelope, his fingers trembling slightly. Wang Hao leaned closer, eyeing the inscription on the envelope, and exclaimed dramatically, No way. The reconnaissance camp. Shen Ge, you are incredible. There are only 30 spots for our grade. And you got priority admission. Liam chuckled as he patted his shoulder. I have always known you would make it in. The reconnaissance battalion requires talents like your innate scouting abilities and tactical awareness. Do remember to exercise caution during your missions henceforth. Ling Chen opened the envelope, discovering not only the registration instructions, but also a rudimentary map of the reconnaissance battalion and a silver badge. The badge depicted a spirit bird with its wings unfurled, inscribed below with Xiangqing Military High Reconnaissance Battalion, and adorned at the edge with a small character for excellence, indicating priority admission. He traced the cool metallic surface of the badge, instantly recalling the tension of the rainforest training, the exhilaration of breaking through the third tier, and the shock of discovering the hidden passage. All his efforts had finally culminated in this opportunity to join the reconnaissance battalion. I must hasten to pack my belongings, Ling Chen declared, turning to begin his preparations. The reconnaissance battalion guide indicated the necessity of residing within the camp, advising the inclusion of a week's worth of change of clothes, beast supplies, and scouting tools. He stuffed the previously drawn map of Black Wind Gorge, samples of spirit herbs, and the soul power detector into his backpack. He also packed sufficient thunder-type crystal fragments for his companion, Hui, and brought spirit herb juice for Qingning. Lastly, he affixed the reconnaissance battalion badge onto the collar of his military uniform, glancing at himself in the mirror. His uniform was impeccably tailored, and the badge gleamed brilliantly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. We shall accompany you to the back mountain, Wang Hao and Liam said, having finished their own preparations as they walked alongside Ling Chen towards the reconnaissance battalion. According to the map, the battalion was concealed in a secluded area behind the school, requiring passage through a grove of camphor trees and past a grand metal gate. Along the way, they encountered numerous students clad in the exclusive military attire of the reconnaissance battalion, distinguished by a silver armband featuring the same spirit bird motif as Ling Chen's badge. Each one moved with a swift, regimented cadence indicative of their rigorous training. There lies the metal gate. We can escort you only this far. As the reconnaissance battalion does not permit entry to non-members, Liam pointed towards the imposing entrance, inscribed with the words reconnaissance first, fearless in life and death. Two armed sentinels stood guard at the entrance, their badges more intricate than those of ordinary students, clearly denoting their rank as instructors. Thank you both. Ling Chen embraced his two roommates before turning towards the gate. Upon noticing the badge at his collar, the sentinels saluted him. Student ID number? Number of spirit beasts? Ling Chen, ID Z0307, with 2 spirit beasts, Hui and Qingning. Ling Chen provided his information. After the sentinels verified his details against the terminal's list, they pressed the switch to open the gate, which creaked open slowly, revealing a scene that dazzled his eyes. The reconnaissance battalion's encampment resembled a miniature military base, dominated by a 5-story command building at its center, surrounded by training areas, spirit beast rest zones, a materials room, and dormitories. In the training area, several students engaged in concealment exercises, some lying in the grass with only their eyes visible, others darting between trees for cover, and others operating reconnaissance equipment, their screens displaying distant terrain images. In the spirit beast rest zone, several scouting spirit beasts were active, including a night vision dark-eyed owl, a scent-tracking hound, and a wind-type reconnaissance bird akin to Qingning, each adorned with specialized collars equipped with location and communication functions. Ling Chen, a familiar voice called out. It was Instructor Zhao Tiexin, clad in the reconnaissance battalion's instructor uniform, a folder in hand. Follow me. We will first go to the command building to register. Then I will familiarize you with the camp. Greetings, Instructor Zhao. Ling Chen saluted and followed him into the command building. The first floor of the command building was a reception hall adorned with a massive map detailing all training zones overseen by the military high school, including Black Wind Gorge and the Wildstone Valley, alongside several red markers labeled spatial rift monitoring points, precisely the markings he had previously observed in the hidden passage. Established 2 decades ago, the reconnaissance battalion was initially formed to address the soul beast tide at the borders, and now primarily undertakes 2 missions: monitoring spatial rifts within the territory to prevent invasions by otherworldly spirit beasts, and conducting battlefield reconnaissance during actual combat to provide intelligence support for larger forces. As they walked, Instructor Zhao elaborated, your cohort is the 30th, comprising 30 students selected from the first-year classes, all distinguished individuals, with 10 granted priority admission and 20 through assessment. They arrived at the registration room on the 2nd floor, where a female instructor in civilian military attire, surnamed Liu, was responsible for student information entry. Instructor Liu handed Ling Chen a form requiring personal information, detailed spirit beast data, proficient scouting skills, and emergency contacts. Ling Chen filled it out diligently, listing his skills in terrain mapping, spirit beast identification, and covert tracking. while detailing Huehue's soul power threads, usable for marking and binding, and Qingming's wind breath reconnaissance, with a range of 1,200 meters, capable of penetrating illusions below the 3rd tier. Your spirit beasts are exceptionally suited for the reconnaissance battalion, Instructor Lu remarked after reviewing his form and inputting the information into the terminal. Qingming's reconnaissance range exceeds that of ordinary scouting birds by 30, and Huehue's attribute compatibility allows it to adapt to various environments, providing a distinct advantage in complex terrain reconnaissance tasks. She then handed Ling Chen a room key and a black terminal, saying, "This is your dormitory key for room 302 on the 3rd floor, a double room. This is the reconnaissance battalion's exclusive terminal, which can receive tasks, access information, communicate with teammates, and has a location function. Do not lose it." "Thank you, Instructor Lu," Ling Chen replied, accepting the room key and terminal, which displayed his student information, ID Z0307, belonging to the 30th cohort of the reconnaissance battalion, currently pending training. "After registration, I will take you to the materials room, where you will find essential information, including the characteristics of spatial rifts, common weaknesses of otherworldly spirit beasts, and the procedures and precautions for reconnaissance tasks." Instructor Zhao led Ling Chen to the materials room on the 3rd floor, which was filled with bookshelves stocked with reconnaissance-related literature and several electronic reading screens displaying the latest spatial rift monitoring data. "These are the foundational materials. You should complete your reading this morning. Assemble in the training area at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for your first assessment post-enrollment, simulating a reconnaissance task." Instructor Zhao pointed to a row of books, emphasizing fundamental characteristics of spatial rifts, guide to otherworldly spirit beast reconnaissance, and covert tracking techniques, as the test would cover these topics. "Understood, Instructor," Ling Chen affirmed, picking up a book and finding a seat by the window. Huihui settled by his feet, quietly nibbling on crystal fragments, while Qingming perched on a bookshelf, curiously inspecting the titles, occasionally brushing her wings against the books that piqued her interest, eliciting a chuckle from Instructor Lu, who remarked, "Your spirit beasts seem quite fond of learning." Throughout the morning, Ling Chen immersed himself in the materials room. Fundamental characteristics of spatial rifts detailed the formation causes of spatial rifts, which arose from the collision between the Beast Emperor world and Earth, creating unstable regions that continually released otherworldly energy, attracting spirit beasts from other realms. The rifts were classified into 5 tiers, D, C, B, A, and S, with D being the smallest, accommodating only 1st-tier spirit beasts, while S was the largest, capable of housing 3rd-tier and even more formidable entities. The Guide to Otherworldly Spirit Beast Reconnaissance cataloged over 20 types of discovered otherworldly spirit beasts, including those he had previously encountered, such as the spiked wolf and the shadow bat king, as well as the unencountered corrupted bone insect armored beast, each illustrated with physical characteristics, behaviors, weaknesses, and countermeasures. Covert tracking techniques instructed on how to conceal tracks in various terrains, rainforests, canyons, deserts, how to trace targets through footprints, scents, and residual soul power, and even methods for fabricating false trails to mislead enemies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Chen arrived punctually at the training area. The 30 reconnaissance battalion students had already assembled, arranged into 5 rows of 6. Instructor Zhao stood at the front of the line, accompanied by an unfamiliar instructor, surnamed Chen, responsible for training guidance. Instructor Chen appeared to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a faint scar across his face. Rumored to have spent 3 years executing reconnaissance missions at the border, thus possessing extensive experience. The entrance examination was quite straightforward, simulating a reconnaissance mission within the training zone Mock Canyon, within a span of 3 hours. The objective was to chart the distribution of spirit beasts in a designated area, identify the target spirit beast within, and annotate its vulnerabilities and activity range. Instructor Chen's voice boomed as he explained that the simulated canyon housed 5 varieties of spirit beasts, among which one was the target. The participants were required to employ their own spirit beasts and reconnaissance skills to locate it. Bearing in mind that startling the spirit beasts would result in failure of the test, the students were divided into 5 groups, each consisting of 6 members, and entered the mock canyon in succession. Ling Chen was assigned to the 3rd group, which included 5 other students, one of whom he had encountered before, Su Qing. She had ranked 3rd in theoretical assessments during the end-of-term evaluations and commanded a 2nd-tier, 9th-level wind reconnaissance bird named Xiaofeng, which shared its name with Li Mo's spirit deer but excelled in scouting. Another member, Zhou Kai, possessed a 2nd-tier, 9th-level shadow-eyed owl, adept at night vision and concealment. The remaining 3 students specialized in terrain mapping, scent tracking, and equipment operation. "Let us first delineate our roles," Su Qing suggested. "I will partner with Ling Chen for aerial reconnaissance. My Xiaofeng has a scouting range of 800 meters, while Ling Chen's Qing Ning extends to 1,200 meters, thereby encompassing the entire Mach Canyon. Zhou Kai will handle ground concealment, using his owl to monitor the movements of the spirit beasts. The other three will be responsible for mapping, recording spirit beast data, and operating the reconnaissance equipment. What do you all think? The group unanimously agreed upon this division of labor. Upon entering the simulated canyon, Ling Chen promptly commanded Qing Ning to ascend and initiate wind-sensing reconnaissance. The Mach Canyon bore a striking resemblance to the real Black Wind Canyon, featuring steep cliffs, dense underbrush, and a stream meandering through. In the shared vision provided by Qing Ning, the first spirit beast soon emerged. Soul Beast, simulated rock armored snake. Level, 2nd tier, 7th level. Attribute, Earth. Weakness, 7 inches, eyes. Activity range, near the cave at the base of the cliff. Having identified the rock armored snake situated below the cliff, Ling Chen relayed the information to the student responsible for recording. Su Qing's Xiao Feng also detected the second spirit beast, 3 simulated wind spirit deer by the stream. At 2nd tier, 6th level, Zhou Kai's owl discovered the third spirit beast hidden in the underbrush, 2 simulated venom fog butterflies, at 2nd tier, 5th level. Over the next 2 hours, the group gradually uncovered 4 types of spirit beasts, leaving only the target spirit beast unlocated. Growing anxious, Ling Chen instructed Qing Ning to expand its reconnaissance range and, at last, in a cave deep within the Mach Canyon, the target was revealed. Otherworldly spirit beast, simulated shadow claw beast. Level, 2nd tier, 9th level. Attribute, shadow. Weakness, afraid of bright light. Activity range, inside the cave, foraging at night. Special trait, capable of merging with shadows, moving soundlessly. We have located the target, Ling Chen exclaimed, transmitting the information about the shadow claw beast to his group. Zhou Kai, use your owl to confirm whether there are any other spirit beasts around the cave. Su Qing, have Xiao Feng maintain vigilance above the cave. As for the student handling the equipment, utilize the soul power detector to verify the shadow claw beast's soul power fluctuations, but ensure not to startle it. Zhou Kai's owl flew close to the cave, confirming that no other spirit beasts were present. Su Qing's Xiao Feng circled above the cave, preventing any surprise emergence from the shadow claw beast, while the equipment operator activated the soul power detector, which displayed a stable 2nd tier, 9th level soul power fluctuation without any anomalies. The student tasked with mapping swiftly annotated the shadow claw beast's location and activity range on the map. 3 hours later, the group exited the simulated canyon punctually, submitting their spirit beast distribution map and target information. After reviewing their work, Instructor Chun expressed satisfaction with their performance. The map was precise, the target identification accurate, the weaknesses detailed, and they had not startled any spirit beasts, achieving a perfect score. Other groups displayed varying levels of proficiency. Some had startled spirit beasts or failed to annotate the beast attributes correctly, but only Ling Chen's group attained full marks. After the test, Instructor Chen announced that formal training would commence the following day, encompassing concealment training, spirit beast reconnaissance coordination, equipment operation, and emergency evacuation. Students were to rise at 5 in the morning and lights out would be at 9 in the evening, with no allowances for tardiness. That evening, Ling Chen returned to the dormitory, where his roommate was Zhou Kai, the adept night vision student from their afternoon group. Zhou Kai was busy organizing his belongings, while his shadow-eyed owl rested with its eyes closed atop the bedside table. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Zhou Kai smiled. I heard about you back in the ordinary class. You achieved an A in physical fitness during the final assessments. Your owl is impressive as well, with its rare night vision skill. Ling Chen replied with a grin. In our future training and tasks, we'll need to assist one another. After a brief conversation, Zhou Kai went to freshen up. Ling Chen sat at his desk, activating the reconnaissance camp's dedicated terminal to review the training schedule for the following day. From 5 to 6 in the morning, morning exercises, 5-kilometer run with weights, accompanied by spirit beasts. From 6:30 to 8, breakfast and spirit beast supplies. From 8 to 12, concealment training, rainforest terrain. From 2 to 6 in the afternoon, spirit beast reconnaissance coordination training. From 7 to 8 in the evening, equipment operation study. And from 8 to 9, free training time. He gently patted the gray creature resting on his lap and glanced at Qing Ning perched on the windowsill, whispering, "Let us begin our cultivation." The gray creature emitted a soft purring sound, while Qing Ning called out to him twice. Ling Chen settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his soul power as his third-tier cultivation progressed slowly. 2 of the contract markings on his arm shimmered brightly, while 1 remained dull and lifeless. Chapter 41, Elimination. At 5 in the morning, before the military horn pierced the tranquility of the reconnaissance camp, Ling Chen awoke as usual. The blackout curtains in the dormitory were drawn tightly, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through the cracks. landing upon the bedside table where his reconnaissance camp training manual lay, its cover emblazoned with the words concealment, precision, efficiency, and striking detail. Beside him, Zhou Kai turned over, and his shadow-eyed owl, night pupil, lifted its head from the bedside table, its amber eyes glimmering faintly in the dim light before it closed them once more. Ling Chen rose quietly, careful not to awaken the others. Just as he neatly folded his blanket, the military horn blared precisely on time, sharp yet powerful, instantly dispelling the serenity of the camp. "Let us hurry. We cannot be late for the first day of morning exercises," Zhou Kai exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, hurriedly donning his military uniform. Night pupil unfurled its wings, flying to Zhou Kai's shoulder and adeptly gripping the epaulette with its talons. This was the designated posture for spirit beasts in the reconnaissance camp, requiring them to remain within 1 meter of their owner in a non-combat state, without hindering movement. Having already prepared, Ling Chen stood ready with the gray creature nestled at his feet, its thunder attribute soul power contained to perfection, while Qing Ning settled on his left shoulder, its wings snug against its body, resembling a finely crafted feather ornament. The two made their way briskly out of the dormitory, where the corridor was already crowded with students clad in silver-armed military uniforms, each moving swiftly yet orderly. Silence prevailed. No one spoke. Only the faint rustle of uniforms could be heard. The rule of the reconnaissance camp mandated quietude before morning exercises to maintain the rhythm of soul power within. On the training field, 5 instructors awaited, including instructor Zhao Tiexin and instructor Chun, along with 3 unfamiliar instructors whose arm insignias bore a golden border around the spirit bird emblem, indicating their role as primary instructors for team training. The 30 students quickly formed lines, positioning themselves in 5 rows according to their rankings from the previous day's test. Ling Chen, having achieved full marks in the simulated reconnaissance task, stood in the first position of the front row, while Zhou Kai stood beside him, maintaining a fist distance in compliance with the formation requirement. "Good morning, cadets of the 30th Reconnaissance Camp." Instructor Chen stepped forward, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly in every ear. "Today marks the commencement of your formal training, and your primary task is to divide into teams. At the heart of the reconnaissance battalion lies the duo reconnaissance team, consisting of pairs whose beast mastery abilities complement one another. They are tasked with reconnaissance, tracking, and intelligence transmission in real combat scenarios. In future missions, your partner will serve as your shield. Therefore, the subteams will be allocated based on your beast attributes, specialized skills, and comprehensive test scores." As soon as the instructor finished speaking, he raised an electronic screen displaying the team roster. Ling Chen's gaze swiftly scanned the screen, soon locating his name. Team 4, Ling Chen, Beast, Hui, Attribute-less compatibility. Qing Ning, Wind-type reconnaissance. Su Qing, Beast, Xiaofeng, Wind-type reconnaissance. Mo, Earth-type concealment. He turned to look at Su Qing, who stood in the second row, her high ponytail swaying as she moved, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. She was well-developed with a fair complexion and skin bearing the sun-kissed hue characteristic of soldiers, exuding health and vitality. Perched on her shoulder was Xiaofeng, the wind-type reconnaissance bird, while at her feet stood Mo, a small Earth-type beast covered in scales resembling the color of the soil, likely to be Mo. Su Qing seemed to have spotted the roster as well, nodding at him with a serious glint in her eyes. Team 1, Zhou Kai, Beast, Yi Tong, Dark-type night vision. Lin Xiao, Beast, Xiao, Earth-type tracking. Team 2, Yan Zixian, Beast, Sha Bao, Thunder-type vigilance. Chen Si, Beast, Shui, Water-type detection. The names on the electronic screen rolled by one after another, dividing 30 trainees into 15 teams. Each team's beast abilities meticulously designed to be complementary. Those with night vision paired with tracking capabilities, those with reconnaissance abilities paired with concealment skills, and those with vigilance matched with detection capabilities, perfectly aligning with the comprehensive requirements of reconnaissance missions. With the teams assigned, the following week will be devoted to training together with your partner, encompassing phases of foundational coordination, skill complementarity, and emergency collaboration. Instructor Chun pointed towards different areas of the training zone. To the east was the concealment training ground, simulating 3 terrains: rainforest, canyon, and desert. To the west was the beast coordination area, equipped with soul force sensing devices to measure your synergy with your partner's beasts. To the south was the emergency drill zone, where sudden situations, such as spirit beast ambushes or equipment malfunctions, would be randomly triggered. Daily training content would be sent in advance through terminals, with assessments conducted at 8 p.m. each evening. Those who did not meet the standards would have to train an additional hour. As the morning exercise whistle sounded, the first phase of training officially commenced, a weighted 5-kilometer run, requiring all beasts to be carried without allowing them to touch the ground. Ling Chen cradled Hui Hui in his arms while Qing Ning remained perched on his shoulder. Su Qing placed Momo in her pocket. With Xiao Feng also standing on her shoulder, the two of them positioned side by side at the front. Run! With the instructor's command. All 30 trainees surged forward simultaneously. The weight burden for the reconnaissance battalion was heavier than that of regular classes, beyond the usual provisions of water and rations. Additional reconnaissance equipment, including miniature binoculars, soul force detectors, and signal flares, brought the total weight to 25 kilograms. Ling Chen's physical fitness had long reached the 3rd tier, making running effortless for him. However, he deliberately slowed his pace to match Su Qing's rhythm, as the essence of their training was collaboration, not individual speed. You're in better shape than I am. You don't need to slow down for me, Su Qing panted, noticing his adjustment, while Momo chirped softly in her pocket, seemingly encouraging her. Ling Chen smiled. A duo must maintain the same speed. If you can't keep up, it won't matter how fast I run. Moreover, your Momo excels in concealment, so we will rely on you for the upcoming concealment training. As they ran and chatted, they quickly grew more familiar with one another. Su Qing hailed from a border city, her father a reconnaissance soldier in the army. She had learned tracking and concealment from him since childhood. She had contracted Xiao Feng when she was 10, while Momo was contracted last year in an Earth-type secret realm at the border. Both beasts had been honed through practical experience, excelling in reconnaissance and hiding within complex terrains. I heard about your performance in the rainforest training during my time in the regular class. You utilized reconnaissance tactics to outmaneuver Tang Jianxin's frontal assault and even discovered a hidden path in the arid stone valley. Su Qing recalled, admiration evident in her eyes. The reconnaissance battalion needs students with your keen observational skills. Unlike me, my theoretical grades are decent, but my practical experience pales in comparison to yours. Practical experience can be cultivated. Your concealment skills are paramount. Ling Chen pointed towards the concealment training ground ahead. For the upcoming training, you can teach me how to use Momo's Earth-type skills to hide our tracks. And I'll instruct you on how to utilize Qing Ning to expand our reconnaissance range. We'll complement each other. Su Qing nodded, the two reaching a tacit understanding. After completing the 5-kilometer run, they took a brief 10-minute respite before entering the second phase, concealment training, located in the simulated rainforest area. The instructor assigned tasks to each group to conceal themselves and their beasts within the rainforest, evading detection by the search team, played by the instructors, for 1 hour, during which they would need to transmit information 3 times, using their terminals to relay the distribution of spirit beasts in designated areas without revealing their location. Ling Chen and Su Qing swiftly developed a plan. I'll have Qing Ning scout the search team's route first, while you position Momo to create Earth-type disguises around us, masking our presence and soul force. Xiao Feng will maintain vigilance from above, alerting us with a call if the search team approaches. Su Qing added, Momo's Earth disguise can integrate our bodies with the surrounding trees and earth, but it requires 5 minutes to set up, during which we must remain still, relying on Qing Ning to confirm safety first. Qing Ning immediately soared into the rainforest, soon relaying information through shared vision. The search team consists of 3 individuals, entering from the east, south, and north at 10-minute intervals. The west is a safe zone with a thicket of vines, suitable for hiding. Ling Chen promptly led Su Qing towards the vine thicket, releasing Momo, who, upon touching the ground, burrowed into the earth. Soon, the soil around the thicket began to change color, increasingly resembling their military uniforms, effectively masking their soul force fluctuations. Now, even if the search team comes right in front of us, it will be challenging to detect us, Su Qing whispered, as Xiao Feng perched above the thicket, its wings nearly invisible, resembling an ordinary leaf. Ling Chen activated his terminal, beginning to chart the surrounding spirit beast distribution. Qing Ning's reconnaissance range covered a radius of 500 meters around the thicket, revealing 3 simulated spirit beasts, a second-tier vine monkey, a poisonous frog, and a blade-leaf baboon. He meticulously marked the beast's locations, levels, and attributes on the terminal and sent them to the command post, completing the first intelligence transmission. Before long, Xiao Feng emitted a faint call. The search team was approaching. Ling Chen and Su Qing instantly held their breaths, lying low in the vine thicket, minimizing their breathing. With only slits of their eyes visible, an instructor clad in camouflage approached, wielding a soul force detector, slowly advancing towards them. The screen of the detector flickered with faint light, but did not point in their direction, as Momo's Earth disguise successfully shielded their soul force fluctuations. How strange. There should be trainees in this area, the instructor muttered, circling around without discovering any anomalies, before moving on in another direction. Once the instructor had moved far away, the two exhaled in relief, with Su Qing whispering, "That was exhilarating." Ling Chen nodded, instructing Qing Ning to continue scouting in preparation for the second intelligence transmission. Over the next hour, they encountered the search team twice more, each time narrowly evading detection thanks to Qing Ning's early warnings and MOMO's disguises. All 3 intelligence transmissions were completed on time without any errors. When the instructor announced the end of the concealment training, Ling Chen and Su Qing emerged as the first group from the rainforest, and the only one that had not been detected. Excellent. Team 1, Concealment Level 100. Intelligence Transmission Accuracy 100, full marks on the assessment. Instructor Chen noted their scores on the evaluation sheet, casting a meaningful glance at them. Your beasts coordinated seamlessly. Ling Chen's Qing Ning provided the eye, while Su Qing's MOMO served as the shield, forming a complete loop of reconnaissance and concealment. This is precisely how a duo should operate. The performance of the other groups has been markedly inconsistent. In Group 7, 2 trainees quarreled over differing opinions while attempting to conceal themselves, leading to their immediate detection and subsequent elimination by the search team. Group 18 faced a conflict of beast attributes, lightning and water, causing their soul power fluctuations to interfere with one another, resulting in their location being exposed within 10 minutes. And they were eliminated as well. Group 19's predicament was even more dramatic. During the transmission of intelligence, they inadvertently pressed the wrong terminal button, sending their location information directly to the search team, which led to their immediate disqualification. The midday break was a fleeting hour, during which the trainees hastily consumed their lunch before preparing for the afternoon's beast coordination training. The training venue was situated in the beast coordination zone, equipped with specialized soul power sensing devices that could display the real-time synchronization rate of 2 beasts. The higher the synchronization rate, the better the cooperation, thereby enhancing their effectiveness in combat to exceed the mere sum of their parts. Ling Chen and Su Qing stood in the midst of the equipment, releasing their beast skills simultaneously as instructed. Hui Hui, Soul Power Threads, Xiao Foam, Windblade, Qing Ning, Wind Breath Surveillance, and MOMO, Earth Concealment. Hui Hui's Soul Power Threads and Xiao Feng's Wind Blades converged in midair, forming a cerulean purple light web, while Qing Ning's Wind Soul Power entwined with MOMO's Earth Soul Power without any conflict. The synchronization rate displayed on the device's screen steadily climbed, ultimately stabilizing at 85, the highest among all groups thus far. With a synchronization rate of 85, they had achieved a commendable standard, and continued practice aimed to surpass 90. The instructor overseeing the coordination training nodded approvingly, noting that their beast attributes were harmonious. Hui Hui's attribute compatibility could neutralize the differences in wind and earth soul power. And since both Qing Ning and Xiao Feng belonged to the wind attribute, their skills could be stacked, providing a distinct advantage that they ought to exploit. As the training progressed, the duo continually adjusted the rhythm of their skill releases. First, Qing Ning and Xiao Feng would activate their surveillance simultaneously to expand their coverage area. Then Hui Hui would use soul power threads to mark targets while MOMO employed earth concealment to hide those markers, thereby avoiding detection by adversaries. Each adjustment resulted in a slight increase in synchronization rate, which reached 88 by the end of the training, just a step away from the outstanding standard. The evening's emergency drill was even more exhilarating. The emergency drill zone simulated various unexpected scenarios, and Ling Chen and Su Qing encountered a device malfunction accompanied by a sudden beast ambush. The terminal inexplicably went black, rendering them unable to send signals, while simultaneously, 3 simulated shadow claw beasts, level 9, tier 2, surged forth from the shadows. Stay calm, Ling Chen commanded immediately. Qing Ning, use Windblade Barrier to fend off the shadow claw beast's assault. Hui Hui, unleash Lightning Strike to target their vulnerable underbellies. Su Qing reacted swiftly. Xiao Feng, use Wind Breath Disruption to throw them off balance. MOMO, deploy Earth Spikes to restrict their movement. Qing Ning's Windblade Barrier successfully warded off the initial onslaught from the Shadow Claw beasts, while Hui Hui's Lightning Strike found its mark on one beast's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry. Xiao Feng's Wind Breath Disruption caused the remaining 2 beasts to lose their bearings, and MOMO's Earth Spikes pierced their claws, impairing their mobility. The duo displayed flawless teamwork, dispatching the 3 beasts in under 5 minutes, and under the terminal's blackout. They managed to relay a signal using Qing Ning's Wind Soul Power to contact the command center. Their rapid emergency response and tactical choices earned them a score of 90. With only a minor oversight, the instructor's evaluation brought them a sense of relief. Although the day's training was exhausting, it was immensely rewarding. At 9 o'clock that evening, all trainees assembled in the training area, where Instructor Chun announced the results of the day's assessments. Group 4, Ling Chen, Su Qing, scored 90 points. Group 2, Zhou Kai, Lin Xiao, also scored 90, while Group 3 failed and faced an additional hour of practice. Witnessing the forlorn Group 4, who were packing up their belongings after elimination, Ling Chen recalled Instructor Chen's words from the morning. In the reconnaissance camp, dual teams must either grow stronger together or face elimination together. He turned to Su Qing, who met his gaze, and they shared a mutual nod of understanding. Upon returning to their dormitory, Zhou Kai lay exhausted on his bed. With Yitong nestled against his chest, sound asleep, Ling Chen quietly completed his evening routine, then sat at his desk to review the training schedule for the following day. Morning concealment training, desert terrain, afternoon beast coordination training, skill stacking, and evening emergency drills, simulated spatial rifts. He gently stroked Hui Hui's head before reclining on his bed. Hui Hui nuzzled against his palm, while Qing Ning called out softly in response. Soon, both beasts entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 42, The Continuation of Elimination. As the morning mist in the reconnaissance camp had yet to dissipate, the shrill sound of the training camp's whistle pierced the air. Ling Chen and Su Qing stood at the entrance of the simulated desert training ground, gazing at the undulating dunes before them. A bead of sweat formed at their temples, only to be swiftly evaporated by the dry wind. Today's concealment training in the desert posed a considerable challenge for the duo, who were adept at rainforest and canyon reconnaissance. In the desert, the heat sources and soul power fluctuations could easily betray their positions, with the search team employing thermal imaging and advanced soul power detection devices, making this exercise far more difficult than yesterday's rainforest training. Su Qing retrieved a piece of silver reflective fabric from her backpack, specifically designed for desert concealment. This heat-insulating camouflage could obscure thermal images, but its weight necessitated assistance from Mo's Earth soul power to lighten the load. As she unleashed Mo, the diminutive Earth beast burrowed into the sand, causing the surrounding grains to vibrate subtly, as if the weight of the insulating fabric had been magically nullified, rendering it light as a feather. Ling Chen also produced a specially formulated desert camouflage paste from the reconnaissance camp, applying it evenly to his face and hands, before also dabbing some onto Hui Hui and Qing Ning. Hui Hui's originally pale lavender fur transformed into a sandy hue upon application, while parts of Qing Ning's azure wings were covered by the camouflage fabric, leaving only the edges necessary for flight exposed. Qing Ning, reduce your wind breath surveillance range to 500 meters. Too wide a radius may be detected by the sensors. Hui Hui, weave a concealment net around us with your soul power threads to mask any residual soul power. The two swiftly established their concealment measures, retreating into a hollow behind the dunes. Su Qing's Xiao Feng soared into the air, her wings nearly fully retracted, gliding solely on the air currents like an ordinary desert sparrow. Ling Chen's Qing Ning perched on a withered branch, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Not long after, figures from the search team emerged on the distant dunes, led by an instructor holding a black device, its screen flickering with green dots. Indeed, the thermal imaging device. They're here. No talking, breathe softly, Su Qing whispered, as Mo burrowed through the sand, continually adjusting the distribution of grains around them, effectively blending their bodies with the dunes. The search team drew closer, and the thermal imaging device swept over their concealed hollow without any reaction. The insulating camouflage cloth and Mo's Earth concealment perfectly shielded them from thermal signatures. The instructor furrowed his brow, picking up the soul power detection device, which displayed faint environmental soul power, revealing no unusual fluctuations indicative of beast presence. Strange, I distinctly sensed residual soul power here a moment ago, the instructor muttered to himself. Circling the area, but failing to detect anything amiss, he eventually moved off in another direction. Once the search team had moved away, the two let out a sigh of relief, and Su Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead. The sensitivity of the thermal detection devices in the desert was thrice that of those in the rainforest. Even the slightest excess fluctuation could not be concealed. Ling Chen nodded, instructing Qing Ning to continue the surveillance. We have 40 minutes remaining. We need to complete 3 rounds of intelligence transmission. The first target is the simulated scorpion nest to the east, and Qing Ning has already pinpointed its location. I will now send the information via terminal. He opened the terminal, its virtual keyboard minuscule in size, and with delicate taps of his fingertip, he swiftly input the location, quantity, and vulnerabilities of the scorpion nest, relaying it to the command center. The entire process took a mere 10 seconds, executed silently, and without generating any superfluous soul power fluctuations. Just as they prepared to initiate the second intelligence transmission, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, followed by the instructor's reprimand. Group 5. What are you doing? During the covert training, loud voices are strictly prohibited. Ling Chen instructed Qing Ning to fly towards the source of the commotion. Through their shared vision, they observed 2 members of Team 5 engaged in a heated argument atop a sand dune. Their beasts, one a fire-type flame mouse and the other a water-type bubble fish, were suffering from attribute conflict, causing their soul power fluctuations to interfere with one another, thus revealing their location to the search team. I told you to keep your flame mouse away from my bubble fish, but you refused to listen. Now look what you've done. We've been discovered. One member shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at his companion. The bubble fish struggled in the sand, clearly unaccustomed to the desert environment, with water energy leaking uncontrollably. The other member retorted defiantly, "It's your bubble fish that's too weak to control its own soul power. And yet you dare to blame me." "Enough," the instructor interjected sternly. "Covert training has failed. You are eliminated." The two students' faces flushed with embarrassment, yet they dared not protest, lowering their heads as they followed the instructor away. Observing this scene, Su Qing murmured, "It seems not all teams can achieve harmony. Attribute conflicts severely hinder collaboration." Ling Chen nodded, recalling the eliminated teams 3, 7, 18, and 19 from the previous day, where the lightning and water-type beasts from Team 3 nearly harmed each other during their cooperative training due to their opposing attributes. After the covert training concluded, Instructor Chun gathered all the students in the training area, his expression more serious than usual. Today, 3 teams have failed the covert training. Team 5 was eliminated on the spot due to their argument. Team 8 barely passed due to exceeding the information transmission time. And Team 10 also barely passed despite exposing their location but completing the information transfer. With the 4 teams eliminated yesterday, only 20 students remain across 10 teams. The students erupted in murmurs. No one had anticipated that the integration training would be so stringent, resulting in the elimination of 10 students in just 2 days. Instructor Chun continued, "The reconnaissance camp does not need students who will hold back their peers, nor does it require teams that cannot cooperate. For the next 3 days, the training difficulty will increase further, with daily eliminations of subpar teams. In the end, the remaining 14 students will qualify for real combat reconnaissance missions, while those eliminated will be reassigned to other camps, such as the combat camp or spell camp, to study courses better suited to their abilities." In the afternoon, the atmosphere during the collaborative beast training became palpably tense. Ling Chen and Su Qing arrived at the training zone, where the instructor handed them a new collaboration task card. Today's mission involves skill stacking training, requiring your beasts to work together to unleash combination skills with a synchronization rate exceeding 90, and the power of the combination skill must surpass the total of individual skills. The duo pondered over the task card. Previous collaboration training had focused on divided responsibilities, such as Qing Ning scouting and MOMO hiding. Now, they were required to stack skills, merging 2 or 4 beast abilities to form new combination skills. Let us try to stack the wind skills of Qing Ning and Xiao Feng. They are both wind type and thus compatible, Su Qing suggested. If Qing Ning's wind blade and Xiao Feng's whirlwind combine, we might create a wind blade whirlwind that enhances both range and power. Ling Chen nodded, directing Qing Ning to ascend into the air to gather wind-type soul power, while Su Qing's Xiao Feng also took flight, flapping its wings to generate a small whirlwind. Qing Ning, unleash wind blade and aim for the center of the whirlwind. Xiao Feng, control the whirlwind's direction and pull the wind blade into it. They both issued their commands simultaneously. Qing Ning's wind blade accurately pierced the center of the whirlwind, prompting Xiao Feng to accelerate the whirlwind's rotation, causing the wind blade to split into countless tiny blades, all aimed at the training target. With a resounding crash, the target was perforated, demonstrating at least a 2-fold increase in power compared to releasing either the wind blade or the whirlwind individually. On the screen in the collaborative training zone, the synchronization rate climbed steadily, ultimately settling at 92, thus achieving an excellent standard. The instructor overseeing the training was visibly impressed, exclaiming, "Excellent. This is the effect of skill stacking. The inherent compatibility of wind-type skills, combined with your beast's remarkable synergy, is commendable. Continue to explore other combination skills." In the ensuing time, the duo experimented with additional combination skills. Hui Hui's lightning strike and Xiao Feng's wind acceleration combined to form a lightning whirlwind, enhancing speed and power by 30. Qing Ning's wind scout and MOMO's earth detection merged, expanding their scouting range to 1,500 meters and penetrating obstacles 3 meters underground. They even orchestrated a simultaneous release of skills from 4 beasts: Hui Hui's soul power net, Qing Ning's wind blade barrier, Xiao Feng's whirlwind disruption, and MOMO's earth spikes, resulting in a 3-dimensional defensive net capable of withstanding attacks from both aerial and terrestrial sources. By the end of the training, their combination skills achieved a synchronization rate of 95, securing first place among all teams. The instructor patted their shoulders, praising, "You are the most harmonious team of this cohort. Maintain this synergy, as real combat missions require such cooperation." During the evening's emergency drill, they faced a simulated multi-spirit beast ambush from a spatial rift. The ground of the training area suddenly split open, releasing vast amounts of otherworldly energy, as 5 simulated second-tier, 9th-level spirit beasts, 2 shadow claw beasts, 2 spiked wolves, and 1 shadow bat king, surged forth from the fissure. Quick! Establish a defensive net. Ling Chen commanded immediately. Qing Ning, wind blade barrier, to block the front. Hui Hui. Target the shadow bat king with lightning strike. It's the leader. Su Qing, have Xiao Feng use wind disruption to disrupt the spiked wolf's rhythm, and Mo. Use earth spikes to restrain the shadow claw beasts. Su Qing responded swiftly. Xiao Feng, whirlwind, to kick up the sand and obscure their vision. Mo. Earth shield, to protect our backs. The 4 beasts acted in unison. Qing Ning's wind blade barrier successfully fended off the first wave of attacks from the shadow claw beasts. Hui Hui's lightning strike struck true against the shadow bat king's abdomen, eliciting a pained screech. Xiao Feng's whirlwind enveloped the area in swirling sand, hindering the spiked wolves' visibility and preventing them from identifying targets, while Mo's earth spikes pierced the claws of the shadow claw beasts, restricting their movement. The earth shield successfully blocked the shadow bat king's shadow strike. At that moment, the spatial rift unleashed an even stronger surge of otherworldly energy, causing the shadow bat king to ascend to Tier 3, Level 1, its soul power fluctuations becoming increasingly violent. This is bad, it has advanced. Su Qing exclaimed as Xiao Feng's whirlwind was dispersed by the Bat King's wings and cracks appeared in Mo's earth shield. Ling Chen maintained his composure. Analyzing the situation, it just advanced, and its soul power is unstable. Its abdominal weakness remains. Hui, use soul power claw thundercut to attack its abdomen. Qing Ning, coordinate with wind blade to strike the base of its wings. Hui gathered lightning-type soul power. A faint purple glow emanating from its claws as it leaped toward the shadow bat king's abdomen, while Qing Ning unleashed dozens of wind blades, precisely targeting the base of the bat king's wings, causing it to lose its balance. The shadow bat king screeched in pain, attempting to unleash Shadow Storm, but was interrupted by Xiao Feng's wind disruption, thwarting the accumulation of its soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Mo created a pit beneath its feet, causing the shadow bat king to stumble into it. Hui immediately pounced, delivering a fierce strike to its abdomen with soul power claw thundercut, resulting in the bat king convulsing a few times before finally falling still. With the shadow bat king neutralized, the remaining 4 spirit beasts quickly lost their will to fight and were swiftly dealt with. Upon concluding the emergency drill, the instructor lauded their performance. Your response to the crisis was remarkably swift, tactical adjustments were timely, and the application of combination skills was commendable. A perfect score. Especially in the face of the Shadow Bat King's evolution, you maintained your composure and targeted its weakness, which is crucial in real combat. At 9 p.m., Instructor Chun announced the day's assessment rankings. Team 4, Ling Chen, Su Qing, received a perfect score. Team 2, Zhou Kai, Lin Xiao, scored 92. Team 6 scored 88. While Teams 8 and 10 were eliminated, leaving only 16 students across 8 teams. The bulletin board in the camp was surrounded by students, displaying the latest adjustments. The 14 eliminated students were reassigned to the combat camp, spell camp, and healing camp, and they were required to vacate the recon camp dormitories by 9 a.m. the following morning. The remaining 16 students would commence advanced training the next day, encompassing practical reconnaissance equipment operation, spatial rift monitoring, and combat strategies against interdimensional spirit beasts. Ling Chen gazed at the list on the bulletin board, noticing 2 members of Team 8 standing nearby, their expressions rife with disappointment. One of them approached Ling Chen with a wry smile, saying, "Your team is truly remarkable, consistently achieving full marks. We were too impulsive, arguing in the desert, and deserve to be eliminated." Ling Chen patted his shoulder reassuringly. "The combat camp is better suited for you. Your fire mouse excels in offense and will prove invaluable on the battlefield." Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Kai was packing his belongings. His partner, Lin Xiao, had been eliminated due to a mistake during an emergency drill, and Zhou Kai, caught off guard, also faltered and faced elimination, necessitating a reassignment after the camp adjustments. He never anticipated Lin Xiao's elimination. His tracking abilities were exceptional, yet he had been too nervous and pressed the wrong button during the drill. Zhou Kai sighed, and the knight I perched on his shoulder appeared somewhat dejected as well. Ling Chen sat at his desk, activating his terminal to review the advanced training schedule for the next day. Morning practical reconnaissance equipment operation, learning to use thermal imaging devices, soul power detectors, and miniature drones. Afternoon spatial rift monitoring, learning to identify rift characteristics, assess their levels, and record changes. and evening combat strategies against interdimensional spirit beasts, simulated battles with real low-tier spirit beasts. He stroked the head of his companion, Gray, and glanced at Qing Ning, who was resting on the windowsill, softly murmuring, "Tomorrow's advanced training will be more challenging. We must strive harder to qualify for reconnaissance missions." The elimination from the training phase was merely the beginning. The forthcoming advanced training would be even more grueling. Chapter 43, Team Qingfeng. As the morning mist dissipated, the training area of the recon camp was devoid of its usual clamor. After 5 days of rigorous training and eliminations, the final 14 students stood in 3 rows, each bearing expressions of fatigue, yet resolute determination. They were the elite, having risen above 30 candidates, poised to become formal members of the recon camp team. Instructor Chen stood at the forefront of the line, holding a pristine roster, while the electronic screen behind him displayed the final team list. After 5 days of training, you have successfully passed the 3 major assessments: concealment, collaboration, and emergency response. You are now officially part of the recon camp's operational team. His voice, though softer than usual, still retained the crispness of military authority. The pairing remains unchanged. We will now issue formal team numbers and insignias. You may also choose a code name for your team to facilitate communication during missions. The names on the electronic screen froze, with Ling Chen and Su Qing's names still occupying the first line. Official team number: Recon 01. Members: Ling Chen, Su Qing, Spirit Beast Combination. Attribute agnostic, Wind Type Recon. Earth Type Concealment. When Instructor Chen called out their names, he paused deliberately, stating, "Your comprehensive score is the highest among all teams, achieving full marks in concealment, collaboration, and emergency response. Maintain the standard." While collecting their insignias, Su Qing suddenly turned to Ling Chen and asked, "What should we name our team?" The older teams in the recon camp all have code names, like Eagle Eye Trackers. Shall we choose one too? Ling Chen gazed at the silver insignia in his hand, adorned with a spirit bird design and the number 01, its edge engraved with the designation of a formal team. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze drifted to the training ground, where Qing Ning was soaring through the air alongside Xiao Feng, their wings tracing paths akin to azure lightning. "How about calling ourselves Team Qingfeng?" Qing represents Qing Ning, and Feng symbolizes Xiao Feng. It embodies our spirit beasts and signifies that reconnaissance should be as swift as the wind and as resilient as ivy. Team Qingfeng. Su Qing echoed, her eyes lighting up. "What a splendid name. It's not only melodious, but meaningful. Let's go with this." She promptly reported the team code name to Instructor Chen, who noted it on the roster as Recon 01, Team Qingfeng, smiling as he remarked, "A commendable name. May you, like the wind, become the sharpest eyes of the recon camp." Following the formal establishment of the team, the morning training schedule was temporarily adjusted to free collaborative practice, allowing students to arrange training according to their weaknesses. Instead of heading to the training area, Ling Chen and Su Qing made their way to the Spirit Beast resting zone within the camp, which housed specialized breeding rooms equipped with basic soul power replenishment devices and spirit herb storage cabinets. This was where students could replenish energy and check the status of their spirit beasts, having expended a considerable amount of soul power during the emergency drill. Qing Ning and Xiao Feng needed a boost of spirit herb juice. Su Qing pulled 2 small vials from her backpack, containing a light green liquid. "I brewed this using wind-type spirit herbs. It can rapidly restore the soul power of wind-type spirit beasts. You should give some to Qing Ning too." She poured a little into her palm, and Qing Ning immediately fluttered over, eagerly licking it up as her eyes squinted in contentment. Ling Chen also retrieved a small box from his backpack, containing several pale purple thunder leaves, which he had previously exchanged for credits, specifically for replenishing Gray's thunder-type soul power. Gray perched on his lap, nibbling at the thunder leaves while its tail swayed gently. Observing the 2 spirit beasts leisurely replenishing their energy, Su Qing suddenly sighed. "My Xiao Feng has been at rank 2, level 9 for quite some time, yet I haven't found a suitable evolution route. The same goes for MOMO. The evolution materials for Earth-type spirit beasts are exceedingly hard to find." Ling Chen felt a stir of inspiration. His talent for potential insight had already revealed Xiao Feng and MOMO's evolution information, but he had yet to find an opportune moment to share it. Now that they had become formal partners, perhaps he could divulge some knowledge about breeding, aiding Su Qing while keeping his talent concealed. "Actually, before I became a spirit beast master, I learned a bit about breeding knowledge from my elders at home. I can be considered a semi-breeder," he said casually. "If you don't mind, I could take a look at Xiao Feng and MOMO's conditions and perhaps offer some evolution suggestions." Su Qing looked up in surprise. "You understand breeding? That's wonderful. I previously consulted the instructors at the breeding room. They only mentioned that Xiao Feng needs core materials of the wind element and that MOMO requires rare earth-type minerals, but they didn't clarify anything further. She immediately cradled Xiaofeng in her hands and released Momo from its cage. Could you help me identify what materials they need for evolution? Feigning a careful examination of the two spirit beasts, Ling Chen had already activated his talent to bring up their detailed evolution panels. Spirit Beast, Xiaofeng, Wind-type Recon Bird. Level, Rank 2, Level 9, Evolution Conditions Met. Attribute, Pure Wind-type. Species, Wind Pattern Sparrow, Rare. Potential Level High. Current Evolution, Route 1, Wind 1 Recon Sparrow. Evolution Conditions, 1. Rank 3 Wind Crystal Core, X1. Must contain pure wind elements, free from impurities. 2. Qing Yuan Feather, genuine or a substitute containing Qing Yuan Essence, X1. 3. Wind Spirit Fruit, X3. Must be over 90 maturity, harvested with dew. 4. Evolution Environment. High altitude with wind speeds exceeding 15 ms, simulating Qing Yuan habitat. Post-evolution potential, high. Extremely high. Post-evolution new skills. Eye of Wind. Reconnaissance range increased to 2,000 meters. Qing Yuan Windblade. Penetration increased by 50. Spirit Beast. Momo. Earth-type Concealment Beast. Level. Rank 2. Level 9. Evolution Conditions Met. Attribute. Pure Earth-type. Species. Earth Escape Mouse. Special. Potential Level. Intermediate. Current Evolution Route. Rock Concealment Mouse. Evolution Conditions. 1. Rank 3 Earth Crystal Core, X1. Must contain the power of the Earth, sourced from deep rock mines. 2. 3 pieces of Xian Iron Stone, which must undergo tempering in the Earth's fire to eliminate impurities. 3. 1 Earth Spirit Pearl, which contains the primordial energy of the Earth, commonly found in Earth-type secret realms. 4. Evolution Environment. Within a crevice 10 meters deep underground, simulating the natural evolution environment of the soil-burrowing mouse. Post-evolution potential, high-tier elite. Newly acquired skills post-evolution. Rock armor camouflage, completely obscures thermal imaging and soul force detection. Earth vein perception, able to detect terrain and resources within 50 meters underground. He organized this information into a nurturing suggestion, articulating it in a manner that was as professional as possible while concealing his innate talents. Xiaofeng is a pure wind-type creature, and its evolution necessitates core materials of the wind element in a high-altitude environment. Specifically, a pristine third-tier wind crystal core is required to supplement wind elements, along with a Qing Yuan feather, which is a crucial material for the evolution of wind-type reconnaissance birds, enhancing its scouting capabilities. 3 wind spirit fruits are needed, and they must be of high maturity to bolster its physical constitution. The best time for evolution is at high altitudes, with faster wind speeds being preferable to simulate its natural evolutionary environment. Su Qing diligently recorded the information in her notebook, her eyes widening with excitement. You are more detailed than the instructors in the nurturing room. What about Momo? What are its evolution materials? Momo is a soil-type stealth beast, and its evolution requires rare soil-type ores and an underground environment. Ling Chen continued, stating that a third-tier soil crystal core is essential, specifically one from deep rock mines, which contains the power of the earth. 3 pieces of Xian ironstone are also necessary, requiring tempering in the earth's fire to enhance its defensive and stealth capabilities. The earth spirit pearl is crucial, as it can amplify its primordial energy of the earth, making its camouflage skill even more formidable. The evolution must take place within underground crevices to simulate its evolution process in the natural environment. Earth Spirit Pearl? I believe I have seen that name in the school's materials library, Su Qing exclaimed, recalling that the instructors in the nurturing room had mentioned that Earth Spirit Pearls could be found in Earth-type secret realms, but they are quite rare. As for Xian Iron Stone, the school's forging room should have it, but it requires credits for exchange, and one must queue for tempering. She glanced at Momo in her hands, and then at Xiaofeng in the sky, a hopeful smile spreading across her face. With a concrete list of materials, I now know how to prepare. Thank you, Ling Chen. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable about nurturing in addition to your scouting prowess. It's all thanks to my elders. I'm merely a novice myself. Ling Chen chuckled and suggested, coincidentally, I also need to prepare evolution materials for Qingning. Shall we head to the school's material exchange center together this afternoon? The reconnaissance camp students receive a 10 discount at the exchange center, which will save some credits. Su Qing immediately agreed. Sounds good. I have no classes this afternoon. Let us go together. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two, dressed in casual attire, arrived at the material exchange center of Xiangqing Military Academy. The building stood 3 stories tall, with the first floor designated for common materials, soul crystals, spiritual herbs, basic ores. The second floor for rare materials, high-tier crystal cores, rare ores, core materials for beast evolution, and the third floor for special materials, exotic spirit beast materials, products from spatial rifts, each level staffed by personnel responsible for registration and exchanges. They first made their way to the second floor's rare materials section, locating the counter responsible for wind and soil materials. The staff member was an elderly man with graying hair, surnamed Zheng, who had reportedly worked at the exchange center for 20 years and was well-versed in the attributes and prices of various materials. "What materials do you two need?" he inquired, adjusting his glasses and preparing to register. "Reconnaissance Camp Formal Team, ID Reconnaissance 01, students Ling Chen and Su Qing." Ling Chen provided the information. After Zheng checked the terminal and nodded, he said, "As formal students of the reconnaissance camp, you are entitled to a 10 discount. What materials do you require?" "I need a third-tier wind crystal core, a Qingwan feather, and wind spirit fruits." "She needs a third-tier soil crystal core, Xian iron stone, and an earth spirit pearl." Ling Chen listed the required materials. Zheng proceeded to check each item on the terminal. Third-tier wind crystal core, pure original price 200 credits, discounted price 180 credits. Qingwan feather, substitute original price 500 military merits, discounted price 450 military merits. The genuine item requires 1,000 military merits and proof of special contribution. Wind spirit fruit, 90 maturity, original price 10 credits each, discounted price 9 credits each, totaling 45 credits for 5. Third-tier soil crystal core, from Deep Rock Mines, original price 180 credits, discounted price 162 credits. Xian iron stone, earth fire tempering, original price 30 credits each, discounted price 27 credits each, totaling 81 credits for 3. Earth spirit pearl, primordial energy of the earth, original price 300 credits each, or 50 military merits, discounted price 270 credits, or 45 military merits. Upon seeing the prices, Su Qing's expression turned troubled. Her total credits amounted to only around 400. The third-tier soil crystal core cost 162 credits, the Xian iron stone 81 credits, and the earth spirit pearl 270 credits, totaling 513 credits. Even with her previously saved 50 military merits, she still fell short. Is the earth spirit pearl really that expensive? 270 credits. I currently have only 420 credits. Purchasing the earth spirit pearl will leave me short for the other materials, she murmured, unconsciously rubbing her notebook. Ling Chen was also calculating in his mind. He had over 600 credits and 80 military merits, most earned from gathering wind spirit fruits and the final assessment. The third-tier wind crystal core cost 180 credits, and the wind spirit fruits 45 credits, totaling 225 credits needed, leaving him with 375 credits, which were insufficient to purchase the substitute Qingwan feather, 450 military merits. He could only redeem military merits, but he had only 80, needing an additional 370 military merits, which could only be accumulated by completing reconnaissance camp tasks gradually. The genuine Qingwan feather requires proof of special contribution. As you are from the reconnaissance camp, you might earn special contributions during future spatial rift monitoring tasks, allowing you to redeem the genuine item then. Zheng observed their difficulties and kindly advised. As for the earth spirit pearl, a new batch will arrive in the materials library next month, and there may be discounts then. You could wait. The Xian iron stone requires an advance appointment at the forging room for earth fire tempering. If you make an appointment now, you should receive it in about a week. The two nodded, noting the material prices and appointment information in their notebooks. As they left the material exchange center, Su Qing's mood noticeably brightened. Although the materials are a bit pricey, at least we now know the specific prices and acquisition methods. I plan to take on more reconnaissance camp tasks next to accumulate credits and military merits, aiming to gather MO's evolution materials within 3 months. Me too. Ling Chen looked at the material list in his hand, already formulating a plan. Qing Ning's evolution requires wind spirit fruits. I previously collected 10 and have 3 remaining, which is just enough. The third-tier wind crystal core can be exchanged with credits. As for the Qingwan feather, I will have to wait to accumulate military merits during tasks. The materials for Hui Hui's evolution are even rarer, requiring nether stones and void essence, and I have yet to find a way to acquire them. So I will have to keep an eye out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two walked side by side on the path back to the reconnaissance camp. Suddenly, Su Qing stopped, turned to Ling Chen, and said earnestly, "Thank you, Ling Chen, for helping me devise the evolution plan for my beast. Back when I was in the ordinary class, everyone only cared about their own beasts, and few were willing to help others like this." Ling Chen smiled. "We are the Qingfeng team. Partners should help each other. Your Xiaofeng excels in reconnaissance while Mo specializes in stealth. My Qingning and Hui focus on attack and support. Our combination is inherently complementary. Once your beast evolves, our team will be even stronger, enhancing our confidence in executing tasks." Su Qing nodded, a sincere smile gracing her face. The two continued onward, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. As Qing Ning and Xiao Feng soared gracefully in the sky, their wings tracing paths like bolts of azure lightning. Hui Hui and Mo followed closely at their feet, occasionally nudging each other, as if forging a new understanding. Upon their return to the reconnaissance camp, the lights illuminating the area had already been switched on. Instructor Chen awaited them at the entrance to the training zone, holding a new mission briefing. Team Qingfeng was assigned a routine reconnaissance operation in the Haifeng Gorge tomorrow, tasked with assessing the number and activity range of the Haifeng wolf pack, while also checking for any signs of spatial rifts deep within the gorge. This would be their inaugural mission as an official team, and they were urged to prepare diligently, without complacency. Ling Chen and Su Qing exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement and anticipation in the other's eyes. This was their first real combat mission as Team Qingfeng, and a splendid opportunity to accumulate credits and military merit. As dawn broke over the reconnaissance camp, Ling Chen had already arranged the necessary equipment meticulously on his desk. Within his black reconnaissance backpack, alongside the usual provisions of water and compressed rations, were 3 essential items: a specially crafted miniature soul power detector, palm-sized, capable of detecting soul power fluctuations within a radius of 500 meters, a terrain rapid drawing board, equipped with electronic sensing capabilities to annotate terrain data in real time, and 2 small vials of beast recovery potion, one infused with lightning attributes for Hui Hui, and the other versatile for both wind and earth attributes, reserved for Qingning, Xiaofeng, and Momo. Hui Hui, do keep your thunder spirit leaves safe and refrain from gnawing on them inside the backpack. Ling Chen admonished as he tucked several pale purple leaves into a small cloth pouch, fastening it around Hui Hui's neck. The little creature patted the pouch with its paw, seemingly confirming its position, before leaping onto his shoulder, curling its tail into a circle and resting quietly. Meanwhile, Qingning settled on the windowsill, its wings fluttering gently, clearly eager to embark on the journey. Its curiosity about the unfamiliar gorge was palpable, driven by the avian instinct of its wind-type nature to soar through new currents. Su Qing's timely knock resonated at the door. She appeared clad in a lightweight rainforest camouflage uniform, her backpack slightly bulkier than Ling Chen's, containing Momo's earth-type concealment gear, including a small piece of dark iron and a pouch of specially prepared sand to enhance Momo's camouflage effect, as well as a waterproof map. Su Qing had already studied the foundational terrain of Haifeng Gorge in advance, but practical reconnaissance demanded a more precise detailing of the landscape. Are we all set? Instructor Zhao's hover vehicle is waiting at the camp entrance, she queried, shaking her terminal, which displayed the mission rendezvous point, the main gate of the reconnaissance camp. Time, 7:30. The duo hastily exited the dormitory, and indeed, Instructor Zhao Tiexin stood before a military green hover vehicle, holding a black equipment case. This is the spatial rift detector, more sensitive than your miniature devices, capable of detecting level 0-1 spatial fluctuations. Instructor Zhao opened the case to reveal a silver instrument topped with a blue indicator light. There have been recorded spatial anomalies deep within Haifeng Gorge, albeit all classified as D-level rifts, but you must remain vigilant. If the indicator light turns red, retreat immediately and do not approach. Ling Chen accepted the detector, pleasantly surprised by its lightness, approximately 2 kilograms, featuring a simple operational button marked with functions for power on, detection, and recording. Understood, Instructor. We will adhere to the mission protocol, first surveying the outer perimeter for the Haifeng wolf pack before gradually delving deeper into the gorge, transmitting our location to the command center every half hour. He secured the detector to the side of his backpack, ensuring it was readily accessible. The hover vehicle sped swiftly, reaching the entrance of Haifeng Gorge in a mere 40 minutes. The sight before them was even more breathtaking than the images in the dossier. The cliffs on either side soared to heights of 100 meters, their deep brown surfaces marred by wind erosion. Scattered across the ground at the gorge's entrance were remnants of white bones, evidently left behind by passing spirit beasts, while a faint metallic scent mingled with the taste of wind and sand in the air. A howling breeze emanated from the depths of the gorge, echoing like the growl of a wild beast. The outer zone extended 3 kilometers from the entrance, primarily inhabited by first to second tier Haifeng wolves. From 3 to 5 kilometers lay the mid-zone, home to second to third tier wolf packs, which might include a leader. Beyond 5 kilometers was the deep zone, characterized by complex terrain featuring caves and dark rivers, a crucial area for monitoring spatial rifts. Instructor Zhao pointed towards the depths of the gorge, stating, "The hover vehicle will remain stationed at the entrance. You will regroup here upon completing your mission. Remember, the primary principle of the reconnaissance camp is to prioritize concealment. Do not provoke the wolf pack, especially the third-tier wolf leaders." "Yes, Instructor." The two saluted and turned to enter the gorge. As they crossed the threshold, Su Qing released Xiaofeng, a wind-type reconnaissance bird whose wings, once spread, were no larger than a palm, its sandy-colored feathers nearly blending with the surrounding cliffs. Xiaofeng, your reconnaissance range is 300 meters. Pay special attention to the cave in the left cliff, as it may house a wolf den. Su Qing issued her command softly, and Xiaofeng immediately took flight, gliding silently through the air without a sound. Ling Chen also released Qingning, gently patting Hui Hui on his shoulder. Qingning, expand your wind sense reconnaissance range to 800 meters, covering the entire outer zone. Hui Hui, weave a concealment net around us using soul power threads to mask any extraneous soul power fluctuations, ensuring we remain undetected by the wolf pack. Qingning emitted a soft chirp before flying into the depths of the gorge, quickly vanishing amidst the swirling sands. Hui Hui jumped from his shoulder, unleashing several pale purple soul power threads that ensnared the surrounding rocks like a nearly invisible barrier. The pair moved cautiously along the rocky edge of the gorge, with Su Qing holding the terrain rapid drawing board, her pen gliding swiftly across the electronic screen. She annotated the gorge's width, approximately 50 meters at the entrance, gradually narrowing inward, the height of the cliffs, 120 meters on the left, 80 meters on the right, and the terrain of the ground, predominantly rocky with 3 small sand dunes. At a distance of 300 meters along the left cliff, she identified a cave with a diameter of about 5 meters, exhibiting soul power fluctuations that indicated the presence of a wolf pack. Su Qing's pen paused on the rapid drawing board as she circled the location in red, marking it as a suspected den pending confirmation. Ling Chen activated the miniature soul power detector, which displayed the presence of first-tier secondary soul power fluctuations, with a stable frequency indicating that the wolves within had not sensed any anomalies. Qingning reports 5 Haifeng wolves in the cave, all at first-tier level, with no leader present. We should proceed to map the distribution of the wolf packs in the outer zone. He stored the detector and continued to follow Su Qing deeper into the gorge. For the next hour, the duo advanced carefully through the outer zone, with Qingning and Xiaofeng's reconnaissance ranges overlapping, leaving no blind spots. They discovered 3 wolf dens in total. 1. The first, 300 meters along the left cliff, 5 first-tier Haifeng wolves, with an activity range of 100 meters, primarily foraging around the cave without a fixed patrol route. 2. The second, beside the right sand dune, 3 second-tier Haifeng wolves, with an activity range of 200 meters. 1 wolf assigned to patrol the perimeter, circling the dune every 10 minutes. 3. The third, among the rocky outcrops in the center of the gorge, 7 third-tier Haifeng wolves, with an activity range of 300 meters, exhibiting a clear hierarchy. 2 wolves at the front, 4 in the middle, and 1 at the rear, likely a temporary leader. Su Qing meticulously recorded this information on the rapid drawing board, annotating each den's location, number, tier, activity range, and patrol route, even sketching a simple distribution map of the wolf packs. The number of wolves in the outer zone exceeded the data provided by 3, likely due to recent breeding. Comparing it against the foundational map, Su Qing noted that the mid-zone's terrain was more intricate, featuring dark rivers and caves, necessitating greater caution as the wolves there were of a higher tier, possibly including a third-tier leader. Ling Chen nodded, activating the spatial rift detector, which still displayed a green light, indicating no spatial fluctuations in the vicinity. Let us take a 10-minute break to recharge our beasts, then we will venture into the mid-zone. He retrieved a vial of wind spirit herb juice from his backpack, pouring a small amount into his palm. At once, Qingning swooped down from the air, lowering her head to lap it up, while Su Qing offered some of the juice to Xiaofeng and then released Mo from her backpack, feeding it a small piece of dark iron stone. After consuming the morsel, this earth-type beast's coloration grew even more akin to that of rock, enhancing its camouflage. Once their respite concluded, the two ventured into the mid-zone. Here, the winds were stronger than in the outer region, the cliff faces were more precipitous, and the debris underfoot had transformed into larger boulders, making traversal increasingly arduous. Xiaofeng flew lower, nearly gliding against the rock surface, while Qingning perched atop a protruding rock column, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The fluctuations of soul power in the mid-zone were evidently more pronounced than in the outer area, with the micro-detection device's screen intermittently flashing indicators of high-level second-tier presence. 500 meters ahead lay a dark river, and Qingning noted that the cave nearby exhibited intense soul power fluctuations, likely the den of a third-tier wolf leader. Lowering his voice, Ling Chen instructed Hui Hui to bolster the concealment network, while he directed Su Qing to have Momo burrow into the earth, scouting in the direction of the dark river to ascertain the number of wolves within the cave. Xiaofeng was to maintain aerial vigilance, immediately alerting them should a pack of wolves stir. Su Qing released Mo, who, upon landing, swiftly burrowed into the crevices of the rock, leaving behind a faint yellowish trace. Before long, MOMO relayed information through their shared vision. The cave beside the dark river had a diameter of approximately 10 meters and housed 12 black-winged wolves, one of which was twice the size of the others, its deep black fur marred by a white scar upon its forehead. It was indeed the third-tier wolf leader. Among the 12 wolves, there was one third-tier leader and 11 ranging from second-tier level 5 to level 9. Su Qing hastily marked this on her rapid drawing board, her pen trembling slightly, clearly taken aback by the encounter with such formidable third-tier spirit beasts. Their activity range was extensive, encompassing much of the mid-zone, with 3 wolves patrolling the cave's periphery, completing a circuit every 5 minutes along a fixed route. Ling Chen activated the spatial fissure detector and gradually advanced toward the cave, needing to confirm whether any signs of spatial rifts were present nearby. The device's indicator light remained green, yet the screen displayed faint residual spatial energy, with a value of merely 0.01, suggesting that spatial fluctuations had previously occurred here but had since dissipated. The presence of residual spatial energy without any active rifts indicated that this might have been left by a prior de-level rift's closure. He recorded the location and value of the remnants, urging them to continue deeper into the canyon to discern if any more pronounced spatial fluctuations awaited them at its terminus. The duo circumvented the wolf leader's lair, proceeding along the dark river into the depths of the canyon. The terrain in the mid-zone grew increasingly intricate, with an abundance of caves dotting the cliff faces, some echoing with the howls of other wolf packs. The scouting range of Qing Ning and Xiao Feng continually diminished, dropping from 800 meters to 500 meters, and then to 300 meters. The density of wolves here was overwhelming, and even the slightest fluctuation in soul power could betray their presence. Ahead, a narrow section of the canyon lay 300 meters away, merely 10 meters wide, with nearly vertical cliff walls, an essential passage into the deeper regions. Su Qing observed the rapid drawing board, with Qing Ning noting that numerous vines adorned the cliff walls of this narrow stretch, behind which concealed caves might lurk. Caution was imperative to avoid ambush from the wolves hidden among the foliage. Ling Chen instructed Qing Ning to meticulously scout the situation beyond the vines, while preparing Hui Hui for a lightning strike, ready to retaliate at the first sign of an ambush. Through Qing Ning's shared vision, 2 hidden caves indeed came into view behind the vines, each harboring 5 second-tier level 7 black-winged wolves, resting undisturbed, oblivious to their presence. With no patrolling wolves in sight, these 2 concealed caves likely served as ambush points. Poised to attack passing prey, they maneuvered around, opting to traverse the right cliff wall of the narrow section where vine coverage was sparse, facilitating better concealment. Su Qing directed MOMO to create an earthen step along the right cliff, aiding their ascent. The 2 carefully climbed the earthen steps, pressing their bodies against the rock, striving to minimize any sound. The black-winged wolves behind the vines remained oblivious, continuing their rest without perceiving the movement above. Having navigated through the narrow section, they finally entered the deeper expanse of the canyon. Here, the wind subsided, and a subtle scent of spatial energy wafted through the air, reminiscent of the hidden passages within the wasteland stone valley. The readings on Ling Chen's spatial fissure detector began to rise, escalating from 0.01 to 0.05, then to 0.1, the indicator light still green but nearing the yellow warning threshold. 200 meters ahead lay a massive cave, approximately 20 meters in diameter. Qing Ning informed him that the residual spatial energy within was substantial, registering at 0.2, likely the site of a previous spatial fissure. Ling Chen's tone grew serious. The absence of wolves around the cave indicated that the spatial energy deterred them from approaching. Caution was vital, ensuring they remained at the periphery during their investigations. Upon reaching the cave's exterior, Su Qing positioned Xiao Feng to maintain watch above, while MOMO burrowed into the ground to monitor the surrounding terrain. Ling Chen activated the spatial fissure detector, aiming it at the cave's interior. The screen's readings surged instantly to 0.3, the indicator light shifting to yellow. Yet no active spatial fluctuations were detected, confirming the rift had closed, leaving only residual energy. He noted the location and residual values, marking this as a critical monitoring point that may require periodic reassessment. Su Qing annotated the cave's location on her rapid drawing board, inscribing alongside it the residual spatial energy level of 0.3 in the absence of active rifts. She glanced upwards to gauge the time. The sun had reached its zenith, indicating it was noon. They had been surveying the canyon for 4.5 hours, successfully cataloging the wolf distribution in both the outer and mid-zones, as well as monitoring the spatial fissures in the deeper region. They had accomplished a significant portion of their mission. Let us find a secure spot for lunch, followed by replenishing the energy of our beasts. In the afternoon, we shall reconvene to reassess the mid-zone wolves, ensuring no nests have been overlooked, Ling Chen suggested. pointing to a substantial rock nearby, which harbored a depression suitable for two, providing ample concealment. There, MOMO could set up Earth-type camouflage to prevent detection by patrolling wolves. Upon reaching the rock's rear, Su Qing released MOMO, who swiftly established a camouflage that seamlessly blended the depression with the surrounding rocks. Xiao Feng took to the air above the rock, maintaining vigilance, while Qing Ning and Hui Hui rested within the hollow, nibbling on spirit herbs and thunder spirit leaves. Ling Chen and Su Qing consumed their compressed rations and water expeditiously. In the wilderness, mealtime should not exceed 10 minutes, to avoid lingering too long and risking detection. They had not anticipated the sheer number of wolves within the Black Wind Canyon, particularly the formidable third-tier leader in the mid-zone, necessitating that they circumnavigate its lair during future missions. Su Qing took a sip of water, reflecting on the residual spatial energy's potency, although there were no active rifts. The level of 0.3 indicated that the spatial fabric here was quite unstable, suggesting the potential emergence of new fissures in the future. Ling Chen nodded. Retrieving his terminal to send the morning's reconnaissance data to the command center, he had transmitted information regarding the wolf distribution and spatial fissure monitoring. An instructor, Zhao, should have received it. Once we finish reassessing the mid-zone this afternoon, we can return to the entrance, aiming to reach the surveillance camp before dusk. After their meal, the pair gathered their equipment, preparing to continue their reassessment of the mid-zone wolves. Su Qing's rapid drawing board was now brimming with meticulous annotations, each red circle denoting a wolf den, and each blue line representing a patrol route. This map would serve as an invaluable reference for future missions in the Black Wind Canyon. Let us depart, striving to complete the reassessment by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Ling Chen encouraged, patting Hui Hui's head. Qing Ning immediately took flight, heading toward the mid-zone. Their figures vanished behind the rocks, leaving only MOMO's earthen camouflage and the distant echoes of wolf howls in their wake. As for the reassessment task in the depths, we shall await further instructions. Chapter 45, The Uprising in Black Wind Gorge. The afternoon sun filtered through the crevices of the cliffs in Black Wind Gorge, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Ling Chen and Su Qing crouched behind a massive boulder, scrutinizing the annotations on the rapid sketchboard, confirming that there were still 2 wolf dens in the midstream area that required reevaluation. One was a cave located 700 meters to the left cliff, where Qing Ning had previously detected 6 second-tier, 6th-level Black Wind wolves. We need to verify their numbers and activity range. The other, alongside the tributary of the Dark River on the right, possibly harbored a new temporary den, as a flicker of soul power had just flashed through the shared vision of Xiao Feng. Su Qing lightly tapped her stylus on the electronic screen, marking these 2 locations in yellow to signify they awaited confirmation. Ling Chen activated the miniature soul power detector, which displayed stable soul power fluctuations around them, indicating no anomalies. Gray, expand the scope of the concealment net to 500 meters. As we approach the left cliff, we must avoid detection by the patrolling wolves. Qing Ning, you scout the tributary of the Dark River on the right, confirming the position and number of the temporary den. We will regroup beneath the left cliff in 10 minutes. He gently stroked Gray's head. The little creature had already condensed faint strands of soul power in its claws, ready to expand the concealment net at any moment. Qing Ning emitted a soft chirp and took to the air, flying towards the tributary of the Dark River, her wings tracing a cerulean arc in the sunlight. The 2 moved slowly along the left cliff, with Su Qing's MO already burrowing into the earth ahead to scout the path. Although this Earth-type beast's geomantic perception had yet to reach its full potential, it could detect vibrations underground, thus discerning any approaching spirit beasts. A patrol wolf, 2nd tier, 5th level, was spotted 100 meters ahead, advancing in their direction. MOMO conveyed information through their shared vision, prompting Su Qing to halt, directing Xiao Feng to conceal itself in a recess of the cliff. Ling Chen instructed Gray to retract some of the soul power strands, leaving only a small-scale concealment net surrounding them. The smaller the area, the weaker the soul power fluctuations, making them less detectable. He and Su Qing pressed themselves against the cliff, attempting to hide their bodies in the shadows of the rocks, even softening their breaths. The patrol wolf drew closer, sniffing the ground incessantly, seemingly sensing something amiss. However, Gray's concealment net masked their presence, and the wolf ultimately lingered momentarily before turning back toward its den. Phew, that was close. Su Qing exhaled, her palms already damp with cold sweat. The olfactory acuity of these Black Wind wolves surpassed what was documented. Fortunately, they had Gray's concealment net. Ling Chen chuckled softly. MOMO's geomantic perception is impressive as well. It detected the patrol wolf early, or we might have already been discovered. They continued forward, quickly arriving at the cave located 700 meters along the left cliff. The ground surrounding the cave was littered with wolf paw prints and scattered beast bones, evidently a dining area for the wolf pack. Su Qing sent Xiaofeng to hover above the cave, using their shared vision to observe the interior. Inside, 6th second tier. 6th level Black Wind wolves were sprawled on the ground, resting, unaware of Xiaofeng's presence. The quantity and level matched the previous reconnaissance, with an activity range of approximately 150 meters and no new wolves present. Su Qing changed the yellow annotation on the rapid sketchboard to green, indicating confirmation. At that moment, a sudden alarm from Qing Ning echoed from the direction of the dark river. This was not through shared vision, but a sharp cry emitted directly, signaling danger. Ling Chen and Su Qing's expressions changed instantly, and they dashed toward the dark river. What happened? Is Qing Ning in danger? Su Qing queried as she ran, urging Xiaofeng to accelerate in support of Qing Ning, while Mo swiftly tunneled ahead, clearing a smooth path for them to run faster. Upon reaching the tributary of the dark river, the sight before them left them stunned. Qing Ning was engaged in a skirmish with 3 second-tier, 8th level Black Wind wolves, her wings marred by shallow gashes, evidently inflicted by the wolf's claws. The temporary den beside the dark river had been destroyed, and its occupants were nowhere to be found. More alarmingly, distant howls from the midstream area grew louder, suggesting a large pack of wolves was converging upon them. Qing Ning, come back! Ling Chen shouted. And Qing Ning immediately activated short-distance blink, evading an attacking Black Wind wolf and taking refuge on his shoulder, emitting a quiet chirp as if reporting the situation. Through Qing Ning's shared memories, Ling Chen learned that she had discovered 4 second-tier, 8th level Black Wind wolves while scouting the temporary den, preparing to record their count when a sudden surge of spatial energy emanated from deep within the den. This was followed by the pack becoming extraordinarily ferocious, attacking everything around them, disregarding even Qing Ning's wind blade assaults in their frenzy. Spatial energy fluctuations? Ling Chen swiftly activated the spatial rift detection device, and the screen's readings shot up to level 0.8, the indicator shifting from yellow to orange and continuing to rise. This is bad. The spatial stability here is compromised, and a new rift may emerge. He grasped Su Qing's hand. Hurry, the wolf pack has gone berserk. We must retreat to the outer zone. Su Qing also recognized the imminent danger, immediately directing Xiaofeng to lead the way, while Mo set up earth spikes behind to impede the pursuing wolves. Just as they had taken a few strides, they were met with a chorus of wolf howls behind them. Turning back, they saw 3 second-tier, 8th level Black Wind wolves hot on their heels, their eyes bloodshot and drooling, clearly driven mad by their ferocity. Gray, use Thunderstrike to attack their eyes, Ling Chen shouted. Gray leapt from his shoulder, conjuring a faint purple lightning bolt that struck one of the Black Wind wolves squarely in the eye. The wolf howled in agony, halting its pursuit, while Su Qing's Xiaofeng unleashed Wind Blade, targeting the hind legs of the other 2 wolves. Though it did not inflict severe injury, it did slow their advance. Seizing the opportunity, they hastened towards the outer zone. The density of wolves along their route increased. The previously scattered Black Wind wolves had succumbed to madness, attacking each other and all living beings in their path, plunging the entire midstream area into chaos. These wolves have been affected by the spatial energy. They have become frenzied. Su Qing exclaimed while evading a lunging Black Wind wolf. Our concealment net is ineffective. They have lost their rationality and will attack solely on instinct. Ling Chen's spatial rift detection device registered a reading of level 1.2. The indicator glowing red and emitting a piercing alarm, signaling danger, indicating that active spatial rifts had appeared nearby. Ahead lies a narrow passage. If we can make it through there, we will reach the outer zone where the density of wolves will be significantly lower. He pointed towards the narrow segment not far away, where 2 hidden dens had been, though now the Black Wind wolves had emerged and were viciously tearing at one another. Xiaofeng, use Whirlwind to clear the vines and create a pathway, Su Qing shouted. Xiaofeng immediately soared aloft, flapping its wings to create a small whirlwind that sent the vines flying, revealing the passage behind. The 2 dashed forward. Gray used soul power strands to ensnare the leg of a pursuing Black Wind wolf, causing it to crash to the ground, while Mo created a pit at the entrance of the narrow passage to obstruct the oncoming wolves. After traversing the narrow segment, the sight in the outer zone also appeared disconcerting. The previously dispersed wolf packs began to congregate. Although not as frenzied as in the midstream area, they had become exceedingly vigilant, occasionally emitting threatening howls. The influence of spatial energy had expanded, rousing the entire valley's wolf population. Ling Chen monitored the spatial rift detection device, which had stabilized at level 1.2, the indicator remaining red but no longer rising. The rift had likely stabilized at a grade of C, capable of accommodating second-tier to third-tier spirit beasts. Just then, their terminals suddenly buzzed to life, signaling a communication from Instructor Zhao Tiexing. Qingfeng Squad, please respond. The command platform detected an anomaly in the spatial energy of the Black Wind Canyon, with readings escalating to level 12. Where are you currently located? Is it safe? Instructor Zhao, we find ourselves at the junction of the mid-zone and the outer zone, having successfully traversed the narrow section and are now retreating towards the entrance. The wolf pack in the mid-zone has become agitated, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Our Qingning has sustained minor injuries, but there are no other casualties. Ling Chen swiftly reported the situation. The spatial rift has stabilized, classified as level C, situated beside the Dark River tributary on the right. Surrounding it are numerous enraged black wind wolves, rendering close proximity impossible. Understood, you must retreat to the entrance immediately. The hover vehicle is on standby there. I will notify the support team from the combat camp, which will arrive in 10 minutes to eliminate the rampaging wolves and monitor the rift. Instructor Zhao's voice was grave. Prioritize safety and avoid direct confrontation with the wolves. Retreat is paramount. Affirmative. The two ended the communication and hastened their retreat. Although the wolf pack in the outer zone was less ferocious than that in the mid-zone, their numbers were substantial, requiring them to navigate forward while evading. Gray's lightning strikes and Qingning's wind blades were primarily employed for deterrence to prevent the wolves from closing in, while Su Qing's little wind was tasked with scouting the path ahead, and Momo created obstacles behind them to impede the pursuing wolves. Just as they were 1 kilometer away from the entrance, a colossal black wind wolf suddenly burst forth from a cave in the left cliff, revealing itself to be the Tier 1 leader of the mid-zone wolves. Its eyes were bloodshot, more frenzied than before, with its soul energy fluctuations growing unstable. Clearly the most severely affected by the spatial energy. This is bad. It's the wolf leader, Su Qing exclaimed. And Little Wind immediately unleashed wind breath interference in an attempt to disrupt the wolf leader's rhythm. But the wolf leader merely shook its head and lunged towards them with astonishing speed. Gray, attack its front legs with Soul Power Claw Lightning Cut. Qingning, use Wind Blade Barrier to block its assault. Ling Chen commanded without hesitation. Gray leaped into action, his claws crackling with faint purple lightning, striking fiercely at the wolf leader's front legs, while Qingning released dozens of wind blades to form a barrier in front of the two. The wolf leader's front leg was wounded by Gray's attack, eliciting a pained roar, yet it continued its assault unabated, its massive body crashing into the wind blade barrier and shattering it. Qingning was thrown back by the force of the impact, sustaining another scratch on her wing. Fortunately, she activated Short Distance Blink, just in time to avoid the wolf leader's claws. Su Qing, take Qingning and Little Wind and retreat first. Gray and I will hold it off, Ling Chen shouted. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but then nodded decisively. No, we are a team. We must retreat together. Momo, use Earth Shield to block its attack, and Little Wind, attack its eyes with Whirlwind. Momo promptly emerged from the earth, erecting a thick earth shield before the duo, while Little Wind soared above the wolf leader's head, generating a whirlwind that kicked up dust and obscured its vision. The wolf leader's attack was thwarted by the earth shield and further disoriented by the dust, causing it to roar in frustration without a clear target. Now is our chance. Ling Chen grasped Su Qing's hand, seizing the moment while the wolf leader was temporarily blinded, and sprinted towards the entrance. Gray ensnared the wolf leader's hind legs with threads of soul energy, while Momo created a pit beneath its feet, causing it to stumble. The two seized the opportunity to cover a kilometer, finally spotting the hover vehicle at the entrance, where Instructor Zhao stood ready with a soul energy gun, poised for support. Get in the vehicle, Instructor Zhao shouted, and the two dashed into the hover vehicle, followed closely by Gray, Qingning, Little Wind, and Momo. Instructor Zhao activated the hover vehicle, propelling it swiftly away from the canyon. Through the window, they witnessed the wolf leader clawing its way out of the pit, roaring in their direction, but it was no longer able to pursue. Once the hover vehicle exited the canyon, the two finally exhaled in relief, collapsing into their seats. Qingning lay against Ling Chen's lap, her wings still oozing blood, while Little Wind nestled into Su Qing's pocket, softly chirping as if to offer comfort. Gray and Momo, too, were exhausted, sprawled on their seats, devoid of their previous vigor. Are you all right? Is Qingning's injury serious? Instructor Zhao inquired, observing the wound on Qingning's wing. He retrieved a bottle of beast recovery potion from his backpack and handed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen carefully applied the potion to Qingning's wound, who contentedly squinted her eyes as the bleeding quickly ceased. Thank you, Instructor. We're fine. But our beast is injured. Ling Chen gazed out at the Black Wind Canyon, where the howls of wolves still echoed. The support team from the combat camp had arrived, establishing a defensive line at the canyon's entrance. Is the rift confirmed to be level C? Will it expand? Instructor Zhao nodded. The support team has brought professional spatial monitoring equipment and will continuously monitor the situation. While a level C rift is more perilous than a level D, with timely monitoring and containment, it should not pose significant issues. You both performed excellently on this mission. Not only mapping the distribution of the wolves, but also promptly identifying the anomaly in the spatial rift, thereby buying time for the support team. The hover vehicle soared towards the reconnaissance camp, the sunset painting the sky in hues of orange and red. Ling Chen glanced at Qing Ning resting on his lap, then at Su Qing, who was feeding Mo spirit herbs, feeling a surge of emotion. This was their first real combat mission as the Qingfeng team. Despite the unexpected wolf pack riot, their collaboration had become increasingly seamless, and their beasts had demonstrated formidable strength in battle. Most importantly, they could trust one another as teammates. I truly owe you one, Ling Chen. Su Qing suddenly spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. If it weren't for your timely detection of the spatial energy fluctuations, we might have been surrounded by the frenzied wolves. Ling Chen smiled. We are comrades. It is only natural to assist one another. Your Little Wind and MOMO were also crucial. Little Wind's scouting and interference, along with MOMO's earth sensing and traps, were key to our successful retreat. Su Qing nodded, a resolute smile gracing her face. The two gazed out at the sunset, both aware that the turmoil in the Black Wind Canyon was merely the beginning. With the proliferation of spatial rifts, dangers would only multiply, and they needed to grow stronger, faster. The shadow of the hover vehicle swiftly moved across the ground, heading towards the reconnaissance camp. Inside the vehicle, the four beasts nestled together, resting, while Ling Chen and Su Qing engaged in a discussion to summarize the mission. Chapter 46, Exceptional Talent. As the hover vehicle entered the reconnaissance camp, twilight had enveloped the silver watchtower of the encampment. Ling Chen cradled Qing Ning, whose wings were still bandaged, and stepped down from the vehicle alongside Su Qing. Their military uniforms were dusted with the grime of the Black Wind Canyon. Yet they could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. This thrilling mission not only allowed their Qingfeng team to pass the practical test, but also signified that the long-awaited evolution of their beasts was finally on the horizon. Instructor Zhao, we will submit the mission report tomorrow morning. Can we take a look at the reward details first? Su Qing asked eagerly as soon as she steadied herself, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the terminal in her pocket that contained the list of materials for MOMO's evolution. Instructor Zhao Tiexin smiled and nodded. Bringing up the task reward interface on the terminal, the Black Wind Canyon mission has been rated as a level, with a base credit of 300. An additional reward of 200 for spatial rift monitoring and 150 for emergency handling of the Wolfpack riot. The total amounts to 650 credits, distributed according to contribution, Ling Chen 400, Su Qing 250. In terms of military merit, Ling Chen received an additional 60 and Su Qing 40. These have already been recorded in your student files. 400 credits. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He previously had 230 credits, and with this additional 400, his total now reached 630 credits. The Tier 3 Wind Crystal Core was worth 180 credits, and the Wind Spirit Fruit 45 credits, leaving him with 405 credits sufficient to cover future material needs. Su Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously, she had accumulated 420 credits, and with the addition of 250, her total reached 670 credits. The Earth Spirit Pearl accounted for 270 credits, the 3rd-tier Earth Crystal Core for 162 credits, and the Xian Iron Stone for 81 credits, culminating in a total of 513 credits. Not only was this sufficient, but it also left her with a surplus of 157 credits. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the materials exchange to redeem the remaining materials. Su Qing's voice was imbued with uncontainable excitement. MOMO peeked out from her pocket, its tiny claws grasping the hem of her clothing, as if it too awaited its evolution. Hui Hui leapt down from Ling Chen's shoulder, circling around his feet with its tail held high, aware that once Qing Ning completed its evolution, it would be next in line. That evening, the two of them scarcely slept. Su Qing meticulously prepared the environment for MOMO's evolution in their dormitory. She rummaged through her backpack to retrieve a piece of Earth Fire Xian Iron Stone, which had undergone additional refinement compared to ordinary Xian Iron Stone, enhancing its earth affinity. She then spread the deep-layered rock sand she had brought from home across a specially designed ceramic basin, simulating an underground crevice 10 meters deep to facilitate MOMO's absorption of earth energy during its evolution. Meanwhile, Ling Chen studied the high-altitude environment necessary for Qing Ning's evolution. The reconnaissance camp's training area housed a wind whisper tower, standing at 150 meters tall, where the wind speed at the summit consistently exceeded 15 ms, perfectly suiting Qing Ning's high-altitude wind speed requirements. He even borrowed a wind energy gathering array from the cultivation room, a circular array with a half-meter diameter that would collect surrounding wind energy, ensuring that Qingning would not suffer from energy insufficiency during its evolution. At 6 o'clock the following morning, just as dawn began to break, the two of them, burdened with their backpacks, made their way to the materials exchange. Upon seeing them, old Zheng chuckled. "You two are quite enthusiastic, arriving right as we open. Here to redeem evolution materials, I presume?" Su Qing nodded eagerly, handing over her terminal. "Old Zheng, I would like to exchange for a third-tier Earth Crystal Core, 3 Earth Fire Xian Iron Stones, and 1 Earth Spirit Pearl." Ling Chen followed suit, requesting, "I would like a third-tier Wind Crystal Core." After a brief flurry of activity on the terminal, old Zheng soon produced the materials. The third-tier Earth Crystal Core, a deep brown, was adorned with intricate rock patterns, emanating a subtle power of the earth when held. The Earth Spirit Pearl was a fist-sized yellow orb, within which a flowing substance seemed to swirl, radiating pure earth energy. The Earth Fire Xian Iron Stone, black in color, bore a faint red glow on its surface, a testament to its refinement through earth fire. Ling Chen's third-tier Wind Crystal Core was a translucent pale blue, within which wisps of azure currents swirled, resembling a trapped breeze. Old Zheng advised, "The evolution of wind-type beasts requires a high-altitude environment. The Wind Whisper Tower is an excellent choice. Conversely, the evolution of earth-type beasts necessitates an underground setting, and the cultivation room offers specialized crevice simulation chambers for your use." After expressing their gratitude to old Zheng, the pair divided their tasks. Su Qing headed to the cultivation room to reserve a crevice simulation chamber, while Ling Chen took Qingning to the Wind Whisper Tower in preparation for its evolution. The Wind Whisper Tower, located at the eastern edge of the reconnaissance camp, was a tall edifice constructed from alloys. The summit featured a circular platform free from any obstructions, allowing winds to converge from all directions, producing a hauntingly melodic hum, hence the tower's name. Ling Chen ascended to the tower's pinnacle, cradling Qingning, and placed the wind energy gathering array in the center of the platform. Upon pressing the activation button, the array emitted a pale blue glow, and the surrounding wind energy began to coalesce towards its center, forming a visible stream of azure currents. "Qingning, are you ready?" Ling Chen gently stroked Qingning's wings. Noting that its wounds had healed, though its feathers were yet to fully regrow, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Qingning let out a call and flew from his embrace to the center of the array, spreading its wings to absorb the gathering wind energy around it. Ling Chen presented the third-tier Wind Crystal Core before it, and Qingning pecked at the core, the azure currents within immediately rushing into its body, causing a soft blue glow to envelop it. Next, Ling Chen offered 3 Wind Spirit Fruits, which Qingning rapidly consumed, the energy from the fruits dispersing within its body and merging with the wind energy from the crystal core, rendering its feathers increasingly vibrant. Now, for the Qinghuan feather. Ling Chen retrieved a pale blue feather from his backpack, a substitute for the Qinghuan feather he had exchanged with 60 military merits. Although not the genuine article, it possessed sufficient Qinghuan essence to facilitate Qingning's evolution. He placed the feather beside Qingning, which immediately emanated a gentle aura, resonating with the wind energy within its body. Qingning's body began to tremble violently. Feathers from its wings shed one after another, only to regrow anew. These new feathers were a deep azure, edged with golden patterns, far more resilient than before. Its physique expanded significantly, wings outstretched exceeding 1 meter in length. Generating a more powerful gust as it flew, its eyes transformed to a golden hue, seemingly capable of perceiving the trajectories of air currents, significantly augmenting its reconnaissance range. The evolution begins. Ling Chen observed Qingning with bated breath. The space fissure detection device he had brought to monitor energy fluctuations displaying intense wind energy waves without any spatial anomalies. Qingning emitted a sharp call, its voice now more resonant and powerful as a whirlwind of azure energy enveloped it. The cyclone intensified, with torrents of wind energy continuously pouring in, amplifying its presence. Approximately half an hour later, the whirlwind gradually subsided, and Qingning's evolution reached completion. Its feathers had transformed to a deep azure, the golden patterns on the edges shimmering under the sunlight. Its eyes gleamed with a regal golden hue, its claws sharpened, capable of effortlessly gripping rock. Most importantly, its strength surged from the second-tier level 9 to the third-tier level 3, a significant enhancement. Beast, Qingning, Wind Luan Scout Sparrow. Level, third tier, level 3. Attribute, Pure Wind. Species, Wind Luan Scout Sparrow, Rare Epic. Potential level, top tier. Skills, Wind Breath Scout. Advanced increases reconnaissance range to 2,000 meters. Capable of penetrating illusions and disguises below the third tier. Able to analyze airflow changes in real time. and predict target movement trajectories. Windblade. Advanced to Qing-Yuan Windblade. Windblades manifest in gold, with a 50 increase in penetration, capable of continuous release, forming a storm of wind blades. Short distance blink. Advanced blink distance increased to 5 meters, cooldown reduced to 3 seconds, able to blink with one companion. Eye of the Wind. New, capable of seeing invisible targets, possessing acute perception of spatial fluctuations, able to provide a 10-second early warning of spatial anomalies. Qingming flew to Ling Chen's shoulder, nuzzling its head against his cheek, emitting a fond chirp. Ling Chen smiled, stroking its head gently. Wonderful, Qingming. You have successfully evolved. Your reconnaissance abilities will be formidable during our missions. Qingming chirped in response, unfurling its wings and soaring in a circle atop the tower. Its speed significantly enhanced. The power of its wind blade had also increased substantially, as it targeted a distant rock, unleashing a Qing-Yuan wind blade that effortlessly cleaved the rock in two, the cut smooth and precise. Meanwhile, within the crevice simulation chamber of the cultivation room, Su Qing anxiously observed Mo's evolution. The simulation chamber was a circular space 2 meters in diameter, filled with deep layered rock sand, featuring a small crevice perfectly sized to accommodate Mo's body. Su Qing placed the third-tier earth crystal core, the 3 earth fire Xian iron stones, and the earth spirit pearl beside the crevice as Mo squeezed into it, beginning to absorb the energy from these materials. The power of the earth emanating from the third-tier soil crystal core has rendered Mo's body significantly more resilient. Its scales transformed from a muted yellow to a deep brown, reminiscent of rock, while the geothermal energy from the earth fire black iron stone imbued its scales with a faint crimson glow, augmenting both its defensive capabilities and camouflage effectiveness. The primal energy from the earth spirit pearl has substantially enhanced its perception of the geological veins, allowing it to distinctly sense the terrain and energy flow surrounding the simulation chamber. Mo's form began to swell, expanding from the size of a palm to that of a fist, its claws sharpened to a lethal edge capable of easily penetrating solid rock. Its eyes turned black, as if they could peer through the very depths of the earth, while its scales grew denser, effectively cloaking it from thermal imaging and spiritual energy detection, thereby significantly improving its camouflage. After approximately 40 minutes, Mo's evolution reached completion. It emerged from the crevice, leaping into Su Qing's palm and affectionately nudging her fingers with its head. Su Qing gazed at Mo's transformation, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mo had evolved into a rock-concealing mouse, its level escalating from 2nd tier 9th rank to 3rd tier 2nd rank, and its potential level advancing from high to top tier. Beast Companion. Mo, rock-concealing mouse. Level, 3rd tier 3rd rank. Attribute, pure earth. Species, rock-concealing mouse, special rare. Potential level, top tier. Skills, earth camouflage. Upgraded to rock armor camouflage completely obscures thermal imaging and spiritual energy detection below 3rd tier, allowing its body to meld seamlessly with rocks and soil, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even upon close inspection. Earth spikes. Upgraded to rock spikes. The earth spikes turn deep brown, with hardness increased by 60, capable of erupting from the ground to form a barrier of rock spikes that restricts target movement. Geological perception. New, capable of detecting terrain, resources, and spirit beast locations within 50 meters underground, providing early warnings for subterranean traps and vibrations. Earth shield. Upgraded to rock armor. Shield. The shield appears deep brown, with defensive capabilities enhanced by 80, able to withstand attacks from mid-level 3rd-tier adversaries, while also absorbing earth energy to restore itself. Su Qing cradled Mo and promptly messaged Ling Chen. Mo has successfully evolved. It is now a 3rd-tier 3rd-rank rock-concealing mouse, with geological perception capable of detecting underground up to 50 meters, and its camouflage is superb. Not long after, Ling Chen replied, "Wonderful news. Qingming has also successfully evolved. It is now a 3rd-tier 3rd-rank Wind Phoenix Scout Sparrow, with a scouting range of 2,000 meters and the ability to warn of spatial anomalies. Shall we head to the school's Beast Companion registration office to update our information?" The two agreed to meet at the registration office. The Beast Companion registration office was located on the 1st floor of the administrative building, equipped with specialized terminals for updating Beast Companion information, capable of recording changes in level, species, skills, and potential in real time. Upon arriving at the terminal, Ling Chen and Su Qing entered Qingming and Mo's information into the system. As Ling Chen inputted Qingming's details, the terminal suddenly emitted a series of beeping alerts, indicating the detection of a rare Beast Companion evolution requiring manual review. Shortly thereafter, a staff member dressed in a military uniform approached, holding a black device, and proceeded to scan Qingming. A Wind Phoenix Scout Sparrow? That is a top-tier wind-type reconnaissance beast. There are hardly any of them in the entire Xiangqing Military Academy. The staff member exclaimed, "Your beast companion has evolved remarkably, with significant enhancements to its skills and potential that need to be updated in the school's records." When Su Qing entered Mo's information, the terminal emitted a similar alert, indicating that the rock-concealing mouse was also a top-tier specimen. The staff conducted a scan and review, updating Mo's records accordingly. Just as they were about to leave, the staff member suddenly called out to Ling Chen, "Excuse me, your student profile indicates that you possess the qualifications of a breeder. However, there is no detailed information in the system that requires confirmation." Ling Chen felt a stir of excitement. He had previously registered his status as a breeder at the Breeder Association, classifying him as a junior breeder. And the association had mentioned that the military and school could access relevant information. "Indeed, I registered as a junior breeder at the Breeder Association with the registration number PY0372. Upon providing the registration number, the staff member promptly searched the terminal and quickly retrieved his information. Breeder name, Ling Chen. Registration number, PY0372. Qualification level, junior breeder. Registration date, March 15, 2024. Areas of expertise, beast companion breeding, evolution route planning. Association evaluation, extremely high potential, with a current evolution success rate of 100. Recommended for focus cultivation. Protection level, C grade, joint protection by the association and military, unauthorized investigation prohibited. After reviewing the information, the staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. "A junior breeder? Aren't you still in your first year of high school? It's remarkable to achieve such a status at such a young age. The C-grade protection from the Breeder Association is a privilege even our principal only has at the B-grade level." He promptly saluted Ling Chen. "I apologize for the earlier disruption. Your breeder identity has been confirmed, and the school system will update your profile accordingly. You will enjoy advanced privileges in the breeding room and material exchange center moving forward." At that moment, the intercom in the administrative building announced, "Please student Ling Chen report immediately to the principal's office. The principal requests your presence." Repeat, "Please student Ling Chen report immediately to the principal's office." Ling Chen and Su Qing exchanged surprised glances. It was the first time the principal had personally summoned him. "You can head back. I will see what the principal wants," Ling Chen said to Su Qing. She nodded. "All right, take care, and message me if anything comes up." The principal's office was situated on the top floor of the administrative building, a spacious room adorned with an immense bookshelf filled with various tomes. On the walls hung a panoramic map of Xiangqing Military Academy, alongside research reports pertaining to spatial rifts and otherworldly spirit beasts. The principal sat behind an expansive desk, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying hair and sharp eyes, clad in a deep blue military uniform, his epaulets denoting his rank as a major general. "Please, take a seat, Ling Chen." The principal gestured toward the chair in front of the desk, his voice gentle yet authoritative. "I am Li Mingyuan, the principal of Xiangqing Military Academy. I have called you here to discuss your breeder status and your performance during the task in the Black Wind Canyon." After Ling Chen sat down, the principal opened the terminal and retrieved his breeder profile and task report. "The Breeder Association has given you a high evaluation, stating that you possess extremely high potential. Qing Ning has evolved into a Wind Phoenix Scout Sparrow, and Momo into a rock-concealing mouse. Both evolution routes were planned by you, correct?" "Yes, Principal," Ling Chen nodded. "I have studied some breeding knowledge under my family's elders and later passed the assessment for junior breeder at the Breeder Association to register my qualifications. The evolution routes for Qing Ning and Momo were formulated based on their species' characteristics and attributes." The principal smiled. "Excellent. It is rare to find a young individual with such talent and capability. Although Xiangqing Military Academy is a military institution, we place great emphasis on cultivating breeder talent. With the increasing number of spatial rifts and the emergence of otherworldly spirit beasts, we require more exceptional breeders to develop formidable beast companions to face future challenges." He paused before continuing. "Your breeder status has been registered with the association and military, granting you C-grade protection. This means that, aside from authorized personnel from the association and military, no one is permitted to investigate your breeder qualifications or related information. The school will also provide necessary support." The principal retrieved a golden badge from his drawer and handed it to Ling Chen. "This is a special talent badge from Xiangqing Military Academy. With this badge, you will have unrestricted access to the school's breeding rooms, material libraries, and advanced areas of the library. You can also apply for breeding funds for beast companion cultivation and evolution research. Now that you have also reached 3rd tier and evolved a 3rd-tier beast, you should promptly pursue the examination for a mid-level breeder." Ling Chen accepted the badge, which bore the inscription denoting the distinguished talent of the Xiangqing Military Academy. The edges were adorned with a delicate golden pattern, exuding an air of refinement. Thank you, Principal. I shall make the most of these resources to enhance both my own abilities and those of my beast companions, serving the school and the military with unwavering dedication. The principal nodded in satisfaction, shifting the conversation towards the mission in the Black Wind Valley. Your performance during the Black Wind Valley mission was exemplary. Not only did you accurately map the distribution of the wolf pack, but you also promptly identified the anomalies in the spatial rifts, thus granting the support team precious time. Monitoring these spatial rifts is now a priority, and with the evolution of your Qing Ning, your reconnaissance range has surely expanded, which will prove invaluable in future missions. He opened the map on the wall, pointing out the location of Black Wind Valley. The sea level rift has already been sealed off by the military, but this is merely the beginning. According to military surveillance, we may witness the emergence of more spatial rifts around Xianqing in the coming years, potentially escalating to B-level or even A-level. We must be prepared in advance, cultivating more talents like you for reconnaissance and nurturing. In order to confront the threats from the Beast Emperor's world, the principal's expression grew grave. The menace from the Beast Emperor's world is more severe than we can fathom. The spiritual beasts there possess higher levels and greater numbers, ruled by formidable beast emperors. The authorities have not yet disclosed this information to prevent widespread panic. But students at our academy must be forewarned and ready. Your identity as a nurturer and your reconnaissance abilities will play a pivotal role in the impending conflicts. You must not only nurture your own beast companions, but also study the evolution pathways to enhance our foundational strength. Do you understand? Ling Chen's heart trembled. He had previously discovered records regarding spatial rifts in the secret passage of the Stone Valley, which indicated that the Academy had long been aware of the existence of the Beast Emperor's world. However, he did not anticipate the gravity of the threat. Principal, I understand. I will strive to enhance my nurturing and reconnaissance abilities to prepare for the dangers posed by the Beast Emperor's world. The principal patted his shoulder. Excellent. It is commendable that you have such awareness at a young age. The school will arrange special training for you, including advanced nurturing knowledge, practical training in spatial rift monitoring, and research on interdimensional spiritual beast cultivation. There is no need to rush. Take it step by step. The Academy will be your strongest support. As he departed from the principal's office, the sun was setting in the west, casting golden rays upon the corridors of the administrative building. Ling Chen clutched the special talent badge in his hand, feeling an unusual weight in his heart. No one knew why spatial rifts appeared, nor whether they could emerge victorious in the war against the Beast Emperor's world. If they failed, there would be no refuge left. Upon returning to the reconnaissance camp's dormitory, Su Qing was already waiting for him at the door. What did the principal say to you? She inquired with curiosity. Ling Chen recounted the matter of the special talent badge, and Su Qing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A special talent badge. There are fewer than 10 students in the entire school who possess this badge, right? You are truly remarkable. Ling Chen smiled, pulling out his terminal to display the updated information on Qing Ning and MOMO. Now, our Qing Feng team has all evolved to the 3rd tier. We will surely be more assured in executing missions. The principal mentioned that more spatial rifts and interdimensional spiritual beasts will emerge in the future, so we must work harder to enhance our strength. Su Qing nodded, her gaze firming. All right, let us strive together. Ling Chen suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Perhaps it wasn't so grim after all. At least he wasn't alone. Chapter 47, The Research Institute. The Research Institute of the Xianqing Military Academy was nestled within an independent building complex on the west side of the administrative building, its exterior draped in deep green vines. A metallic plaque hung at the entrance, proclaiming it as the Military Spiritual Beast Research Center. Compared to the somber atmosphere of the reconnaissance camp, this place exuded a tranquil, scholarly ambience. Ling Chen stood at the entrance, clutching the golden access card bestowed by the principal, which granted him entry to the rare spiritual beast evolution research area on the 2nd floor, his first step towards realizing his talent for potential insight. Student Ling Chen. Identity verification successful. Access level B. Permitted areas. All research zones on the 1st and 2nd floors. 3rd floor requires authorization. The electronic recognition device emitted a mechanical prompt, and the glass door slid open. A faint scent of disinfectant mingled with the aroma of spiritual herbs greeted him as he stepped inside. The walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with various anatomical diagrams and evolution charts of spiritual beasts, ranging from the 1st-tier wind-type reconnaissance birds to the 3rd-tier thunderwing lions, each marked with detailed attribute and skill analyses. He was met by Professor Zhang, an elderly gentleman with thick glasses and graying hair, clad in a white research coat with a senior researcher badge pinned to his chest. You must be Ling Chen. Principal Li has already briefed me about you, mentioning your extensive research on the evolution pathways of wind-type reconnaissance beasts. Professor Zhang's voice was gentle, imbued with the rigor characteristic of a scholar. I have reviewed the file on Qing Ning's evolution into the Wind Phoenix Reconnaissance Sparrow. It is an exemplary case of evolution, particularly in the utilization of substitutes for the Qingyuan feathers, which is more efficient than our previous experimental protocols. Following Professor Zhang into the second-floor research area, Ling Chen noted that it was quieter than the first floor, with researchers operating various instruments in each research compartment, screens displaying intricate data analyses. The current challenge our institute is tackling is the optimization of the evolution pathway for the Qingwen Sparrow, Professor Zhang explained, opening the door to a compartment marked as the Wind-type Spiritual Beast Research Room. On the experimental table lay several specimens of the Qingwen Sparrow, while the screen displayed data on their failed evolution attempts. The Qingwen Sparrow was one of the most commonly used Wind-type reconnaissance beasts among military academy students. Yet its evolution success rate stood at a mere 37. Most would stagnate at the second tier, level 9, either failing to evolve and consequently losing potential or evolving into the ordinary Windwing Sparrow, which offered limited enhancements to reconnaissance capabilities. He pointed at the data on the screen, his tone tinged with regret. We have experimented with various combinations of Wind-type crystal cores and spiritual herbs, but the results have been unsatisfactory. For instance, using a second-tier Wind-type crystal core paired with Wind Spirit fruits only raised the evolution success rate to 45. Using a third-tier core with ordinary wand feathers incurs excessive costs, and the success rate remains at just 52, making it unsuitable for large-scale application. Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the specimens of the Qingwen Sparrow on the experimental table. His potential insight, talent involuntarily activated, and a detailed evolution panel of the Qingwen Sparrow materialized before him, nearly identical to Qing Ning's initial state. Save for a slightly lower potential level, Qing Ning being rare, while the ordinary Qingwen Sparrow was common. The evolution pathway was also more singular, offering only the Windwing Sparrow and the Qingyuan Reconnaissance Sparrow options, with the latter's evolution requirements necessitating more precise material ratios and environmental controls due to potential restrictions. He refrained from divulging the results of his talent's insight directly. Instead, he pretended to scrutinize the specimens closely, gradually formulating his thoughts based on his previous experience in planning Qing Ning's evolution pathway. Professor Zhang, I believe the issues may stem from three aspects. First, the purity of the materials. The ordinary Qingwen Sparrow possesses lower potential, necessitating higher purity in the Wind-type crystal cores, free from impurities. Otherwise, energy absorption will be hindered. Second, the selection of substitutes for the Qingyuan feathers. The aura of ordinary wand feathers is too weak. We need to concoct a mixture of wind wand grass and the tail feathers of the Qingwen Sparrow to enhance the Qingyuan aura. This would not only reduce costs, but also improve compatibility. Third, the control of the wind speed in the evolution environment. It cannot merely be a steady 15 ms. We need to simulate the flight trajectory of the Qingyuan, allowing the wind speed to fluctuate between 15 and 20 ms to stimulate the development of the Qingwen Sparrow's wings, thereby enhancing its flying and reconnaissance capabilities. Professor Zhang's eyes lit up instantaneously. He hurriedly approached the experimental table, grabbing a pen to jot down notes in his notebook. Purity requirements, mixture of wind wand grass. Wind speed fluctuations, these are points we have previously overlooked, especially the wind wand grass. It inherently carries a faint Qingyuan aura, and when mixed with the tail feathers of the Qingwen Sparrow, it could indeed be more compatible than ordinary wand feathers. He excitedly led Ling Chen to the data analysis terminal, pulling up the evolution model of the Qingwen Sparrow. Look, by adjusting the parameters according to your ideas, the simulated data for the evolution success rate has surged from 52 to 78. If the preparation time for the materials could be further optimized, we might just surpass the 80 mark. Ling Chen chuckled softly before adding, moreover, the wind spirit fruits must be harvested in the early morning while still dewy. At this time, the dew energy contained within the fruits can neutralize the volatile energy of the crystal cores, preventing energy disorder during the evolution of the azure-striped sparrow. Additionally, prior to evolution, the azure-striped sparrow needs to fly atop the wind sound tower for a week, engaging in 2 hours of flight each day to acclimatize to the high-altitude wind speeds. This will minimize its stress response during the evolution process. Professor Zhang diligently adjusted the model parameters based on his suggestions, and the success rate displayed on the terminal screen steadily climbed, finally settling at 83. This is remarkable. It represents a groundbreaking advancement. Professor Zhang clapped his hands in excitement and said, Ling Chen, would you be willing to join our research project? As a core member, you would be responsible for optimizing the evolution route of the azure-striped sparrow. The Research Institute will provide you with ample material and equipment support, and upon the project's success, you will also receive a military scientific contribution award, along with 100 military merit points. and the opportunity to publish a paper in the Journal of Beast Research. This was precisely what Ling Chen desired. By engaging in the research project, he would rationalize the evolutionary knowledge gleaned from his innate insights, without exposing his talent, while simultaneously acquiring resources and recognition. I am willing to join, he responded immediately. But I am currently still a trainee in the reconnaissance camp and can only come to the research institute during my spare time. I hope this will not hinder the project's progress. Not a problem. Professor Zhang waved his hand dismissively. The training at the reconnaissance camp is crucial. We can schedule the experiments for after 6 p.m. and on weekends, conveniently avoiding your training hours. Now, let's prepare for the first series of experiments to validate your theories. Over the following week, Ling Chen arrived punctually at the research institute every afternoon at 6. Together with Professor Zhang and the research team, they commenced preparations for the azure-striped sparrow's evolution experiment. 1. Material preparation. They selected 10 third-tier wind system crystal cores with 99 purity, 20 times the cost of ordinary cores, but with an impurity content below 0.1, and mixed them with wind lawn grass and the tail feathers of the azure-striped sparrow in a 3:1 ratio. They utilized a wind energy gathering array to prepare them for 24 hours, producing 10 portions of the modified azure lawn feather substitute, and harvested 30 dew-laden wind spirit fruits, all with a maturity level exceeding 95. 2. Evolution environment setup. An intelligent wind speed control system was installed at the top platform of the wind sound tower to simulate the flight trajectory of the azure lawn, allowing the wind speed to fluctuate between 15 and 20 ms. 4 wind energy gathering arrays were arranged around the setup to ensure ample wind energy during the evolution process. 3. Selection of experimental subjects. They chose 10 second-tier, level 9 azure-striped sparrows from the school's beast cultivation base, all possessing ordinary potential levels, which aligned with the situation of most trainees' beasts, rendering the experimental results more valuable for reference. On the day the experiment commenced, the entire research team gathered at the wind sound tower. Professor Zhang personally operated the intelligent wind speed control system, while Ling Chen was responsible for feeding the materials to the azure-striped sparrows and monitoring their conditions. The first azure-striped sparrow was placed at the center of the wind energy gathering array, appearing somewhat anxious as it fluttered its wings incessantly. Ling Chen gently stroked its head, presenting the prepared modified azure lawn feather substitute before it, while also feeding it 3 wind spirit fruits. Do not be anxious. It will be over soon, Ling Chen softly reassured. The azure-striped sparrow seemed to sense his goodwill and gradually calmed down. Professor Zhang activated the wind speed control system, and the wind speed at the tower's peak began to fluctuate between 15 and 20 ms. The wind energy gathering array emitted a faint blue glow. As the surrounding wind energy began to converge towards the azure-striped sparrow, the azure-striped sparrow pecked at the third-tier wind system crystal core, and the azure airflow surged into its body, causing a soft azure glow to emanate from it. Subsequently, it grasped the modified azure lawn feather substitute and swallowed it. The substitute dissolved within its body, releasing a potent azure lawn aura that resonated with its being. Its wings began to tremble, feathers falling away only to regrow anew. The newly sprouted feathers adorned with delicate azure patterns, more vibrant than before. Approximately 40 minutes later, the evolution of the first azure-striped sparrow was complete. Its size had increased significantly, with wings spanning 80 centimeters when fully extended, feathers exhibiting a cerulean hue with golden fringes, and its eyes transformed into a striking gold, bearing a resemblance to the evolved Qing Ning. Professor Zhang immediately employed a detection device for scanning, and the screen displayed Beast, Modified Azure Lawn Reconnaissance Sparrow. Level, 3rd tier. Level 1. Attribute, Pure Wind System. Potential level high. Skills, Wind Breath Reconnaissance. Detection range increased to 1,500 meters, capable of penetrating second-tier illusions and disguises. Wind Blade. The Wind Blade appears azure, with a penetration power increased by 30. Eye of the Wind. Weakened version capable of seeing invisible targets. With basic perception of spatial fluctuations. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. Professor Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. Although the potential level was slightly lower than Qing Ning's, it had risen from ordinary to high, and the detection range and skills met the standards for the Azure Lawn Reconnaissance Sparrow. Furthermore, the evolution process was remarkably stable, with no signs of energy disorder. Of the next 9 azure-striped sparrows, 7 successfully evolved into modified Azure Lawn Reconnaissance Sparrows, while 2 evolved into ordinary wind-winged sparrows, achieving a success rate of 70. Although this was 13 lower than the simulated 83, it far surpassed the previous 52, reaching the anticipated target. Why were there 2 failures? Professor Zhang pondered. Ling Chen carefully observed the 2 failed azure-striped sparrows and discovered slight energy blockages within their bodies. attributed to their inadequate acclimatization to high-altitude wind speeds prior to evolution, which hindered energy absorption. The issue lay in the acclimatization training. They had only allowed them to fly for 3 days, which was insufficient. It needed to be extended to a week, with 2 hours of flight daily, allowing their bodies to fully adapt to the high-altitude environment. Professor Zhang promptly arranged for the research team to adjust the experimental plan in preparation for the second series of experiments. He patted Ling Chen on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. Ling Chen, you truly are a prodigy. Without you, our research would have lingered indefinitely. Every point you raised pinpointed the crux of the issue with precision, more acutely than us seasoned researchers with years of experience. Ling Chen smiled humbly and replied, "It is all thanks to you, Professor Zhang, and the solid foundation laid by the research team. I merely offered some minor suggestions based on your groundwork." In his heart, he understood that these minor suggestions were the direct results of his potential insight, talent. He simply transformed these results into reasonable research ideas. After the experiment concluded, Professor Zhang took Ling Chen to the material library of the Research Institute. This place was far richer than the material exchange center at the school, stocked not only with various rare spiritual herbs and ores, but also materials from otherworldly spiritual beasts and products from spatial rifts. As a core member of the research team, you can claim these materials for free. Professor Zhang pointed to the items on the shelves: third-tier Thunder System crystal cores, samples of netherstone, and extracts of void essence. All materials you previously mentioned in your research report that might be required for Hui Hui's evolution. Take them and study. Let me know if you need anything else. I am also eager to discover what this undocumented cat can evolve into. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Hui Hui's evolution required netherstone and void essence, both rare materials that were not available at the school's material exchange center. He anticipated that the Research Institute would have samples and extracts. He quickly accepted the materials, carefully placing them in his backpack. Thank you, Professor Zhang. I will diligently study Hui Hui's evolution route and inform you of any progress. By the time he left the Research Institute, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The moonlight cascaded over the vine-covered walls of the institute, casting dappled shadows. Ling Chen, with a backpack brimming with materials, felt an exhilarating joy within. Not only had he successfully participated in the evolutionary research of the azure-patterned sparrow, transforming his innate talents into reality, but he had also acquired the crucial materials necessary for Gray's evolution. More importantly, it appeared that no one questioned the source of his talents. Everyone presumed that his keen abilities stemmed from his extensive knowledge and experience in nurturing. Upon returning to the dormitory of the reconnaissance camp, he found Gray lounging on his bed, its tail gently swaying as if eagerly awaiting his return. Ling Chen placed the sample of the netherstone before Gray, which promptly tapped it with its paw, its eyes filled with curiosity. It sensed the familiar energy contained within the sample, a power that resonated harmoniously with its innate affinity for the formless. "Gray, your evolution is soon at hand," Ling Chen murmured, gently stroking its head. "Once I have thoroughly researched the applications of the netherstone and the void essence, I will devise the most perfect evolutionary path for you, allowing you to grow even stronger." Gray let out a sound of acknowledgement, nuzzling its head against his palm as if responding to his anticipation. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the research notes and material samples scattered about the dormitory. Ling Chen sat at his desk, activating his terminal to begin organizing the experimental data from the day. He understood that this was merely the inception of his talent-s realization. Perhaps in the future, he could also unveil the unknown evolutionary paths of his beasts. Ling Chen dreamt in the night. His objective was to gradually enhance his strength and influence, all while concealing the true nature of his talents. Preparing comprehensively for the impending threats from the Beast Emperor world, his gaze fell upon the dialogue box on the military terminal, where Su Qing had sent a message. MO's geomantic perception has been improving remarkably. Today in the training zone's simulated underground labyrinth, it directly located the hidden exit. Shall we go to the training zone tomorrow to test the synergy between Qing Ning's wind eye and MO's geomantic perception? Ling Chen replied with a smile, absolutely. After training tomorrow morning, let us convene in the simulated underground labyrinth and see how much our beast's evolution enhances our team's collaboration. After sending the message, he powered down the terminal and seized the moment to replenish his energy. Chapter 48, The Exposure of Talent. The lights in Principal Li Mingyuan's office at the military academy remained illuminated at 11 o'clock at night. Seated behind a broad desk, Principal Li's fingers glided across the terminal screen, perusing Professor Zhang's report on the optimization experiment of the azure-patterned sparrow evolution route. Yet his brow was furrowed, not relaxed as the report had suggested. The document meticulously detailed every aspect of the experiment, from the precise requirements for material purity to the proportions for the substitute of the improved Qing Wan feather and the simulated parameters for wind speed fluctuations. Each segment pointed directly to the core, as if someone had foreseen the optimal solution for the Azure Pattern Sparrow's evolution. At the end of the report, Professor Zhang had boldly noted, student Ling Chen's theoretical guidance exhibits foresight, as the proposed solution entirely avoids all the pitfalls encountered in our previous 3 years of experimentation, raising the success rate of evolution from 52 to 70, with subsequent optimizations likely to surpass 85. This level of insight into beast evolution far exceeds that of an ordinary novice nurturer. Foresight? Principal Lee murmured the term softly, his fingers deftly navigating the terminal to access a specialized talent inquiry system reserved for officers of the rank of Major General and above. This encrypted system was designed to query the military and civilian files of individuals with special abilities, primarily cataloging common exceptional talents such as elemental affinity and soul power perception enhancement, though occasionally, it revealed anomalies that defied classification. He entered Ling Chen's name and student identification number, prompting the system to display a permission verification interface. Principal Lee inserted his military identification card, and after passing fingerprint and iris scans, the screen finally unveiled Ling Chen's file, beyond the basic information and the previously known qualifications as a novice nurturer. The special talent section boldly stated, talent name, potential insight, ID, TX 734. Talent level, unknown, detected anomalies and soul power fluctuations, but unable to decipher specific effects. Awakening time, unknown, first exhibited abnormal insight during the practical training in the Wildstone Valley. Known manifestations, 1. In the practical training at Wildstone Valley. Accurately located hidden passages and spirit beast nests, evading an ambush by a Tier 3 spirit beast, the Rock Armored Bear. 2. In the reconnaissance camp's simulated mission. Preemptively predicted the enemy's scouting route, completing a covert task with full marks. 3. During the Black Wind Gorge mission. Sensed anomalies in the wolf pack before the spatial rift energy fully erupted, organizing an emergency retreat. 4. In the research on Azure Pattern Sparrow evolution. Proposed oppression optimization plan that significantly enhanced the success rate of evolution. Assessment, suspected to be related to predictive insight. Specific effects cannot be analyzed with existing equipment. Principal Lee's eyes narrowed. A talent that eluded the system's analysis was a rarity he had encountered only 3 times in his 30-year military career. He immediately switched to historical file inquiries, entering keywords such as insight, beast evolution, and foresight. The screen displayed 3 long-buried files, each marked with the classification top secret in the upper right corner. File 1, IDTX 127, holder, Chen MO, 1987, 2010. Talent manifestation, able to perceive the potential evolution of spirit beasts, formulating precise evolutionary routes without experimentation. Once led the evolution research of the Thunderwing Lion from Royal to Saint level, elevating the combat strength of China's Thunder-type war beasts. Disappeared during an A-level spatial rift exploration in 2010. File sealed. File 2, IDTX 359, holder, Linyu, 1995. Talent manifestation, capable of sensing the upper limits of spirit beast potential, preemptively identifying young beasts with growth value. Currently the head of China's spirit beast nurturing base has cultivated 3 Saint-level spirit beasts, file designated as national security. File 3, IDTX 511, holder, Zhao Hao, 2000, 2022. Talent manifestation, able to analyze the weak points of otherworldly spirit beasts. During the B-level spatial rift battle, identified the Shadow Leopard's fatal weaknesses purely through observation, reducing military casualties by 30. Sacrificed during the defense against the Beast Emperor World's assault in 2022, posthumously awarded the title of martyr. Principal Lee meticulously read through the 3 files, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Each holder of these files had demonstrated extraordinary foresight and insight in the realm of spirit beasts, particularly concerning core issues related to evolutionary potential and weaknesses. Ling Chen's performance seemed to embody a synthesis of these 3 talents, capable of predicting danger, precisely planning evolutionary routes, and even detecting anomalies in spatial energy ahead of time. A high school freshman possessing talents comparable to those of a state-level secret. Principal Lee's brow furrowed even deeper. He picked up the military encrypted phone and dialed the number for the commander of the southern region of China. When the call connected, he bypassed any pleasantries and stated directly, "Commander Wang, this is Li Mingyuan. I have an urgent matter to report. Our reconnaissance camp student, Ling Chen, has had his special talent queried through the military system and is suspected to be of the same origin as the historical TX series talents, exhibiting an even stronger composite ability. I request that his file be elevated to the highest level of secrecy, limiting access. and simultaneously apply for military personnel to provide covert protection. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Commander Wang's deep voice responded. The TX series? I am aware. That is a special talent group under close scrutiny by headquarters. Send me the detailed information, and I shall report it to headquarters immediately. The confidentiality level of the file can be temporarily set to the highest, and I will arrange for protective measures to ensure no incidents occur. Additionally, remind that student to refrain from exposing his talents in front of unrelated personnel. The current situation is more complex than he imagines. After hanging up, Principal Li exhaled in relief, promptly organizing Ling Chen's file and related performances into an encrypted document, sending it to Commander Wang. Once he had completed these tasks, he gazed out into the night, his expression turning unusually grave. He understood that designating Ling Chen's file as top secret was both a means of protection and a form of restraint. In the increasingly perilous world of the Beast Emperor, such exceptional talents represent the nation's hope, and any misstep is utterly unacceptable. The following morning, after finishing his morning exercises at the reconnaissance camp, Ling Chen received a notification from the principal's office. He was summoned to the principal's office at 10 o'clock that morning for an important discussion. A sense of puzzlement washed over him. He had just seen the principal yesterday. Was there an issue with the Research Institute's project? At 10 o'clock, Ling Chen arrived punctually at the principal's office. Principal Li sat behind his desk, his expression considerably more solemn than the day before, with a classified document bearing the red stamp of top secret placed on the surface. Please take a seat, Ling Chen. Principal Li's voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. I have summoned you today to convey some important matters, as well as to issue a caution. Once seated, Ling Chen observed as Principal Li slid the encrypted document before him. This document chronicles all your exceptional performances since your enrollment, the secret passages of the Waystone Valley, the preemptive retreat from the Black Wind Gorge, the evolutionary plan for the azure-striped sparrow, and your registration details with the Breeder Association. While these feats might appear as mere cleverness to the average person, they reveal your extraordinary talent to the military. A knot tightened in Ling Chen's stomach. His greatest fear had materialized. Principal Li was aware of his gift. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, gazing steadily at the principal, awaiting further elaboration. After all, if there were any ill intentions towards him, such a preamble would not be necessary. You need not be anxious. We harbor no malice. Principal Li observed his unease and softened his tone slightly. The military possesses a specialized system for identifying and recording individuals with extraordinary talents. Your abilities, upon system comparison, align with those of several historically classified talents, all belonging to the TX series. The core of such talents is an insight that transcends the ordinary, particularly evident in the realms of beast mastery and spatial manipulation. He paused momentarily before continuing. I have reported your file to the commander of the Southern District of Huagua, who has sanctioned your file to be classified as top secret. Only personnel with the rank of Major General and above, upon receiving authorization from headquarters, may access it. Furthermore, the military will assign dedicated personnel to discreetly safeguard you, ensuring your security. Ling Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his talent would be classified as a state secret, nor that the military would provide protection. Principal, is my talent truly that exceptional? My previous instructor mentioned that my abilities lacked potential. He ventured cautiously. Indeed, it is extraordinarily unique. As for your instructor, it is understandable that someone from a small town may lack insight. Fortunately, this ignorance has its advantages, Principal Li acknowledged, his gaze growing grave. Do you realize? Throughout history, individuals with similar talents have either become the backbone of the nation or have faced assassination by hostile forces due to their exposed abilities. The current situation is more perilous than ever. The threat of the Beast Emperor's world looms ever closer. They will not only deploy spirit beasts for invasion, but will also attempt to either recruit or eliminate our exceptional talents. Your abilities may play a decisive role in future conflicts, thus you must learn to conceal them. Principal Li's tone sharpened. I called you here today primarily to impart 3 critical warnings. First, do not reveal your talents in front of any unrelated individuals. Whether it be your classmates, friends, or even your family, if they remain unaware, do not casually disclose your capacity for preemptively predicting dangers or meticulously planning evolutionary paths. You may attribute these capabilities to your knowledge and scouting experience, but never allow anyone to understand that they stem from your innate talent. Second, exercise caution when utilizing your abilities. In the Research Institute's projects, you may propose your theories, but do so gradually. Avoid presenting overly advanced plans all at once to prevent unnecessary suspicion. While it is advantageous to anticipate dangers during reconnaissance missions, be mindful of your demeanor. Do not appear as though you possess foresight, but rather leave others with the impression that your conclusions are drawn from observation and analysis. Third, place your trust in the school and the military. We will provide you with the best resources and protection. Whether it be material support from the Research Institute or training arrangements from the reconnaissance camp, your needs will be prioritized. But remember, your talent is a national asset. And in due time, you will need to serve the country and its people in combating the threats from the Beast Emperor's world. Those not of our race will inevitably harbor malice. The Beast Emperor's world cannot be trusted. Ling Chen listened intently, a drum of anxiety beginning to beat in his heart. Would this mean the end of his freedom? Although he understood that the principal's admonitions were not restrictions, but rather a form of protection and expectation. Principal, I comprehend. He affirmed solemnly, nodding. I will heed your words, conceal my talents, and strive to enhance my strength. No matter the difficulties I encounter in the future, I shall serve the nation and its people, ensuring I do not betray your expectations. Principal Li nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a black military terminal from his drawer and handing it to Ling Chen. This is a specially designed encrypted terminal, capable of communicating solely with my terminal and those of military protection personnel. Should you encounter any danger or make significant discoveries, you may contact me at any time using this terminal. Additionally, we will not restrict your development. Everyone possesses freedom. This terminal contains a special talent cultivation plan, which outlines your training arrangements and resource support. You may review it at your leisure. Ling Chen accepted the terminal, its black alloy casing adorned with a small military emblem, feeling both weighty and reliable in his grasp. Thank you, Principal. I will make good use of this terminal and adhere strictly to the cultivation plan. As he exited the principal's office, the sunlight bathed the corridor of the administrative building in warmth and brightness. Ling Chen clutched the black terminal, his heart a whirlpool of complex emotions, unease at having his talent uncovered, gratitude for the protection offered, and a burgeoning sense of responsibility for the future. He recognized that from this day forth, he would no longer be merely an ordinary reconnaissance camp trainee and breeder. He had been entrusted with a far weightier mission. Upon returning to the training area of the reconnaissance camp, he found Su Qing awaiting him, with Momo perched on her shoulder and Qing Ning swirling above her head. What did the principal discuss with you? You seem preoccupied, Su Qing inquired with concern. Ling Chen smiled, concealing the black terminal in his backpack, shaking his head. Nothing much. Just some arrangements regarding the Research Institute's project. The principal asked me to cooperate closely with Professor Zhang to expedite the optimization of the azure-striped sparrow's evolutionary path. By the way, didn't we agree to test the synergy of beast mastery in the simulated underground maze today? Let us head there now. Although Su Qing sensed something was amiss in his demeanor, she refrained from probing further, nodding in agreement. All right. Mo's geomantic perception can already detect up to 50 meters underground, and Qing Ning's eye of wind can see through invisible traps. We will surely navigate the maze swiftly. The two made their way toward the simulated underground maze, with Qing Ning and Xiao Feng flying side by side in the air, their wings tracing arcs like two streaks of azure lightning, while Hui Hui and Momo trailed at their feet, occasionally bumping against each other. Sunlight streamed upon them, casting long shadows that seemed to narrate a tale of responsibility and guardianship. Ling Chen knew that his secret would remain concealed, yet he no longer felt the same anxiety as before. With the protection of the school and military, he understood that all the resources and conveniences he acquired would ultimately come at a cost. However, he bore no reservations about this price. Indeed, it was a commitment he was already prepared to embrace. Chapter 49, The Lone Journey. The morning mist at the Military Academy of Xiangqing had yet to dissipate when Ling Chen's terminal received an encrypted message from the Research Institute. Professor Zhang's coordinates pointed directly to the depths of the independent buildings on the west side of the administrative building, accompanied by a succinct note. Your new laboratory, hurry. Clutching the military's specially designed black terminal, he hastened through the vine-covered corridors of the Research Institute. In stark contrast to the previously bustling public research area, the designated endpoint is a solitary white building. The electronic identification device at the entrance prominently displays the words L, Special Research Room 07, accompanied by a note indicating that entry is restricted to Ling Chen and authorized personnel only. Have you arrived? This laboratory, specially approved by the principal, is 3 times larger than our former communal cubicles, equipped with the latest technology. Professor Zhang has long been waiting at the door, clutching a set of silver keys. Within, there are not only basic cultivation pods and soul power analyzers, but also a beast evolution simulation machine, capable of simulating various evolutionary success rates based on input parameters. This is a rare allocation authorized by the military, with only 3 units available in the entire Xiangqing Military Academy. As Ling Chen pushes open the door, his gaze is immediately captivated by the central apparatus of the laboratory, Against the wall stands a row of silver cultivation pods, their transparent bodies adorned with intricate sensors. At the center, a black simulation machine rests upon the operational platform, its screen spanning an impressive 2 meters, connected to various data interfaces. Shelves in the corner are lined with sealed containers of materials, labeled with inscriptions such as Netherstone Sample, Void Essence Extract, and Wind Lawn Grass Powder. Clearly prepared in advance by Professor Zhang for his research on the gray evolution, there is an additional surprise within. Professor Zhang cheerfully pushes open an inner door, revealing a scene that dazzles Ling Chen. A gleaming silver mechanical beast sprawls on a charging station, resembling a miniature lion, measuring about 1 meter in length. Its head is fitted with blue optical sensors, and its limbs are equipped with sharp alloy claws, while a small mechanical arm is mounted on its back. This is the Mechanical Auxiliary Beast M01, the military's latest development in auxiliary mechanical beasts. Professor Zhang presses a button on the beast's head, and it immediately rises, its optical sensors flickering with a friendly blue glow. It possesses 3 core functionalities. Firstly, material management, which automatically categorizes, stores, and retrieves experimental materials according to your needs, with an error margin of no more than 0.1 grams. Secondly, data recording, which can capture the experimental process in real time, synchronize analysis of various data, and generate detailed reports. And thirdly, basic defense, wherein its alloy claws and mechanical arm can respond to emergencies, ensuring the safety of the laboratory. The mechanical beast M01 approaches Ling Chen, gently nudging his hand with its head while emitting a series of friendly beeping sounds. Ling Chen extends his hand, caressing its cold yet smooth alloy exterior, a wave of delight washing over him. With this mechanical beast, his efficiency in the laboratory will be significantly enhanced, alleviating concerns about incomplete data recording or disorganized material management. Its intelligence system has already recorded your voice print and fingerprint. It will only respond to your commands. Professor Zhang elaborates, calling up the control interface of the mechanical beast. You may give it a name for easier command in the future. Ling Chen ponders for a moment, gazing at the mechanical beast's silver exterior and agile mechanical arm, before smiling and suggesting, let us call it Silver Claw. It fits its appearance and is simple to remember. The naming is successful. The Mechanical Auxiliary Beast M01 is now designated as Silver Claw. The sensors flicker twice in acknowledgement, emitting a clear electronic synthetic sound. Professor Zhang pats Ling Chen on the shoulder. All laboratory permissions have been granted. You may come here whenever you wish. You can independently conduct the follow-up optimization experiments for the Qingwen Sparrow evolution route here. Feel free to contact me if you need assistance. By the way, the principal asked me to inform you that you are to report to the command room of the reconnaissance camp at 3 o'clock this afternoon for an important task assignment. As Ling Chen departs from the laboratory, Silver Claw accompanies him to the door, only returning to the charging station after his figure vanishes at the corridor's end. Its optical sensors scan every corner of the laboratory, initiating routine maintenance and inventory checks. Ling Chen clutches the keys in his pocket, his heart brimming with anticipation. This independent laboratory not only serves as a venue for his research on the gray evolution, but also stands as a pivotal base for realizing his potential insight talent. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Chen arrives punctually at the command room of the reconnaissance camp. Both Instructor Chen and Instructor Zhao are present, their expressions grave. The large screen in the command room displays a map of the vicinity surrounding Xiangqing, marked with a dozen red dots, evidently indicating the locations of spatial rifts. Please take a seat, Ling Chen. Instructor Chen gestures to a nearby chair, his tone more somber than usual. Today, we have 2 matters to discuss, one concerning you, and the other regarding the Qingfeng team. Ling Chen's heart sinks with an unsettling premonition. Instructor Zhao continues, opening a terminal and retrieving a document. Firstly, based on the military's latest special talent cultivation plan, in conjunction with your performance during the Black Wind Canyon mission and your research on the Qingwen Sparrow evolution, the higher-ups have decided to assign you independent task training. In simpler terms, you will temporarily detach from your conventional squad to execute some special reconnaissance missions. He pauses before elaborating. These tasks mainly encompass 3 aspects. Firstly, targeted monitoring of spatial rifts, which involves periodic reviews of critical areas such as the sea level rift in the Black Wind Canyon, documenting energy fluctuations and surrounding spirit beast changes. Secondly, reconnaissance for rare spirit beasts, where you will search for potential rare spirit beasts in the vicinity of Xiangqing based on clues provided by the Research Institute, to supply samples for cultivation studies. And thirdly, exploration of special areas, which entails preliminary reconnaissance of undeveloped secret realms or interdimensional rift entrances to collect foundational data. Ling Chen feels astonished. Conducting independent tasks implies greater autonomy, but also entails heightened risks. Instructor, what about safety assurances for independent tasks? If I encounter a Tier 3 advanced spirit beast or a spatial rift, I may not be able to handle it alone. Rest assured, the higher-ups have considered this. Instructor Chen replies, producing a black tactical backpack and handing it to Ling Chen. Inside, there are 3 pieces of special equipment. Firstly, a portable soul power shield capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from Tier 3 advanced spirit beasts. Secondly, an emergency signal transmitter that, when activated, will summon a military support team within 10 minutes. And thirdly, a multifunctional reconnaissance device that integrates thermal imaging, soul power detection, and spatial fluctuation analysis, surpassing the equipment you previously used. He adds, additionally, your silver claw may accompany you on missions. Its mechanical arm can carry small devices, and its optical sensors have a reconnaissance range of up to 1,000 meters, making it more discreet and harder for spirit beasts to detect than conventional reconnaissance spirit beasts. As Ling Chen processes this information, Instructor Zhao's expression grows more serious. The second matter concerns the Qingfeng team. According to the latest adjustment plan from the reconnaissance camp, in order to optimize resource allocation and enhance task efficiency, some dual-person teams will undergo reorganization or disbandment. After evaluation by the higher-ups, the Qingfeng team has been deemed to have significant disparities in member capabilities, your special talent, and independent task requirements, leading to the decision to disband it. Disband? Ling Chen suddenly stands up, disbelief flooding his heart. Our team has worked excellently together, and we performed outstandingly in the Black Wind Canyon mission. Why disband us? Instructor Chen sighs, a hint of helplessness creeping into his voice. This is not within our control. It is a unified arrangement from the higher-ups. Su Qing's spirit beast abilities are better suited for conventional reconnaissance tasks, and she will be assigned to a regular reconnaissance squad to undertake daily patrols and basic reconnaissance missions around Xianqing. Meanwhile, due to your special talent and independent task requirements, you will need to operate solo. This is to ensure that everyone can excel in their most suitable domain and also to protect you. Your identity and talent are not suited to remain in a conventional squad, as it poses a risk of exposure. Ling Chen falls silent, recognizing the truth in the instructor's words. His special talent and the highest secrecy files indeed do not align with continued collaboration with Su Qing. Any unforeseen incident could jeopardize not only himself, but also endanger her. Yet, reflecting upon the synergy he shared with Su Qing, and the camaraderie with Qing Ning and Xiao Feng, as well as the bond between Hui Hui and Mo, he is overwhelmed with reluctance. Does Su Qing know about this? He asks softly. Not yet. We plan to inform her after you have accepted the task arrangements. Instructor Zhao responds. Instructor Zhao remarked that as a soldier, she would comprehend the situation. Although they were not in the same squad, they were still part of the same reconnaissance battalion, allowing them to meet during training and rest periods. Ling Chen nodded slowly, taking a seat, fully aware that this was the most prudent arrangement, indeed the only option available. I accept the independent task assignment and agree to the dissolution of the squad. Instructors Chen and Zhao exchanged a relieved glance. Very well. This will be your first independent mission. Tomorrow morning at 8. You are to head towards the misty forest in the northwest of Xianqing to investigate the energy fluctuations of the spatial rift there and search for the legendary rare beast, the misty hidden fox. The task details and map have been sent to your military terminal. Ensure you are well prepared. As Ling Chen departed the command room, the sun was already setting in the west, casting golden rays upon the training grounds of the reconnaissance battalion. Su Qing was in the training area, practicing rock armor camouflage with Mo blended seamlessly with the surrounding rocks, making it exceedingly difficult to discern its presence even upon close inspection. Upon seeing Ling Chen approach, Su Qing waved cheerfully. Ling Chen, you arrived just in time. Mo's rock armor camouflage has improved, to the extent that even Instructor Zhao couldn't find its hiding spot. Ling Chen walked over, and as he beheld the smile on Su Qing's face, his feelings of reluctance intensified. Taking a deep breath, he softly said, Su Qing, I have something to tell you. The Qingfeng squad is being disbanded. Su Qing's smile instantly froze. She was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. What did you say? Disbanded? Why? Didn't our squad work well together? It is a directive from the higher-ups to optimize resource allocation. Ling Chen recounted the instructor's words, striving to maintain a calm tone. I will be independently executing some special tasks, and you will be assigned to a conventional reconnaissance squad. Su Qing fell silent, lowering her head to gaze at Mo in her palm, her eyes gradually reddening. I understand. This is for your safety and to better execute the mission. She lifted her head, forcing a smile. Though our squad is disbanded, we will still be friends and comrades, right? During training, you must guide me and Mo in our coordination. Of course. Ling Chen nodded vigorously, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Whenever you need assistance, I will always be there. Su Qing smiled, retrieving a small, earthy yellow pendant from her pocket and handing it to Ling Chen. I made this from the scales shed by Momo. It contains earth energy and can slightly enhance your defense. You must be careful during your solo mission. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Do not be reckless. Ling Chen accepted the pendant, its surface smooth and emanating a faint earth energy. Thank you, Su Qing. He then produced a feather from his backpack, which had been shed by Qing Ning after its evolution, and offered it to Su Qing. This contains wind energy and can enhance Xiao Feng's reconnaissance range. Su Qing took the feather and placed it in her bag. All right, let us not dwell on sad matters. She patted Ling Chen's shoulder. Let us head to the training area and have Qing Ning and Xiao Feng, and Hui Hui and Momo coordinate once more. As a final training session for the Qing Feng squad, the pair arrived at the simulated battlefield in the training area and released their respective beasts. Qing Ning and Xiao Feng soared into the air, their wing beats tracing arcs like two bolts of azure lightning, while Hui Hui and Momo dashed across the ground. Qing Ning, wind breath reconnaissance. Xiao Feng, wind blade, coordinate. Hui Hui, thunderstrike. Momo, rock spikes, restrict the target. The four beasts executed their maneuvers with seamless coordination. Qing Ning's wind breath reconnaissance locked onto the target, while Xiao Feng's wind blade and Hui Hui's thunderstrike launched their attacks. And Momo's rock spikes hindered the target's movement, swiftly neutralizing all targets in the simulated battlefield. After the training concluded, the four beasts gathered together, with Qing Ning gently tapping Xiao Feng with its wing and Hui Hui nudging Momo with its head, as if bidding farewell. The afterglow of the setting sun draped the training ground, elongating the shadows of the four individuals and their beasts. Su Qing gazed at the distant sunset, her voice resolute. You must return safely from your independent mission. I will strive to enhance my abilities in the conventional squad and aim to become an outstanding reconnaissance officer. Absolutely. Ling Chen nodded, his heart brimming with determination. Once I complete the task in the Misty Forest, I will return to share my experiences with you. Together, we will strive to become the most formidable reconnaissance officers in the battalion. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Ling Chen activated his military terminal to review the details of the following day's mission. The Misty Forest, situated 50 kilometers northwest of Xiangqing, earned its name due to its perpetual shrouding in dense fog, home to numerous first- and second-tier spirit beasts, with an unmarked spatial rift in the central area exhibiting unstable energy fluctuations. The rare beast, the Misty Hidden Fox, possesses both wind and dark attributes, excelling in stealth and illusions, capable of manipulating fog, and is regarded as an exceptional reconnaissance beast. The Research Institute hopes to obtain samples of its fur or blood for cultivation studies. He retrieved the tactical backpack given by Instructor Chun. Inspecting its contents, a portable soul energy shield, an emergency signal transmitter, a multifunctional reconnaissance device, along with some compressed rations and emergency recovery potions for his beast. Silver Claw approached him from the charging station, its optical sensors flickering as if inquiring if assistance was needed. Silver Claw, please help me organize the materials required for tomorrow's mission. 5 wind spirit fruits, 3 thunder spirit leaves, 1 bottle of earth-type emergency recovery potion, and spare batteries for the multifunctional reconnaissance device, Ling Chen instructed. Understood. Organizing now, Silver Claw replied, its mechanical arm extending to retrieve the materials from the backpack, arranging them neatly on the table with precise and swift movements. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the task details and the meticulously organized equipment. Ling Chen grasped the earthy yellow pendant tightly in his hand, silently vowing, Su Qing, do not worry, I will return safely. I will not forget our promise. His gaze hardened once more, as Hui Hui leaped onto his shoulder, letting out a soft mew, while Qing Ning gently preened his hair with its beak. Chapter 50, The Misty Forest. As dawn broke, casting light through the clouds, Ling Chen stood at the entrance of the reconnaissance battalion, shouldering his tactical backpack. Qing Ning perched on his shoulder, its wings streamlined, golden eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, while Hui Hui squatted atop the backpack, clutching a thunder spirit leaf and occasionally nibbling on it. Silver Claw stood beside him, its optical sensor glowing a soft blue, its mechanical arm folded away, resembling a quiet silver lion. The Misty Forest was perpetually cloaked in fog, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The spirit beasts within were predominantly adept at concealment and ambush, particularly the second-tier misty wolves and third-tier venomous fog snakes, necessitating utmost caution. Instructor Zhao Tiexin's voice resonated from the driver's seat of the hovercar, as he personally took charge of transporting Ling Chen to the mission site. Activate the thermal imaging mode on the multifunctional reconnaissance device to penetrate the fog at all times. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, immediately press the emergency signal transmitter. The support squad will arrive within 10 minutes. Understood, Instructor Zhao. Ling Chen nodded, adjusting the tactical backpack for optimal comfort. Inside, alongside the usual water and compressed rations, he had packed a portable soul energy shield, emergency recovery potions for his beasts, and a backup energy core for Silverclaw. His military terminal displayed a three-dimensional map of the misty forest, with a red indicating the approximate location of the spatial rift near the center of the forest, close to Misty Lake. The hovercar sped along, reaching the entrance of the misty forest in just 40 minutes. The scene before him was even more surreal than the images in the data files. The trees at the forest's edge towered abnormally high, their trunks entwined with dark green vines, adorned with glistening dewdrops that evaporated into a faint mist enveloping the forest. The air was thick with a damp aroma, mingled with a subtle fragrance of foliage, yet it carried an underlying hint of danger. The distance from the entrance to Misty Lake was approximately 5 kilometers. With a complex terrain comprising swamps, streams, and cliffs, one must tread carefully. Instructor Zhao rolled down the car window, gesturing towards the depths of the forest. The hover vehicle will remain stationed at the entrance. If you do not emerge within 3 days, I shall dispatch a search party. Remember, the foremost principle of the reconnaissance battalion is safety above all. It is inconsequential if the mission remains unfulfilled, but you must return alive. Rest assured, Instructor, I shall prioritize my safety. Ling Chen saluted respectfully before turning to enter the mist-laden forest. As he stepped into the woodland, visibility plummeted to below 5 meters. The scenery ahead becoming a blur. Only the nearby trees and fallen leaves on the ground remained discernible. He promptly activated the thermal imaging mode on his multifunctional reconnaissance device, which illuminated the heat signatures around him. 10 meters to the left, a first-tier mist rabbit awaited. 5 meters to the right, a second-tier venomous mist snake coiled around a tree trunk, flicking its tongue. Silverclaw, engage optical cloaking mode and follow my lead. Qingning, narrow the range of wind's breath reconnaissance to 100 meters, focusing on ground heat sources and aerial soul power fluctuations. Gray, weave a concealed net around us using soul power filaments to mask any extraneous traces. Ling Chen issued the command softly. Silverclaw's optical sensors flickered momentarily, its surface enveloped in a delicate camouflage coating that harmonized with the surrounding environment. Qingning unfurled her wings, gliding slowly at low altitude, her golden eyes peering through the thick fog, capturing every subtle movement. Gray leaped from the top of the backpack, shooting forth several faint violet soul power filaments that entwined around nearby trees, forming a nearly invisible barrier. The quartet, comprised of the beasts and mechanical entities, moved cautiously along the forest's edge, striving to evade areas dense with heat sources. The ground of the mist forest was treacherously slick, concealing numerous traps beneath the fallen leaves. Some were swamps that would ensnare the unwary, while others housed venomous serpents ready to strike. Silverclaw's optical sensors penetrated the foliage, identifying these traps in advance. It marked safe pathways with faint points of light, guiding Ling Chen onward. After traversing approximately 1 kilometer, a low, haunting wolf howl echoed in the distance. The multifunctional reconnaissance device displayed a cluster of heat signatures, 5 second-tier mist wolves encircling a third-tier mist-hiding deer, launching their assault. The mist wolves, their bodies a grayish-white, blended seamlessly with the surrounding fog, their red eyes capable of piercing through the mist to lock onto their target. The mist-hiding deer, adorned in pale blue, bore a pair of forked antlers, bracing against the wolf's onslaught while a faint mist enveloped its form, attempting to obscure its visibility. Let us circumvent them without causing a stir. Ling Chen lowered his voice, leading Silverclaw, Qingning, and Gray to stealthily maneuver along the swamp's edge. The mist wolves remained fixated on the mist-hiding deer, oblivious to their presence. Just as they were about to circumvent the pack, one wolf suddenly turned its head, its crimson gaze locking onto them. Although Gray's concealment net masked their scent, Silverclaw's mechanical joints emitted a faint metallic scraping sound as they moved. Not good. We've been spotted. A jolt of alarm surged through Ling Chen. He immediately commanded Gray to unleash Thunderclap, targeting the mist wolf's eyes, while Qingning unleashed several Qingwan wind blades, severing surrounding vines to create an obstruction. In an instant, Silverclaw's mechanical arm extended, revealing a sharp alloy blade, ready for combat. Gray's lightning struck true, hitting the mist wolf squarely in the eyes, causing it to yelp in pain and charge at them. Though Qingning's wine blades did not inflict severe injury, they nonetheless slowed the wolf's advance. Observing this, Silverclaw surged forward, striking the mist wolf's foreleg with its alloy blade, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. The other 4 mist wolves, alerted by the commotion, turned to face them. Qingning, Eye of the Wind. Lock onto all wolf positions. Gray, employ Soul Power Claw Thunder Slice to target their hind legs. Silver Claw, defend against frontal assaults to ensure our safety. Ling Chen issued rapid commands. Qing Ning's golden eyes gleamed, transmitting the locations of the 5 mist wolves clearly into his mind. Gray leapt into action, claws crackling with faint violet lightning as he lunged at a mist wolf's hind leg, injuring its tendons. Meanwhile, Silver Claw positioned itself in front of Ling Chen, its alloy blade clashing with the wolf's claws, producing a series of metallic clangs. Though only 3 combatants remained, Qing Ning, Gray, and Silver Claw, their coordination was impeccable. Qing Ning handled reconnaissance and ranged attacks. Gray executed stealthy ambushes and disruptions, while Silver Claw focused on frontline defense and melee output. Despite the numerical advantage of the 5 mist wolves, the trio soon gained the upper hand. One mist wolf fell to Silver Claw's alloy blade, incapacitated, while another succumbed to Gray's lightning strike to the head. The remaining 3, sensing defeat, swiftly turned tail and vanished into the fog. Let us depart swiftly. The scent of blood will attract more spirit beasts. Ling Chen hastily stowed his weapon and, accompanied by Silver Claw, Qing Ning, and Gray, retreated from the battleground. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the fog thickened further, visibility dwindling to under 3 meters, and the thermal imaging mode of the multifunctional reconnaissance device was disrupted, rendering the heat sources indistinct. There is something amiss with this fog. It disrupts soul power detection and thermal imaging. Ling Chen furrowed his brow, instructing Qing Ning to activate Eye of the Wind. Her ability could pierce through invisible targets and environmental interferences, allowing her to perceive the surroundings clearly even amidst the dense mist. Through Qing Ning's shared vision, he discerned a small spatial rift 50 meters ahead. The space around it distorted and emanating faint waves of spatial energy. Beside the rift sat a snow-white fox perched upon a rock, its eyes a soft violet, its body radiating an energy that blended seamlessly with the mist. Precisely the rare spirit beast, the mist-hiding fox, he sought. Mist-hiding fox. Ling Chen's heart surged with excitement. He quickly signaled for Silver Claw and Gray to remain concealed while he cautiously approached the fox. The mist-hiding fox appeared oblivious to his presence, still fixated on the spatial rift as if studying something. Its diminutive size, scarcely the length of a palm, and its snow-white fur rendered it nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding mist. Only Qing Ning's Eye of the Wind enabled its discovery. At that moment, the spatial rift suddenly widened, a surge of potent spatial energy radiating outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway and the fallen leaves on the ground to swirl into the air. The mist-hiding fox stood alert, its surrounding mist thickening, a flicker of unease flashing in its eyes, as if it sensed impending danger. Not good, the spatial rift is expanding. Ling Chen swiftly retreated, instructing Qing Ning to monitor the energy fluctuations of the rift. The multifunctional reconnaissance device displayed that the energy level of the spatial rift had escalated from level 0.5 to level 1.0, the indicator light turning orange, signaling an imminent expansion to level C, possibly even level B. Suddenly, a deep growl emanated from within the rift as a colossal spirit beast emerged. Its body a shadowy black, adorned with numerous spikes, a pair of massive horns protruding from its head, and its eyes glowing red. Exuding a ferocious aura, it was the 3rd-tier Shadow Spike Beast from the Beast Emperor's realm. As the Shadow Spike Beast emerged, it lunged at the mist-hiding fox, seemingly designating it as its primary target. The mist-hiding fox reacted swiftly, blending into the dense fog and evading the beast's attack. The Shadow Spike Beast, enraged by its mist strike, roared furiously, and its surrounding spikes launched toward the direction where the fox had vanished. The mist-hiding fox is in peril. A wave of alarm surged through Ling Chen. Although his mission was merely reconnaissance and sample collection, he could not stand idly by and watch the mist-hiding fox fall victim to the Shadow Spike Beast. He immediately commanded Qing Ning to unleash Qingluan Windblade, targeting the eyes of the Shadow Spiked Beast, while Huahui ensnared the creature's legs with soul power threads, restricting its movements. The mechanical arm of Silver Claw unfurled, and the alloy blade glimmered with a cold light, poised to strike at any moment. Qing Ning's wind blade struck true, piercing the eyes of the Shadow-Spiked Beast, which let out a pained scream, its vision compromised. Huahui's threads wrapped tightly around its legs, preventing any swift escape. Seizing the opportunity, Silver Claw lunged forth, delivering a vicious blow with the alloy blade that carved a deep gash into the beast's body. The Shadow-Spiked Beast thrashed in fury, attempting to break free from Huahui's tenacious threads, but they proved remarkably resilient, binding it in place. The misty hidden fox seemed to sense their assistance, emerging from the dense fog with a glimmer of gratitude in its eyes. A faint mist enveloped its form, rich with potent illusionary energy, which began to envelop the Shadow-Spiked Beast. The creature's movements became sluggish, its gaze unfocused, as it fell under the control of the misty hidden fox's illusions. Now's our chance, Ling Chen shouted, urging Qingning, Huahui, and Silver Claw to unleash their full assault. Qingning's wind blades were fired in rapid succession, forming a tempest of slicing winds that rained down upon the shadow-spiked beast. Huahui's lightning strike hit the creature's wound, causing it to convulse violently, while Silver Claw's alloy blade struck again at a vital point, severing its tendons. The shadow-spiked beast collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before becoming still, its fighting spirit extinguished. The energy fluctuations from the spatial rift began to stabilize, decreasing from level 10 to level 8, no longer threatening to expand. The misty hidden fox approached Ling Chen, gently nuzzling the back of his hand and emitting a soft sound, as if expressing gratitude for his aid. Ling Chen gazed at the fox's snow-white fur and pale violet eyes, a surge of joy filling his heart. Not only had he completed the task of investigating the spatial rift, but he had also earned the trust of the misty hidden fox, making the task of obtaining a sample considerably easier. Misty hidden fox, I require a strand of your fur as a sample for research. It will not harm you, Ling Chen spoke softly. The fox appeared to understand, nuzzling his fingers, and a single pristine hair fell into his palm. Just then, the multifunctional reconnaissance device suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps, displaying a cluster of heat sources moving towards their direction. Previously encountered mist wolves, along with several new spirit beasts, including 2 third-tier venomous mist snakes and a 4th-tier misty hidden bear. They had been drawn in by the sounds of battle and the fluctuations of spatial energy. This is bad. We are surrounded, Ling Chen thought in alarm, promptly instructing Qingning to monitor the distribution of heat sources. There were a total of 10 spirit beasts, with the 4th-tier misty hidden bear posing the greatest threat due to its massive size and formidable defenses, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against it. Misty hidden fox, can you help divert some of the spirit beasts? Ling Chen inquired. The fox nodded, melding once again into the mist and darting off to the left. Several mist wolves and venomous mist snakes were indeed lured away, pursuing the fox's retreating form. Leave the rest to us, Ling Chen shouted, preparing Silver Claw and Huahui for battle, while Qingning circled above, seeking opportunities to strike. The 4th-tier misty hidden bear charged at them, its enormous claws capable of shattering a giant tree with a mere swipe. Silver Claw immediately charged forward to intercept with the alloy blade, but the bear's immense strength forced Silver Claw to stagger back, a faint scratch appearing on its mechanical arm. Huahui, attack its eyes with lightning strike. Qingning, unleash wind blade storm on its hind legs, Ling Chen commanded swiftly. Huahui's lightning struck the bear's eyes, eliciting a roar of pain and disrupting its vision, while Qingning's wind blade storm slashed into its hind legs, inflicting deep wounds. The misty hidden bear, enraged, pivoted towards Qingning. Quick on her feet, she activated short-distance blink, evading the bear's assault. In that moment, Silver Claw charged from behind, striking the bear's back with the alloy blade, leaving a long, painful gash. The bear howled in agony, turning to pursue Silver Claw, which nimbly dodged while firing a tranquilizer dart from its mechanical arm, specially prepared by Instructor Chun to incapacitate spirit beasts below the 4th tier. The tranquilizer struck the misty hidden bear, causing its movements to slowly decelerate and its gaze to grow hazy until it collapsed, losing the will to fight. The remaining spirit beasts, witnessing the defeat of the misty hidden bear, turned tail in fear, disappearing into the dense fog. Finally safe, Ling Chen exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qingning, Huahui, and Silver Claw appeared weary. Qingning's wings were flecked with blood, Huahui's claws trembled slightly, and Silver Claw bore several scratches on its mechanical arm. Let us find a secure location to rest and replenish our spirit beast's energy before we continue our reconnaissance, Ling Chen declared, leading Silver Claw, Qingning, and Huahui towards the direction of Misty Lake deep within the forest. The fog around Misty Lake was relatively thin, and the ground was comparatively level, making it an excellent resting spot. Upon reaching Misty Lake, the water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding trees and creating a picturesque scene. Ling Chen produced emergency recovery agents for spirit beasts, administering some to Qingning and Huahui, while Silver Claw autonomously approached the lake's edge to draw water with its mechanical arm, cleansing its scratches and bloodstains. The misty hidden fox returned, perching by the lake and playfully tapping the surface with its paw. Ling Chen sat beside it, offering a wind spirit fruit. Thank you for leading the spirit beasts away earlier. This is your reward. The fox accepted the fruit, nibbling at it with delight. After finishing the wind spirit fruit, it nuzzled Ling Chen's hand and then leaped into the lake, swimming to the center, surrounded by a faint mist infused with powerful spatial energy, seemingly aiding in stabilizing the spatial rift around Misty Lake. Ling Chen watched the fox's graceful form, filled with emotion. This rare spirit beast was not only intelligent, but also benevolent. willing to assist humans in stabilizing the spatial rift. He opened his military terminal, sending the data on the energy fluctuations of the spatial rift, the emergence of the shadow-spiked beast, and the information regarding the misty hidden fox to instructor Zhao Tiexing. A portion of the mission had been completed. The next step was to continue monitoring the energy fluctuations of the spatial rift to ensure it would not expand again. Qingning. Circle above Misty Lake and monitor the surrounding spatial energy. Silver Claw set up several small monitoring devices along the lake's edge to record real-time changes in the rift's energy, while Huawei patrols the area for any potential spirit beast threats. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the mist gradually dissipated, visibility improving to 20 meters. Ling Chen sat by the lakeside, gazing at the distant sunset, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This was his first independent mission, despite numerous dangers encountered. He had successfully completed the reconnaissance task, gained the trust of the misty hidden fox, and even helped stabilize the spatial rift. At that moment, the military terminal suddenly chimed, signaling a communication from instructor Zhao Tiexing. Ling Chen, I received your report. Well done. The emergence of the shadow-spiked beast is significant, and headquarters has dispatched a support team from the combat division to the misty forest to eliminate the remaining spirit beasts and address the spatial rift. You may now prepare to return to the reconnaissance camp. Stay safe. Understood, instructor. Ling Chen replied, relieved. He could finally return home. Standing up, he turned to the misty hidden fox. I must take my leave now, but I will visit you when I can. The fox seemed to comprehend his words, nuzzling his fingers before leaping into the lake, disappearing beneath the surface. Ling Chen, accompanied by Silver Claw, Qingning, and Huahui, made his way towards the entrance of the misty forest. The sunset's afterglow bathed the forest in golden hues, illuminating the trees and the ground. His heart brimmed with indomitable spirit. This solitary mission had facilitated his substantial growth and bolstered his self-assurance. He was acutely aware that myriad challenges awaited him in the future. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to surmount all obstacles, aspiring to become a formidable scout and nurturer. He was determined to safeguard this land and contribute his strength against the threats emanating from the Beast Emperor's realm. Upon returning to the reconnaissance camp, it was already 9 in the evening. Instructor Zhao Tiexing had been awaiting his arrival at the entrance. Upon witnessing his safe return, a look of profound satisfaction graced his face. Welcome back, Ling Chen. You executed this mission exceptionally well. The headquarters is exceedingly pleased with your performance and has decided to award you an additional 80 credits and 50 military merits.